Chapter 1. For the residents of 86, Eastleigh Road in Hampshire, particularly in the city of Southampton, July 29th was evidently no ordinary day. As the morning bells tolled 7 times, the young Jon Hart had already risen from his slumber. Casting aside a nature magazine that lay upon him, he dashed out of his room and sprinted towards the kitchen. "Mom, has the mail arrived yet?" Mrs. Judy Hart, the matron of 86, Eastleigh Road, was a petite blonde whose stature barely exceeded that of her 11-year-old son. "I'm terribly sorry, dear, but it seems not yet," she replied, turning back to John with a smile as she fried potatoes. "Your father is waiting for you at the door." John stepped into the yard, and, as anticipated, Mr. Eric Hart was pacing at the entrance. "Eric, there's truly no need to be so anxious," John whispered. "Anxious? Not in the slightest." Mr. Hart feigned composure, glancing at his son. "Those old professors at Windsor Castle should feel honored to have such an exceptional new student from Eton." Yet, even as he spoke, his feet were tapping nervously against the floor. Eric Hart was a somewhat renowned local attorney, while his wife Judy was an accomplished fashion designer. Both excelled in their respective fields, with a combined annual income nearing $200,000, allowing their family of 3 to lead a very respectable life, even in the relatively high-cost port city of Southampton. However, what filled them with greater pride was their son John. In the eyes of Eric and Judy, there was no child more remarkable than John. From a young age, John exhibited a profound maturity while other children wailed. He earnestly began learning to speak with his parents. While others clamored for an array of toys, he immersed himself in reading a plethora of somewhat arcane scientific journals. At the age of 5, he delivered an impromptu speech during a street interview on the theme, "The Falkland Islands Malvinas have been an inseparable part of Great Britain since time immemorial," which gained considerable acclaim. Just a month prior, during the nationwide SATs examination, John achieved perfect scores across all 6 papers, a remarkable feat in Hampshire's nearly century-long history. Jon Hart, he was a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a doctoral student in the biology department of a second-tier university in China, specializing in microbiology and immunology. Following an unexpected car accident, he lost consciousness and found himself transported to a middle-class family in 1980s Britain, reborn as an infant. Having studied for over 20 years in his past life, John was utterly ignorant of lottery numbers and had no understanding of finance. In fact, by the late 20th and early 21st century, the class structure in developed capitalist nations had become quite rigid, with systems well established relying merely on fragmented memories from his previous life to amass wealth through opportunistic means was, quite simply, unrealistic. Without a golden finger, he seemingly possessed a small benefit from his transmigration. His memory was remarkably sharp, nearly photographic in quality. Thus, John resolved to adhere to the trajectory of his former life, studying diligently, engaging in research, and dedicating his life to the construction of a socialist, modernized society. Even at the tender age of 5, he meticulously planned out his development for the next 30 years. Demonstrating early signs of prodigy, he aimed to apply to prestigious schools such as St. Paul's, Magdalen, and Eton, excelling in A-level examinations to gain admission to the microbiology departments of Oxford or Cambridge. With the aid of his extraordinary memory in this life, John could vividly recall research data and findings from his previous existence, enabling him to navigate the path of scientific inquiry with greater ease. During his university years, John would begin to showcase his talent in research, conducting experiments to elucidate the activation and suppression mechanisms of innate immunity, publishing groundbreaking papers that would undoubtedly create a stir in the microbiological community around the turn of the millennium. He would seize the opportunity to connect with eminent figures such as John Robert Vane, John Eck Sulston, and Niels Kai Journal Nobel laureates in physiology or medicine from Oxford and Cambridge. With a burgeoning reputation, he would seek their mentorship, aiming to breach the barriers of academia and pursue graduate studies at Harvard or MIT a year or 2 before completing his undergraduate degree. For his master's research, John would choose to isolate and cultivate a strain of the SARS virus during the early outbreak of atypical pneumonia in China, revealing its pathogenic mechanisms and striving to develop a subunit vaccine expeditiously. During his doctoral studies, he would shift his focus to cancer, exploring negative immune modulation therapies for its treatment. Before graduating, he would likely publish 3 to 5 seminal papers in world-renowned journals such as Nature, The Lancet, and CA, a cancer journal for clinicians. With such outstanding achievements, he could easily become a professor at Harvard or MIT after obtaining his doctorate. Thereafter, he would continue his research in these areas, and if all progressed smoothly, owing to his contributions in microbiology and immunology, he might very well receive the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine between 2015 and 2020. Having attained success and renown, he could seek opportunities in China, serving as a visiting professor at Tsinghua or Peking University, acquiring Chinese nationality and dedicating his life to the advancement of socialist modernization. The vision was splendid, yet reality beckoned. He first needed to apply to a top-tier school in the UK, however. Eton College was not the most optimal choice, as it was a traditional elite institution that, despite recent admissions of students from common backgrounds, maintained exceedingly high standards. Nonetheless, this was the opinion of his father Eric, who believed that enrolling in a prestigious institution like Eton would afford John the chance to forge connections with future influential figures, thus amassing a valuable network. To be candid, Eric's reasoning was indeed sound. If memory served correctly, in the coming years, both Prince William and Prince Harry, the sons of Prince Charles and Princess Diana, would be attending Eton, with William, the direct heir to the throne, likely being in the same class as John. Attending school with a future King of England? It seemed a rather intriguing prospect. Yet, it also felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity after all. Prince William's grandmother was a figure of remarkable vitality even during John's previous life. As John idly pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly startled by the sound of the mailbox clattering outside. "Oh dear, they're here!" Eric exclaimed, his complexion paling as he stammered. "I'll go fetch the letters." John opened the yard gate, the mailbox adorned with 3 golden lions, standing upon a deceased brown bear decoration added by Eric over 6 months ago to commemorate a significant event. Beside it, a calico cat stood vigil, intently staring at the door of 86 Eastleigh Road. "Get lost!" John kicked the stray cat away before retrieving a stack of letters from the mailbox. As he perused the letters, he made his way back home, where Eric and Judy hurriedly gathered around him. The first letter was a gas bill. The second was a postcard from Aunt Alia addressed to Judy. The third was for him, and John slowly tore open the envelope. "Dear Mr. Hart, it is with great pleasure that we inform you. Following our discussions, we unanimously believe you possess the requisite talent and qualifications to attend Eton College, becoming one of the 247 new students of Eton in 1992. Yours faithfully, Tony Rideau, headmaster of Eton College." Oh my goodness. John could not suppress a sigh of relief. "Well, what does it say?" Eric and Judy inquired eagerly. "I've been accepted." He beamed, handing them the letter. Eric and Judy took the letter, reading it meticulously, their expressions shifting from anxiousness to astonishment and finally to sheer joy. "Dear John, I knew you would succeed," Judy exclaimed, enveloping her son in a warm embrace and showering his face with kisses. "I'll tell all my colleagues about how exceptional my son is," Eric shouted joyfully in the yard. In that moment, the couple unabashedly shared a passionate kiss in the yard. It must be said that for a student born of non-aristocratic lineage, receiving an invitation from a prestigious institution such as Eton is an exceedingly honorable accomplishment, particularly within the context of the English ethos of happy education. Having completed 6 years of primary schooling, not a single teacher in John's experience ever inquired about his academic pursuits. Their sole concern was, "Are you enjoying your time at school?" Virtually all of his classmates thrived in this atmosphere of joyful learning, save for a few notable exceptions. One such exception was a girl named Susan from the same year, whose father was an exceedingly wealthy banker in Southampton. Each afternoon at 3 o'clock, as other students engaged in delightful extracurricular activities, Susan would reluctantly be whisked away in her father's Rolls-Royce. In Susan's own words, she was compelled by her father to practice piano and dance daily. He had even hired 3 private tutors to enforce a rigorous academic regimen, burdening her with an unending array of homework. Her classmates expressed profound sympathy for Susan's plight. A week prior, news emerged that the 11-year-old Susan had achieved scores exceeding 95 on every paper of the SATs, promptly securing her admission to St. Paul's Girls' School in London. The classmates who had once sympathized with Susan were left to attend the local public secondary school in Southampton, where they could continue to revel in their happy education. While the English educational system espouses the principles of happy education, it is ruthless in its eliminations. The SATs, a national primary school exit examination, is administered to 11-year-olds, with a passing rate typically ranging from 30 to 50. The results of this examination, along with recommendation letters, determine the caliber of secondary school an 11-year-old can attend, and indeed, shape their future destinies. The disparity between prestigious schools and ordinary institutions is staggering. Renowned universities such as Cambridge and Oxford outright dismiss transcripts from typical public schools, disregarding recommendation letters from their headmasters no matter how stellar one's grades may be. Gaining their recognition is exceedingly difficult. In contrast, graduates from elite institutions like Eton and St. Paul's need only maintain respectable A-level exam scores to find themselves comfortably admitted to Cambridge or Oxford, with many choosing to study abroad. As Jon observed his parents rejoicing in celebration, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. The initial goals of his planned trajectory had been achieved. He felt as though he had already placed one foot firmly in the halls of Cambridge or Oxford. Images of himself celebrating successful experiments in a laboratory, publishing papers in esteemed journals, and even standing upon the Nobel Prize podium began to materialize in his mind. His only regret was that Eton was a boys' school for the next 7 years. He would likely have little opportunity to interact with girls of his own age. Amidst his fanciful daydreams, Jon's gaze drifted to the final envelope in his possession. Hampshire, Southampton, 86, Eastleigh Road, addressed to Mr. Jon Hart, who was strolling in the courtyard. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in vibrant emerald ink. It bore no postage stamp. With trembling hands, Jon flipped the envelope over to reveal a wax seal emblazoned with a coat of arms, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, surrounding the capital letter H. "Oh my!" Jon could not suppress an exclamation in Chinese. At that moment, his heart felt as if it were being trampled by 1,000 wild horses. For a time traveler determined to diligently study and dedicate his life to the advancement of socialist modernization. For a time traveler who had devoted over a decade to meticulously planning a career in scientific research. For a time traveler who had read hundreds of core journals before the age of 11, thoroughly preparing to become a scientist. What then is the most brutal revelation for him? Undoubtedly, it is the realization that the world he inhabits is not scientific, but rather profoundly magical. A sense of despair, a feeling of utter hopelessness, a catastrophic clash of worldviews. Words scarcely suffice to convey the tumultuous emotions surging within Jon Hart at this moment. With trembling fingers, he opened the fourth and final letter. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Hart, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. There could be no mistake regarding the familiar contents of this letter. It was only 1992, a mere 5 years before J.K. Rowling penned the original tale of Harry Potter, making it impossible for this to be a prank. Thus, only one possibility remains. The world he has inhabited for over a decade is, in fact, the realm depicted in Harry Potter. He suddenly feels as though the atmosphere has transformed into something fantastical. What is it, my dear? Judy quickly notices her son's unusual demeanor. And nothing, Jon stammered, then handed over the letter in his hand. It's just a letter from another school. Eric and Judy took Jon's letter with a look of confusion. 5 minutes later, Mr. Hart stated with a serious expression, I believe this must be a prank. Indeed, Mrs. Hart exclaimed sharply, the contents of this letter are utterly bizarre. A school of magic? How is that even possible? Jon let out a bitter smile. recalling from his past life that Hogwarts would soon dispatch a teacher to elucidate the existence of the magical world to his parents. I believe we ought to report this tiresome prank. Eric continued to prattle on. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. Could it be a visitor? Judy promptly adjusted her apron and stepped outside to open the gate. Standing there was a stern-looking stranger, adorned with square spectacles that mirrored the patterns around a cat's eyes. She wore a deep green cloak, and her raven hair was meticulously fashioned into a tight bun. "Are you the guardian of Jon Hart?" she inquired in a commanding tone. "Good day. I am his mother. May I inquire who you are?" Judy asked softly. "Minerva McGonagall." The woman outside responded. "I am a professor." Jon lifted his gaze to regard the serious-looking middle-aged woman before him. A hint of awkwardness crossing his face as he recalled the wild cat he had kicked away from the mailbox just 10 minutes prior. "Oh, welcome, welcome." Judy's countenance brightened instantly as she invited Professor McGonagall into her home, inquiring, "Are you from Eton College?" "What?" Professor McGonagall could not help but furrow her brow. Shaking her head, "I am affiliated with Hogwarts." "Hogwarts?" Judy paused, momentarily taken aback by this somewhat unfamiliar term. "Wait," Eric interjected urgently, glancing at the letter he held. "Are you saying you are Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts? Is this some sort of prank?" His astonishment rendered his speech somewhat stammering. "Indeed," Professor McGonagall replied with a hint of disdain. "Hogwarts is a school specifically established for individuals with extraordinary abilities, boasting a rich history of over 1,000 years as a magical institution. Are you implying that what is written in that letter is genuine?" Judy's complexion paled. "As Muggles, it is understandable that you are unaware of magic." But, suddenly, Judy let out a sharp scream. Professor McGonagall, who had just been standing at the door, vanished, and in her place sat a tabby cat. "What is happening?" Eric stammered, utterly bewildered, finding himself unable to articulate his thoughts coherently, as he had never experienced such a moment in his life. Yet, magic indeed existed. The tabby cat gracefully walked into the room, casting a fierce glare at Jon before settling onto the sofa, transforming back into Professor McGonagall. She turned her attention to Jon. Speaking slowly, "Mr. Hart, unlike your parents, you are not an ordinary person but a born wizard. Becoming a member of Hogwarts will enable you to truly master your gifts." Observing Jon's dazed expression, Professor McGonagall surmised that the child was overwhelmed by her words, a reaction not uncommon during her initial visits to young wizards born to Muggle families. "Perhaps you still harbor doubts about my words, Mr. Hart," she continued. "Have you ever possessed a gift that sets you apart from others? Have strange occurrences transpired when you felt frightened or angry? Could an exceptional memory qualify as such a talent? Was he truly akin to the legendary memory mage? In fact, having traversed through time and possessing a psychological age nearing 40, Jon rarely experienced emotional outbursts akin to ordinary children, thus magic had never spiraled out of his control. So, could it be true? Was he indeed a wizard, a so-called mudblood born to Muggle lineage? As Jon's expression gradually returned to a semblance of clarity, Professor McGonagall rose from her seat. "Mr. Hart, the time has come for you and your parents to make a choice. Will you come to Hogwarts and become a true wizard?" The list of required books and school supplies had been detailed in the previous letter. You may procure them from Diagon Alley in London. "Oh." The address for Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall withdrew a small wand-like object from her cloak and with a gentle wave, inscribed the words onto the wall of Jon's home. 117, Charing Cross Road, Westminster, London. "Farewell, Hart family." With that, she exited the room and vanished. "Wait." Judy attempted to follow, but upon reaching the doorway, she found herself unable to trace the professor's whereabouts. Clearly, not everyone was afforded the privilege of a teacher escorting them to Diagon Alley for shopping, as was the case with the savior. "Is this a dream?" Judy murmured upon re-entering the room. "Mom, I don't think so." Jon chuckled helplessly. "It's impossible for all three of us to share the same dream." Half an hour later, Eric Hart was driving his car along the road to London. Jon sat in the back of the car. The journey from Southampton to London took 2 hours, allowing him a moment to gather his thoughts. Jon's current thoughts can aptly be encapsulated by a famous line from Shakespeare. To be or not to be, that is the question. However, in all honesty, he finds himself with limited options. While the magical realm of Harry Potter may not be deemed a high magic world, it is replete with formidable artifacts and spells. Take, for example, the Philosopher's Stone, capable of transmuting base metals into gold and bestowing eternal life. The Time Turner, accessible to third-year students and nearly devoid of side effects. Or the Luck Potion, which enhances one's fortune, rendering one impervious to harm and granting wishes. Spells that allow for teleportation, memory alteration, and mind control are wielded with ease by most adults. Indeed, a proficient adult wizard in the Harry Potter universe, aside from their combat prowess, possesses an array of terrifying abilities. The current scientific advancements on Earth would require an additional 300 to 500 years of progress to achieve such feats with any semblance of ease. Despite critiques regarding the perceived weakness of wizards in combat, with wands deemed less effective than firearms, this is largely due to the Ministry of Magic's stringent regulation of offensive and destructive spells. Peter, for instance, could obliterate half a street with a single incantation, and even Crabbe could summon flames potent enough to destroy Horcruxes. It is worth noting that both Peter and Crabbe were among the least academically inclined at Hogwarts, indicating that the destructive potential of wizards is significantly underestimated. For Jon, to willfully ignore the existence of magic is undeniably foolish. The plans he once harbored and the efforts of the past decade should now be cast aside. Jon needs to reevaluate his future plans. Diligently studying magic must undoubtedly take precedence, as the overall proficiency of students at Hogwarts is rather modest. Even students like Harry and Ron, who are not particularly academically inclined, can be regarded as exemplary scholars. One serves as the captain of the Quidditch team, while the other holds the position of prefect. This clearly illustrates the caliber of the other students. Jon exuded confidence, possessing a mature mind and an exceptional memory, which granted him a mastery of magic far superior to that of his future classmates. It was prudent for him to maintain distance from the trio of protagonists. From the moment he entered the school, he witnessed first-year students battling three-headed dogs, second years confronting basilisk, third years contending with werewolves accompanied by 100 Dementors, and fourth years facing dragons, mermaids, sphinxes, and Voldemort in succession. Such audacious recklessness, if not for the protagonist's aura, could easily cost him a handful of resurrection coins, lacking the protective charm. And with St. Mungo's Hospital yet to develop a resurrection spell, it was wise to keep his distance from them. Surviving was paramount to accumulating DPS. By the timeline, he should have enrolled during Harry Potter's second year, making it crucial to maintain distance from Ginny Weasley. Miss Weasley was likely already under Voldemort's control upon her arrival, leading to her unleashing the basilisk on Halloween Eve. Preventing her was out of the question. Jon lacked the audacity of a first year facing Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, should the opportunity arise, he could play the role of a concerned bystander. Aside from the trio and Ginny, it would be wise to keep a modicum of distance from Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. This was not due to Dumbledore's orientation, but rather his mastery of legilimency. As a mere first year, a single glance could unveil all of Jon's secrets to Dumbledore, should his identity as a time traveler be discovered. Who could say what schemes Dumbledore might concoct as part of his plan for Harry? Naturally, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jon, an ordinary muggle-born wizard, would likely not attract Dumbledore's attention. Maintaining a low profile for several years, secretly mastering mental occlusion, would render him fearless. In his second year, he must avoid venturing outside on the night of the full moon. Given that Snape's Wolfbane potion had not undergone double-blind testing, the potential for failure was a legitimate concern. Lupin had experienced issues with inconsistent dosing, presenting safety hazards. As for the Dementors, Dumbledore had personal reasons for prohibiting their entrance to the school at this stage. They were also constrained by the Ministry of Magic and unlikely to cause harm. Of course, learning the Patronus charm was imperative. Being able to conjure silver light to repel Dementors would suffice. In his third year, the Triwizard Tournament would commence, presenting a splendid opportunity. He could seek to cultivate a relationship with Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, and subsequently transfer there, bringing his parents along to settle in Paris, thus evading Voldemort's resurgence and the ensuing terror in Britain. Ilvermorny was also a possibility, though Durmstrang was best avoided, should Voldemort and his Death Eaters target their headmaster. The entire school might well be caught in the crossfire. After transferring, as he approached the end of sixth year, he could establish a volunteer group at Beauxbatons or Ilvermorny, returning to London to partake in the final battle, ideally fortified by a dose of Felix Felicis beforehand. "We have arrived at 117, Charing Cross Road, Westminster," Eric announced, glancing at his notepad as he brought the car to a halt. They parked in front of a grimy, narrow pub nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop. "Is this the place?" Eric questioned, casting a skeptical glance at the sign of the Leaky Cauldron. "This should be it." Jon nodded affirmatively. "Good day to you, gentlemen." A nearly bald pub owner, resembling a shriveled walnut, appeared before them. "I am Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. Muggle, are you Hogwarts new students? Indeed, sir, John replied, affirming, I am Jon Hart, a new student at Hogwarts, and this is my father, who is not a wizard. I assume you are seeking Diagon Alley? Tom inquired, a grim smile gracing his features. Please, follow me. They traversed the bar to a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Aside from a trash bin and some weeds, there was nothing else. Count 3 bricks up, then 2 across, and knock 3 times. Tom instructed, glancing back. I need to attend to my bar. Best of luck, Mr. Hart, and to you, Muggle sir. Counting 3 bricks up and 2 across, John murmured quietly as he gently tapped the specified brick 3 times. Contrary to his expectations, the entrance to Diagon Alley did not materialize. The wall remained unresponsive. What is happening? John furrowed his brow, recalling that in the original story, Hagrid had opened the entrance in precisely this manner. Let me give it a try. Eric stepped forward, using the same method to knock 3 times. Yet again, there was no response. John suddenly recalled that in the original story, Hagrid had used his umbrella, which served as his wand, to tap the wall. But he had yet to purchase his own wand. Just as he was about to turn back to summon Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, for assistance, he heard the sound of boots striking the floor. Approaching him was a middle-aged man, donned in a suit and holding a briefcase, humming the tune of Nelson's song. Dr. Granger? Exclaimed Eric in astonishment. Oh my God, Mr. Hart. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, a look of disbelief on his face. I can't believe I'm seeing you here. I am equally astonished. The 2 gentlemen exchanged pleasantries. After a few moments, the middle-aged man seemed to recollect something and retrieved a small stick from his briefcase. He gently tapped the wall twice with the stick, and the brick he tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small hole that gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway appeared, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. I assume, Mr. Hart, that you are also headed to Diagon Alley? Dr. Granger inquired. Diagon Alley? It seems so, Eric chuckled. Dr. Granger, I did not expect you to be a wizard. Me? A wizard? Mr. Granger was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. I am not a wizard. My daughter is the true wizard. I was just using her wand. You must be one as well, Mr. Hart. Indeed. Eric nodded, smiling. This is my son John, who has been accepted into a magical school called Hogwarts. Hello, young Mr. Hart. Granger bent down to shake John's hand, then turned to Eric. My daughter is also a student at Hogwarts. She was admitted last year. Today, I brought her here to purchase a new robe and a few books. She asked me to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink and to meet her at Madame Malkin's robes for a short stop at 3 o'clock. As he spoke, Granger glanced at his watch. I believe I have half an hour to show you around Diagon Alley. With that, the trio entered the Leaky Cauldron. The sight of 2 well-dressed men and a boy in sportswear among a crowd of wizards in black robes was rather conspicuous, drawing many curious glances. Mr. Granger appeared accustomed to such attention. I suppose wizards rarely interact with us, so we must seem quite strange to them. They usually refer to us as muggles, which I do not find a very polite term. Mr. Hart, I suggest you first visit Greengrass, the wizarding bank. There, you can exchange pounds for 100 galleons, the currency of wizards. As a seasoned visitor, Granger began to guide them. 100 galleons? John suddenly noted. Yes, at an exchange rate of £5 to 1 galleon. But the limit is 100 galleons, Mr. Granger elaborated. Here we are. Greengrass is right ahead. Under Mr. Granger's guidance, they arrived before a towering, gleaming white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. Beside the shining bronze doors stood a goblin clad in a striking scarlet and gold uniform. The goblin was shorter than John and wore a peculiar outfit, with pointed fingers exposed. Welcome, Mr. Sampak. You must be here to access your vault? The goblin's voice was quite sharp as he greeted a wizard in front of John and his companions. Oh, 2 muggles. The goblin's expression turned slightly disdainful as his gaze shifted to John's group. This is the new student at Hogwarts, Mr. Jon Hart. He needs to exchange some muggle currency for wizarding currency. Mr. Granger seemed unfazed by the goblin's demeanor and spoke softly. Go see Borgin. He handles this. The goblin replied curtly. The 6th counter on the left. Let us go. Mr. Granger smiled at them, albeit with a hint of resignation. I told you, we're not exactly welcomed here. At the 6th counter on the left stood a rather young goblin. Hello. Eric cleared his throat. You're here to exchange currency, I presume? The young goblin, Borgin, did not even look up. Just tell me your name. Jon Hart. As if checking a list. The goblin pointed his finger at a ledger before him. Very well, all set. Next, he extended 2 fingers to hand over a pouch of coins, seemingly apprehensive about soiling his hands. Eric accepted the pouch with a slightly pained expression and retrieved a 500-pound note from his pocket. The goblin took the note without a glance and tossed it into his drawer. "Can we really only exchange for 100 galleons?" Jon asked, eyeing the goblin. "Yes, Mr. Hart." The goblin raised his head and faced Jon, his attitude noticeably improving. "In fact, this amount is sponsored by Hogwarts. Each year, from 1st year to 7th year. You can exchange the same sum at this time." Upon finishing, the goblin wore a rather unpleasant smile. "You wouldn't expect our kind to have any use for those foolish muggle currencies, would you?" The goblin was correct. It was quite easy for an adult wizard to acquire a significant amount of muggle money through either legal or illicit means. If galleons and pounds could be exchanged freely, it could lead to severe consequences. The 3 emerged from Greengrass. Mr. Granger checked his watch. "I believe it's nearly 3:30, Mr. Hart. Would you like to join me at Madame Malkin's robes for a short stop? Perhaps I can introduce my daughter to your son." "I would be honored, Mr. Granger." Jon suddenly interjected, his face radiating innocence. "However, it seems a bit late now. I think I should let my father buy the robes and textbooks, while I go purchase a wand. I overheard a wizard mention that finding the right wand can take quite some time." As he spoke, Jon offered an apologetic smile. "I hope to meet Miss Granger at school soon. It's just that today has become a bit late. My sincerest apologies." "Not at all," Mr. Granger nodded graciously. "Then off you go to procure your wand. That indeed requires ample time. I believe the wand shop is over there." Jon is not a fool. He can naturally surmise the identity of his daughter. However, having resolved to maintain a distance from the trio of protagonists, Jon willingly relinquished the opportunity to meet them in advance. Whether it be Miss Watson or the young woman of African descent, what relevance do they hold for him? Until he has truly mastered a significant amount of magic, it is best to remain humble and reserved. After parting ways with Eric and Dr. Granger, Jon found himself standing before a diminutive and dilapidated shop. The gilded sign above the door had mostly worn away, bearing the inscription, "Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C." Upon entering the shop, Jon noted the space was rather modest. He settled into a chaise longue positioned centrally within the establishment, and upon glancing upwards, he observed nearly thousands of slender paper boxes, clearly visible on the ceiling. "Good afternoon," a gentle voice intoned. "Hello." Jon promptly rose to his feet, encountering the diminutive old man who had seemingly appeared behind him. "Are you Mr. Ollivander?" Indeed. I anticipated our meeting, Jon Hart. It was only a matter of time." The old man replied, his expression shrouded in mystery. "You bear a striking resemblance to your father. He came here to procure his first wand. It feels as though it was just yesterday." Suddenly, Ollivander fell silent, lost in thought. At this moment, Jon was taken aback. He weakly uttered, "Mr. Ollivander? If I recall correctly, my father was not a wizard." "Is that so?" Ollivander stammered, quickly retrieving a piece of parchment from his robes, glancing at it before hastily putting it away. In that fleeting instant, Jon caught a glimpse of the parchment, which appeared to contain a series of names, perhaps recording the names of relatives and their wands. "Perhaps I misinterpreted it. Oh no, I must have remembered incorrectly," Ollivander said, somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat twice. Mr. Hart, which hand do you prefer to use?" "Oh, I am accustomed to using my right hand." Possibly due to the earlier awkward moment, Ollivander remained nearly silent as he proceeded with the measurements. He did not utter anything about the wand choosing the wizard or the fact that he remembered every wand he sold. "Mr. Hart, do try this one," he said, presenting a wand made of ebony and serpent's heartstring, measuring 9 inches in length. After swiftly completing the measurements, he extracted a wand from one of the boxes suspended from the ceiling. Jon picked up the somewhat diminutive wand, yet it elicited no response. The likelihood of being struck by a spell seemed rather low. Perhaps he could experiment with this wand, crafted from maple and containing a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches in length. Approximately an hour later, Jon felt a slight ache in his hand, as if it were on the verge of giving way. He was attempting to try the wands handed to him by Ollivander at a pace of nearly one every 10 seconds, surrounded by a mountain of cardboard boxes that towered around him and Ollivander. More importantly, the boxes above seemed to be dwindling. Such a fastidious customer, both fascinating and challenging. Ollivander's face bore an expression of considerable excitement. This particular wand, crafted from ebony and unicorn hair, measured 8.5 inches long, an extraordinary combination. With great enthusiasm, Ollivander offered the wand to Jon, who waved it, yet it remained unresponsive. In that moment, Jon even began to doubt Professor McGonagall's judgment, pondering if perhaps he was not a wizard at all. How could it be that after an hour he had yet to find a suitable wand? It was proving to be more arduous than he had imagined. Ollivander appeared to be deep in thought when, suddenly, he seemed to have a moment of epiphany. Just a moment, Mr. Hart. And with that, he vanished in an instant. Jon was able to once again take his seat, allowing his arms to relax. 3 minutes later, Ollivander reappeared, holding a dust-laden cardboard box. You may wish to try this one, Mr. Ollivander said as he cautiously opened the box, revealing a wand that appeared somewhat peculiar. Jon took the wand. Smooth to the touch and entirely distinct from any other he had encountered, surprisingly, on this sweltering day, it emanated a faint chill. Before he could fully process this, a swift sound pierced the air, followed by a flash of red light. The tip of the wand erupted like fireworks, casting dancing spots of light upon the walls. Oh, splendid. Absolutely marvelous, Ollivander exclaimed, nearly in a shout. Jon's eyes widened with intrigue. Could his wand possess an extraordinary lineage akin to that of a protagonist's wand? Perhaps it shared a fraternal bond with that of a powerful wizard? Was it crafted from the hair of a unicorn, one strand forming Dumbledore's wand and the other his? Never mind. Dumbledore was rather distasteful. Newt Scamander, however, was quite admirable, as was Nick LeMay. Just as Jon's imagination began to wander, Ollivander's words swiftly dashed his musings. In fact, this wand is not of my creation. What? Jon gasped, his mouth agape. It was crafted by a wand maker from China, where practitioners of magic refer to wand makers as Zhizhuang Shi. This was nearly 2 decades ago that Chinese wand maker had fled from Hong Kong to London, where I became acquainted with him and we exchanged insights on wand crafting. Fled from Hong Kong? Jon suddenly realized something. Indeed, over 20 years, the magical community in China had been engulfed in turmoil, as Muggles had overthrown the wizard's reign, shattering their wands. Furthermore, the Muggles forced wandless wizards into their rural areas, compelling them to use magic to assist in steel production and even agricultural labor, with only a handful managing to escape. Ollivander reminisced as he spoke. And what happened next? Jon eagerly inquired. About a decade ago, the wizards reclaimed their dominion from the Muggles. My wand maker friend returned home, and before he departed, we exchanged wands as gifts. Ollivander seemed reluctant to delve into the history of Chinese magic, instead rummaging through a box to retrieve a well-worn strip of fabric. He revealed it to be made from green bamboo, measuring 13 inches, containing the hair of a snidget. Ollivander remarked, no wonder it feels so smooth. It is crafted from green bamboo. A snidget? Jon felt a flicker of recognition. A magical creature residing in China. I believe Newt Scamander must have documented it. It resembles a bear, with a black and white coat. Snidgets possess potent charm magic, easily enchanting wizards and muggles alike, especially women, coaxing them to caress and offer sustenance. Ollivander casually noted, the hair of a snidget is a common magical essence used by Chinese wand makers, who believe it possesses a power more profound and pure than that of unicorn hair, though I hold reservations on that point. He carefully placed Jon's wand into a U-shaped box, wrapping it in brown paper. The price is 8 galleons, Mr. Hart. After paying Ollivander 8 galleons, Jon took his wand and hurriedly exited. Although he had spent over an hour in Ollivander's shop, he was thoroughly satisfied with his wand. Being crafted from green bamboo, it felt exceptionally comfortable in his hand. Its resilience and sturdiness far surpassed that of ordinary wood, making it suitable as a melee weapon in emergencies. Subsequently, he found Eric at Madame Morgan's robe shop. Eric had already procured most of the items on his list. He carried a large bag filled to the brim with clothing, including 3 plain work robes, black, a simple daytime pointed hat, black, a pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material, and a winter cloak. Additionally, there was a large cauldron, made of tin, standard size 2, a set of crystal potion vials, a telescope, and a brass scale. The only items remaining to be purchased were the textbooks. Jon opened the list. Standard Spells, Beginner, by Miranda Goshawk, History of Magic, by Bashida Bahat, Theory of Magic, by Adby Wolfing, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emery Switch, 1,000 Marvelous Herbs and Fungi, by Felita's Pour, Potions and Elixirs, by Assini Geiger, Break with the Banshee, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Holidays with Hags, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Travels with Trolls, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Voyages with Vampires, by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wandering with Werewolves, by Gilderoy Lockhart, 1 Year with the Yeti, by Gilderoy Lockhart. With a total of 13 textbooks, Jon felt somewhat overwhelmed. particularly by the numerous works of Lockhart, each priced exorbitantly, summing to a staggering 20 galleons. However, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he could not possibly attend school without textbooks, and thus placed the collection into his shopping basket. He additionally purchased 3 supplementary readings: Defensive Magical Theory by Quentin Trimble, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, and Advanced Potion Making by Libatius Borich. Having acquired such a multitude of items, his initial 100 galleons dwindled to less than 40. Were it not for his financial constraints, Jon would certainly have indulged in further volumes on dark magic defense and potion making. Fortunately, Hogwarts did not require tuition fees, and as a first-year student, he could not venture to Hogsmeade, ensuring that 40 galleons would suffice for the year. He declined Eric's offer to purchase an owl for him, as one cost 10 galleons, since poverty breeds prudence. In the final month at 86, Isley Road, Jon immersed himself in the plethora of magical tomes. He perused nearly a dozen books, including those adventurous narratives penned by Gilderoy Lockhart. The smallest room at 86, Isley Road, was transformed into an animal chamber, housing several cages of experimental white mice. A minor loophole in the regulations concerning underage wizards allowed those who had not yet commenced their magical education but possessed wands to practice freely. The ministry had not recorded them. Seizing this opportunity, Jon dedicated the month to wielding his wand at home. Regrettably, the results were somewhat disappointing. On the evening of August 31st, Jon stood in the animal chamber, wand in hand, and uttered, "Stupefy." He raised his wand, aiming at a mouse cage. The stunning spell, a common incantation among members of the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix, proved to be quite practical, capable of temporarily incapacitating its target, even proving effective against giants and dragons. In the final pages of Defensive Magical Theory, Jon discovered its application. With the unforgivable curses entirely prohibited, the stunning spell undoubtedly ranked among the most potent spells for single-target damage. A faint red light flickered and struck the white mouse within the cage. The mouse emitted a startled squeak and quickly shifted position, but that was the extent of its response. Jon smiled with a hint of helplessness. This effect was the best he had achieved throughout the entire summer. If this spell were to strike his adversary, it would only elicit a mild sensation of itchiness at most. The sleep spell, like most incantations, was relatively straightforward to cast, yet eliciting the desired outcome proved to be quite challenging. In this world, many spells do not require profound study but are profoundly influenced by the emotions of the wizard. Just as casting the unforgivable curse necessitates a resolute heart, invoking the Patronus charm demands thoughts of genuine joy. Similarly, the release of the sleep spell requires the wizard to conjure a deep-seated desire to incapacitate the target. Jon perceived that, were he to exist within the realm of Dungeons and Dragons, he would not be a mere wizard, but rather a sorcerer of bloodline. Due to his mature intellect, Jon rarely experienced significant emotional fluctuations. This emotional stability, however, did not facilitate the casting of many spells. Nevertheless, he was not entirely devoid of mastery over certain incantations. Once more raising his wand, Jon aimed at the small white mouse and uttered, "Petrificus totalis." In an instant, the mouse's expression and movements froze, as if turned to stone. Unable to move, save for its eyes which darted about, the petrification spell did not rely on emotional intensity, allowing even young wizards to wield it with great proficiency. After a month of diligent practice, Jon had come to command it quite well. However, the spell had its evident flaw. From the moment it struck its target to the moment the target was fully petrified, several seconds elapsed, during which a quick-witted adversary could potentially break the spell and counterattack. With a hint of nostalgia, Jon glanced at the animal room, aware that tomorrow he would be departing for Hogwarts, rendering this room insignificant until he turned 17. He ventured to a corner of the room, discovering a nearly abandoned glass cage. Inside lay 2 red South African spiders, quietly resting, surrounded by remnants of mealworms and crickets. This was the pet Jon had requested Eric to procure for him 2 weeks prior. Carefully wrapping the glass cage in cotton, he placed it within a cardboard box and then into his suitcase. Nearby lay a small bag of realgar he had purchased at a pharmacy, along with a rooster-shaped alarm clock, which he had recently acquired from a supermarket in Southampton. It was said to record the crowing of a rooster, sounding off at the appointed time, for which Jon had thoughtfully brought extra batteries. With all preparations complete, Jon retired to bed and quickly fell into slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Jon awoke from his dreams. He turned off the alarm clock, which was still crowing loudly, and rose from his bed, donning jeans and a shirt, as he had no desire to wear the thick, stifling wizard's robe to the train station. Grabbing his suitcase, he made his way to the yard below. Eric had already started the car and stepped out to assist Jon in loading his suitcase into the trunk. Judy was there as well, changing her shoes. "Mom, are you coming with us?" Jon inquired. "Yes," Judy replied with a warm smile. "Eric and I are accompanying you to King's Cross Station." As the car sped along the highway, Eric hummed the tune of God Save the Queen while driving. Judy, seated in the back, wore a worried expression and continually reminded Jon, "At school, don't be as casual as at home. Don't argue with professors or classmates. Remember to dress warmly. I've packed 2 wool sweaters at the bottom of your bag." "I know, Mom," Jon responded, his smile unperturbed by Judy's incessant chatter. "Oh, I'm still a bit anxious," Judy confessed, covering her face with her hands. It was the first time in over a decade that she would be separated from her son for such an extended period. "Don't fret so, dear," Eric said, appearing to maintain a much more positive demeanor. He teased, "Trust our boy. I believe his ability to thrive on his own surpasses yours. Be quiet." Judy shot him a glare, though her mood seemed to improve considerably. They spent approximately 2 hours on the road, arriving at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Eric placed the suitcase onto a trolley and inquired, "Jon, which platform should we head to?" "Platform 9 3/4, Jon revealed, producing his ticket. "What? 9 3/4? Eric frowned. "I don't recall such a platform existing at King's Cross. Perhaps we should look between platforms 9 and 10. Familiar with the narrative from his previous life, Jon felt quite at ease navigating through the station. King's Cross was one of the oldest train stations in Europe and currently the largest in London. However, its bustling atmosphere paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Magic City's Hangzhou station or the main station he had previously encountered. Navigating through the sparse crowd, they approached the vicinity of Platform 9. Platform 9's destination was Aberdeen in Scotland, while Platform 10 led to Glasgow. Based on his prior knowledge of Hogwarts weather patterns, Jon surmised that the school was situated in the northern reaches of Great Britain, amidst the mountainous terrain of central Scotland, over 400 miles, 600 kilometers, from London, explaining why the train departed at 11 in the morning and would not arrive until evening. "I don't believe I see any Platform 9 3/4, Eric remarked, glancing between platforms 9 and 10, then shrugging. He approached a passing guard to inquire, but from the guard's expression, it seemed he regarded Eric with a touch of bewilderment. Jon glanced at the grand clock beside him. It was now 10:15, and this was far from good news. Although he was aware of the method to access Platform 9, by passing through a column situated between platforms 9 and 10, the number of columns before him was at least 10. It would be utterly foolish to attempt to ram his head against each one in succession. Furthermore, based on his recollections from the tale of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, due to Dobby's interference, it wouldn't be long before Platform 9 closed its gates. At that point, he would have to accompany the 2 saviors on a flying car to school, inevitably facing a spell of detention. "Blast it! My toad seems to have vanished again," a timid voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Oh dear, Neville," he heard an elderly lady sigh. Jon's eyes lit up as he swiftly turned around. An elderly lady and a young boy were approaching, the former exuding a commanding presence while the latter appeared somewhat awkward. Both were clad in black wizarding robes, setting them apart from the surrounding crowd. Eric, clearly having overheard their conversation, noticed them as well. Without needing Jon's prompting, he hurried over. "Good day, madam, I am Hart," Eric said earnestly. "My son wishes to go to Platform 9 3/4. He is a new student at Hogwarts, but we are unsure of the way." "Muggle?" The elderly lady seemed taken aback by Eric's attire. Nevertheless, as a lawyer, Eric carried an air of trustworthiness in his words. "Hello, Mr. Hart, I am Mrs. Longbottom," the lady replied with a smile. "My grandson, Neville, is a second-year student at Hogwarts. I believe he can escort your son to Platform 9 3/4. "Hello, Neville," Jon greeted with a warm smile, to which Neville shyly nodded in response. "Neville, please lead Mr. Hart to the station," Mrs. Longbottom commanded, her tone leaving little room for dissent. "All right, Grandma," Neville replied somewhat stammeringly. He then pushed his luggage trolley towards one of the pillars between platforms 9 and 10. Jon promptly pushed his cart and followed suit. Behind him, he heard the voice of Mrs. Longbottom. "Mr. Hart, walk in the exact center of the pillar and pretend that there is nothing ahead. That way, you will not be struck." Suddenly, a faint sound of a collision reached his ears, and Jon instinctively slowed his pace. He deliberately walked in the center of the pillar, as instructed by Mrs. Longbottom. A deep crimson steam locomotive appeared before him, its sign reading, Hogwarts Express. Beside the train stood a brand new platform, marked with the inscription, Platform 9. Success. Jon smiled gleefully. Oh dear, Neville exclaimed, covering his head as his luggage cart tilted to one side. A slight red bump was visible on his head, evidently a result of having just passed through the platform and colliding with it. Are you all right, Longbottom? Jon inquired with concern. Not a problem, Neville said, gingerly rising to his feet. Neville. A melodious voice called from nearby. A brown-haired girl hurried over. I'm fine. Neville began, but before he could finish, the girl had drawn her wand from her belt, pointing it at his head while murmuring incantations. The swelling on Neville's head vanished rapidly. Thank you, Hermione. Neville adjusted his cart. Where did Hart go? The boy who had accompanied him to Platform 9 was nowhere to be seen. Humming a cheerful tune, Jon Hart had quietly boarded the steam locomotive. A fleeting glance revealed that Hermione Granger was not a Slytherin. This was indeed splendid news. Yet, considering his future plans, it was likely that he would not have much interaction with her. Perhaps it would be more prudent to align with Slytherin instead. Navigating through the crowd, he found an empty compartment near the rear of the train and hoisted his suitcase onto the step. Despite being only 11, Jon was far from frail. Carrying a suitcase weighing several dozen kilograms posed no challenge for him. He then retrieved Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, written by Newt Scamander, and reclined in his seat, casually flipping through the pages. Page 117. Though he had not marked it, he had memorized this page number long ago. Turning the pages, he made a conscious effort to do so delicately, lest he crease them. Basilisk Ministry of Magic Classification, XXXXX, extremely dangerous. The first recorded basilisk was bred by the despicable Herpo the Foul, a Greek dark wizard who could speak Parseltongue. After numerous experiments, he discovered that by incubating a small hen's egg beneath a toad, he could hatch a serpent of extraordinary prowess. The basilisk is a strikingly vibrant green serpent, reaching lengths of up to 50 feet. The male possesses a vivid red crest upon its head. Its long fangs are highly venomous, yet its most perilous method of attack is through its yellow, piercing gaze. Anyone who meets its eyes will perish instantly. Spiders flee at the sight of a basilisk, as it is their mortal enemy, and the only thing that can drive a basilisk away is the crowing of a rooster, which is lethal to the creature. Given ample food, basilisks consume all mammals, birds, and various reptiles. These serpents can live for an exceptionally long time. It is believed that Herpo the Foul's basilisk lived for nearly 900 years, beyond its unique magical properties and longevity. Many of the basilisk's characteristics stem from its nature as a venomous snake. Like ordinary venomous snakes, basilisks shed their skin periodically, and their omnivorous diet is common among large serpents. Although not explicitly stated, it is highly probable that a basilisk's skin possesses armored qualities akin to dragonhide, capable of reflecting spells directed at it. Only its eyes and mouth are vulnerable. Since the Middle Ages, the creation of basilisks has been deemed illegal. Yet this practice can be easily concealed, as one merely needs to remove the hen's egg from beneath the toad before the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures arrives. However, aside from being controlled through Parseltongue, no one can manage a basilisk, making it a danger not just to others, but to most dark wizards as well. In Britain, there have been no recorded sightings of a basilisk in at least 400 years. Jon shifted his gaze from the book, realizing that he had read this passage no less than 20 times since the summer, and it had become second nature to him. As a Muggle-born wizard, Jon was acutely aware that since the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been opened on Halloween in 1992, he could be subject to a basilisk attack at any moment, as Tom Riddle sought to purify Hogwarts of Muggle blood. While many Muggle-born students attended Hogwarts, it was not guaranteed that he would be targeted. Moreover, minimizing nighttime excursions would significantly reduce the risk of an attack. Nevertheless, the adage better safe than sorry resonated with him, compelling him to prepare for the worst. From the available information, Jon had not devised an effective method to combat a basilisk. The only offensive spell he could easily wield was the Petrifying Charm. Using it against a basilisk would be akin to bringing a knife to a gunfight. He could only hope that Powdered Rooster and a rooster alarm clock would prove effective in scaring off the creature in a crisis. Jon also kept a Mirror of Erised in his pocket, ready to use it to petrify himself if necessary, awaiting the arrival of Mandrick for his rescue. How perplexing. He mused that Tom Riddle, a half-blood, could turn so ruthlessly against Muggles and Muggle-borns. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Sometimes, the worst cruelty comes from one's own kind. Just then, the sliding door of the compartment opened abruptly. A girl with golden curls, long lashes, and charming dimples entered. "Is anyone here?" she asked softly, pointing to the seat opposite Jon. "Most other places are full. Nobody's here. Please, take a seat," Jon replied casually, assisting the girl in lifting her bag onto the step. "Thank you." She smiled sweetly as she settled into the seat across from him. "May I ask, who are you?" "Hart, Jon Hart." He closed the book in his hands. "A first-year student at Hogwarts. Greengrass, Astoria Greengrass." She introduced herself. "I'm also a first-year." "Green-eyed glasses?" Jon nearly chuckled, wondering why he did not call her Altria Greenheart. However, mocking someone's surname is universally considered impolite, so he refrained from displaying any disrespectful expression. As he searched his mind for characters from the Harry Potter universe, he found no recollection of such a name, which suggested there was little cause for concern. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Greengrass," he greeted her courteously. "Likewise, Mr. Hart," she replied. She was already donned in the new Hogwarts robes, and her suitcase bore the emblem of a small serpent, indicating a lineage of pure blood. Jon turned his gaze towards the window and beheld Eric and Judy, who had arrived nearby, accompanied by Mrs. Lombardon. Jon swiftly tapped on the window and waved at them. With a long whistle, the train began to move slowly. Eric smiled and waved goodbye to Jon, while Judy wiped her tears, comforted by Mrs. Lombard. They continued to watch until the vehicle completely vanished from their sight. "Are you from the Lombard family?" Miss Greengrass asked softly. "Certainly not. As I mentioned, my surname is Hart." "Then those two muggles just now, are they your relatives?" "Of course, they are my parents." "Is there a problem?" Jon replied coldly. Sorry, I truly apologize," Astoria repeated 3 times. "I meant no offense." Her repeated apologies softened Jon's impression of her. Initially, upon seeing the small snake on the suitcase, he assumed she was one of those elitist Slytherin blood purists, which led him to treat her with disdain. It seemed that only in such a geographically confined area as Europe, where intermarriage was prevalent and religious oppression severe, could such foolish notions of blood determining worth and pure blood being inherently noble arise. On the other side of the Pacific, a simple phrase like nobility is not a birthright, or all men are created equal, could easily silence such blood purists. "So, you were born a muggle?" The girl, noticing the slight easing of Jon's expression, inquired softly. "Yes." Jon frowned slightly at the mention of the word muggle, yet he nodded. "My father is a lawyer and my mother is a fashion designer." "Well," Miss Greengrass appeared quite intrigued. "I never knew that muggles could have professions like lawyers and fashion designers. I have never encountered them, and I know nothing of their world. I believe that in these respects, muggles might excel beyond wizards. My parents both work at the Ministry of Magic," Miss Greengrass casually mentioned. "I have a sister named Daphne, who is currently in her 2nd year. We got separated when I boarded the train." "Oh, and I have a brother too." "Daphne Greengrass? That name sounds somewhat familiar." Jon mused, though he could not recall any significant memory associated with it. She likely appeared in the original Harry Potter series, but had very little presence. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten her. "I don't have any siblings," Jon remarked, opening the book in his hands. "I actually wish I had one." This was indeed true, as he had been an only child in both of his lives. "What are you reading, Mr. Hart?" "Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them." Jon displayed the book to her. "You may call me Jon, Miss Greengrass, and you should call me Astoria." The girl mischievously winked. "Do you also enjoy Fantastic Beasts, Jon?" They quickly became familiar and began an enthusiastic discussion. Their conversation included topics like whether goblins or Kneazles were smarter, which would make a better pet, a catfox or a niffler, and how to gain the trust of a bowtruckle. It was evident that Astoria possessed a considerable amount of knowledge about magical creatures. "You certainly know a lot," Astoria remarked enviously. Her mother was the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry, which explained her extensive knowledge of magical beings. However, in comparison to Jon Hart, a muggle-born peer, she found herself somewhat overshadowed. Jon smiled. His remarkable memory was one of the few benefits he had gained from his journey through time. "By the way, Jon," Astoria suddenly inquired, "which house do you wish to join?" This question caught Jon off guard for a moment. "What about you?" he countered. "Slytherin." A hint of pride illuminated the girl's face. "My entire family has graduated from Slytherin." "And you?" "I suppose I should return to Hufflepuff," Jon replied after a moment of contemplation. With 4 houses to consider, Slytherin was immediately dismissed. After all, a lowly muggle-born like him could hardly aspire to join such a prestigious pure-blood house. Gryffindor was the next to be ruled out, as attending that house would mean proximity to the trio of protagonists and Ginny Weasley. Thus, It came down to a choice between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, though he felt indifferent towards either. However, if he were to join Ravenclaw, he would be subjected to endless riddles and brain teasers, which seemed rather cumbersome. Hufflepuff appeared to be the better option. Hufflepuff? Astoria instinctively raised her voice, her tone slightly stammering. How could that be? I mean, my sister told me that Hufflepuff has many, well, less capable students. Jon chuckled softly, realizing that Hufflepuff indeed occupied the lowest rung on the Hogwarts hierarchy. Isn't it because Hufflepuff is the house closest to the kitchens? To be honest, I wouldn't mind being a bit of a slacker. I still hope you won't choose Hufflepuff. Astoria lowered her gaze, her final words barely audible, like a whisper of a mosquito. I wish for you to join Slytherin. Jon seemed not to have heard, as he rummaged through a box. Soon, he unearthed a large bag brimming with an array of snacks. The fare on the train was notoriously exorbitant, a truth that equally held in the magical realm. A year prior, Potter and Weasley had squandered nearly 2/3 of a galleon on such treats. Coming from a modest background, Jon was naturally unwilling to part with such frivolous expenses. 2 days prior to departure, he had ventured to the Asda supermarket on Eastry Road to procure a substantial stash of snacks, sufficient to sustain him for a week at Hogwarts. Are these Muggle snacks? Astoria inquired with a curious expression. Of course. Would you like some? Jon replied, tossing a bottle of Coca-Cola her way. Thank you. Astoria exclaimed, catching the bottle somewhat clumsily. But you'd best not open it directly. Why? She asked just before a loud pop echoed as she twisted the cap off, sending a cascade of foam erupting forth and splattering her. What kind of magic is this? She laughed joyously, her eyes sparkling with delight. You might want to wipe that off. It gets sticky once it dries, Jon quickly offered, handing her a tissue while placing an assortment of snacks on the seat beside her. This included roasted chips, raw fries, fried potatoes, as well as roasted cod, trout, salmon, and halibut. At that moment, a cacophony of noise echoed down the aisle. Darling, would you like to purchase some food from the train? A jovial woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door, momentarily pausing at the sight of Astoria, covered in foam yet beaming, and Jon, who was holding a tissue. I want some. Astoria blushed, pushing past Jon and darting into the aisle. However, she quickly returned, her arms laden with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, bubblegum blasters, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an array of peculiar snacks that Jon had never encountered. Here, I'll share, she offered, sliding half of her bounty across to him. Thank you. Just as they indulged in their feast, the compartment door swung open once more. Astoria, what are you doing here? A sharp voice called from outside. Sister? Astoria stood up, slightly flustered. A girl of about 12 or 13 with golden curls stood in the doorway, bearing a resemblance to Astoria. However, while Astoria had a youthful, gentle visage, this girl exuded a more severe demeanor. Daphne Greengrass looked as if she were an irate hen, her expression dark as she scrutinized Jon, who sat opposite her sister. Upon noticing Jon's casual attire of a shirt and jeans, she displayed a look of disdain before shifting her focus back to Astoria. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? She demanded sternly. Sister, the question girl stammered, her complexion paling. I lost you when I entered the platform. You should have sought out the conductor or the staff, not just wandered into any compartment. Daphne reprimanded, casting a wary glance at Jon. I'm sorry, you can't just run off like that. I believe Mother has warned you numerous times, Daphne continued, her words laced with authority. She cast a third glance at Jon, abruptly halting her tirade. I'm sorry, Jon had now shifted into spectator mode. While he held a favorable impression of Astoria, Daphne's attitude irked him. Yet, he recognized that family matters were best left to those involved, and so he remained a mere observer. Hurry, gather your things and follow me, Daphne commanded. There's a seat waiting for you in my compartment. Astoria cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Jon, her face still pale, and nodded stiffly. All right, sister. She began to repack her belongings into the suitcase. As she prepared to place the unopened bottle of Coca-Cola back into the box, Daphne screeched, Astoria, don't touch that filthy Muggle thing. Despite Jon's composed demeanor, he couldn't suppress a frown. Astoria's face seemed to turn even paler. All right, sister, she acquiesced, seemingly reluctant to defy her sibling and return the soda to its original spot. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, and the compartment door swung open once more. Excuse me, is there an empty seat here? All other areas are full. A girl's voice chimed in from the entrance. The girl noticed Astoria, who was preparing to leave with her suitcase. Oh, are you leaving? May I sit in your spot? She was a strikingly beautiful young girl, with silky auburn hair and warm brown eyes. More importantly, she appeared surprisingly familiar. Goodness! Jon, who had been observing the scene, nearly jumped in shock. This was perhaps the last person he wished to encounter on the train, Ginny Weasley. She was likely still searching for Harry and Ron, which explained her absence from a seat until now. She remained unaware that Harry and Ron had already sped off to school in a flying car. To share a train journey with Ginny Weasley, who was now under the influence of Voldemort. How utterly terrifying. It was barely 11:15, and they had nearly half a day's journey ahead of them. What if they grew too familiar, and in a moment of joy, she unwittingly became the first target of the basilisk's attack? Not to mention that Voldemort himself was a master of wandless magic. A mere lapse in attention could reveal future events, and that would spell disaster. Jon took swift action, determined to ensure Astoria remained, at least to dissuade Ginny Weasley for the moment. In the blink of an eye, he hastily approached and secured Astoria's suitcase. He positioned himself in such a way as to shield Miss Greengrass from Ginny's gaze. Attempting to divert her attention, I believe it is entirely appropriate for Astoria to stay in this compartment, as she seems to be feeling unwell. And I am more than capable of taking care of her. Daphne Greengrass's expression soured further at Jon's words. A hint of color returned to Astoria's pale cheeks. Ginny Weasley seemed to conclude that there was no longer space in this compartment, and she turned to leave, prompting Jon to exhale in relief. Sister, I believe I can manage quite well on my own, Astoria whispered. Perhaps one of the few times in her life she dared to defy her sister. What did you say? Daphne Greengrass could scarcely believe her ears. She seized Astoria's hand with a fierce grip and then directed a furious shout at Jon. I will not allow my sister to remain in a compartment with a filthy mudblood. With that, she forcefully dragged Astoria away, departing with a resolute stride. Jon felt a slight tremor in his hands, an unusual manifestation of such intense emotion, anger. The last time he experienced anything akin to this was in his previous life during an academic conference in Marseille, when a German man referred to him derogatorily as Chink. In a fit of rage, he had rushed over and struck the man several times. If it hadn't been for the good relationship his mentor had with the conference organizers, this incident might have led to disciplinary action upon his return to his university. The fury he felt now was nearly identical to that which he had felt then. Jon's initial thought was to draw his wand and cast a petrification spell. However, the wand lay ensconced within his suitcase, and by the time he retrieved it, Daphne would likely have departed. With a furrowed brow, he returned to his seat. Although he had successfully evaded Ginny Weasley, he felt no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. He traced vague patterns on the table with his finger, noting that it was the 1st of September. The latitude of the Scottish Highlands hovered around 56 to 57 degrees north, with a longitude near 3 degrees west, situated within the Greenwich Mean Time Zone, 0. Thus, the calculation became straightforward. Sunset time, 180 Time Zone 15, longitude Arcos 10, 10,547 81,000 cos 2 date 9, 365, tan, latitude 180, 180. 15. A simple computation revealed that the sunset in the Scottish Highlands occurred at approximately 1913, 40. According to the original narrative, the train would not arrive at Hogwarts until after nightfall. Covering a mere 400 miles, the journey would take over 8 hours, a truly sluggish pace. With such a short distance, perhaps the Harmony train could manage to reach Hogwarts in time for lunch. Jon set the alarm for 7:10 p.m. and reclined in his seat, succumbing to slumber. As the alarm's shrill cry pierced the stillness, Jon stirred from his dreams. It was now 7:10 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, and the twilight had nearly enveloped the surroundings in darkness. He hastily retrieved his black Hogwarts robe from his suitcase and donned it. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it is delivered to the school, a voice echoed throughout the carriage. This was indeed welcome news, for he would not have to bear the burden of such heavy luggage to the school. The train gradually decelerated and ultimately came to a halt. Jon squeezed his way to the edge of the exit, as travelers jostled and crowded towards the door, cramming onto a dim and cramped platform. First year students, come this way. A resounding voice called out from ahead. Jon beheld a striking figure amidst the throng. A towering man whose visage was nearly obscured by a wild mane of hair and a tangled, bushy beard. Yet, the glimmer of his beetle-like eyes shone through the unruly locks. I am Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Above the bustling crowd, the burly man displayed a warm smile. Come along, follow me, We have first-year students, do we not? Mind your step now, all right. First-year students, follow me. Although the majority of the first-year students trailed behind Hagrid, they maintained a respectful distance due to his formidable stature and fierce countenance. Jon followed Hagrid without a hint of hesitation, fully aware that although Hagrid appeared somewhat fierce, he was, in truth, a quintessentially kind-hearted individual. Beside Jon stood a rather peculiar girl, her disheveled, waist-length white hair cascading around her, complemented by very pale eyebrows and bulging eyes. "What a marvelous journey, isn't it?" she exclaimed, her face alight with wonder. Indeed, Jon nodded, though he could not quite discern what was so marvelous about it. They trailed behind Hagrid, slipping and stumbling as they seemingly navigated a steep and narrow path downhill. "Just around this bend, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts," Hagrid called back to them. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded before them, prompting gasps of awe from all, including Jon, who had somewhat prepared himself for the sight. "There it is, Hogwarts," Hagrid shouted, gesturing towards the opposite shore of the lake. Perched upon a high hillside across the water was a magnificent castle, its towers reaching skyward, with windows twinkling under the starlit sky. "Each boat can hold no more than 4 people," Hagrid bellowed, pointing at a line of small boats moored at the shore. Jon stepped aboard one of the boats, accompanied by the peculiar girl with white hair and 2 unfamiliar young boys. "Have they all boarded?" Hagrid called out, as he himself occupied a separate vessel. "All right. Let us proceed." At once, a fleet of small boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake. This was likely a rite of passage for the new students of Hogwarts, Jon mused as he rowed. The 4 founders, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, had arrived at Hogwarts by navigating these very waters. Thus, every newcomer to Hogwarts was destined to retrace their steps. The boats carried them through a verdant veil of ivy that draped over the cliffs, arriving at a concealed, open entrance. They traversed a pitch-black tunnel, seemingly descending into the castle's depths, ultimately reaching a location reminiscent of an underground dock, before ascending onto a terrain strewn with gravel and pebbles, illuminated by Hagrid's lantern. They climbed a flight of stone steps, gathering before a colossal oak door. Hagrid raised a tattered pink umbrella and rapped 3 times upon the castle's entrance. The door swung open with alacrity. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Hagrid beamed at the diminutive wizards behind him, winking as he forged ahead. Before them stood a stone wall, encircled by blazing torches. The ceiling soared so high it was nearly lost from view. Directly ahead lay a lavish marble staircase leading to the upper levels. "Jon." A small hand tugged at the hem of Jon's robe. "What is it?" Turning at the sound of the familiar voice, Jon replied calmly, "Miss Greengrass." In the glow of the torches, Astoria Greengrass's face appeared even paler than during the day. Upon hearing the formal address, her hand seemed to tremble slightly. Astoria spoke softly. "Daphne." She truly did not mean it. She was not intentionally calling you a mudblood. She simply slipped. Jon's voice bore no trace of sympathy. "Perhaps you are accustomed to this nomenclature at home, and today was merely a moment of anger that led to an unfortunate slip in front of others?" "No, that's not it," Astoria attempted to clarify. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Hagrid's loud exclamation. "Professor Snape, what brings you here?" A middle-aged man with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and waxen skin emerged from a small room at an angle. Jon suddenly sensed Professor Severus Snape's gaze fixated upon him, compelling him to lower his head hastily. He had just come from a door situated alarmingly close to his position, possibly overhearing his conversation with Astoria. Snape halted within a yard of Jon and slowly spoke. "I heard from Barlow that a remarkably precious Whomping Willow seems to have sustained some injury, and I am about to investigate." "Very well." Hagrid nodded. "I am currently escorting the first-year students to the sorting ceremony." With that, Hagrid continued onward, and Jon promptly kept his head down as he followed. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he felt Snape's gaze lingering on the back of his head until he was out of sight. Hagrid led them to a small, vacant room. The young wizards surged in, jostling against one another, nervously scrutinizing their surroundings. Professor Minerva McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green robe, awaited them there. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. Now, please leave them to me. Welcome to Hogwarts." In contrast to Hagrid, when Professor McGonagall uttered these words, her expression was exceedingly serious, devoid of any semblance of a smile. The first-year students could evidently sense that this venerable professor was not to be trifled with. They fell silent, refraining from whispering to one another. The feast was about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first ascertain which house you will belong to. McGonagall succinctly introduced the sorting ceremony in the House Cup. Once I am prepared over there, I shall return to escort you. McGonagall prepared to depart, casually inquiring, while you wait, please ensure you remain silent. Are there any questions? Jon raised his hand high. What is it, Mr. Hart? It was evident that Professor McGonagall still held some recollection of the little wizard who had once kicked her. Professor. Jon cleared his throat gently, confident that Professor McGonagall, in her fairness, would not hold a grudge against him for an inadvertent mishap from a month prior. Earlier on the train, I encountered a second-year Hogwarts student who referred to me as a mudblood. To be honest, I do not quite grasp the meaning of that term. Yet, judging by her expression at the time, it certainly did not seem like a term of endearment. Jon's expression was remarkably serene, as if he were genuinely unaware of the meaning of the term mudblood. Who dared utter such an insulting word? Professor McGonagall's countenance shifted abruptly. How could one have the audacity to speak such a term within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts? For a millennium, this institution has been dedicated to eradicating the prejudices that exist between pureblood wizards and those born of Muggle lineage. It seemed she had mentioned her name, Gringotts? Gringotts? Professor McGonagall's demeanor regained its composure. Mr. Hart, that is a vile curse, a defamatory label. Disregard her words. For no one would dare address you in such a manner at Hogwarts. As she spoke, her piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Subsequently, she exited the room. Jon faintly heard Professor McGonagall's furious voice echoing from the hall. Daphne Greengrass, you are to wait for me on the marble staircase outside my office. In the room beside the corridor. Phileas, could you kindly fetch Severus for me? However, Jon did not attract much attention from the group of first-year students. Their focus was primarily directed towards the impending sorting ceremony. After all, the tradition of instilling a sense of trepidation in first-year students at Hogwarts was a time-honored ritual passed down through generations. Originally, Atoria should have been eagerly discussing with her fellow young wizards whether the sorting ceremony involved vanquishing a troll or unleashing 10 spells. Yet, she stood there in a daze. Why would you do this, sister? Daphne will be expelled for this. It's her own doing. Jon replied calmly. I don't believe Hogwarts would expel a student over a mere insult. She truly meant no malice. I think it would be best for you to explain this to Professor McGonagall. Atoria decided to turn away, opting to disregard him. Jon had no intention of retreating. Instead, he beheld a wall ahead, from which emerged a sudden flurry of around 20 phantoms. These pearl-white, translucent apparitions glided across the room, whispering to one another. A few timid girls let out shrill screams. First-year newcomers, exclaimed a plump, jovial ghost, smiling at them. I presume you are preparing to take the test? Before they could respond, a high-pitched voice resonated from the surrounding walls. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Form a single line. Professor McGonagall returned, announcing. A slight murmur arose within the crowd, but under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they eventually arranged themselves in a neat line. Before Jon stood Atoria, who had resolutely decided not to look back, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 meters between them. The young wizards emerged from the room, traversing a narrow corridor, and arrived in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts. This magnificent hall featured a long table at the dais, occupied by an array of diverse teachers. Following Professor McGonagall's instructions, they faced away from the faculty at the long table. Before them lay 4 horizontally arranged long tables, where hundreds of Hogwarts upperclassmen applauded them enthusiastically. The ceiling above twinkled with stars, so strikingly realistic that even with some mental preparation, Jon couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder deep within. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before them, atop which rested a pointed wizarding hat. This must be the legendary hat of Godric Gryffindor, now known as the Sorting Hat. The hat opened its mouth and began to sing its original song in a raspy voice. The soulful melody was so overwhelming that one might feel compelled to cover their ears. After a few grueling minutes, the Sorting Hat finally concluded its performance. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat, take a seat on the stool, and await your sorting, she announced. Seamus Avery, a tall boy with a freckled face, stumbled out of the crowd and donned the hat. Slytherin! Erupted a thunderous cheer from the table on the far right, while a faint hiss emanated from the leftmost table. The tall boy, visibly relieved, hurried over. The name Avery seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps associated with the Death Eater. He appeared to be yet another second-generation scion. Teresa Baker, Ravenclaw. This time, applause erupted from the second table on the left, as several Ravenclaw students congratulated Teresa with handshakes. Colin Creevey became the first Gryffindor newcomer. prompting an immediate cheer from the farthest table on the left, where the Weasley brothers were celebrating. Astoria Greengrass. Astoria approached and placed the hat upon her head. Slytherin, the hat proclaimed, barely grazing her hair before declaring loudly. Perhaps due to her sister's influence, her expression suggested she was not particularly pleased. Upon witnessing Draco Malfoy offering Astoria his seat, Jon couldn't suppress a disdainful snort. Jon Hart. The Sorting Hat promptly called his name. Jon stood up, feeling as though the gaze of the entire hall was fixed upon him. Lowering his head slightly, he approached and donned the Sorting Hat. It was challenging, exceedingly so. A sharp voice echoed in Jon's ear. It is evident you possess great courage, a kind heart, and commendable talent. I wish to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Jon silently affirmed to himself. What? The Sorting Hat's sharp voice seemed incredulous. I wish to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Undoubtedly. While you meet all the criteria to become a Hufflepuff student, I believe that may not be the wisest choice. I wish to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Have you made up your mind? Should you choose Gryffindor, it would undoubtedly lead you to greatness. I wish to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Do you have no other aspirations? The Sorting Hat exclaimed with some impatience. I wish to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Is that the only phrase you can repeat? The Sorting Hat appeared somewhat irked. I wish to be sorted into Hufflepuff. As Jon reiterated this statement for the 6th time, the Sorting Hat could no longer contain itself and bellowed the name across the entire dining hall. Hufflepuff. The crowd at the table to his right erupted into applause and cheers. The portly friar waved at him in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, at the farthest table on the right, Astoria let out a faint sigh upon hearing this declaration for reasons unknown. Jon let out a sigh of relief. He was finally spared the anxiety of accompanying that group of protagonists in Gryffindor. To be frank, you are the second student this century to voluntarily request placement in Hufflepuff. The voice of the Sorting Hat echoed once more in Jon's ears. Oh, who was the first? Newt Scamander. I hope you can achieve greatness akin to his. The Sorting Hat bestowed its heartfelt wishes. Mr. Scamander was expelled from Hogwarts in his 5th year. Just as Jon was about to engage the hat further, Professor McGonagall approached and rudely yanked the hat from his head. Luna Lovegood. Professor McGonagall proclaimed loudly. The peculiar girl who had previously shared a boat with Jon hurried over. Jon approached the table to his right, where a tall boy greeted him. Welcome to Hufflepuff. I am Gabriel Dumbledore, the head of Hufflepuff. Hello, Gabriel. Come, Jon, sit here. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids pulled Jon to the seat beside her. The sorting ceremony was still underway. Luna Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Stephen Lucas, like Jon, became a new member of Hufflepuff. Applause resonated throughout the hall as new students were welcomed into their respective houses. The final 2, Ginny Weasley, went a Gryffindor, and maid Lena Yaxley was sorted into Slytherin. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat, preparing to put it away. Suddenly, the hall doors swung open, and Professors Snape and Flitwick returned, followed closely by Daphne Greengrass, who walked with her head bowed, her face seemingly marked by tears. Professor Snape commanded his students to return to the Slytherin table and leaned in to whisper a few words to Professor McGonagall. Her expression shifted noticeably. She hastily followed Snape, leaving the Sorting Hat behind. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick ascended to the podium and conversed quietly with Professor Dumbledore. The latter's expression changed instantly, and he too swiftly exited the hall, not even managing to utter his classic phrases of admonition. With the headmaster and deputy headmaster absent, it fell to Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, to address the new students, welcoming them to the campus, introducing the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, and reminding everyone of the Forbidden Forest restrictions and Quidditch player evaluations. The feast commenced. Would you like some steak? The girl with the golden braids enthusiastically suggested to Jon. The steak at Hogwarts is exceptional. Thank you. Jon quickly cut a piece of steak. By the way, I still do not know your name. Hannah Abbott. I'm a 2nd-year student. Wow. Jon solemnly set down his cutlery and shook her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hannah? Oh no, Miss Abbott. Hannah animatedly introduced Jon to Hogwarts, sharing that it was a safe place, that Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in the world, that Hufflepuff students were united, and that Professor Pomona Sprout was exceedingly kind to them. She also cautioned against wandering the school at night, recounting how 3 Gryffindors had lost 150 points for their reckless behavior last year. By the way, do you know Harry Potter? Hannah suddenly asked with a mysterious air. Harry Potter, you mean the boy who lived? Jon responded, feigning surprise. Yes. Hannah beamed with pride. Harry Potter is one of our students. He is in Gryffindor. My grandfather has always hoped I could join Gryffindor. He graduated from there, but unfortunately, the sorting hat deemed my courage insufficient. As she spoke, Hannah's tone turned a bit wistful, and she gazed toward the Gryffindor table, hoping to catch a glimpse of Harry. Unbeknownst to her, Harry Potter was currently in Professor McGonagall's office with Ron Weasley, having just caused a significant ruckus, prompting McGonagall, Dumbledore, and even Snape to rush to their aid. By the way, there is something you might not know about Hogwarts, Hannah continued. At the end of last term, Harry once again thwarted the Dark Lord's scheme. Professor Dumbledore awarded Harry and his friends 160 points, helping Gryffindor seize the House Cup from Slytherin. Wow. Jon nodded enthusiastically. Jon had just discovered that the legendary Hannah Abbott was, in fact, a fervent admirer of Harry. However, he could not accept the notion of a predetermined trophy for the House Cup, awarded based on the arbitrary distribution of points by Dumbledore at the end of the term. How could others possibly compete under such circumstances? By the way, how long had it been since Hufflepuff last claimed the House Cup? Jon inquired with curiosity. Hannah appeared somewhat uneasy at this question. 79 years. A tall and handsome boy turned around and stated earnestly. The last time Hufflepuff won the House Cup was in 1913. This time frame exceeded Jon's expectations. In that moment, a fleeting thought crossed Jon's mind about assisting Hufflepuff in securing a House Cup victory. However, he quickly dismissed this impractical notion, which seemed even more challenging than vanquishing Voldemort himself. Jon Hart, right? I remembered your name from the sorting ceremony. The charming boy smiled as he introduced himself. I am Cedric Diggory. Cedric, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, was the only fourth year to ever hold such a position in this century. Behind him, Hannah gazed at him with admiration and quietly reminded Jon, he has consistently ranked first in his year. It became evident to Jon that he had misjudged. Hannah was not merely a fan of the savior Harry. Hello, Cedric. Jon smiled as he shook Cedric's hand. They exchanged a few more words before the banquet gradually came to a close, with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape returning. Dumbledore once again introduced Gilderoy Lockhart, and then began directing everyone to sing the school song. Hogwarts, 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 please impart your wisdom to us. Whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds can embrace intriguing knowledge. As the song faded away, Dumbledore rose to deliver the closing remarks of the evening. There is nothing more enchanting than what we have shared here. It is now time for bed. Everyone, please return to your dormitories. First-year students, follow me. Gabriel Tremaine, the head of Hufflepuff, raised his hand high, signaling the first-year Hufflepuff students to come closer. Students from Gryffindor to Slytherin filed out in succession. Observing the throng of students and the length of the tables, Jon noticed that the number of Hufflepuff students was nearly double that of their counterparts in Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Following Gabrielle, they navigated through the bustling crowd, exited the dining hall, and ascended the marble staircase. Congratulations! We warmly welcome you to Hufflepuff House, Gabrielle announced as they walked. Introducing the new students to their house, our emblem is the badger, an often underestimated creature. It remains calm until provoked, at which point it can confront animals much larger than itself, including wolves. The Hufflepuff common room was located on the basement level, along the same corridor as the kitchens. Gabrielle led the way, traversing a hallway while ignoring the stares and whispers of the portraits as they passed. Jon felt they had arrived at the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. Ahead lay the potions classroom, and to the right, beyond a stone wall, was the Slytherin common room. I assure you, I have never sneaked into the Slytherin common room, Gabrielle declared, winking playfully. Perhaps you ought to make way, first-year Hufflepuffs. A cool voice called from behind them. Good evening, Miss Farley. Gabrielle gestured for the Hufflepuff newcomers to step aside as she lingered at the back of the line. There were also Slytherin first years. Gemma Farley, the head of Slytherin, was leading her first years, and they crossed paths. Let us each yield a bit, Gabrielle suggested. Agreed. Farley nodded. The two groups parted, one to the left and the other to the right. The Slytherin group turned right, while the Hufflepuff group continued onward. Atoria Greengrass was just behind Farley, nearly brushing past Jon, yet neither of them looked up. Fear not, Slytherin. The badger shall never fear the serpent. Gabrielle chuckled. Now, where was I? Oh yes, just ahead lies the kitchen. Gabrielle led them through another corridor. The entrance to the common room was concealed among a stack of large barrels in the right corner of the kitchen corridor. Just like this, knock on the bottom of the two large barrels in the second row to the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, and the lid will swing open automatically. We are the only house at Hogwarts equipped with a repelling charm for intruders. If you knock on the wrong lid or strike the rhythm incorrectly, well, The intruders shall be doused in vinegar." As she spoke, Gabrielle climbed into one of the large barrels. Jon and the other first-year Hufflepuff students exchanged glances before they all ventured inside. They proceeded slowly along the corridor, traversing a subterranean tunnel as round as an oak barrel, until they arrived at a circular room with a gently earthy aroma and a low ceiling. The space was furnished with numerous cushioned sofas and chairs. They had reached the Hufflepuff common room. During daylight hours, this place would bask in sunlight, with the round windows offering glimpses of swaying grass and dandelions. Gabriel opened one of the arched doors within the room, announcing, "Now, I shall take you to your dormitory for a glimpse." The other first-year Hufflepuffs followed eagerly in Gabriel's footsteps. Jon paused in his tracks, standing before a blazing hearth, where an exquisite portrait of a witch adorned the mantel. Beneath the image was a small inscription, "Helga Hufflepuff, 964-1032, revered as one of the greatest witches in the annals of British magical history." Born in the valleys of Wales in the year 964, she played a pivotal role in the establishment of Hogwarts in 993, advocating that every child with wizarding potential should be granted admission to the school, serving as the second headmistress of Hogwarts from 998 to 1032. Hufflepuff's most remarkable achievement was the discovery of over 200 specific uses for various herbs. Furthermore, she made significant contributions to culinary charms and the protection of house elves. In the portrait, Helga Hufflepuff appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, strikingly beautiful, emanating an aura of gentleness and kindness, elegantly poised before the newly constructed Hogwarts castle, her eyes gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Jon bowed solemnly, lowering himself before the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, the esteemed founder of Hufflepuff House and Hogwarts. Each year, Hogwarts welcomed a multitude of new students. Gryffindor selected those imbued with bravery and fearlessness, Slytherin chose those of pure bloodlines and ambition, while Ravenclaw attracted the wise and astute. But what of Hufflepuff? Did she merely accept the honest and diligent? No, she embraced all those overlooked by the other houses, regardless of their conformity to Hufflepuff as standards. Imagine a young wizard receiving his letter from Hogwarts, joyfully navigating his way across the lake, only to be told by the Sorting Hat that he was neither brave nor ambitious, lacked wisdom and cunning, and certainly did not embody honesty or hard work. He would be left unchosen by any house, facing the grim prospect of being subjected to the forgetfulness charm and rowing back home. How utterly cruel that would be. Yet Helga Hufflepuff intervened, inviting him to join her house, even if he possessed no discernible qualities. As long as he was a wizard, no matter how clumsy or foolish, his very essence as a wizard granted him the right to receive an education at Hogwarts. Jon reminisced about the students of Hufflepuff in the dining hall, whose numbers were nearly double those of the other houses. If it were not for Helga, it was likely that half of them would have faced a cruel elimination on the very first day of school. After bowing, Jon lifted his head and noticed the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff winking at him. He smiled back at the portrait before making his way towards the arched doorway opened by Gabriel. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Jon Hart awoke from his slumber. Rising from his bed, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was now in the Hufflepuff boys' dormitory. The Hufflepuff dormitory was designed with individual rooms, each student having their own compartment. Although each compartment appeared quite small from the outside, the interior space was surprisingly spacious. His suitcase had been brought in, containing 2 glass cages housing South African red spiders, which were placed on the windowsill. Jon approached the glass enclosure and retrieved several deceased mealworms from a small box beside the cage, tossing them into the habitat without much concern for the well-being of his 2 pet spiders. He merely hoped they would endure until around Halloween. After a brief grooming and donning his black Hogwarts robe, he made his way to the Hufflepuff common room. At this early hour, around 6:15, the room was entirely devoid of life. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the botanical specimens arranged throughout the room, all of which had been placed there by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Jon had no intention of lingering in the common room. He traversed the circular underground tunnel and emerged from the barrel, returning to the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts' lower level. The school regulations strictly prohibited wandering the premises at night, and Jon lacked the invisibility cloak or the Marauder's map, formidable tools that would enable him to explore the school with ease after dark. However, this did not deter him from rising early at around 6 in the morning to stroll through the eerily tranquil campus, an activity that neither contravened the rules nor lacked the advantage of brighter light. Jon's first stop was the kitchen, conveniently located adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. He wished to enjoy a hearty breakfast. However, at this hour, the dining hall was undoubtedly closed. Gabriel had mentioned yesterday that the kitchen was situated along this very corridor. As Jon muttered to himself, he surveyed his surroundings. Before long, he discovered a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruit. Jon extended a finger and gently scratched the surface of the verdant pear. To his surprise, the pear began to wriggle and chuckle, suddenly transforming into an oversized green doorknob. Upon passing through this door, he was greeted by a room nearly as large as the dining hall itself. Its stone walls adorned with an array of gleaming copper pots and bowls, while a grand brick fireplace loomed at the far end. "Good day, sir." A diminutive creature darted towards him with remarkable speed. "How may I assist you?" It was an unappealing little goblin. A house elf sporting large bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. Even with some mental preparation, Jon was taken aback. "Hello." Jon composed himself and extended his hand towards the house elf. "I am Jon Hart, a student of Hufflepuff. May I request a breakfast from you?" "Hufflepuff!" the house elf exclaimed with a piercing shriek. "Welcome, most welcome. It is my honor." As it squealed, it anxiously clasped Jon's fingers with both of its hands. Immediately, 6 more house elves hurried in from behind, carrying a sizable silver tray laden with a large cup of milk, a glass, and a generous platter of cookies. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it, but this is quite excessive," Jon stated earnestly. "By the way, I do not yet know your name." "My name is Klein," the house elf replied, wiping away tears. "To serve a student of Hufflepuff is our privilege." More and more house elves gathered around, thrusting bread, cream cakes, and pies into Jon's hands. "Enough, enough. This is far too much," he protested, redirecting his gaze back to Klein. "Wait, why do you emphasize Hufflepuff? 1,000 years ago, the lives of house elves were dire. Lady Helga Hufflepuff brought our ancestors to work in the Hogwarts kitchens, ensuring we had work and were not mistreated. She provided us a better life than any other house elves elsewhere," Klein choked out. "Protecting Hufflepuff is the mission of every house elf at Hogwarts." 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of over 100 house elves, Jon's robe was stuffed full of food as he departed the kitchen. It seemed he had made the right choice in selecting Hufflepuff. At least he would be well fed during his time at school. Moreover, he began to comprehend why there were no enchantments to deter intruders in the Hufflepuff common room and why it had remained uninvaded by strangers for nearly a millennium. The house elves were always vigilant at the entrance, ensuring that any unauthorized intruder would be expelled. He did not return to the Hufflepuff common room, nor did he rush to class, as it was still only 6:30. Instead, he made his way upstairs towards the castle. The staircases of Hogwarts were quite intricate, but fortunately, he could ask the portraits for directions, most of which were eager to assist him. After navigating the winding stairs, Jon finally reached the 8th floor of the castle. After more than 10 minutes, he found the wall opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnaby. He paced back and forth along this wall 3 times, and to his astonishment, a brilliantly polished door materialized. The entrance to the room of requirement appeared before Jon. He reached out, turned the brass handle, and pushed the door open. Inside, he discovered a dining table set with a complete array of utensils. "Wow, this is truly magical," Jon exclaimed, unloading the cookies, cakes, and bread he had stuffed into his robe onto the tray. He then picked up the utensils and began to relish his breakfast. "Perhaps I should test the limits of what the room of requirement can provide," Jon mused to himself, contemplating starting from the broadest scope and narrowing it down gradually. Jon stood up. "I require a strategic missile silo, along with an intercontinental ballistic missile armed with a nuclear warhead." He mused inwardly, it need not be excessively powerful. A Dongfeng 5, Topal M, or Minuteman 3 would suffice. Suddenly, the entire small room began to tremble violently. The dining table before him vanished abruptly, taking with it Jon's unfinished breakfast. The intense shaking persisted for half a minute, leading Jon to nearly believe it was an earthquake. However, the anticipated missile silo and nuclear missile did not materialize. In fact, after the tumultuous shaking, the room was left completely barren, and nothing had occurred. This left Jon somewhat disheartened. It appeared that the wish-granting room had made an effort, yet it lacked the capability. Perhaps a simpler request was in order. Jon cleared his throat. "Then I shall request a multiple rocket launcher capable of covering the entirety of Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest." Within 30 seconds, a grad or tornado would do. The violent shaking erupted once more, and just as Jon was about to lose his footing, a pillar suddenly appeared before him, allowing him to grasp it and regain his balance. Yet, the wish-granting room's performance ended there. The expected rocket launcher still did not appear. How could this be? Then let us try a more basic request, a Type 59 main battle tank. Still nothing? a 35mm Type 87 grenade launcher. Surely that is not too much to ask? Perhaps an AK-47 assault. Jon employed yet another method to confirm his suspicions. He requested several tomes on dark magic defense from the Room of Requirement, and immediately, the volumes materialized before him. Curses and counter-curses, common dark arts and their defensive strategies, and the compendium of self-protection spells. Upon scrutinizing the publication dates of these texts, he found them all, without exception, to have been published prior to the 9th and 10th centuries. It appeared that these books on dark magic defense held little value. Thus, Jon cast them aside. Magic from a millennium ago had surely evolved through countless generations, rendering it vastly different from contemporary practices. The lack of practicality suggested that blind study would lead to many missteps. With a wave of his hand, the armor, sword, and books vanished, replaced by a row of spyglasses and detection devices, along with a large scrying mirror, an array of dark magic defense apparatuses, though their efficacy remained questionable. There were also enormous silk cushions and several animated mannequins. Raising his bamboo wand, he commenced practicing the petrification spell, the only offensive incantation at his disposal at this juncture. While its lethality was minimal, he understood the necessity of honing his skills to bolster his defensive capabilities when confronted by foes. Upon departing from the Room of Requirement, the clock indicated it was already 8 o'clock. The morning classes at Hogwarts commenced at 8:30. With the inaugural lesson of the term being Professor Minerva McGonagall's Transfiguration class, attended by both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor first years. The Transfiguration classroom was located on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle, and within just a few minutes, Jon arrived at his destination. The classroom door stood ajar, revealing an empty interior. It seemed that the first-year students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were still enjoying their breakfast in the Great Hall. Aside from the podium, a calico cat stood sentinel. Jon, not daring to be negligent, approached the podium with utmost respect and bowed deeply to the cat. Professor McGonagall. The tabby cat glanced at Jon and nodded, yet did not transform into her human form. Jon found a seat in the front row and opened his copy of Emery Switch's Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. As he aimlessly leafed through the pages, having long since memorized its contents from cover to cover, he cast furtive glances at the tabby cat on the podium. The Animagus transformation was indeed a formidable magic. Professor McGonagall had assumed the form of this tabby, not merely mimicking a cat's appearance but embodying its physiological traits and instincts. In essence, she had acquired certain primal instincts characteristic of felines. However, to Jon, the significance of this magic seemed rather limited. After all, the Animagus transformation was restricted to non-magical creatures, and transforming magical beings, such as phoenixes, dragons, or griffins, could yield unpredictable consequences. Thus, becoming an animal did not enhance one's combat prowess. Rather, it reduced a capable wizard, adept at casting spells, to an ordinary creature reliant solely on claws and teeth. More importantly, conventional transfiguration could also temporarily transform a wizard into an animal, albeit with less efficacy than the Animagus form. Yet, if the purpose was merely for reconnaissance, such transformations would suffice and offer a variety of forms, unlike the singularity of the Animagus. Not to mention, mastering Animagus transformation required several years of dedication, with a considerable risk of failure even after such time, presenting a significant hazard. Throughout the entire 20th century, only 7 registered animagi existed, and when including the unregistered, the number barely reached 20. Thus, for an average wizard, it was an exceedingly challenging form of magic. In simple terms, the effort and reward were entirely disproportionate. Silently critiquing the Animagus spell, Jon greeted his fellow first-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors as they arrived. "Hello, Jon. Hello, Stephen. Good morning, Jon. Good morning, Eloise." Engaging in light conversation, they remained unaware that the tabby cat on the podium was, in fact, Professor McGonagall. Among them, Stephen Lucas attempted to pet the tabby, but was stopped by Jon. Ginny Weasley also arrived, taking a seat close to Jon on his right. By 8:30, all students had gathered. It was unlikely anyone would be late on the first day of class. "Good morning, everyone." Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly rang out from the podium, startling most of the students. "Please maintain silence." The classroom fell into an immediate hush. "I am Minerva McGonagall, your transfiguration instructor," she briefly introduced herself. Transforming an object or a person into something else is a rather perilous endeavor. Professor McGonagall's voice was not loud, yet it possessed an unusual persuasiveness. A careless student could inadvertently transform themselves or another into a pig, a sheep, or even something worse. Such incidents have occurred numerous times in Hogwarts history. After a brief pause, she continued, if fortunate, such transformations may not be permanent. However, if they are, it would spell catastrophe. It was known that 16 magical creatures had arisen from the failures of wizards' transfiguration attempts, including the infamous five-legged beast, in British history. At least 300 wizards had perished due to their failed transformations, while nearly 900 others suffered lifelong disabilities from such mishaps. I hope you will not become part of that unfortunate statistic. Professor McGonagall cast a meaningful glance over the crowd. The transfiguration classroom was enveloped in a palpable silence, as young wizards exchanged apprehensive glances. Once you grasp the dangers of transfiguration, I will introduce you to its complexities and wonders. As she spoke, she waved her wand. In an instant, the podium transformed into a magnificent lion. Roar. The lion let out a ferocious roar, leaping towards Colin Creevy's seat, nearly startling the small Gryffindor boy out of his chair. Several students nearby recoiled in fright. Professor McGonagall waved her wand once more. The lion took 2 steps forward before morphing into a diminutive badger, darting around the desks and even leaping onto John's table, leaving a paw print in its wake. After a flurry of activity, the badger returned to Professor McGonagall's side, reverting back to the podium. The students, who had just been engulfed in anxiety over transfiguration, were now captivated and eager to learn how to replicate such feats. Of course, transforming furniture into animals is a skill reserved for upper years. Professor McGonagall gestured for silence. We shall begin with the simplest task, turning a matchstick into a needle. She distributed several matchsticks to each student. Picture the form of a needle in your mind. Retaining that image until it solidifies, do not allow any slight deviations. Now, align the matchstick before you with the needle in your mind. The incantation is Acus. Remember to place the emphasis on the latter syllable. Now, raise your wands. Acus. John raised his wand and confidently uttered the spell. However, the matchstick before him appeared unchanged. Very well done, Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from John's right. A commendable first attempt. Gryffindor earns a point. All eyes in the classroom turned to Ginny Weasley, whose matchstick had begun to exhibit a slight transformation at the end. Could it be that Voldemort's diary possessed some kind of enchanted effect? Gazing at the unaltered matchstick in his hand, John absent-mindedly ruffled his hair. After one lesson, only 4 students had managed to effect a change in their matchsticks, with Jon Hart being the 4th. His modification was merely a slight sharpening of the match's tip, while Ginny Weasley had transformed her matchstick into a rudimentary needle. In her joy, Professor McGonagall awarded an extra point to Gryffindor for her achievement. This left John feeling somewhat disheartened, not due to a desire for recognition or additional points. He had memorized the entire beginner's guide to transfiguration, while most of his classmates had scarcely opened their textbooks before the term began. In truth, he had a thorough understanding of the theory behind the spell Accio. The fundamental reason for his lack of success lay in his difficulty visualizing the image of a needle and overlaying it with that of the matchstick in his mind. However, there was no time for self-pity, as the Charms class was about to commence. The Charms classroom was located at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Upon arriving, following the stream of Hufflepuff students, John found it already filled with Ravenclaw students. The diminutive Professor Filius Flitwick had to stand atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. Before commencing the lesson, he took attendance. This year's students lacked any prominent figures like Harry Potter, so there was no cause for his astonishment. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick devoted half of the lesson to emphasizing the significance of Charms class, followed by a public demonstration of the spells, the Shattering Spell, the Repairing Spell, and the Summoning Charm. He then guided them in learning how to execute the Levitation Charm, a spell that allows objects to hover momentarily in the air. Professor Flitwick asserted that if the majority of the class could master this spell with ease, he would introduce them to more advanced, intricate, and highly useful charms. Despite half a lesson's practice, not a single student from either house, including John, succeeded in casting the Levitation Charm, although Professor Flitwick comforted them, stating that the Levitation Charm required extensive practice. He noted that only a handful of students had managed to master it in their first class throughout his many years of teaching. Nevertheless, as he made his way to the dining hall, John remained profoundly disappointed. Similar to Transfiguration, he had already grasped the theoretical aspects of the Levitation Charm and even its advanced counterpart, yet struggled to translate that knowledge into practice. The morning of his first day at Hogwarts had evidently been rather disheartening for him. As he pondered these matters on his way to the dining hall after Charms class, John reflected on the nature of wizards in the Harry Potter universe. They were fundamentally different from the scholarly mages of the D&D worldview. Instead, they were sorcerers endowed with an inherent ability to cast spells. The age-old dilemma persisted. The casting of spells by wizards relied heavily on their emotions. This trait represented Jon Hart's most significant flaw as a wizard. As a scholar with over a decade of research experience, a young man who had undergone more than 20 years of materialist education, and a mature individual with a mental age nearing 40. His rational thinking was deeply ingrained, a fact that was difficult to alter. Consequently, Jon found himself unable to match the emotional fluidity of his classmates, whose minds were as blank slates, swayed by their feelings at will. The notion of a powerful wizard casting a forgetfulness charm on him was an idea he could never entertain. 80 to 90% of magic, including but not limited to transfiguration, charms, dark arts, and their defenses, heavily depended on a wizard's emotional state. Jon suspected that he would need to expend several times the effort of others to achieve equivalent results in these areas. Fortunately, his remarkable memory could somewhat mitigate this gap, preventing him from falling too far behind. The remaining 10 to 20% of magic, however, did not rely on emotion. These seemingly rigid spells were where Jon excelled. For instance, if a competent defense against the dark arts instructor were to witness Jon Hart casting the petrification charm, they would likely confirm that his mastery and understanding of the charm surpassed that of most 6th and 7th year students. Jon suddenly recalled that during the sorting ceremony yesterday, the sorting hat had intended to place him in Gryffindor rather than Ravenclaw. Initially, he believed it to be an error on the hat's part. However, the underlying truth was that he lacked the requisite talents within the realm of wizardry and did not possess the qualifications to be a true Ravenclaw. What a disheartening reality. During lunch, Eloise Midgen and Zacharias Smith approached him. Like Jon, they were both first-year students from Hufflepuff. Eloise was a girl with a face marred by acne, exuding an air that was somewhat off-putting, while Zacharias was a tall, lanky boy with a prominent nose. Jon, your performance in Transfiguration was remarkable. You were the only Hufflepuff student to successfully transform a matchstick. Eloise exclaimed with envy. Oh, I merely reviewed the material a few extra times. Jon replied with a dismissive shrug. Professor McGonagall is rather biased. Why does she only award points to Ginny Weasley and not to you? Zacharias chimed in, expressing his frustration with an open mouth. Jon quickly gestured for him to be quiet and deftly diverted the conversation, fortunate that it did not attract the attention of other students. Zacharias seized a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. By the way, do you know Ron Weasley? Harry Potter's sidekick, he exclaimed. What about him? This morning at breakfast, his mother sent him a howler. We nearly died laughing. It turns out that yesterday, Weasley and Harry Potter arrived at school in a flying car. Eloise whispered, that sounds quite cool, as she munched her meal, listening to her classmates boast. So, what is the class this afternoon? Jon casually inquired, setting down his utensils. Herbology with Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout teaches us. She is the head of our Hufflepuff house. But I have yet to meet her. Zacharias spoke with a mouthful of food, making his words somewhat indistinct. Eloise added, Henna told me that Professor Sprout is very kind to us. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jon stepped out of the castle, traversing the vegetable patch, and arrived at the Hogwarts greenhouse. Professor Sprout had numerous bandages wrapped around her arms, and in the distance, Jon noticed that many branches of the Whomping Willow were tightly bound with bandages. 2 mischievous students injured a very precious Whomping Willow. I spent all morning tending to it. Professor Sprout's voice was gentle. She was a short, plump witch clad in patched clothing, speckled with dirt. I hope you all refrain from such antics in the future. Now, follow me to the first greenhouse, she instructed, leading the way, with the first-year students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw trailing behind her. Jon did not encounter the mandrake as he had envisioned. It seemed that the plant carried a certain peril, rendering it unsuitable for first-year students like themselves. Professor Sprout introduced them to 18 varieties of fungi, and Jon, in a mere 15 minutes, successfully identified them all, categorizing them into toxic and non-toxic groups. Well done, Mr. Hart. Professor Sprout beamed with approval, awarding 5 points to Hufflepuff. At the end of the class, she presented Jon with a rare specimen of matsutake, a mushroom of considerable value in potion making. However, the final lesson of the first day brought Jon some trouble. This last class was potions, taught by Professor Severus Snape, attended jointly by Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Having accompanied Professor Sprout to retrieve the matsutake specimen and place it in the Hufflepuff common room, Jon lost track of time and arrived at the potions classroom 3 minutes late. Even death has its prerequisites. And that is you must not be the sort of imbecile I frequently encounter, came Snape's characteristic oily voice from within. I apologize, Professor, Jon said, steeling himself as he pushed the door open. Jon Hart. Snape glanced at the roster in his hand before casting a frosty look in Jon's direction. Snape's eyes, devoid of warmth and hollow, evoked the image of two pitch-black tunnels. Yes, Professor, Jon nodded. To arrive late on the very first day of potions class, this is a first in my over a decade of teaching. Snape sneered. Even Mr. Potter, who revels in breaking school rules, has never behaved in such a manner. I'm truly sorry, Professor, Jon murmured, lowering his gaze. He realized he was in quite a predicament. Severus Snape was arguably the most formidable instructor at Hogwarts, and incurring his wrath promised no favorable outcomes. Moreover, potions was his most cherished subject, and he had no desire to relinquish it. Then what justification do you offer, Mr. Hart? Snape mocked. Perhaps you were busy repelling a Dark Lord's incursion upon Hogwarts, causing your tardiness? A ripple of laughter erupted among the Slytherin students. Jon hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the reason for his tardiness. He feared that revealing the truth would only serve to infuriate Snape further, leading to a more severe punishment. Professor Snape, a student from the back, belonging to Hufflepuff, stood up and exclaimed. Jon was delayed because Professor Sprout summoned him right after the herbology class. The speaker was Zacharias Smith. Jon cast a grateful glance at him. The nuances of expression can yield vastly different outcomes when conveyed by others rather than oneself. Silence, Smith, Snape declared coldly. I should have reminded you that participation in my class requires raising your hand first. 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff. Zacharias's flushed face suggested he was on the verge of confronting Snape. Fortunately, Stephen Lucas managed to restrain him. Snape's indifferent gaze shifted back to Jon. I shall confirm this matter with Pomona, he uttered, then snorted dismissively, gesturing for Jon to enter. Jon hurriedly entered the classroom, clutching a cauldron. The potions class required students to form pairs, with members from Hufflepuff and Slytherin distinctly seated on opposite sides of the room. The Slytherin Snakes, fierce rivals of the Gryffindor Lions, looked down upon the Hufflepuff Badgers, engaging only in brief exchanges with the Ravenclaw Eagles. Naturally, the Hufflepuff students reciprocated with no warmth towards Slytherin. The tensions among these houses had long been whispered about, reaching the ears of the first-year students after the opening feast. However, this particular cohort of students from the two houses was oddly mismatched, as Hufflepuff's first years had already paired off completely, leaving no available spots. In the last row of Slytherin, a tall, somewhat clumsy girl sat all alone. Jon had a vague recollection of her, seemingly the last one during the sorting ceremony, Madalena Yaxley. If memory served him right, she appeared to be yet another scion of the affluent. Just as he was about to approach, he was abruptly called to a halt by Snape. Stop, Mr. Hart, he intoned calmly. Miss Selwyn, you shall pair with Miss Yaxley, Mr. Hart. Kindly take the seat just vacated by Miss Selwyn. The Slytherin girl named Selwyn, her countenance slightly troubled, hastily gathered her cauldron and retreated to the last row. Jon, left with no choice, collected his belongings and occupied her former seat at the forefront of the Slytherin section. His partner, as fate would have it, was none other than a familiar face, Astoria Greengrass. The potions classroom gradually regained its tranquility. Astoria did not engage him in conversation. Indeed, throughout Snape's lesson, no one dared whisper among themselves. Jon extracted the potions and elixirs crafted by Arsene Gig, opening to the first page, his expression betraying no sign of relaxation. He did not believe his troubles were over. As anticipated, Severus Snape abruptly spoke. Tell me, what do you obtain by mixing bad blood grass, Didney, and sneezing grass? Confusion potion, Professor. Jon, well prepared, stood and replied calmly. This potion, when consumed, renders one irritable and reckless. It was indeed a commendable answer. Had it been any other instructor, this response would likely have earned Hufflepuff at least 5 points, yet Snape's countenance remained unchanged. What is the primary function of fire lizard's blood in potion making? Snape continued. Or, to put it differently, what do we typically use it for? Enhancement potion, Professor. Jon answered. Fire lizard's blood is a principal ingredient in enhancement potions, possessing the ability to amplify the effects of other potions. Snape posed the next question. If I were to ask you to procure some white ash, where would you search? White ash predominantly originates from China, the United States, and Mexico, thus I would first require a ticket to East Asia or North America. A few Hufflepuff students chuckled. But upon receiving Snape's glare, they immediately stifled their laughter. White ash typically flourishes on hilly slopes, in flat thickets, or beneath grasslands or sparse forests. Snape pursed his lips tightly, fixing his gaze on Jon. Meanwhile, nearby Hufflepuff students, along with several Slytherin pupils, regarded him with astonishment and even reverence, evidently. These questions and answers were entirely foreign to them. Now, what would result from combining daffodil root powder with wormwood infusion? Snape inquired again. This time, Jon furrowed his brow, contemplating for half a minute before admitting, "I'm sorry, I believe I do not know, Professor." Snape pursed his lips in disdain. He gestured for Jon to take his seat. Daffodil root powder combined with wormwood can concoct a potent sleeping draught, a dose of which is akin to the elixir of life. Snape stated coldly, a remarkable Auror, Gideon Pruitt, perished due to this potion. A friend sent him a bottle of licorice wine, secretly laced with daffodil root powder, and when its effects took hold, 6 Death Eaters arrived, slaughtering him and his brother. Had poor Gideon applied himself more diligently in potion class, he might have evaded even 12 Death Eaters with a timely disapparition. A hint of scorn flickered at the corners of Snape's mouth as he uttered this. However, he did not press Jon further, nor did he deduct points from Hufflepuff, nor award any. This brought Jon a sense of relief. "Why do you not take notes on all this?" Snape turned and bellowed, startling the entire class. The room then filled with the rustling of quills and parchment. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape effortlessly restored order within the classroom. He utilized half the class period to guide 2 groups of students in pairs, teaching them to brew the simplest potion for curing scabies. Although labeled as the simplest of potions, both the ingredients and the procedure appeared quite intricate. Jon Hart and Atoria Greengrass formed a pair, following Snape's directive. Jon retrieved a variety of ingredients from the potion cabinet, including dried nettles, the fangs of a serpent, and quills from a porcupine. Meanwhile, Atoria ignited a flame and placed her cauldron atop it. As they engaged in their preparations, Snape glided through the classroom in a long black cloak, resembling a large bat, scrutinizing their every step. Most of the Hufflepuff students faced his stern criticism, and even many Slytherins were not spared. Upon returning to their seats, Jon moved with agility. Indeed, the actions of grinding, dissolving, and boiling were second nature to him due to his prior experiences. "Why are you grinding the porcupine quills?" Atoria inquired, perplexed. "The book states to chop the quills into pieces and add them with the serpent's fangs. Even a fool ought to understand that powder dissolves far more readily than chunks." Jon shrugged, continuing his grinding. Atoria furrowed her brow and resumed hammering the small piece of serpent fang. "Please place the nettles in the cauldron to dry out the moisture." "Thank you," Jon commanded, carefully mixing the powdered porcupine quills with the crushed serpent fangs. Atoria opened her mouth to respond but remained silent, instead complying with Jon's request. Throughout their process, Snape passed by their station multiple times, pausing to observe their actions for several minutes. He even noted the small dish of finely ground porcupine quills but refrained from any interference, merely casting a sidelong glance at Jon. Once the nettles, porcupine quills, and serpent fangs were added to the cauldron, Atoria remarked, "It needs to boil for 5 minutes. As Jon glanced at his watch, he gradually intensified the flames. Once the amalgamated liquid began to take on a yellow hue, he swiftly reduced the heat, preventing the substance from boiling over. "I hope you won't mess this up," Atoria expressed anxiously from the other side. Jon held no worries regarding the Hogwarts potions textbook, which lacked both authority and accuracy. Even the simplest concepts, such as the ease of extracting juice from beans through squeezing or cutting, were often misrepresented. This was quite understandable, considering that the entire British wizarding community numbered fewer than 10,000, akin to a small town where educators authored their own textbooks, inevitably riddled with errors. Thus, rather than adhering rigidly to tradition, it would be prudent to apply insights gleaned from previous biochemical experiments to make slight amendments to the procedures. After all, even in the magical realm, one must adhere to fundamental principles, mustn't one? Half an hour later, Snape ambled between the desks, scrutinizing each cauldron's output. Upon encountering the unsightly blue concoction produced by Zachariah Smith and Eloise Midgen, a sardonic smile crept across his face. "Do you truly believe you could consume this potion, Mr. Smith and Miss Midgen? As for this brew, it will not cure hemorrhoids. Rather, it will exacerbate them." He offered similar critiques of the work by Selwyn and Ackerley. Nearly every student's creation was met with Snape's pointed observations and scathing remarks until he reached the front row. Upon noticing the clear, pale yellow liquid before Jon and Atoria, Snape's expression shifted, as if he sought a flaw yet found none. "Well done," he stated curtly. Miss Greengrass earned Slytherin 5 points. This was utterly outrageous. The moment Snape departed the potions classroom, Zacharias stormed over, his anger palpable. It's been said that Snape favors Slytherin, but this is beyond the pale. Why grant points only to Greengrass and not to Jon? He cast a fierce glare at Astoria, blaming her for the perceived injustice. Astoria, seemingly unperturbed, quietly organized her cauldron and transferred the potion she had prepared with Jon into a crystal vial. Zacharias ranted about Snape for roughly 5 minutes before strutting out of the potions classroom, while the other Hufflepuff and Slytherin students had long since departed, leaving only Jon and Astoria behind. Astoria finally finished tidying her belongings. "I will speak to Professor Snape," she said softly. "I'll tell him that today's potion was primarily your achievement and that I had little to do with it," urging him to restore points to Hufflepuff. "That's unnecessary," Jon chuckled, unconvinced that Snape would deduct points from Slytherin while rewarding the other houses. "This was not solely my effort. Today's potion was a product of our collective endeavor. I believe that should there be another opportunity, Professor Snape would indeed award points to Hufflepuff." Jon himself found it hard to believe these words, yet Astoria appeared to accept them, nodding earnestly. Once they had gathered their things, the two exited the potions classroom. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms were not far off. Astoria paused, seemingly hesitant. "What's wrong?" Jon inquired. "Professor Snape has given Daphne a week's detention," Astoria replied timidly. "He also commanded Daphne to apologize to you. May I apologize on her behalf?" A week's detention was a punishment far more severe than Jon had anticipated, akin to the penalties imposed on Potter and Weasley for their reckless flying. Nonetheless, it was understandable. For Severus Snape, the term mudblood was undoubtedly the most loathed word, a painful reminder of his past. Jon had no intention of prolonging the matter. "Of course," he replied, blinking. "You can tell Daphne that everything is fine. Thank you," he added with a smile that brightened Astoria's face. "Let's go?" Jon waved his hand. "I'm heading back to the Hufflepuff common room. Goodbye." Thus, the first week of life at Hogwarts unfolded in a rather uneventful manner. In strict terms, Hogwarts is indeed a remarkable school of magic. The instructors for several key subjects are highly skilled, formidable adult wizards, with the exception of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The daily sustenance and living arrangements for the students are exceptionally well provided, making life here quite comfortable. The library at Hogwarts is also one of the largest in Europe, housing nearly 10,000 volumes of various texts. Perhaps the only source of dissatisfaction lies in the complex and troublesome staircases. Hogwarts boasts a total of 142 staircases, some wide and spacious, others narrow and shaky. Some change direction every Friday, while others may suddenly have a step vanish midway, requiring one to remember where to leap. However, these peculiar staircases are understandable. After all, Hogwarts was not merely established as a school, but also as a fortress. Prior to the 10th century, ordinary muggles harbored a great fear of magic, relentlessly persecuting wizards, the witch hunts, while young witches and wizards lacking systematic education were ill-equipped to defend themselves against muggles. Not to mention the ever-watchful magical creatures such as goblins, giants, and werewolves, who were equally poised to attack. Thus, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin came together to construct this castle, serving as both a school to educate young wizards and a sanctuary to protect them from persecution. Countless secret passages and intricate staircases were designed to prevent any potential invasion of Hogwarts, serving the dual purpose of safeguarding young wizards and thwarting external threats. Unfortunately, lacking the Marauders map, which was currently in the hands of the Weasley twins, and with the basilisks soon to roam Hogwarts at night, Jon truly wished to explore the hidden secrets of the school. However, embarking on an exploration of Hogwarts is no simple task. The caretaker, Argus Filch, though somewhat ineffectual, possesses a greater knowledge of the castle's secret passages than most students, not to mention his exceedingly clever cat, Mrs. Norris, who would make it perilous to attempt any rule-breaking in their presence. Aside from transfiguration, charms, herbology, and potions, each comprising 3 classes weekly, every Wednesday evening, Jon and his peers follow Professor Aurora Sinistra to observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. History of Magic classes are held on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, taught by a ghost, Professor Binns. His voice during lectures is monotonous and dreary, often lulling students to sleep. However, Professor Binns possesses an astonishing grasp of magical history. Jon once posed several questions about the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy 1689 during class, and he answered without a moment's hesitation. From his classical attire, Jon even suspected that he might have lived during the same era as the four founders. Thursday morning's flying lessons happened to be Jon's least favorite class, as it was shared between Hufflepuff and Slytherin houses. After the first flying lesson, Jon realized with deep clarity that his talent for Quidditch was virtually non-existent. It took him approximately 10 minutes to summon the broomstick to his hand, and during the flight, had it not been for Madam Hooch's quick reflexes, he would have nearly collided with the castle itself. Zacharias Smith excelled in flying lessons, and from Thursday noon onward, he would spend half an hour at the dining hall boasting about the exhilarating sensation of flying, claiming that in his second year, he would surely usurp Cedric Diggory to become Hufflepuff's seeker. Jon's performance in flying class ranks among the lowest in his cohort, undoubtedly marking it as his weakest subject. The only consolation lies in the fact that Astoria's flying skills are no better. Once on a broomstick, she, too, resembles a grounded bird. Despite this, Jon's frustration with the rules of Quidditch remains unabated. While other players toil exhaustively for a mere 10 points, the Seeker can score a staggering 150 points by merely catching the golden snitch, thereby concluding the match. How can this be fair? Other players labor tirelessly, only to see a Seeker as singular act abruptly end the game and turn the tide, though it is common for players in various positions to have unequal opportunities. Such a disparity feels excessively harsh. Moreover, both 10 and 150 points are multiples of 10 after a century of Quidditch. How is it possible that single-digit scores have never emerged? Why not simply award 1 or 15 points, rather than complicating matters with an extraneous zero? Jon's mild obsession with order is thoroughly vexed by this inconsistency. Nonetheless, it is rather fitting that the position of Seeker appears tailor-made for a savior. There is no need for close combat with other players, allowing for a physique that need not be robust. A Seeker serves as the soul of the team, the paternal figure, with the entire team revolving around them. If a broomstick or quaffle falters, the beaters will abandon their posts to protect the Seeker, who can effortlessly carry the team to victory, even if their teammates are lacking. As for Hogwarts' most amusing class, it is undoubtedly Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts. Technically, this course is meant to be conducted thrice weekly, yet Lockhart has managed to render these sessions into farcical affairs. Perhaps it was during his inaugural lesson with the second-year students that he encountered a mischievous Cornish pixie. For by the time the first-year students attended their first class on Wednesday morning, all practical content had vanished. Lockhart merely presented a stack of worksheets before the gaping eyes of the new students. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? 4. What type of women does Gilderoy Lockhart prefer? And so forth, spanning 3 full pages. The final question read, 54. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what is his ideal birthday gift? As Jon filled out the worksheet, he felt profound sympathy for the upperclassmen who were preparing for their OWLs and Newts. Their grades in defense against the dark arts would likely be dismal. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began grading them in front of the class. Well done, Mr. Hart. You remembered that my favorite color is lavender. This paper earns you 100 points for Hufflepuff, plus an additional 5. Is that even possible? Jon's classmate Zacharias shot him a skeptical glance. Are you also a devoted admirer of Professor Lockhart? A Hufflepuff girl, whose name Jon could not recall, asked dreamily. I suppose so, Jon shrugged. Skimming through Lockhart's works and memorizing his self-absorbed details did not require an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, Lockhart was not entirely without merit. Jon had already devised a plan in his mind. As he pondered, he endeavored to appear more inquisitive, listening attentively to Lockhart's tedious boasts. Hogwarts Library, reputed to be among the largest in Europe, boasts tens of thousands of books, hundreds of shelves, and countless narrow corridors. Its sheer size can be quite daunting. On Saturday morning, Jon Hart found himself in the library, having made it a point to visit during the quiet hours of the past few mornings and afternoons in search of several necessary tomes. Unlike the bustling library at his former university, this vast space was sparsely populated, with only about 20 students present, all of whom were familiar faces. After all, the academic atmosphere at Hogwarts leaves much to be desired. As Jon entered the library, he spotted Justin Finch-Fletchley, a second-year student from Hufflepuff, gesturing animatedly towards himself and a girl with brown, curly hair. Following closely behind her was a red-haired boy, seemingly her lackey. The brown-haired girl listened to Justin for a moment before approaching Jon. Excuse me. She cleared her throat softly. Are you Jon Hart? Yes, Jon nodded, feigning surprise. May I ask who you are? I am Hermione Granger. Wendell is my father, she replied, carefully organizing her words. I believe you might have heard of my name. Oh, you are the daughter of Dr. Granger? Jon interrupted, his expression shifting to one of realization. Indeed, Hermione affirmed with a nod. It is truly a pleasure to meet you, Jon exclaimed warmly, shaking her hand. It is such a pity we did not meet in Diagon Alley. I regret that too. Hermione smiled somewhat awkwardly before inquiring, how has your week at school been? Mainly, I did not know where the Hufflepuff common room was, and after the sorting ceremony, I couldn't find you. Justin mentioned you come to the library every morning, so I decided to wait for you here. Not at all. Jon shook his head, his expression brimming with excitement. Hogwarts is simply magnificent. I swear, I have lived for over a decade and have never witnessed such astounding magic. He rambled on for several minutes, while Hermione nodded in agreement and offered him a few insights about the peculiarities of Hogwarts. It was only when the red-haired boy behind her cleared his throat and quietly reminded, Hermione, we need to go. Harry's Quidditch practice is about to start, that she interrupted. Apologies, I must take my leave. Hermione smiled apologetically at Jon. If you have any questions at Hogwarts, feel free to seek me out. Sure. Hermione and the red-haired boy hurried away. As they departed, the boy shot Jon a curious glance. Who is he? He is the son of a friend of my father. During the summer, my father advised me to look out for him once I arrived at school. Oh, really? He seems quite capable of taking care of himself. Once they had left, Jon let out a sigh, with his father's connections. It was inevitable that he would get to know Hermione Granger. Fortunately, she had no intention of introducing him to her two friends. Jon, you actually know the know-it-all from Gryffindor. Justin Finch-Fletchley approached him briskly, inquiring. Hello, Justin, Jon greeted him, somewhat evasively replying. I suppose we know each other. Miss Hermione Granger is truly impressive, Justin remarked, not lingering on the topic. Instead, he mused, why is it that, despite being of Muggle descent like her, I feel I could never match her academic achievements? The two strolled quietly around the library, engaging in hushed conversation. The first Quidditch match is about to take place. We are up against Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw was the champion of last year's Quidditch Cup, but their previous seeker, Lena Headey, has graduated. They have recruited a new seeker, a third-year student, and I doubt she will be a match for Cedric. Jon led the way, unknowingly guiding Justin to the restricted section of the library. Hearing the familiar sound of slippers approaching from behind, he suddenly raised his voice and inquired, by the way, why do so many students harbor disdain for our administrator? Argus Filch. The footsteps halted abruptly. Filch? Justin shrugged, primarily because the Weasley brothers from Gryffindor have been perpetuating tales of his malevolence. To be honest, I haven't had much interaction with him. I actually find Mr. Filch to be quite amiable. Jon smiled and remarked. He is quite responsible for not allowing us to roam the school after dark. After all, one might encounter trouble and be unable to seek help. He also prevents us from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Professor Flitwick mentioned at the start of term feast that there are exceedingly dangerous creatures within. That is indeed a valid point. Justin nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, I've heard from the Fat Friar that the former administrator, Apollyon Pringle, would punish students with whips upon Mr. Filch's appointment. He abolished corporal punishment and replaced it with detentions. Honestly, I believe he genuinely cares for our well-being. It is worth noting that the abolition of corporal punishment was Dumbledore's initiative. The real Filch was quite supportive of it. However, what does this have to do with Jon Hart? He was merely a first-year student, largely ignorant of Hogwarts, having only heard a few rumors. Perhaps the slippered footsteps resumed. And then Madame Omapants, the librarian, approached, wielding a feather duster. Oh, children, this is the restricted section, which I believe is not a place for you. Madame Pants considered for a moment, setting down her feather duster and attempting to speak as kindly as possible. Apologies, Madam, Justin. Evidently aware of the terrifying wrath of Madame Pants, fled in a state of panic. Jon lagged behind leisurely, observing the distinctly different expression on the face of the librarian. Irma Pants. He realized that his plan was already halfway successful. The librarian, Irma Pants, and Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts Castle, were secretly in love. A deeply concealed secret within Hogwarts, though not to him. Is there something you need, Mr. Hart? Mrs. Pants inquired with a cheerful smile. Yes, ma'am. Jon mustered his courage and replied. In fact, Professor Lockhart sent me to the restricted section to find a few books. Professor Lockhart? Mrs. Pants blinked in surprise. Then her expression shifted to one of reverence. It was only the first week, and Professor Gilderoy Lockhart had yet to reveal his true self at Hogwarts. Thus, his reputation as a charming middle-aged man remained intact, and Irma Pants was no exception. being one of Lockhart's devoted admirers. "Do you have his signed permission, Mr. Hart?" Mrs. Pants asked. "Not yet," Jon calmly explained. "After all, Professor Lockhart hasn't determined which books he needs. He merely provided me with a general direction." "So, Mrs. Pants, may I take a look in the restricted section? I swear I will only glance at the titles and won't dare to open the books," he continued. "Once I find what I need, I will promptly return with a list for Professor Lockhart's signature." If it were any other student, Mrs. Pants would have immediately ordered them to leave upon hearing the lack of permission. However, coincidentally, Jon Hart was a student she found quite agreeable. "Oh, I heard from Miss Lovegood that you are Professor Lockhart's favorite student in defense against the dark arts. I believe you are not lying." Mrs. Pants nodded and smiled. "I permit you to search here, but do not open any books in the restricted section. Many of them contain dangerous content for first-year students." "Understood, ma'am." As noon approached, around 11 o'clock, Jon hurried to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's office on the 4th floor, clutching a note. He was fortunate to find Lockhart in his office at that moment. The walls were adorned with countless framed pictures of Lockhart, illuminated by numerous candles. Some even bore his signature, and a large stack of photographs lay on the desk. "Hello, Mr. Hart, what brings you here?" Professor Lockhart beamed at him. Clearly, he remembered this diligent student who excelled in defense against the dark arts. "Yes, Professor, in fact. I finished reading a few of your books this week and encountered some questions. For instance, I didn't quite understand the chronic ghoul venom you mentioned in Holidays with Ghouls, nor the method you described to resist the Banshee's mental control in Vacations with Banshees. And finally, the spell you used to defeat the werewolf in Wandering with Werewolves." Jon inquired calmly. Lockhart froze momentarily, seemingly at a loss for words. Jon's questions appeared to exceed the expected curriculum. "Of course, I am not here to seek your guidance." As Lockhart pondered, Jon hurriedly added, "I believe these simple questions are ones you could easily answer, yet since you did not include them in your books, you must want us to explore these queries ourselves, correct?" Lockhart blinked. "No, what you think is indeed correct, Mr. Hart. I did intend for you to discover the answers to those questions yourselves. You truly are my finest student. Thus, I wish to borrow a few books from the library." Hoping to gain some background knowledge, Jon raised the note in his hand. "The issue is, these books are in the restricted section, so I need a teacher's signature on this note." Lockhart nodded. "Of course, I cannot hinder a seeker of knowledge from pursuing the truth." Without a moment's hesitation, he took Jon's note and elegantly signed it with a grand flourish, without even glancing at its contents. "Thank you, Professor." Jon quickly took back the note. "Not at all, Jon," Lockhart waved dismissively. "Study hard, and you may very well achieve greatness akin to mine in the future." "I am honored, Professor." With the signed permission in hand, Jon was too eager to eat lunch and rushed directly to the library. Mrs. Pants was just about to leave. "What is the matter?" She looked at Jon in surprise. "Yes, ma'am, I have found the books Professor Lockhart requires and obtained his signature." As he spoke, Jon handed over the note. "Indeed, this is Gilderoy's signature. I have seen it in Witch Weekly." Mrs. Pants blushed slightly and carefully tucked the note into her close-fitting pocket. "Follow me, Mr. Hart. I will take you to find these books right away." Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, Jon Hart held 3 thick tomes in his hands. "Jon, Professor Sprout just delivered some specimens. Would you like to take a look?" Ernie Macmillan, a second-year Hufflepuff, called out as he leaned against the window upon seeing Jon's return. "Thank you, Ernie, but I will come by later." Jon declined the invitation and made his way directly to his dormitory. He carefully wrapped each of the 3 books in newspaper, as although Hufflepuff's dormitory was single occupancy, it was still possible for other students to enter for various reasons. Discovering the presence of these books. After all, the covers of these tomes were quite grotesque and conspicuous. The cover of the first book depicted the face of an ugly witch, her eyes cold and hollow, resembling a dark tunnel, unfathomable in depth. With the title Close Your Mind. This was the only book he could find in the library regarding the subject of mental occlusion. Mental occlusion is a magical defense against external mental intrusion, capable of sealing the mind to resist the invasion and influence of thoughts, with the signature spell being legilimens. This was the incantation Jon felt he most urgently needed to learn, without exception, due to the existence of the legilimens spell. Whether in front of the white wizards led by Dumbledore or the dark wizards led by Voldemort, his thoughts would be as transparent as glass, easily discerned, leaving nowhere to hide. As someone who possessed knowledge of the historical events of the next 6 years, safeguarding his identity and secrets from discovery was of utmost importance. Currently, he was a minor character, unnoticed by Dumbledore, but what would happen in the future if he attracted Dumbledore's attention? Thus, he needed to learn and master the art of mental concealment before Dumbledore became aware of his presence. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the second book. The cover of this tome depicted a grotesque, bloodied visage, with a tongue twisted in agony, tear stains beneath the eyes transformed into blood streaks, and a nose that appeared entirely torn apart. The title beneath, faded with the passage of time, was barely legible. Frankly, this ghastly scene made Jon feel nauseous, prompting him to swiftly wrap the cover in newspaper. The spells contained within this book were quite repugnant, detailing numerous torturous incantations. Although they did not fall under the category of dark magic, their capacity to inflict harm on individuals warranted their placement in the restricted section. Tongue-tying curse, ear-rending curse, skin-stripping curse, and so forth. The very names of these spells resonated with a chilling dread. Jon held little interest in these incantations, save for one, the eye disease curse. According to the accounts in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the basilisk's skin was likely akin to dragon hide, possessing an armored quality that could reflect spells cast upon it, leaving only its eyes and mouth as vulnerable points. Hence, the eye disease curse emerged as the sole spell Jon could conceive that might inflict damage upon the basilisk. Moreover, the basilisk's eyes served as its most lethal weapon. Should he succeed in blinding it with the eye disease curse during combat, it would undoubtedly diminish its formidable prowess. This spell also constituted Jon's primary focus for practice in the days ahead. As for the third book, its cover was equally repulsive. A witch's head sprouted numerous arms, while a figure appeared to be grotesquely extruded from within. The title inscribed beneath the illustration read, Powerful Potions. This volume encompassed a myriad of dangerous, controversial, and mysterious brews. Thus, the Hogwarts library had relegated it to the restricted section. Borrowing this book stemmed purely from curiosity, for as long as he returned it before Halloween Eve, it should not adversely affect the narrative. Jon, are you going to play Quidditch? Zacharias Smith knocked on his dormitory door, inquiring loudly. No, thank you, Jon replied, lounging on his bed with a hefty tome in hand. Quidditch? The more you play, the more proficient you'll become. Zacharias muttered as he knocked on the door of the adjacent dormitory. Ernie, let's go play Quidditch now. Jon spent the entire afternoon engrossed in a few books borrowed from the restricted section, neglecting both lunch and dinner, for there remained plenty of cakes and cookies procured from the kitchen in the dormitory. A Hufflepuff student would certainly not allow himself to go hungry. The intricacies of the Obliviate curse proved to be even more complex than he had anticipated. No wonder the savior Harry had diligently practiced for over half a year without mastering even the basics. Jon found himself pondering how long it might take him to emerge with any significant progress. On the other hand, the eye detection charm brought him a modicum of delight. Being one of the few spells that did not rely on one's emotions, he believed he would encounter minimal obstacles in his studies. Though the overall execution of the spell was quite complicated, necessitating focused practice over a period of time. As for the more potent potions, he merely skimmed through information regarding the Polyjuice Potion and Veritaserum. The preparation processes for both were incredibly intricate, leading Jon to conclude that he should first attend a couple of months of Snape's potions class to familiarize himself with the preparation procedures before making further considerations. Unbeknownst to him, Saturday slipped away in such a manner. A glance at his watch revealed it was nearly midnight. How swiftly time had passed. Jon muttered to himself as he prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the window of the dormitory. Jon furrowed his brow and approached. The sound emanated from the cages of the two South African red spiders. The arachnids were frantically tapping their cephalothoraxes against the glass, exhibiting a palpable agitation. It was evident that they were terrified of something lurking within the castle. Upon sensing the presence of the basilisk, the spiders instinctively recoiled, attempting to flee. For the basilisk was their sworn enemy. Jon had long since memorized the description of the creature from Fantastic Beasts. It appeared that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been opened by Ginny Weasley. Jon's expression grew serious as he contemplated. The true narrative was about to unfold. It was merely the first Saturday of the new school year. He rummaged through his belongings to find an old garment, draping it over the glass cages of the two South African red spiders to muffle their disturbing sounds. Jon reclined upon his bed, and with the mere closing of his eyes, he succumbed to slumber. On that Sunday morning, unlike his usual routine, Jon did not rise at the break of dawn. It was not until around 9 o'clock, when the majority of the first-year students at Hogwarts had emerged from their slumber, that he finally departed from his dormitory. He first ventured to the dining hall for a modest breakfast, while from a distance, He could overhear Draco Malfoy boasting at the Slytherin table about how he had dealt with a Gryffindor. I didn't even draw my wand. For I knew that foolish Weasley could never harm me. As expected, guess what? With a single spell. He ended up knocking himself out and spewed forth a multitude of slugs, ha ha ha. Aside from the Gryffindors. The students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw regarded him with expressions of disdain, yet Malfoy remained blissfully unaware. Jon did not linger in the dining hall for long. After finishing his breakfast, he returned to the Hufflepuff common room and retrieved the glass cage containing 2 South African red spiders. As he stepped outside the castle, a ghost floated past him, prompting him to swiftly step aside. "Good morning, Jon." The ghost greeted him kindly. "Hello, Friar." Jon respectfully bowed to the rotund ghost, who returned the gesture. "I seek Professor Sprout's office." "Ah, you are in search of Pomona. Her office is located in a small, low wooden cabin adjacent to Greenhouse 1. You should hurry. I recall she is always in her office on Sundays." The jovial friar remarked with a smile. "Thank you, Friar." He could be considered the most affable ghost among all the houses. Within less than a week of the term's commencement, Jon had already inquired of him thrice for directions. And each time, he patiently and meticulously guided him. Upon reaching Professor Sprout's office, Jon discovered she was not there. Searching in the nearby greenhouses, he eventually found her in the 3rd greenhouse, adorned with a pair of pink fleece ear muffs, attempting to uproot a seedling that was green with hints of purple. Jon swiftly stepped back a few paces, covering his ears. Professor Sprout promptly attended to the young plant and exited the greenhouse, clad in dragon-hide gloves. "Jon," Professor Sprout exclaimed in surprise, removing her ear protection. "It's the mandrake, isn't it, Professor?" Jon smiled, declaring, "I just blocked my ears. A wise decision for otherwise. You might have fainted for several hours." Professor Sprout chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. "If this were during class, I would certainly award points to Hufflepuff. Is there something you need?" "That creature is my pet. It seems to be a bit unwell lately," Jon said, retrieving a glass cage containing a spider. "A pet?" Professor Sprout shook her head. "I regret to inform you that I am a professor of herbology. For inquiries regarding such matters, you want to consult Professor Kettleburn of the Care of Magical Creatures course." "But, Professor, I am a first-year student. We do not have Professor Kettleburn's class," Jon stammered. "So, you do not know Professor Kettleburn, then?" Professor Sprout patted Jon's shoulder. "Come, I shall take you to see Sylvanus now. Professor Pomona Sprout is undoubtedly one of the kindest and most admirable teachers at Hogwarts, particularly for the students of Hufflepuff. No other professor would take the time to personally escort a first-year student for such a trivial matter." Following Professor Sprout, he arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The hut of Hagrid was nowhere in sight, indicating they were on the opposite side of the forest. A thatched cottage was nestled nearby as Professor Sprout raised her wand and gently tapped on the door. "What is it?" An aged voice called from within. "Sylvanus." "It's me. I have a student in need of your assistance," Professor Sprout called out. "Good morning, Pomona." An elderly man with white hair limped out of the cottage. Jon suddenly realized that in just a year, Hogwarts would be replacing Hagrid as the instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures class. Professor Kettleburn was indeed quite elderly, with hair and beard now a snowy white. Moreover, one of his hands and one of his feet were crafted from wood. "Is that you?" Professor Kettleburn scrutinized Jon, a hint of unfamiliarity crossing his features. "Professor, I am a first-year student from Hufflepuff," Jon promptly replied. "First-year student, you say? Hufflepuff?" The professor's expression softened considerably. "Once upon a time, I too was a first-year student in Hufflepuff, and that was over 80 years ago. Severus, my pet, Sylvanus, has encountered some troubles. I was hoping you could take a look," Professor Sprout interjected, revealing the purpose of their visit. "Very well, that poses no issue." Professor Kettleburn shifted his gaze towards the glass cage Jon cradled in his arms. "2 spiders, rather ordinary ones, and you dare to consider them pets? I dare say you would become good friends with Hagrid," he murmured. "Be cautious, Pomona. There is a Grindylow lurking in the tank behind you. Do not let it escape. And Mr. Hart, do refrain from shattering the teapot at your feet. Within it resides a snakebird. They appear quite healthy, with scarcely any concerns." Professor Kettleburn rendered his judgment. "Yet why do they persistently strike against the cage, yearning for escape? They have behaved this way since last night. Previously, they were never so unruly," Jon articulated, having prepared his words in advance, remaining composed. "This indeed presents a dilemma." Professor Kettleburn furrowed his brow. "Ordinary spiders exhibiting such agitation is an occurrence I have never witnessed." "Could it be fear?" Jon inquired softly. "Fear?" Professor Kettleburn bent down for a closer inspection. "It does seem somewhat reminiscent of fear, But that cannot be, he asserted decisively. Why not? Professor Sprout questioned, now the one expressing curiosity. Only one exceedingly malevolent magical creature could instill fear in spiders. Yet that vile being has been extinct in Britain for nearly 4 centuries, and the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits its entry into British territory. Thus, it cannot possibly be present around Hogwarts. While speaking, Professor Kettleburn returned the cage to Jon. Perhaps you have not fed them adequately, Mr. Hart. I shall prepare a calming potion for you. Try administering it to them. Time at Hogwarts passed swiftly. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, October arrived, and the damp cold seemed to permeate the entire castle, ushering in a season of colds among students and faculty alike. Madame Pomfrey specifically requested Professor Snape to concoct a stimulant potion. Upon consuming it, one's head would feel ablaze, exuding steam profusely, but the cold would soon dissipate. Jon had been administering a tranquilizing potion, gifted by Professor Kettleburn, to the 2 South African red spiders. Their condition appeared to have improved significantly, though it remained uncertain whether this was due to the potion or the absence of the basilisk's activities at Hogwarts during this period. In fact, following the first Sunday, Jon Hart rarely ventured alone within the castle confines. Each morning and evening, he accompanied a group of first-year Hufflepuffs in and out of the common room. Surely, the basilisk could not possibly attack during daylight hours within the castle, nor could it squeeze into the 2 wooden barrels that marked the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. His visits to the kitchen had become infrequent, occurring roughly once every week or 2. Fortunately, Klein and the other house elves eagerly filled his pockets with snacks, sufficient to last him for an entire week. The time spent practicing spells in the room of requirement had also been significantly curtailed. He typically only ventured there during lunch or when he had no classes. His progress with the eye-binding curse was commendable. He could now effortlessly shatter the eyes of a moving dummy with a single incantation, though he remained uncertain of its effectiveness in actual combat. Conversely, he encountered considerable challenges with the brain-locking charm, appearing to make no progress whatsoever. Strictly speaking, he was unaware of his proficiency level with the charm, as the room of requirement could not conjure a dummy capable of casting the memory charm. Regular classes continued unabated. Transfiguration lessons remained as they had been, with Jon's performance not particularly remarkable. The star pupil was Ginny Weasley, who had now mastered the transformation of a teapot into a mouse, earning her lavish praise from Professor McGonagall. Jon had been deliberately maintaining a distance from Miss Weasley, perhaps fearing she might mistakenly believe his name to be Jon Hart. Colin Creevey shared a rather amiable relationship with Miss Weasley, often seen whispering together during lessons. Jon could not help but silently mourn for the diminutive Gryffindor boy. His performance in charms was comparable to that in Transfiguration, securing a respectable standing within the class. Professor Flitwick had recently been instructing them on the levitation charm, and it took Jon nearly a week to successfully master it. His achievements in herbology were commendable, as Professor Sprout held him in high regard. However, first-year students were not yet permitted to engage in practical work. Professor Sprout merely guided them in distinguishing between the shrivelfig and the bowtroot, while also introducing them to perilous plants such as the devil's snare and mandrake. As for potions, it was nothing short of remarkable in every class. The potions Jon concocted with Astoria were so successful that even a teacher as acerbic and biased as Snape could not refrain from praising him on several occasions. You may be the only non-Slytherin student ever to receive commendation from Professor Snape, exclaimed Hufflepuff Prefect Gabriel Doolin upon hearing this news. Jon mused to himself that he was certainly not the least, but perhaps the second. The defense against the dark arts class remained a farce, with Professor Lockhart calling upon students to read excerpts from his own works. At the climactic moments, he would invite a lovely Ravenclaw girl named Melinda Bobbin to perform alongside him. Habitually ingrained from his past life, Jon attentively listened throughout each lesson until the professor declared the class dismissed. In what felt like the blink of an eye, October gradually drew to a close. Jon was acutely aware that the tranquil existence at Hogwarts would not endure for much longer. The Draught of Forgetfulness might well be the most intricate potion you were to learn in your first year. On the final day of October, within the confines of the potions classroom, Professor Snape's frigid voice resonated throughout every corner. To be frank, I harbor no confidence that you will successfully brew this potion at this stage. I merely hope you do not fail too spectacularly. As he spoke, a resounding explosion erupted. The cauldron of Madalena Yaxley shattered. Fool, Snape bellowed, raising his wand to vanish the spilled potion from the floor. Did I not remind you to add sneezewort before incorporating the jobberknoll feathers? I truly wonder how you were sorted into my house. Ignoring the sobbing Madalena, He turned his gaze to the front row. Observing the murky concoction in Jon and Astoria's cauldron, he smirked condescendingly. It appears that Mr. Hart and Miss Greengrass are not always successful. But, Professor, Astoria summoned her courage and replied, we have yet to add the licorice essence. As she spoke, Jon poured a small vial of dark green liquid into the cauldron, and the mixture began to undergo a rapid and dramatic transformation. The murky blend started to dissolve until only a vibrant emerald liquid remained. Well done, Snape remarked tersely before striding away. Astoria promptly rose to comfort the still sobbing Madalena at the back of the classroom. Jon swiftly gathered his belongings and, taking advantage of the remaining daylight, made his way to the room of requirement. He opened the thick, seemingly musty tome on advanced potions, feeling emboldened to experiment with some of the concoctions within. It was imperative to do so, for, according to the original narrative, the protagonist trio would soon be borrowing this very book from the library, necessitating his return of it in the next few days. He turned to the page detailing the polyjuice potion. The accompanying illustrations depicted several individuals painfully transforming into others, their expressions wrought with agony. The ingredients, lacewings, leeches, fluxweed, and powdered bicorn horn, were all readily accessible, stored within the student lockers. However, the fragments of an African snake skin posed a challenge, as he had no means of acquiring them. Yet, a solution emerged. He would write to the potion shops in Diagon Alley via the school owl, hoping the prices would not be exorbitant. After all, dragon liver was valued at merely 17 sickles. Surely snake skin could not surpass that. Fluxweed needed to be harvested on the night of a full moon, and lacewings required a 20-day infusion. With a stroke of good fortune, he anticipated returning to Southampton with a completed polyjuice potion before the Christmas holidays. Having visited the Olery, Jon dispatched letters to several apothecaries in Diagon Alley, inquiring about the availability and prices of the bicorn horn and African snakeskin fragments. This endeavor consumed considerable time, and as darkness fell, he hurried back to the castle. Upon reaching the corridor before the great hall, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin. It was intoxicating. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply. Entering the hall, he beheld a dazzling spectacle, adorned with lights and shimmering candles. 1,000 bats flitted about the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 gathered in low, swirling clusters. Enormous pumpkins, carved into lanterns, stood ready, each large enough to accommodate 3 individuals. As with the feast at the start of term, the 4 long tables were densely populated with students from the 4 houses. Jon, over here. Hannah Abbott waved eagerly in his direction. He quickly made his way over, taking a seat between her and Ernie Macmillan. It has been ages since we last saw you, Jon, she exclaimed. Indeed, it has been a long time, he replied. As they exchanged pleasantries, an array of delectable dishes suddenly appeared before them on gleaming golden platters. Professor Dumbledore has invited a skeleton band to perform later, Ernie remarked, gnawing on a chicken leg. Jon was peeling a potato when suddenly something darted past him, startling him. It was an animated skeleton, so close that he could clearly see its ribs and intercostal bones, holding a bass and emitting a bizarre laugh as it made its way to the stage. The entire hall erupted in a chorus of screams. Besides the bassist, there were a drummer, a guitarist, a pianist, and a vocalist. Without exception, they were not living beings, but skeletons. Welcome. Dumbledore was the first to rise, applauding. Under his lead, teachers and students began to clap in unison. The skeletal vocalist bowed in all 4 directions, and then the performance commenced. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Teach us your wisdom, no matter if we are balding old men. To their astonishment, the first piece they played was the Hogwarts school song. The exuberant feast lasted for over 2 hours. The final song of the skeletal band seemed to possess a peculiar fervor, igniting passion in everyone present. Ernie excitedly boasted about the 2 former ministers of magic from the Macmillan family, while Hannah insisted on dragging Jon to see Gryffindor's Harry Potter, but alas, they ultimately failed. Mr. Potter once again did not appear at the gathering. The most outrageous of all was Zacharias, who proclaimed that Professor Sprout was about to appoint him as Hufflepuff Seeker, his loud voice echoing from the castle to Hagrid's hut. Jon appeared largely unaffected by the enchanting melody upon first hearing it. He indeed felt a compelling urge to showcase his own talents, yet that sentiment was swiftly quelled by his own restraint. It is worth noting that even Cedric Diggory, a distinguished student in the 4th grade, was not immune to the music's allure. He boasted of having received love letters from a total of 46 girls throughout his life. Could it be the result of a cerebral enchantment? Regrettably, Jon could not ascertain the truth, as all the students were reveling together, and he could hardly discern the whereabouts of the teachers. Ultimately, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, and everyone in the grand hall returned to their senses. The skeletal band quietly departed. What a splendid evening it has been, hasn't he it? Dumbledore smiled as he spoke, but now, it seems everyone should retire for the night. The students began to exit in a stream, many with flushed faces. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin students made their way to the basement, their groups mingling together. Jon Astoria Greengrass squeezed through the crowd. "What did you say after hearing that song?" she inquired, her cheeks aglow. Jon noticed Astoria's sister Daphne behind him, casting a fleeting glance before swiftly departing. Before Jon could formulate a response, the crowd ahead came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was clustered at a crossroads. What was amiss? Make way for Hufflepuff's head boy, Gabriel Durlman, and Slytherin's head girl, Gemma Farley, who began to navigate through the throng. Straining to peer through the masses, Jon caught sight of something shimmering on the wall ahead. Between two windows, a foot above the ground, there appeared to be some scrawled words, barely visible under the flickering torchlight. The letters were a vivid crimson, evoking a sense of dread. The once lively chatter faded into silence as all students hushed. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and they were on high alert. Gabriel had pushed his way to the front, reading aloud in hushed tones. What was that hanging below? A student pointed to a shadow beneath the sign, exclaiming. On the ground lay a puddle of water, and suspended above it, from the torch bracket, was a cat, Mrs. Norris, the caretaker Filch's feline companion. 3 students stood forlornly in the corridor, caught between the crowd and the ominous message. Harry heard Hannah whisper, and Ron, "Hermione, how did you end up here?" The 3 second-year Gryffindors typically avoided this area unless attending potions class. What on earth happened here? Hogwarts caretaker, Argus Filch, seemed drawn by the commotion. Upon spotting Mrs. Norris, he staggered back, panic-stricken, clutching his face. My cat! My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris?" he shrieked. At that moment, his bulging eyes fell upon Harry. "Potter, you," he cried, his voice filled with anguish. "You killed my cat." "You did." "No, I didn't. I didn't do anything," Harry stammered, retreating. Observing his panicked expression, Jon suspected that a detective could easily deduce the truth. "It was you," Filch spat. "You saw that letter in my office. You know I'm a squib, so you—" "Wait, Argus." A commanding voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Albus Dumbledore had arrived, accompanied by several professors. The crowd parted swiftly to allow them passage. He walked past Harry, Ron, and Hermione, gently retrieving Mrs. Norris from her precarious position. "Come with me, Argus. And you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." On Halloween, most students would typically spend the day exploring the castle or resting in their dormitories. However, on the morning of November 1st, Hufflepuff's common room was teeming with students, leaving little room to sit. They whispered and debated excitedly. What exactly was the Chamber of Secrets? Had it really been opened? "I think I heard my father mention the chamber. I thought he was just trying to scare me into sleeping." Rumor had it that the enchantment on Mrs. Norris was powerful dark magic, one that even Professor Dumbledore could not counteract. Who told you that? Professor Dumbledore could never be at a loss. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor speculated, noting that their youngest brother had accompanied Professor Dumbledore to investigate Mrs. Norris's condition. "I find Ronald Weasley highly suspicious," along with Potter and Granger. Why were those 3 Gryffindors found at the entrance to the basement? Their relationship with Mr. Filch has always been strained. Indeed, Ronald Weasley was confined by Mr. Filch back in September. Potter has quarreled with him too. Students from first-year newcomers to 7th-year veterans expressed their opinions. Though the conversation began to stray off topic, suddenly, a commotion at the archway heralded the arrival of a plump witch. The professors quickly surrounded her. "Professor Sprout, what is the Chamber of Secrets?" Hannah Abbott urgently inquired. "What has happened to Mrs. Norris?" Cedric Diggory asked with concern. "What in the world is a squib?" Justin Finch-Fletchley scratched his head in confusion. "Let me answer your questions one at a time." Professor Pomona Sprout's eyes were bloodshot, as if she hadn't slept all night. Yet after checking on the petrified Mrs. Norris and tending to the mandrakes in the greenhouse, she chose to come to Hufflepuff's common room to reassure her students. "Mrs. Norris is not in any danger. She has merely been petrified," Professor Sprout declared. "Mandrakes can easily cure her." Conveniently, "We have a batch of mandrakes currently growing in our greenhouse." The students erupted in cheers. "But what about the chamber, Professor?" a 6th-year girl eagerly asked. "It's just a prank, right? A prank by Potter or the Weasleys." "The Chamber of Secrets." Professor Sprout's tone turned grave. "It is no mere jest. There exists a legend, merely a legend, about Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, four of the greatest wizards of their time, who together founded Hogwarts. In the early years, the founders worked harmoniously, seeking out young individuals with magical potential to nurture within the castle. However, over time, disagreements arose. Slytherin believed that magical education should be reserved for pureblood families and refused to accept Muggle-born children, deeming them unworthy. This led to a fierce argument, resulting in Slytherin's departure from the school. Thus, a peculiar legend emerged about the chamber. The tale suggests that Slytherin constructed a secret room within the castle, of which the other founders were unaware. Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that it could only be opened by his true heir. Only that heir could unleash the terrors within, purging the school of all unworthy of studying magic, namely, Muggle-born wizards and squibs. As she spoke, Professor Sprout curled her lip disdainfully. This is merely a legend, right? Eloise Midgen trembled. Previously, we all thought it was just a myth, Professor Sprout said, her expression grave. But 50 years ago, when I was merely a second-year Hufflepuff, the chamber was opened. What? Many young women recoiled in fear, for a Ravenclaw student had met a tragic fate through a most sinister dark magic, the cause of which remained a mystery. Later, Albus Dumbledore unveiled the true culprit, leading us to believe that the ordeal had come to a close. Suddenly, Susan Bones let out a piercing scream, as if she had witnessed something truly horrifying, and bolted several steps forward in fright. The girls nearby also shrieked and fled, convinced that a terrifying creature from the Chamber of Secrets had emerged, making their way to the Hufflepuff common room. Professor Sprout furrowed her brow and swiftly identified the source of the commotion. With a tone that was almost lethargic, she declared, "Obstacles abound. Two small creatures, dashing across the floor in an attempt to escape the Hufflepuff common room, were promptly apprehended by her. I apologize, Professor." Jon Hart hurriedly approached, cradling a glass cage. "John, unleashing your pets to frighten your classmates is hardly appropriate," she scolded, her voice tinged with reproach, though not overly harsh. "I'm truly sorry, Professor," John hastily explained. "I didn't mean for this to happen. They escaped on their own. I had fed them a calming potion from Professor Kettleburn, and they were quite docile. However, since last night, they have become restless again, and further doses of the potion proved ineffective. Just now, I accidentally opened a crack in the cage, and they leapt out, nearly making their getaway. Is that so?" Professor Sprout's expression grew increasingly grave as she absorbed his words. Half an hour later, John returned to the Olery. Spending 19 galleons and 7 sickles, he procured 5 ounces of powdered unicorn horn and an entire skin of an African tree snake. Indeed, potions were a costly endeavor. The 2 ingredients nearly left him financially destitute. Fortunately, at Hogwarts, there were few necessary expenditures, and being devoid of a single canute was of little consequence. Upon his return to the castle, he passed the spot where Madame Loris had met her demise, the inscription still gleaming vividly upon the stone wall. The chamber had been unsealed. "Beware, enemies of the air." John let out a cold snort, brushing against the concealed rooster alarm clock within his robe without pausing, and strode away. Ever since Lady Loris had been attacked, Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts Castle, had descended into a state of despondency. Each day, he paced the very spot where Lady Loris met her demise, casting hostile glances at every student who passed by, particularly those from Slytherin, as he harbored a lurking suspicion that the perpetrator might return. In a sense, Filch's instincts were not unfounded. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets lay concealed in the corridor behind the scene of the attack, within a restroom marked by the term malfunction. This was the restroom of Moaning Myrtle, the victim of the chamber incident from 50 years prior. Every time John passed by, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a basilisk might emerge from behind that brass door at any moment, ready to strike or petrify him. Even more troubling was the fact that this restroom was strategically positioned at the point where the basement led up to the castle above. Thus, each day, on his way to and from the Hufflepuff common room, he was compelled to traverse this very space. Consequently, John exercised extreme caution whenever he approached, resolutely refusing to pass through unless he could find a small group to accompany him. In the Hogwarts library, a segment of the school's history had been entirely borrowed, and not every house was fortunate enough to have a professor like Sprout. Moreover, the inherently modest nature of Hufflepuff students meant that news regarding the Chamber of Secrets was not widely disseminated. During potions class, he overheard Astoria mention that 2 rare ingredients had been stolen from Professor Snape's private stash, likely the work of several students. Snape was currently investigating the matter and vowed to expel the thief. Without a doubt, this was the handiwork of the trio. and Hermione Granger must have begun preparing the polyjuice potion. Meanwhile, Jon was ahead of her by a fortnight in his preparations. 12 lacewing flies had been simmering for 2 weeks, and with just 1 more week of brewing, he could add 1 ounce of crude antimony and 4 leeches without mouths. Jon believed that his talent in potion making was no less than Hermione's. The environment of the Room of Requirement was undoubtedly superior to that of the Muggle bathroom. Although he had studied for a year less, he remained confident in his ability to successfully brew the potion. It was yet another Saturday morning. As Jon awoke, he instinctively practiced his mental shielding while still in bed. The loud, vigorous knocking on his door nearly startled him out of his wits. "Good morning, Zacharias," he shouted in irritation. "Hurry up, Jon. The Quidditch match against Ravenclaw starts at 9, and then at 11 it's Gryffindor versus Slytherin. We must rush to cheer for Hufflepuff." Zacharias Smith, breathless from his hurried speech, dashed towards another dormitory to gather more people. "Is it already time for the Quidditch match?" Jon murmured to himself, lowering his voice. The next victim is about to appear. Slowly rising from his bed, he donned the yellow jacket and scarf he had prepared earlier and exited the common room. He soon joined Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones, passing by the site where Madame Pomfrey had been attacked. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, he found it engulfed in a sea of yellow, black, and blue. Hufflepuff students adorned in their yellow and black attire were gathered alongside Ravenclaw supporters clad in blue and bronze. The two houses' fans occupied opposite sides of the pitch, cheering enthusiastically. Ernie Macmillan had fashioned a flag from a tattered cloth, emblazoned with an exuberant badger. Ravenclaw, undeterred, formed a shape resembling an eagle with their blue and bronze-clad supporters. "Go Cedric, you're the best," Hannah shouted loudly. "Come on, Hufflepuff." The players from both teams had entered the field, and Jon spotted Cedric Diggory leading the yellow and black squad, while the other Hufflepuff players were unfamiliar to him, likely upperclassmen. He recognized a familiar face among Ravenclaw's ranks, Cho Chang, an Asian girl positioned at the back of the blue and bronze team. The players shook hands before lining up around the referee, Madame Hooch. With a sharp blow of her silver whistle, 15 broomsticks took to the sky, and the match commenced. The quaffle was immediately seized by Ravenclaw's captain, Roger Davies, who deftly maneuvered past the bludgers and evaded Cadwallader. Was he aiming for the goal? No. Davies opted to pass to Chambers, who faced an open net. Splendid. Ravenclaw led 10-0. When not commentating on Gryffindor or Slytherin matches, Lee Jordan's commentary was fairly neutral. A cool breeze made Jon feel somewhat drowsy. Truth be told, he had little interest in Quidditch and was merely coerced into attending by his peers. He also wished not to appear too out of place, as that would draw unwanted attention. The match soon turned one-sided, with Ravenclaw's chasers scoring repeatedly, their cheerleaders erupting in jubilant cries, while Hufflepuff's atmosphere gradually dimmed. Lee Jordan continued his commentary, 130-20. Ravenclaw, the reigning Quidditch Cup champions, have established an overwhelming lead in just 20 minutes, leaving Hufflepuff with no means to retaliate. Wait. The golden snitch. Cedric Diggory has caught the snitch. Well done, Diggory. The match is over. Hufflepuff wins 170-130 in a stunning finish. The pitch erupted in cheers as countless Hufflepuff students rushed onto the field to celebrate this hard-won victory alongside the players. Professor Sprout joined in the jubilation with her students. Observing the dejected expressions of the Ravenclaw players, fans, and Professor Flitwick, Jon suddenly found the match rather entertaining. Ladies and gentlemen, in 20 minutes, the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin will begin. Lee Jordan's voice resounded once more across the Quidditch pitch. The jubilant Hufflepuff supporters began to gradually exit the field, while the Gryffindor cheerleaders streamed in, one after another. Jon beheld a small squad, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, followed closely by Colin Creevey, wielding a camera, and the downcast Ginny Weasley. He promptly sidestepped this perilous trio. In the stands, the absent headmaster and deputy headmistress, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, had arrived to witness the match. Suddenly, Jon realized a significant truth. For the next hour or so, the fabled trio, the bewitched Ginny Weasley under Voldemort's control, and Albus Dumbledore, all pivotal figures he needed to avoid, were not within the castle walls. This meant that as long as he steered clear of Filch, he could essentially have his way within the castle. Without further ado, he resolved to act. Jon directly declined Zacharias' invitation to join the celebration in the hall. Apologetically, he stated, "I must return to the common room for a moment to retrieve something." Swiftly, he made his way back to the Hufflepuff common room, casually donning a robe and retrieving a ballpoint pen from a drawer. 3 minutes later, Jon appeared in the corridor behind the scene of Mrs. Norris's tragic demise. Standing before the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory, mimicking the adherents of the great meat cult, he wrapped his face tightly in the robe, obscuring his features from view. Grasping the brass orb-shaped handle, he pushed the door open. The floor was damp, and near the basin lay a cauldron filled with a simmering liquid. Several candle stubs flickered dimly in their holders, casting a faint light that rendered the floor a gloomy and oppressive shade. Beneath a stained and cracked mirror, the surface of the stone basin was visibly peeling. From the far corner, the faint sound of sobbing echoed, unmistakably that of Myrtle. The living Myrtle, seemingly aware of his presence, drifted closer. Another boy? Go away, you hideous ghost. Jon, unperturbed, feigned a hoarse voice and retorted sharply, you wretched, blubbering specter, and ugly, lamenting creature. Myrtle immediately began to weep sorrowfully, retreating to her toilet and splashing water throughout the lavatory. And with a face full of pimples, with the stinging mockery, Myrtle let out a shriek and dove into the toilet, vanishing from sight. Jon let out a sigh as he began to search beneath the basin. Soon, he spotted it. Etched into the side of a brass faucet was a diminutive serpent. Jon produced a marker, only to be momentarily struck by a thought. No. If he were to write here, Voldemort, possessing Miss Weasley, would surely uncover it at once. After a brief contemplation and a calm analysis, he devised a plan. He took a few steps to the left and arrived at a pool adjacent to the entrance of the chamber. Bending down, he inscribed a discreet message in a covert spot beneath the water's surface. I am Ginny Weasley. I sense that I have unlocked the chamber, and something is manipulating my thoughts. The entrance to the chamber appears to be beside a copper serpent's head beneath the right pool, and it requires Parseltongue to open. Please help me. The letters were meticulously small and exceedingly inconspicuous, and with the dimness enveloping the washroom, one would hardly perceive it unless they leaned close to scrutinize. After brushing his hands together, Jon exited the lavatory, casually wiping the doorknob to erase any trace of his fingerprints. Are you acquainted with Colin Creevey? A fleeting memory surfaced. He was a diminutive first-year student from Gryffindor. He had been attacked by the creature within the chamber and now lay in the hospital wing, motionless as if turned to stone, akin to Mrs. Norris. Good heavens! I recall that Creevey is of pure Muggle blood. Could it be true, as the legends suggest, that the heir of Slytherin intends to purge all Muggle-born wizards and squibs from Hogwarts? How terrifying! Ever since the attack on Mrs. Norris, discussions regarding the chamber have been incessant in the Hufflepuff common room. Yet, with the emergence of a second victim, a wave of panic began to spread. It must be Potter, Ernie Macmillan declared confidently. How can you say that? Hannah Abbott, with her golden ponytail, attempted to counter. Potter had a quarrel with Filch. And then Filch's cat was attacked. Potter was the first to discover it, Macmillan deduced, donning the guise of a detective. I still find it hard to believe. Considering Harry thwarted the Dark Lord, Hannah replied, reluctant to accept this reality. Don't be foolish. No one knows how he survived the attack from the Dark Lord back then. I mean, he was merely an infant. He should have been obliterated. Only a truly formidable dark wizard could escape the Dark Lord's curse, Ernie cryptically elucidated. Jon made no effort to halt the spread of such rumors, nor did he attempt to refute them. The Muggle-born students of Hufflepuff were almost universally apprehensive, particularly Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had gone pale over the past few days, too fearful even to attend classes. It was rumored that he had inadvertently revealed his lineage to Harry Potter during a casual conversation shortly after the term began. Conversely, Jon Hart, a first-year student, seemed to be the most composed individual in the entire school regarding this matter. His daily routine continued as usual, except that he chose to enter and exit the common room in the company of his peers. However, when Professor Sprout came to collect the list of students staying at Hogwarts for Christmas, he was among the first to sign his name in the departure column. Like him, the majority of students opted to leave, fleeing Hogwarts as if escaping a plague, fearful that the monster from the Chamber of Secrets might emerge at any moment to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, before the Christmas holidays, Jon received a letter delivered by Owl. Inside were numerous sparkling, seemingly exquisite yet inexpensive trinkets, which he had requested Eric to procure and send to him. He brought these small decorations to the kitchen and gifted them all to the house elves there. These are early Christmas gifts for you all. Though they may not be particularly valuable, he stated earnestly in the kitchen, expressing gratitude for their care over the past half-year. As they had provided him with so much delicious food, the house elves were nearly in tears, hastily adorning themselves with the trinkets, which, though charming, appeared somewhat mismatched. Klein clung to Jon's leg, weeping profusely, and it took Jon nearly 10 reassurances before the little elf finally let go. This was the first time a wizard had presented Klein with a Christmas gift. "Thank you, Mr. Hart," the house elf said, and in return, they stuffed Jon's pockets with an assortment of snacks until he could carry no more, allowing him to leave only then. Of course, before departing Hogwarts. There was one final task to attend to. The Polyjuice potion was now complete. Over the past week, he had meticulously added 23 ounces of fluxweed harvested during the full moon, half an ounce of powdered ammonium chloride, 2 ounces of powdered lacewing flies, a teaspoon of powdered bicorn horn, and a suitable amount of niter, mercury, iron filings, and dried African snake skin to the mixture. Although the recipe for the Polyjuice potion was exceedingly intricate, the process of brewing it was not overly complex, which is why even first and second-year students could successfully concoct it. The cauldron now billowed with dark smoke, emitting a pungent aroma, indicating that his brewing had likely gone without significant error. Jon cautiously placed the compound potions into small crystal vials, which resembled dark, viscous sludge. "Now, it is time to test its efficacy," he murmured to himself as he retrieved several strands of yellowish-black hair from another crystal vial. Carefully, he added the hair to the potion, and the vial immediately hissed, beginning to froth. Within mere seconds, its color transformed into a rich, earthy yellow. Just a small sip would suffice to sustain the metamorphosis for approximately 10 minutes. Jon closed his eyes and poured the potion into his mouth all at once. Although he had prepared himself mentally, the taste was nearly as dreadful as he had imagined, akin to drinking a cup of gasoline, utterly repulsive. His insides began to churn violently, as if he had just swallowed several live snakes. Jon bent down and swiftly removed his garments. Subsequently, a searing sensation surged from his abdomen, rapidly enveloping his entire being. He felt as though his body was dissolving, as if the skin across his form were bubbling like molten wax. Jon lay on the ground, observing as his hands began to enlarge, fingers thickening, and nails widening. His shoulders extended as well. A minute later, he rose to his feet, now towering a head taller than before, with his arms and calves having thickened considerably. His hair transformed into a tousled mane of black, and his previously smooth face bore several freckles. He hastily donned the oversized Hogwarts robe he had prepared earlier. Were there anyone else present, they would easily recognize him as Gabriel Dumbledore, the head of Hufflepuff House. Gabriel's hair was that which Jon had secretly plucked during their celebration of the Quidditch match victory, merely to experiment with the effects of the Polyjuice potion. Initially, he had intended to obtain a strand of a professor's hair, but with only Dumbledore and Snape as the adult wizards at Hogwarts, both of whom were formidable to confront, he reluctantly settled for a hair from a senior student. Transformed into Gabriel, Jon raised his wand, and before him appeared a moving dummy. "Reducto." Gabriel's deep, slightly magnetic voice resonated. However, the wand merely emitted a faint blue glow, yielding no further reaction. Gabriel was a sixth-year student at Hogwarts and an exemplary one at that. The Reductor Curse was a fundamental spell in the OWL's examination for defense against the dark arts, and he should have had no trouble mastering it. Thus, as anticipated, the use of the Polyjuice potion did not affect one's magical ability. Merely transforming into a powerful wizard did not grant the ability to wield potent spells. It is only logical to consider that if the Polyjuice potion possessed the ability to replicate magical power, the Order of the Phoenix would have been faced with an overwhelming advantage in the battle against the Death Eaters, pitting 100 Dumbledores against 100 Voldemorts. If that were the case, the Order would indeed have an insurmountable edge. With a wave of his hand, the moving dummy vanished, replaced instead by a massive stone slab. Jon set aside his wand and bent down. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted a stone slab weighing nearly 30 kilograms, a feat that would have been nearly impossible for him to accomplish before his transformation. As December approached its midpoint, snow began to fall from the sky, blanketing Hogwarts in a pristine layer of white. The weather in the Scottish Highlands is notoriously unpredictable, often characterized by rain and snow. Having grown up in the port city of Southampton, Jon was clearly unaccustomed to the frigid climate that required several thick sweaters each day. Fortunately, the term was nearing its end, granting them over 2 weeks of holiday. Students eagerly scrambled to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, eager to return home for Christmas. Jon found this curious. Wasn't Christmas a Christian holiday? The witch hunts of the medieval church had claimed countless lives, leaving a deep-seated enmity between witches and wizards in the church. Yet, here they were, commemorating the birth of the church's holy child. During the final History of Magic class, he posed this question to Professor Binns. "Professor, why do wizards celebrate Christmas?" Upon hearing the question, Professor Binns blinked and responded in his dry, wheezy voice. "While Christmas is indeed a day celebrated widely by Muggles, We wizards have celebrated this festival far earlier. As early as the 14th century BC, the Mitanni wizards of Anatolia commemorated the birth of Mithras on December 25th. In ancient languages such as Sanskrit or Avestan, Mitra means contract or companion. Mithras, the god of contracts, is said to have been born on December 25th. For us wizards, this is the significance of Christmas. The existence of contracts has been a crucial reason for the advancement of magic. Our ancestors entered into contracts with elemental spirits, marking the beginning of our magical abilities. The wand serves a similar purpose, enabling wizards to wield their magic effectively. We also establish contracts with fairies, centaurs, and even muggles, ensuring our safety from danger. As he spoke, Professor Binns coughed violently, reminiscent of chalk snapping in half. The significance of contracts and magic is so profound that wizards spontaneously celebrate the birth of Mithras each year on December 25th, thus marking the inception of Christmas. Muggles celebrate this holiday largely due to our influence. Their holy child was not born on December 25th, but in the autumn, leading to a muddled intertwining of legends and histories. However, the custom of gift-giving at Christmas among wizards did indeed originate from Muggles, a practice they found amusing and gradually adopted. Are there any further questions, Mr. Hart? None at all. Thank you, Professor. Jon returned to his seat, while Professor Binns reopened the lecture notes. Let us continue our discussion on the peculiar figure of Yorick, who was born in the medieval era after the year 982 and gained notoriety as an eccentric wizard. With the conclusion of the final potion class, the Christmas holiday commenced. A single academic year at Hogwarts is divided into 3 terms. The first term extends from the start of the school year until the Christmas holiday. The second term spans from the return after Christmas until the Easter holiday, and the third term lasts from the return after Easter until the end of the term. Between each term, there is a break of over half a month, and prior to each academic year, there exists a summer vacation lasting more than 2 months. Jon boarded the Hogwarts Express bound for London, sharing a compartment with Zachariah Smith and Eloise Midgen, and spent hours listening to Zacharias boast. As dusk descended and Jon disembarked the train, his eyes immediately fell upon Eric and Judy waiting at King's Cross Station. "Long time no see," he murmured softly as Judy enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Merry Christmas." "Yes, my dear, Merry Christmas," she replied. The Christmas spent at 86 Eastleigh Road was rather unremarkable, akin to any other. It was as if the presence of a wizard in the household was merely an illusion. Indeed, it was quite true. For Jon was unable to wield magic in this place. Eric had already procured a splendid pine tree, adorned with twinkling lights, ornaments, and stockings, while Judy prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring a 10-pound roast, Yule log cake, and gingerbread. Jon, like any ordinary child, had his fill at home and then succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, the first sight to greet him was a small pile of packages nestled at the foot of his bed. Gifts, an abundance of gifts. Among them, Eric had bestowed upon him an exquisite Cartier watch, engraved with the name Jon Hart on its right side. Judy's gift was a tailored black coat, seemingly of her own design, which fit Jon's frame impeccably. When donned, it appeared rather dashing and bore a striking resemblance to a wizard's robe. As for the other presents, Zacharias had given him a tome on the origins of Quidditch, which Jon merely glanced at before casting aside. Astoria's offering consisted of a box of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Professor Sprout had even sent him a specimen of a Snargaluff pod. As for the large parcel remaining, Jon bent down cautiously to unveil it, discovering a beautifully crafted chocolate cake, a Christmas gift from the house elves of the kitchen. Jon savored the exquisite flavors, and subsequently, he carefully tucked away the gifts before stepping out of the room. Upon reaching the courtyard, he beheld Eric diligently shoveling snow. Jon pondered for a moment before making his way over. "Is there something you need, son?" Eric could not help but inquire, observing Jon's prolonged silence. Jon hesitantly replied, "Could you lend me some money?" "Money?" Eric blinked in surprise. "Did we not agree that our currency is not viable in your world?" "Indeed," Jon nodded. "But I wish to purchase something else." "All right, how much do you require?" Jon deliberated seriously for a moment. "About 30,000 pounds, that should suffice." At 21 Winchester Road in Southampton, there exists an unusual hardware store owned by Mr. Robert Wilson, a robust gentleman in his 60s from Northern Ireland. Despite his age, he exudes vigor. Within Mr. Wilson's shop, one can easily procure a multitude of items, including faucets, screws, door locks, and even handguns. Although English law ostensibly imposes stringent regulations on firearms, rendering it seemingly impossible for the average citizen to legally acquire any type of weapon, there are loopholes. For instance, the law prohibits modern firearms. Thus, vintage shotguns, revolvers, and certain collectible or commemorative firearms can be purchased without special permits. Additionally, Mr. Wilson, being a Northern Irishman, operates under different legal stipulations compared to England, where citizens are permitted to possess handguns without limitations on magazine capacity. Prior to the Thomas Hamilton shooting incident in 1996, Mr. Wilson could legally sell dozens of handguns or shotguns annually to his Northern Irish friends in Southampton without the need for any documentation. This became the primary source of income for his hardware store. On December 30th, 1992, Mr. Robert Wilson was tending to his shop as usual when an unexpected visitor arrived at dusk, a towering, muscular man, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a dark complexion and a fierce, rugged visage. "Mr. Wilson?" the burly man inquired in a low voice. Mr. Wilson looked up and asked, "Yes, sir. How may I assist you?" "Valerian Urian." "Greetings, Mr. Urian. Do you require my assistance?" the hardware store owner responded, intrigued by the peculiar name. "Indeed," the man replied calmly, almost devoid of emotion. "Mr. Wilson, I have heard that one can procure handguns here." "Handguns?" Mr. Wilson's eyes narrowed as he smiled. "However, I only sell to my Northern Irish compatriots. As it happens, I hail from Northern Ireland," the burly man replied with a smile. Yet, his distinctly Southern English accent betrayed him. He could not possibly be from Northern Ireland. As the conversation unfolded, the unexpected guest discreetly slipped several 50-pound notes into the hardware store owner's hand. It was evident that this customer was not as dull-witted as his physique suggested. Mr. Wilson mused. "It is an honor, Mr. Urian. Please, follow me." John took considerable time to adjust to his new physique, akin to being suddenly elongated and thickened. A rather uncomfortable transition. This 6'3" giant was actually a security guard from Eric's firm, a rugged figure who, in reality, possessed a timid demeanor. Seizing the opportunity while the guard napped, John surreptitiously snipped a few strands of his hair. Having been steeped in scientific culture for decades, John harbored an unreasoning trust in technological weaponry, especially given his inability to effortlessly conjure harmful spells even after several months of exposure to magic. He desperately sought the means for self-protection. The imposing figure of Urian followed Mr. Wilson to the back of the hardware store. He kept his right hand firmly in his pocket, gripping something tightly while vigilantly scanning his surroundings for any anomalies. Mr. Wilson retrieved a large box from the counter and bent down, saying, "I am unsure of your preferences regarding firearms. Mr. Urian, this is a Colt M1911 pistol, produced since 1911 and widely used by the U.S. Army until a decade ago. It fires 45 caliber Colt rounds with an effective range of 50 meters. Urian furrowed his brow, evidently familiar with this classic firearm. "Mr. Wilson," he stated, "I believe I require something more advanced. This weapon, produced 80 years ago, is rather outdated." "Ah, a discerning customer." Mr. Wilson chuckled, bending down to continue his search. "Here it is, a fine piece." This time, he presented a smaller firearm, the PSM pistol, a product from 1980, no larger than a hand, weighing less than a pound, utilizing 45mm rounds with an effective range of 30 meters. "This is Soviet-made, very affordable, and designed for the KGB, extremely lightweight with minimal noise." "Is that so?" Urian examined the compact weapon closely. "What about the recoil? How manageable is it?" "I would wager it possesses the least recoil of any handgun in the world. Even a 12-year-old could fire it with ease," Mr. Wilson assured him. "A 12-year-old, you say?" Urian's eyes brightened, and he nodded. "I'll take this gun." Observing the mismatch between the brawny man's stature and the petite pistol, Mr. Wilson couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, he was determined not to jeopardize a sale. "I also require a more powerful handgun. The greater the firepower, the better," Urian continued. "Ah, a demand for potency. You might consider this," Mr. Wilson responded, retrieving a firearm from the bottom of the box. "This is a formidable weapon, the Desert Eagle Mark I. Released in the United States in 1985. It fires 357 Magnum rounds, weighs nearly 4 pounds, and has an effective range of up to 200 meters. At close range, it could easily take down a grizzly bear or a wild boar." "Is that so?" Urian began to scrutinize this impressive handgun. "Could it kill a python?" "I would swear that even the largest snake in the world would meet its end with a single shot from this gun." "I'll take both of these," Urian declared resolutely. "And you'll need to provide me with some ammunition as well." Mr. Wilson relished such straightforward customers, promptly packaging the two guns along with the ammunition, adorning the exterior with a faucet label. That will be £3,000, sir. The individual did not engage in haggling. Instead, he produced a substantial wad of pounds from his pocket, simultaneously stating, "I have one more question for you, Mr. Wilson." The hardware store owner seized him with a greedy gaze. "Please proceed, sir. I require your assistance in locating someone." London, a city steeped in over 2 millennia of rich history, stands as the most vibrant city in the British Isles. The waters of the Thames flow eternally, and the chimes of Big Ben resonate, allowing one to fully appreciate the former glory of the empire on which the sun never set. However, in the Newham district of East London, a starkly contrasting scene unfolds. This area is predominantly inhabited by immigrants and is one of the most impoverished regions in the UK, colloquially referred to as the slums. In the writings of Conan Doyle, the most perilous part of fog-laden London undoubtedly lies here. The infamous Jack the Ripper once roamed these streets. Dockworkers, prostitutes, and the marginalized of society congregate here, and now, one might also find refugees from the former Soviet Union. Following the dissolution of that vast Eastern Empire a year prior, countless liberated refugees have sought refuge in the West. In London, in Paris, in Amsterdam. Every major city in Western Europe's slums is now dotted with unfamiliar Eastern European faces. When an unfamiliar face emerged in Newham, a few ill-intentioned individuals quickly surrounded him. However, upon assessing the imposing figure's muscular build and fierce countenance, they opted to disperse. This towering man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, with a slightly dark complexion and a ferocious demeanor, clutched a bottle of liquor in his hand. He merely glanced at the group before hastily proceeding to his destination. As Conan Doyle aptly noted, this land is indeed rife with crime, and he had no desire to fall prey here. 10 minutes later, he arrived at his destination, a lowly apartment. The structure exuded a distinct 19th-century architectural charm, with peeling plaster revealing an unappealing gray beneath. Several columns appeared precarious, threatening to collapse at any moment. The stranger paused and gently rapped on the door. "Come in," a frail, despondent voice responded from within. He pushed open the greasy wooden door, revealing an astonishingly cramped space. An old sofa occupied nearly half the apartment, while the remaining area was cluttered with various empty bottles. Although the intruder was not well versed in alcoholic beverages, it was evident that these were all cheap, inferior drinks. "Who are you?" A middle-aged man, with graying hair and a defeated expression, reclined on the sofa, draped in a faded dockworker's coat. The intruder frowned slightly before extending the bottle in his hand. "Vodka." The previously despondent man instantly perked up. He swiftly seized the vodka, bit open the cap, and downed it as if it were mere spring water. "Sergei Ivanovich Pavlov?" The imposing intruder inquired softly. After quaffing half the vodka, the middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes sharpening. "Born in Kiev, Ukraine in 1955. Joined the KGB in 1976. Participated in the Afghan War in 1979. Awarded the Red Banner Medal in 1985. The large man's voice remained calm, as if reciting a commonplace resume. "Who are you? From Scotland Yard or MI6? Pavlov growled from the sofa. He now resembled a polar bear poised to strike, emanating an aura of danger. "Do not misunderstand." The intruder smiled. "I merely come in search of you. I am Varian Urian." This did not sound like a typical British name, Pavlov mused, and his hostility diminished slightly. "Lord Urian, what brings you here?" Pavlov's English was far from fluent, with numerous grammatical errors evident upon closer inspection. An envelope was slid before him, and as he opened it in confusion, he felt a shock. Inside were 50-pound notes, nearly 50 in total. Pavlov's hands trembled slightly. He was in desperate need of money. "I cannot engage in illegal activities," yet he retained a semblance of rationality. "Scotland Yard has long been watching me. They wish to imprison me in Edinburgh. Unlike those individuals, I have a wife and daughter to care for. There will be no unlawful activities. I am a law-abiding citizen," Urian asserted. "I merely wish to inquire about Mr. Robert Wilson of Southampton. Do you know him? Mr. Wilson assisted my wife and me in clandestinely entering England a year ago at Southampton Port. He informed me that you were once an exceptional KGB operative. I consistently ranked first in all subjects during my training in Kazan. During your service in Afghanistan, you reportedly eliminated 6 armed insurgents attempting to breach your camp on a pitch-black night, earning the Red Banner Medal for your valor. Indeed, my hearing is acute, allowing me to pinpoint sounds and utilize this skill to dispatch 6 terrorists." Pavlov chuckled bitterly. Regrettably, that medal was exchanged for 2 loaves of black bread in Moscow. Then, What about this gun? Do you think it can be utilized? As he spoke, the intruder tossed a Desert Eagle Mark I pistol to Pavlov. It has significant recoil, but you should attempt to use it one-handed. Before Pavlov could respond, the apartment door was thrust open. An Eastern European woman burst in, clad in a revealing top and a minuscule skirt, with only a cotton coat draped over her shoulders. Her lips were painted a vivid red, and thick makeup masked the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She appeared to have been quite beautiful in her youth, yet, at merely 30, the signs of age were already evident. "Sergei, I apologize. I was unaware you had a guest," she stammered, then lowered her head and retreated into the inner room. "She is Sarah, my wife," Pavlov stuttered, his head bowed low. "Perhaps you should examine the gun." The intruder purposefully diverted the topic. "Not a problem," Pavlov responded. "The Desert Eagle Mark I semi-automatic pistol, developed by Israel in 1985, does indeed have significant recoil. However, with my strength, I should manage one-handed. If you doubt me, I can find a shooting range to demonstrate." "No need. I trust you." The imposing man nodded. "And what do you require from me?" The former Soviet soldier inquired softly. "Shall I serve as your bodyguard?" "No," the other replied, shaking his head. "I merely need a few strands of your hair." "Hair?" Indeed, he produced another envelope. "In total, over 3,000 pounds. I wish to purchase your hair. Just a little will suffice." At King's Cross Station, Platform 9. The express train to Hogwarts would depart in a mere 15 minutes. Jon Hart was seated on the train, finally able to return to his studies after a tedious Christmas holiday that had lasted more than half a month. Indeed, the Christmas break in Southampton could only be described as monotonous, with the use of magic strictly prohibited, a dearth of books at hand, and no sign of wizardly activities within a 100-mile radius. Each day was spent practicing mental shielding techniques, leaving him with little else to occupy his time. Fortunately, he had persuaded Eric and Judy to grant him permission to travel alone to London, taking the train back to school. Otherwise, this extended holiday would have resulted in a complete lack of accomplishment. Finding a secluded compartment, he placed his luggage on the footrest and cautiously retrieved an aged diary from his pocket. Its ancient black cover and the yellowed pages within revealed that this diary had seen better days. From a distance, the entire book even exuded a somewhat eerie aura. John transformed into Varian Urian and traversed several streets in downtown London. After searching for an entire afternoon, he finally arrived at an antiquarian bookstore, where he spent 15 pennies to acquire it. Bored while waiting in the car, he idly opened the book and inscribed on a blank page, "The Polyjuice Potion, as recorded in a tome on potent elixirs, is an extraordinarily powerful magical concoction. By adding items from the target's person, such as hair or nails, primarily hair, and consuming the potion, one can assume the appearance of the other for a limited duration. The ingredients required to brew the Polyjuice Potion include lacewing flies, crude anemone, leeches with their mouths removed, fluxweed harvested during a full moon, powdered ammonium chloride, powdered bicorn horn, saltpeter, mercury, iron filings, and dried African tree snake skin. The brewing process is rather intricate, yet not overly challenging. Consuming approximately 5 milliliters of the potion allows the transformation to last around 10 minutes. 50 milliliters can prolong it to about 1 hour, and a substantial dosage, over 1 L, may extend the transformation for up to 24 hours. However, the maximum duration remains capped at 24 hours, regardless of the quantity consumed. The initial flavor of the Polyjuice Potion resembles overcooked cabbage, while its specific color and taste will alter based on the consumer's feelings toward the transformation target. If one harbors positive sentiments, the taste is somewhat tolerable. If the relationship is strained, the flavor becomes rather repugnant. The potion is solely applicable for transforming among humans and cannot be used to morph into other creatures. Attempting to become an animal will result in severe adverse effects. The efficacy of transforming into a hybrid, such as a half-giant or werewolf, remains uncertain, though success is improbable and may entail certain side effects. Upon a successful transformation, one can replicate the target's voice, strength, intuition, and all physiological functions, yet cannot duplicate any magical abilities of wizards. One should not expect the Polyjuice Potion to bestow the power of a formidable sorcerer. There are known instances of the Polyjuice Potion facilitating gender transformation. After meticulously detailing his understanding of the Polyjuice Potion on a full page, John carefully tore it out. He folded it, labeling the outside with the initials PP, an abbreviation for Polyjuice Potion, and tucked it away in a very discreet compartment of his suitcase, alongside a small stack of other notes. A gentle knock resonated at the door of the compartment. Jon first tucked his diary into his cloak before lifting his head. "Please come in." A beautiful girl with golden curls and a somewhat childlike face pushed open the compartment door. They had eagerly anticipated this meeting in their correspondence. "Merry Christmas." She winked. "You too, Astoria," Jon nodded. She took a seat opposite him, and they exchanged casual pleasantries. "How about your Christmas gifts?" "Gifts? Wonderful." Astoria's face lit up with delight. "I can't believe how amazing that three-sided makeup mirror is. I absolutely adore it. Even my mother, who usually never smiles, praised it." "Really? That's fantastic." Jon smiled. "What about the secret hidden in the chocolate frog? Did you find it?" Astoria suddenly blushed and whispered, "Ah, the secret in the chocolate frog?" Jon was taken aback. He wasn't particularly fond of chocolate, and after sampling a few pieces from the box Astoria had gifted him, he had carelessly set it aside. Little did he know there was a secret concealed within. "You fool," Astoria huffed, turning her face away, deciding to ignore him. Fortunately, their Cold War ended shortly after, as a cheerful vendor aboard the train appeared just in time to diffuse the awkwardness, as they indulged in hearty pies and pumpkin cake. The earlier displeasure seemed to fade from Astoria's mind. After finishing a licorice wand, she seemed to recall something. "I heard Hogwarts has experienced another attack," she murmured. "Really?" Jon furrowed his brow slightly. "Sir Nicholas, the ghost of Gryffindor, was murdered, along with a Hufflepuff student, Justin Finch Fletchley," Astoria said gravely. They were both turned to stone. "Just like Madame Pomfrey and Colin Creevey before, only days after we left school." "I see," Jon nodded expressionlessly. As he had anticipated, according to the original plot, Nick and Justin were indeed supposed to have met their fate at this time. However, he had not received any news of such incidents during Christmas, likely because Hogwarts had suppressed the information. Yet, it was impossible to conceal it from prominent families like the Greengrasses. "I had intended to write you about this," Astoria continued, "but my mother forbade me, saying such matters should not be carelessly shared." Jon nodded thoughtfully. "Professor Sprout's mandrakes should mature in a few months. By then, all those turned to stone will be restored, and everything will return to normal. Be careful." Astoria suddenly leaned in, her voice low but full of concern. "My mother almost didn't allow me to return to school with Daphne. Hogwarts is truly dangerous. The creature of Slytherin really exists." "I know, and thank you." The train smoothly arrived at the Hogwarts platform. They followed the crowd out of the dark station this time. They would not need to row across the lake to enter the school. Outside the station, 100 horseless carriages awaited them, specifically the carriages drawn by Thestrals, which Jon could not yet see. He and Astoria climbed into one of the carriages. As they passed through the gates and along a wide driveway, they soon beheld the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. The carriage halted at the stone steps before the large oak doors. After disembarking, they ascended the steps and entered the cavernous entrance hall. The return to school after the Christmas holidays lacked the grand feast that marked the beginning of term. Jon and Astoria hurriedly bid farewell, preparing to follow their respective houses' students back to their common rooms when a middle-aged witch in a vibrant green robe intercepted them. "Professor McGonagall, is there something wrong?" a Ravenclaw lady inquired loudly. "I am sorry." Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat pale. "However, you must wait for your house professors to escort you back to your common rooms. Gryffindors, come over here." "What is going on?" a few older boys shouted. "Another attack occurred just a fortnight ago. The victims were Hufflepuff's Justin Finch Fletchley and Gryffindor's ghost, Sir Nicholas," Professor McGonagall stated heavily. "What? Justin was attacked? Wait." Even the ghost was not spared. The crowd erupted in murmurs, most of whom were unaware of this news, just as Astoria had mentioned, especially among the Hufflepuffs. Many bore expressions of shock. Fortunately, Professor Sprout arrived shortly thereafter. "Hufflepuff students, follow me," she said with a worried expression. "It must be Potter." Ernie Macmillan's loud voice echoed as they squeezed through the wooden barrel and crawled through the underground tunnel. Ernie had not returned home during the Christmas holiday, so he was more aware of the truth behind Justin's attack. Several Hufflepuff students who had gone home rushed over. "Did you know? Potter once again coincidentally appeared at the attack site. When we discovered Justin and Nick had been attacked, he and Weasley were right there." Ernie babbled excitedly. If it were a coincidence the first time, then his presence at the scene of 3 attacks cannot be mere chance. In truth, Ernie's assertions were rather compelling. From any angle, Harry Potter was indeed the prime suspect in the attacks. Moreover, each time he heard strange sounds, the serpent's voice, he hurried over without ever encountering the monster or Ginny. Had he done so, he likely would have met his end. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Why would he attack Justin? Hannah Abbott asked, puzzled. "I remember Harry and Justin got along well in herbology." In herbology, Justin told Potter he was a muggle-born. He must have held a grudge. Ernie replied decisively. Just days before Christmas, during an extracurricular activity, Potter commanded a snake to attack Justin. If Professor Snape hadn't intervened, Justin might have been killed then. However, this incident revealed Potter's true nature. He is a Parselmouth? Indeed. You must understand, Parseltongue is a mark of the most malevolent wizards, and Salazar Slytherin himself was a Parselmouth. He hit it so well. Henna exclaimed. I stake my Macmillan family name on it. The culprit must be Harry Potter. Ernie Macmillan made his judgment. However, Ernie's riveting reasoning was interrupted by Professor Sprout's arrival. Ernie, do not project your malice onto your classmates. Professor Sprout admonished him sternly. Professor Dumbledore believes Mr. Potter is not the culprit, and that is sufficient. Professor Ernie Macmillan departed quietly. John was astonished to discover that Professor Sprout's gaze had turned towards him. John, could you come here for a moment? She said gently. Yes, Professor. John hurried over and climbed out of the barrel after Professor Sprout. Professor, is there something you need? I wish to inquire about those two spiders. Professor Sprout asked with a grave expression. How have they fared? They have perished. A sorrowful expression crossed John's face. Professor, ever since you came to the common room and helped me retrieve them, they have not been well. Then one day in November, they suddenly screamed. And by the time I went to feed them, they had already died. I am truly sorry. However, may I ask when they passed? Professor Sprout continued. Let me think. John furrowed his brow. It seems it was the day after Hufflepuff defeated Ravenclaw in the Quidditch match. What? Professor Sprout's face changed instantly. What is it, Professor? John asked knowingly, aware that day was when Colin Creevey met his demise. Nothing, my dear. I must go look for Professor Kettleburn. Professor Sprout stammered slightly as she spoke. Excuse me. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back. Remember, do not leave the Hufflepuff common room alone. All right, Professor. Departing the castle, Pomona Sprout, the herbology teacher at Hogwarts, hurried to the edge of the forbidden forest. However, upon reaching the small hut made of thatch, she found herself at a loss. Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures instructor, was not present. Professor Sprout wandered around the hut for a while and soon encountered the stout keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Rubeus Hagrid. Hello, Hagrid. Hello, Professor, Hagrid replied, carrying a large cage from which a cacophony of chirping emerged. I came to find Kettleburn. He seems to be away from the school? Professor Sprout inquired softly. Kettleburn, you say? Hagrid chuckled heartily. It appears he has gone to London to get a prosthetic limb and won't be back for a month. Professor Grubbleyplank is covering his classes. As he spoke, admiration flickered in Hagrid's eyes. Is that so? Professor Sprout sighed, suddenly noticing the cage in Hagrid's hands. Curiosity piqued, she asked. What is inside? A bunch of chicks. Hagrid casually responded. The roosters from the school were all killed, 12 in total, by either a fox or a vampire bat. Now there isn't a single crowing rooster to be found at the school, despite John's repeated hints. Professor Sprout seemed oblivious to the fact that the creature responsible for the 3 attacks was a basilisk. At least, Hogwarts had not taken any overt measures against the basilisk, such as distributing snake-repelling potions to all students and staff or having Hagrid breed a plethora of honey badgers. Fortunately, as anticipated, since the end of the Christmas holidays, Hogwarts appeared to have returned to its usual tranquility. Apart from Hermione Granger's disappearance for several weeks, which sparked rampant speculation among students who naturally assumed she had been attacked, Madame Pomfrey clarified that Miss Granger had merely experienced a transformation mishap, not an attack, and would soon recover. Now, the sun above Hogwarts seemed to rise once more. Inside the castle, the atmosphere had turned optimistic. Ever since Justin and nearly headless Nick had been attacked, there had been no further incidents in the past few weeks. Moreover, news from Professor Sprout indicated that the mandrakes were thriving and would soon mature, ready to aid those petrified victims in regaining their former selves. In a herbalism class, John heard her speaking to Fairchild. As soon as their blemishes mature, they can be replanted. Then, before long, Professor Snape will be able to brew potions with them, and your Lady Loris will soon return. Everything appeared to be unfolding in a positive direction. John was acutely aware of the underlying reasons, according to the original narrative. Ginny Weasley had discarded and attempted to destroy Tom Riddle's diary, freeing herself from the grasp of the Horcrux. Consequently, there would be no further attacks. Moreover, Tom Riddle's diary now resided in the possession of Harry Potter, who had yet to master its utilization. This implies that for the past 2 months, Hogwarts was undoubtedly secure. as Tom Riddle could no longer exploit Ginny to unlock the Chamber of Secrets, and the basilisk would not be roaming the school halls. Jon had been on edge for half a year, and it seemed he finally had a moment to relax. However, Gilderoy Lockhart believed it was his doing. "I don't think there will be any more trouble, Minerva," Jon overheard him say during a conversation. "I believe the Chamber of Secrets will never be opened again. Those criminals surely know I am here, and I will catch them sooner or later." For some inexplicable reason, Jon always felt a peculiar unease around Professor Lockhart. During this period, Jon dedicated most of his spare time to the Room of Requirement, compensating for the loss of over half a month's practice in magic due to Christmas. Furthermore, being aware of the original plot and knowing that this time was safe, he no longer felt the need to meticulously control his visits to the Hufflepuff common room, as long as he adhered to the school rules. At this moment, within the Room of Requirement, a not particularly tall yet remarkably agile Eastern European man was deftly evading the attacks of several animated dummies before him. His strength was formidable. A single punch could shatter a dummy made of stone. His speed was equally impressive, easily completing 100 meters in under 12 seconds. More importantly, his acute hearing allowed him to discern the direction of his foes even with his eyes closed. Sergei Pavlov, undoubtedly the most outstanding member of the Kazan training camp class of 1976, and a distinguished KGB agent awarded the Red Banner Medal, possessed a physique almost inherently suited for combat, a perfect warrior. Jon has now transformed for nearly 4 hours, and he has gained a firm command over this body. He wields 2 handguns, the less powerful one he has practiced with extensively, and with the physique of a 12-year-old. He can now accurately hit close-range targets. The PSM pistol was originally designed for clerical personnel and female agents. He has yet to test the more formidable weapon, as he cannot ascertain whether the wish-fulfilling room possesses adequate soundproofing. Otherwise, a single gunshot might attract a crowd, which would be far from ideal. Suddenly, an Eastern European man collapses to the ground, convulsing violently. His body begins to shrink gradually, eventually transforming into Jon Hart, a first-year student of Hufflepuff. The sensation of consuming the potion is truly unbearable, as it distorts your form like a toy, stretching or compressing in an excruciating manner. One cannot fathom how little Barty Crouch endured this transformation for an entire year, constantly resembling Moody. After a few minutes, Jon changed his attire and picked up a wand. Aiming at a moving dummy, he muttered an incantation, and an orange-yellow beam of light shot towards the dummy's eyes. Having undergone nearly half a year of rigorous training, the eye disease curse, which does not rely on emotion, seems to have been mastered to a remarkable degree, even if faced with a fire dragon. He now possesses the confidence to cast the eye disease curse, inflicting immense suffering upon his adversary. However, the possibility of being trampled into a pulp by a frenzied dragon is not within his considerations. Conversely, in comparison to the eye disease curse, his progress in other primary areas of study has not been as smooth. He had long memorized the contents of the book on the method of brain closure, Close Your Mind, from the library. For nearly half a year, he has endeavored to train his mind based on the book's teachings during his mornings, nights, and other leisure moments. While he can distinctly sense some progress in this regard, it is minimal. Furthermore, he grapples with the persistent issue of not knowing the extent of his training. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot ascertain his level of advancement, as it is impossible to have a powerful wizard cast legilimency upon him to verify this. Jon sat on the sofa of the wishful thinking room, his expression somber. The art of mental closure had become an urgent necessity for him. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, struck by a thought. Mental closure was not conventional magic. It required neither a wand nor incantations. It was merely a form of pure intuition, a conditional reflex. Intuition, in fact, could be replicated through potions. For instance, by consuming the complex elixir, one could embody the combat instincts of Sergei and, in turn, unconsciously master those instincts. Thus, would transforming into a formidable practitioner of mental closure aid in comprehending the intricacies of this enigmatic art? Jon suddenly felt a surge of excitement. By a fortunate coincidence, Hogwarts happened to have an exceptionally accomplished Occlumens, Severus Snape. The polyjuice potion required a strand of the transformed individual's hair, undoubtedly. Plucking a hair from Snape would be akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger. The risks were considerable, and the chances of failure were not insignificant. Yet the potential rewards were remarkably enticing, seemingly worth the attempt. For the next few days, Jon Hart pondered this scheme. How could he discreetly acquire a hair or a small tissue sample from Snape? However, each plan he devised was swiftly dismissed due to the inherent dangers. Snape was an extraordinarily skilled potions master, and his knowledge of the polyjuice potion might well exceed Jon's expectations. The notion of stealing a part of his anatomy was not entirely impossible, yet the slightest misstep would likely reveal his intentions. Leading Snape to deduce the existence of after much contemplation, Jon realized there remained one viable approach, albeit somewhat cumbersome. Nevertheless, it stood as the most reliable method. Resolute in his decision, he procured paper and ink, composing a letter addressed to Mr. Robert Wilson, the proprietor of the hardware store located at 21 Winchester Road, Southampton. Under the guise of Varian Urian, Jon solicited Mr. Wilson's assistance in procuring several items to be sent to Mr. Hart at Hufflepuff House, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Approximately a week later, owls began to appear intermittently in the dining hall, each laboring to carry large boxes, which they unceremoniously dropped before Jon. "Who has sent you all these items?" inquired Zacharias, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Oh, merely some trinkets from a relative," Jon replied vaguely, deflecting the inquiry. However, each time a delivery arrived, Jon seized the opportunity to dash to the room of requirement on the 8th floor of the castle, where he diligently installed the items, all the while awaiting a chance to approach Snape. During a potions class at the end of January 1993, Snape devoted an entire afternoon to instructing them on the preparation of a potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Jon and Astoria were the first in the class to complete the concoction. Severus, as was his custom, was the last to evaluate their work, deliberately covering the cauldron to prevent evaporation. As usual, Severus critiqued nearly every student in the class before turning his attention to Jon and Astoria in the front row. He strode over and uncovered the cauldron. Observing the clear, azure liquid within, he offered a subtle nod, accustomed to Jon and Astoria's near-flawless performance over the semester. Without a word, Severus moved to replace the lid. "Professor, allow me," Jon interjected, reaching out. In that instant, the scraper in his hand inadvertently grazed the back of Severus's hand. "I apologize, Professor," Jon stammered, rising to his feet in alarm. Severus impassively retracted his hand. The contact was so slight that it didn't even draw blood, leaving only a faint white mark. "Sit down," Severus commanded with a cold glare. "Mr. Hart, have I not instructed you to stow away your implements after completing any potion?" "My sincerest apologies. I momentarily forgot," Jon replied, resuming his seat while offering an explanation. 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff," Severus declared. "Class dismissed." "What on earth were you thinking?" Astoria exclaimed, approaching him with concern as soon as Severus exited the classroom. "Unbelievably, Professor Severus only deducted 5 points. I thought you were destined for detention." "Apologies, I was somewhat preoccupied," Jon responded with a wry smile, carefully placing the scraper into a crystal vial filled with a sanguine liquid. "Shall we proceed to the dining hall together?" Astoria inquired in a hushed tone, glancing around. "Regrettably, I have other matters to attend to," Jon replied, hastily gathering his belongings and hurrying toward the 8th floor of the castle. Before the tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Jon intoned internally, "I require a cold storage chamber." Having reached the room of requirement, he repeated the request in his mind. After passing the stretch of wall 3 times, a burnished brass handle materialized. He promptly pushed the door open and entered. The room of requirement was now replete with ice. Several cases of rum were nestled amongst the frozen blocks, indicating he was not the sole visitor to have sought refuge there. Jon could not suppress a shiver, and then he hastened to his left, removing a substantial block of ice to retrieve a collection of vials and containers hidden within: Demium cell culture medium, Gibco fetal bovine serum, PBS buffer solution, kanamycin, and ampicillin. These were all reagents that Jon had procured with the assistance of Mr. Wilson. One by one, he extracted the biological reagents, simultaneously taking a box of ice. Given the considerable risks and difficulties associated with brazenly removing a portion of Snape's body, he resolved to resort to his old expertise, employing laboratory methods to cultivate Snape's cells into tissue. As each reagent was unveiled, the entire wishful room began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The ice gradually vanished, and the space morphed into a greenhouse maintained at approximately 37 degrees Celsius, the optimal temperature for cell growth. Various instruments appeared within the small room, which Jon had secretly ordered and brought over in recent days, including a microscope, centrifuge, and incubator. Through Jon's diligent efforts over the past few days, this place had been transformed into a rudimentary microbiological laboratory, complete with a small diesel generator. Jon cautiously retrieved the epithelial cells he had previously collected from Snape, which he had surreptitiously scraped from Snape's hand with a scalpel. At the earliest opportunity after collection, he placed them into a culture medium, the very liquid contained within the crystal vial. With meticulous care, he centrifuged the medium at 800 G to remove the supernatant, thereafter reintroducing fresh culture medium and serum into the cells. Due to the inability to guarantee sterility, Jon reluctantly added a 1,000th proportion of antibiotics to the culture medium. After a brief period of simple processing, he carefully placed the cell flask into the incubator. Leaving the room of endless requests, he could only hope for a smooth progression. The experiment to culture Snape's cells progressed remarkably well. The vitality of the wizarding cells appeared to surpass that of ordinary mammalian cells. Previously, Jon had worried that the scant sample might not thrive in the flask or would require more time. However, his concerns proved unfounded. Within merely a few hours, Snape's cells had fully proliferated within the flask. Subsequently, Jon meticulously digested the cells and passaged them. For the following week, he visited the cells daily. Limited by his circumstances, he was unable to clone a small piece of Snape's epithelial tissue in such rudimentary conditions, so he allowed these epithelial cells to multiply extensively, continuing to culture them after each passage. Naturally, he endeavored to return to the Hufflepuff common room before dusk each day. Although he was aware that the basilisk would not reappear during this period, it was still prudent to take precautions. After a week of cultivation, the initially minuscule cell sample had proliferated to fill over a dozen flasks. On the afternoon of the second Friday in February, Jon deemed the cell quantity sufficient. He carefully collected more than 10 flasks of cells, digested them, and centrifuged them together. Of course, he also retained 2 flasks for continued cultivation, just in case. Observing the unsightly accumulation of white froth, roughly the size of a thimble, he acknowledged that it was indeed a remnant of Snape's corporeal form. He could only hope it would prove effective. With everything prepared, Jon extracted a portion of the froth and added it to a cup of the pre-prepared potion. The cup hissed and bubbled, and within a minute, the liquid transformed into a deep crimson hue. Gazing at the vibrant concoction, Jon's previously anxious heart settled somewhat. Pinching his nose, he downed the entire cup of potion in one swift motion. The taste was relatively pleasant, slightly bitter yet far less repugnant than he had anticipated. As with his previous experience, his insides began to churn violently, as if he had swallowed several live serpents. Jon bent down swiftly, adeptly donning a voluminous robe. Almost immediately, a searing sensation surged from his stomach, coursing throughout his body. He felt as though he were melting, his skin bubbling like molten wax. He collapsed onto the ground, watching in astonishment as his hands began to swell, fingers thickening, nails broadening, and shoulders extending. A minute later, he rose to his feet. His gaunt figure bore greasy, straight hair, waxen yellow skin, a prominent hawk-like nose, and an exceedingly cold gaze. Severus Snape materialized in the room of requirement. He had succeeded. Jon suppressed his inner excitement as much as possible. The previously cultivated cells were limited in number and could not sustain transformation for an extended period. He had to act swiftly. Snape's physique, in comparison to that of the old Russian special operative, was considerably frail, almost sickly. However, for a wizard of his caliber, this was utterly inconsequential. Jon swiftly seated himself and closed his eyes, beginning to attune to the instinct that Severus employed to shield his mind. He concentrated deeply, imposing a blockade upon his thoughts, refraining from contemplation, recollection, or sensation. After 10 minutes, Jon reopened his eyes. As he had anticipated, this method proved remarkably effective in grasping Severus's intuition and comprehending the manner in which he cloaked his mind. In just 10 minutes, it was almost more productive than the arduous 3-month endeavor he had previously undertaken. Jon swiftly closed his eyes once more, delving into introspection. The human heart is not a mere book to be perused at will. Thoughts are not inscribed upon the mind, allowing others to penetrate and decipher them. The act of grasping another's thoughts transcends simple recollection. It involves discerning the contradictions and emotions within their memories and providing accurate interpretations. Conversely, mental closure must entail the suppression of feelings and memories that contradict falsehoods, rendering it impossible for others to accurately judge one's thoughts. Simultaneously, genuine memories must be concealed in the deepest recesses, shrouded in deception, so that even the most formidable sorcerers cannot unveil the truth. An hour later, the somewhat slender figure of Jon Hart re-emerged in the Wishgranteos abode. He gasped for breath, alleviating the agony wrought by the transformation of the compound potion. Yet, he could sense that his mind had never been more resolute than it was at that moment. He stood on the precipice of mastering the art of mental closure. First, a moment's respite was in order. Fortunately, he had procured an ample supply of chocolate from the kitchen in the preceding days. Jon first consumed a substantial piece of chocolate, regaining a modicum of strength. Subsequently, he hastily retrieved the compound potion he had previously prepared, concealed within the room of requirement, and once again incorporated Severus's essence. This time ingesting a double dose. Transforming into Severus anew, Jon resumed his practice. Hours later, Jon's complexion had grown somewhat pallid. However, it must be said that the results were remarkably evident. He had once demanded the room of requirement to conjure an array of cacophonous sounds, yet amidst the clamor, he remained utterly unaffected, his mind undisturbed. Although he was not yet capable of completely sealing his mind from intrusion, he could actively conceal his unsavory memories, securely ensconced in the deepest recesses of his consciousness, rendering them imperceptible to others. Jon indulged in a few more pieces of chocolate, regaining a modicum of strength. He then rose to his feet, ready to return to the Hufflepuff common room. However, at that moment, he encountered a predicament. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered in the room of requirement for over 6 hours. It was now well past 9 o'clock in Greenwich Mean Time, and darkness had enveloped the land. The castle of Hogwarts had long since imposed its curfew. Jon pressed his lips together, seemingly troubled. Although it was highly unlikely that the basilisk would appear within the school at this hour, one must always be prepared for the unforeseen. Furthermore, setting aside other concerns, being caught by Filch would not bode well. After all, wandering around the school at night would indeed violate the rules. Jon pondered for a moment before retrieving a small vial containing a yellowish compound potion. Soon, the Soviet agent Sergei Pavlov materialized before the room of requirement. With Pavlov's skills, even an encounter with Mr. Filch should pose no challenge. After all, Filch was merely an ineffectual presence. He consumed enough of the potion to transform for 10 minutes. Ample time to traverse from the 8th floor to the Hufflepuff common room. Draped in a large black wizard's robe and concealing his face with a hood, Pavlov stepped out of the room of requirement and vanished into the night's glow. The nocturnal Hogwarts castle appeared somewhat sinister, with dim lights casting shadows on the walls, accompanied by the creaking of footsteps. A stranger with an Eastern European visage emerged in the corridor on the 8th floor, his black cloak shrouding much of his face. Jon Hart quickened his pace as much as possible, for it was likely that teachers or administrators were patrolling the school in the deep of night. He had to be cautious and swift, lest he be caught by them. As he turned a corner, he noticed at the end of the 8th floor corridor a portrait hanging on the wall. The painting depicted a rather plump woman adorned in a pink gown. The woman appeared to have her eyes closed, as if in slumber. It seemed to be the portrait of the fat lady, indicating that the Gryffindor common room was nearby. Just as Jon was contemplating this in his mind, a sudden noise emanated from the direction of the portrait. Jon's expression changed abruptly as he swiftly concealed himself behind a suit of armor. The portrait of the fat lady was pushed aside, revealing a tall boy with fiery red hair emerging from behind the painting. Jon found the boy's face somewhat familiar. He appeared to be Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor. This 6th-year Gryffindor student hummed a little tune as he sauntered past the suit of armor, completely oblivious to the presence hidden behind it. Only after Percy had completely exited his line of sight did Jon cautiously follow him. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had inadvertently crossed paths with Percy Weasley. Jon observed as Percy leisurely walked past the classroom of Muggle studies before descending the staircase. Jon had no choice but to slow his pace and trail behind him. After descending several flights of stairs and traversing a lengthy corridor, Percy Weasley chose to turn right in the direction he was heading, seemingly preparing to make his way to the Ravenclaw Tower. Jon suppressed his curiosity and halted at the corner of the corridor, preparing to wait until Percy Weasley had completely vanished from sight before descending to the basement and returning to the Hufflepuff common room. To his surprise, Percy Weasley took only a few steps before pausing, retrieving a mirror from his pocket, and leisurely beginning to groom his hair. Jon found himself at a loss for words. Is it not customary to prepare oneself for a date in advance rather than resorting to last-minute efforts? He had previously consumed only a modest amount of the compound potion, and the transformation period had merely lasted 10 minutes. Now, nearly 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed due to the delay caused by the head boy of Gryffindor. Exercising patience, Jon settled himself at the corner of the corridor. Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, Jon heard an odd sound emanating from the west wing. It began as a faint noise but grew increasingly distinct, resembling the sound of old leather scraping against the floor. This sound, Jon's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Could it be the basilisk? Yet, why would the basilisk appear at Hogwarts at this hour? According to the original narrative at this moment, Tom Riddle's diary should be in Harry Potter's possession, and Potter had yet to discover how to converse with the diary. The plot seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Without a moment's hesitation, Jon swiftly retrieved a rooster alarm clock from his pocket and wound it up. Who is it? Percy Weasley also seemed to sense something amiss. But before he could draw his wand, it was all over. In the mirror before him, he glimpsed a streak of yellowish-green light. Then, his body froze in place, turning to stone. Once again, the sound of old leather scraping against the floor echoed, drawing nearer. Jon furrowed his brow. The basilisk was slithering toward him, having already detected his presence. In that moment, the rooster alarm clock let out a sharp crow. With that piercing sound, Jon noticed that the massive creature in the darkness appeared to halt. The air was filled with the hissing of the basilisk, which seemed to exhibit fear and trepidation towards the sound of the alarm clock. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to coil along the other side of the corridor. The crowing of the rooster was lethal to the basilisk. Yet the alarm clock's imitation of the crowing was merely a facsimile, incapable of producing the same effect. At best, it could instill a habitual sense of dread in the creature. Thus, the two adversaries seemed to stand in a tense standoff. Jon decisively placed the ringing alarm clock on the ground. The incessant sound persisted for a mere 20 seconds. Should it cease, he would require at least 5 seconds to recalibrate it before it could once again emit the crow of a rooster. The serpentine creature was alarmingly close, and Jon could not assure himself that within that 5-second window, the beast would not advance upon him and deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, he began to retreat, distancing himself from the rooster alarm. However, he did not venture too far, nor did he flee in a panicked manner. Throughout the semester, he had devoted considerable time to studying the nature of the serpent. From his research, he understood that while the creature was indeed massive, it possessed remarkable agility, capable of striking at speeds reaching 15 meters per second. Even with Sergei's robust physique, it would be futile to outrun the serpent. Thus, fleeing was the most imprudent choice. Should he turn his back and allow the creature to pursue him, even a head start of over 100 meters would culminate in a grim fate. Within mere seconds, he would find himself pierced by the serpent's venomous fangs. The outcome would either see him becoming a meal for the beast or succumbing to the lethal poison it bore. After all, he could not guarantee the appearance of a phoenix to rescue him. The only ally he could rely upon was himself. Jon chose to retreat to a distance of just over 10 meters. According to historical accounts, the vile serpent of the ancient Greek sorcerer, Helpo, lived for nearly 9 centuries, measuring 9 meters in length at the time of its demise. In contrast, Slytherin's serpent thrived for over a millennium, suggesting its length was approximately 10 meters. Such a colossal creature, when turning a corner in the corridor, would undoubtedly require a moment to navigate. While retreating further might enhance his safety, it would significantly diminish the power and accuracy of his handgun. Thus, this position afforded a temporary assurance of safety while allowing the Desert Eagle Mark I to unleash its maximum potential. In a life-and-death situation, one must take calculated risks. With his left hand, he grasped the emerald bamboo wand, while his right hand firmly held the pistol. Jon Hart, or more accurately, Sergei Pavlov, lay on the ground, casting a glance towards the corner of the corridor ahead before closing his eyes. He awaited the arrival of either the hunter or the prey in silence. The sound of the alarm clock eventually ceased. The creaking of old leather against the floor once again echoed through the corridor. Due to the deadly gaze of the basilisk, Jon could not open his eyes. His only reliance was on his ears and instincts. As the crowing of the rooster abruptly ended, the colossal creature on the opposite side of the corridor suddenly stirred, swiftly crawling towards him. The sound of the basilisk's rough skin scraping against the floor was particularly grating. It became evident that, given the speed exhibited by the basilisk, had Jon placed all his bets on the rooster alarm just moments ago, he would certainly be a corpse by now. Upon hearing the basilisk's approach in the corridor, the tip of Jon's wand emitted a bright orange-yellow light as he unleashed the Eye Strike spell, honed through countless practices, aimed precisely at the location of the alarm clock, which his wand had been trained upon moments prior. The basilisk possessed considerable intelligence. To it, the threat posed by the alarm clock might outweigh that of Jon himself. Therefore, upon the cessation of the alarm's sound, the basilisk's first target was undoubtedly the clock rather than Jon. While this approach was indeed perilous, attempting to accurately strike the basilisk's eyes solely by sound was nearly impossible. Hence, he had no alternative. As Jon had anticipated, the basilisk rounded the corner and, in an instant, opened its gaping maw to bite down on the alarm clock. At the very moment it began to chew, The orange-yellow beam shot towards its head and struck one of its eyes. The eye strike spell would automatically track the target's eye, provided one hit a spot not far from it. The basilisk emitted a pained hiss, and had there been a serpent's tongue present, its curses would surely have been audible. However, Jon could neither comprehend nor wish to understand. The effects of the eye strike spell would inflict immense agony upon the basilisk. This was a prime opportunity. With his right hand, he fired the Desert Eagle Mark I semi-automatic pistol. A resounding bang echoed, likely reverberating throughout the entire castle. The magazine of Jon's handgun, loaded with 8 rounds, faced the daunting task of confronting such terrifying magical creatures, rendering a magazine change an impossible feat. Thus, he was afforded merely 8 opportunities to shoot. However, Jon harbored no intentions of conserving ammunition. With a series of resounding reports, he fired shot after shot. And thanks to his keen hearing and exceptional experience in nocturnal combat, nearly every bullet found its mark with precision. The 375 Magnum cartridges possessed formidable power. Designed specifically for hunting, they could penetrate the skull of a grizzly bear at a distance of 20 meters, piercing through the thick hide of the serpentine beast and resisting most harmful magical assaults. Yet they were no match for the might of such bullets. With a few dull thuds, the air was suddenly suffused with a faint metallic scent of blood. In a mere few seconds, Jon unleashed 7 rounds. The terrifying recoil causing even Sergei Pavlov's battle-hardened right arm to feel as though it might shatter under the strain. Jon had left a single bullet in the chamber, intended for the final moment when the serpent creature would open its gaping maw to strike. If his plan were to succeed, that shot would assuredly bring the beast to its demise. However, in doing so, the creature's venom would likely course through his veins, sealing his own fate. This scenario hinted at a mutual destruction. Yet, the serpent did not launch an attack. This extraordinary being possessed a remarkable intellect, and the bloody bullet holes in its body revealed to it that this towering Eastern European man was not the feeble prey it had previously encountered. Devoid of the means to defend himself, the creature had sustained significant injuries and sensed the imminent peril. Moreover, its master's orders did not encompass the elimination of this man. Its objective had long been accomplished, even exceeding expectations. More crucially, it was unaware that this man was no longer capable of launching a similar assault. The serpent began to retreat gradually, exiting the corridor and even vacating the entire floor. The sound of old leather scraping against the floor echoed softly as it distanced itself. Jon Hart rose to his feet and let out a sigh of relief. After an arduous battle, he had finally preserved his life. Yet, it was far from over. He could distinctly hear the sound of countless footsteps approaching from downstairs. The recent fierce skirmish had nearly roused the entire castle. An array of teachers and upperclassmen were hastily making their way toward his location. The duration of the polyjuice potion was likely dwindling to a mere 2 or 3 minutes, a time frame insufficient for him to reach the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. More critically, before those formidable professors, a skilled KGB agent would undoubtedly struggle to escape their scrutiny. Jon removed the handgun held tightly in his right hand with his left, stowing it along with his wand into his pocket. He then used his left hand to support his nearly severed right hand, hastily fleeing to the 8th floor. Along the way, he deftly evaded several inquisitive upper-year Gryffindor students who had come to investigate the commotion. Just before the transformation concluded, Jon finally reached the room of requirement. Upon entering this sanctuary, he collapsed to the ground, his body racked with violent convulsions as the transformation time had arrived. "Harry, wait for me." Just as Jon departed the scene of the attack, 2 second-year Gryffindors arrived. The voice was right here. Harry Potter gasped. "The Slytherin monster, it is killed. And it seems to be injured. This time, I must capture it." "But what about that voice? It seems a battle has taken place," Ron Weasley discerned. "I hope someone has stopped that monster," Harry muttered to himself. "Wait." Ron Weasley tugged at his sleeve from behind. A tall boy with fiery red hair lay frozen on the floor, his body cold and rigid, a look of sheer terror seemingly etched onto his face. With his glasses staring blankly at the ceiling. "Oh my God." Ron fell to his knees, crying out in anguish, "It's my brother, Percy." Almost simultaneously, a scream echoed from the west side of the castle, not far from them, belonging to Professor Flitwick. The cry was laced with shock and a hint of anger. Kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, Jon Hart felt his entire body trembling in a frenzy. Inside the room of requirement, he instinctively clutched the gaping wound in his right hand, seeking to alleviate the excruciating pain radiating from his palm. Though in pain, he considered himself temporarily safe. However, Jon was acutely aware that everything was far from over. Although the basilisk had been repelled, a multitude of problems loomed ahead. First and foremost, the story had experienced a significant upheaval. According to the original narrative, Ginny Weasley would have ushered in several months of peace at Hogwarts after discarding Tom Riddle's diary. It was not until the day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff that Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater would be attacked. Yet now, the fourth attack had begun prematurely, and the victim was none other than Percy Weasley. This already diverged greatly from the original tale. Who had reopened the Chamber of Secrets this time? Was it Ginny Weasley once again, or perhaps Harry Potter, who had recently acquired the diary? Or was it someone else entirely? Jon felt that the self-assured demeanor he once possessed had completely vanished. He couldn't help but lament his carelessness, having assumed that a mere understanding of the original plot would grant him immunity. Ironically, it was precisely during this semester that he made a single misstep, returning to the dormitory late, only to encounter the serpent creature amidst an attack. Had it not been for his prior preparations, he too might have found himself among the assailed. This coincidence left Jon with a bitter sense of helplessness. More critically, he needed to devise a plan, for trouble loomed large. The foremost task was to return to the Hufflepuff common room as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, if classmates discovered his absence from the dormitory late at night, he would undoubtedly become the prime suspect in the attack. However, making his way back to the common room was fraught with difficulty, as he was unfamiliar with many of Hogwarts' secret passages. The only route he knew would inevitably lead him past the scene of the incident, a location where a first-year student had no valid reason to be present. Transforming into Sergei Pavlov was equally unreliable. Although agile, it would not guarantee evasion from powerful wizards like Dumbledore, Snape, or McGonagall. An unfamiliar Eastern European face appearing within the castle would only heighten suspicion. The situation was indeed troublesome. The only viable solution seemed to be to transform into someone who could navigate the castle with ease. Professor Severus Snape was also present in the corridor between Hogwarts Castle and Ravenclaw Tower. His gaze remained as cold and inscrutable as ever, yet now bore a hint of gravity. He seemed drawn to the commotion nearby. "What is happening?" he inquired loudly. In the corridor, he spotted a statue on the ground and two Gryffindor boys. One was kneeling and weeping, while the other stood beside him. "Potter? Weasley?" Upon seeing Snape's arrival, Harry Potter's face contorted with distaste. "Another attack has occurred. I can see that without your guidance." Snape replied icily. "Then why are you here? Why are you the first to discover yet another attack?" Harry Potter found himself momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted the tension, as a throng of teachers and students gathered to witness the scene. Albus Dumbledore was at the forefront, asking, "What is the matter, Severus? Another victim has emerged." Snape's voice instinctively lowered. "It is a Gryffindor, Weasley." Professor McGonagall approached unsteadily, her face marked by shock. "This cannot be." Everyone understood her implication, according to rumors. The Slytherin monster only targeted Muggle-born students or those deemed unworthy. Yet Percy Weasley was a pureblood wizard and consistently excelled among sixth-year students. "It is not merely one attack." "Albus," came the voice of Phileas Flitwick from the direction of Ravenclaw Tower. He was struggling to carry a tall girl with long hair, which appeared somewhat comical. "Miss Clearwater has also been attacked. At the top of the tower, she too seems to have turned to stone." Professor Flitwick spoke with a mix of sorrow and anger. Following him were several upperclassmen from Ravenclaw, carrying a wooden door, upon which the eagle's beak stood frozen in place. The emblematic door knocker, a symbol of Ravenclaw's wisdom, had also turned to stone after 1,000 years. Everyone comprehended Professor Flitwick's fury, typically so gentle. "Is that so?" Professor Dumbledore mused, furrowing his brow as he examined the rigid forms of Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater. "May I interpret this as follows?" Snape said slowly, his expression grave. The initial target of the assailant was Miss Clearwater. She met her demise alongside the eagle's beak door knocker. However, it did not anticipate Mr. Weasley's presence, leading to a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, Mr. Weasley fell victim, yet the assailant sustained injuries. The onlookers gazed at the bloodstains on the ground and the wand in Percy Weasley's hand, many nodding in agreement. Yet, Dumbledore's countenance remained somber. He inhaled deeply, as though detecting an unusual scent, while scrutinizing the bloodstains. "Severus, please fetch Sybil and Hagrid," he instructed gravely. "Understood, Headmaster," Snape responded. As he exited the corridor, he encountered a student. "Halt." At Snape's command, the upperclassman from Hufflepuff paused. "What is the matter, Professor Snape? What was that noise?" he gasped, recognizing him as Gabriel Truman. "The Hufflepuff prefect," Snape replied coldly. "Another attack, Mr. Truman." You must return to the Hufflepuff common room and warn the students there to remain indoors. Understood, Professor. Truman nodded before turning to leave. Snape hurried toward the Forbidden Forest, but halfway there, he felt something amiss. Gabriel Truman had always addressed him as Sir in Potions class, rather than Professor. Any student was required to return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. Furthermore, no student was permitted to leave the dormitory after that time. Each class was accompanied by at least one teacher. Without an escort, no student could exit the common room, classrooms, dining hall, or other locations. All Quidditch practices and matches had been indefinitely postponed. Evening activities were also prohibited. With the emergence of the fourth attack, a series of announcements were posted upon the walls. The typically mild-mannered Professor Sprout had issued stern orders that these rules must be adhered to. Nevertheless, this did not prevent an uncountable number of protest letters, even shouting missives, from being sent to the school. The attack on the eve of Valentine's Day was unlike any that had preceded it. In the previous 3 attacks, the victims were all Muggle-born students or other beings. Although the repercussions were severe, they did not instill significant panic among the wizarding parents. After all, the legend of the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin spoke of a creature that would not harm young wizards of pure or mixed blood. However, this time was different. The latest victims, Penelope Clearwater, was Muggle-born, while Percy Weasley hailed from the illustrious Weasley family, known for generations of pure-blood lineage. Despite the Weasley family being dubbed a pure-blood disgrace, they are undeniably an ancient wizarding lineage. This shocking revelation undoubtedly stirred turmoil within many wizarding households. Even though Dumbledore held considerable esteem in the wizarding community, he could not quell the protests from anxious parents. An increasing number of students were withdrawn by their families, who believed that Hogwarts was no longer the safest haven in the British Isles. Susan Bones was taken away by her aunt, and Blaise Zabini returned home with his elegant mother. The Weasley couple appeared poised to retrieve all their children still attending Hogwarts. The very fabric of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. During this period, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the castle. Fear spread with unprecedented swiftness, and the warm sunlight outside seemed unable to penetrate the castle's corridors. Most faces within the school displayed anxiety and trepidation, and every burst of laughter echoed eerily in the halls. Students confined themselves to classrooms, the dining hall, and common rooms, hastily departing after lessons or dinner. Even the common rooms no longer resonated with the joyful laughter of yore. The day following the attack on Percy and Penelope, John, escorted by Professor Sprout, made a visit to the hospital wing, feigning an injury to his right hand. After a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey concluded that John's hand was merely fractured and not severely harmed. However, for precautionary reasons, she advised him to remain in the hospital for the night. This absence sparked considerable speculation among the students, who feared that he too had fallen victim to the monster from Slytherin. That evening, Astoria Greengrass, frightened, discreetly fled from the Slytherin common room to the hospital wing. Yet, upon her arrival, she was promptly dismissed by Madame Pomfrey after only a few moments in the ward. Before taking her leave, Astoria informed John that her mother intended to come to the school shortly to retrieve her and her sister. After Madame Pomfrey instructed Hagrid to escort her back to the Slytherin common room, John suddenly recalled that it was February 14th. Thus, it seemed that Percy and Penelope had likely arranged to meet on the Ravenclaw Tower's rooftop the previous night, only for Penelope to be targeted first by the basilisk, leading to the horrifying events that unfolded in the corridor. Fortunately, both had merely been petrified. Had they perished, the subsequent narrative would have faced far graver complications. After Hagrid escorted Astoria back, he too departed the school within a few hours, reportedly taken by ministry officials to Azkaban. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, during the defense against the dark arts class, boldly proclaimed that Rubeus Hagrid was the true culprit behind the Chamber of Secrets incident. Mark my words, he proclaimed. From what I understand, the last time the chamber was opened, the perpetrator was indeed Hagrid. I believe this time is no different. The culprit has been apprehended, rendering further security measures unnecessary. Alas, it was no longer the beginning of term, and few were inclined to lend credence to Lockhart's words. Panic continued to spread swiftly throughout the school. In such dire circumstances, the foremost figure to bear the brunt of the situation was undoubtedly the headmaster of Hogwarts. On the morning 2 days after the attack on Percy and Penelope, the headmaster's office atop Hogwarts Castle was graced by 2 uninvited guests. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, adorned in formal attire, a lavish deep green robe embroidered with numerous stars and moons, wore a grave expression. Before him stood a middle-aged man draped in a long black traveling cloak, exuding elegance and wearing a cold yet self-satisfied smile, alongside another man clad in a disheveled striped suit, whose appearance was quite peculiar. "What is your business here, Cornelius? And Lucius?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone courteous, yet laced with a subtle undercurrent of ire. "I have heard that last night you took my gamekeeper to Azkaban." "I apologize, Dumbledore. But Hagrid's criminal record does him no favors. The Ministry was compelled to take action." Minister Cornelius Fudge replied, somewhat flustered. "Things are about to get worse." "Mr. Malfoy languidly interjected, producing a lengthy scroll of parchment. "The board has deemed it necessary for you to resign, Albus." He paused, continuing, "This is the notice of dismissal, and you will see that 12 board members have signed it. How many attacks have occurred thus far? 2 just the night before, correct? At this rate, there will be no students left at Hogwarts. We all know that would be a catastrophic loss for the school." "What are you saying, Lucius?" Fudge exclaimed in a panic. "Dumbledore cannot be dismissed. We absolutely cannot allow that." Ignoring the minister, Lucius Malfoy fixed his gaze directly upon Dumbledore. "If the board wishes for me to step down, Lucius, I shall, of course, relinquish my position," Dumbledore replied calmly, though his blue eyes appeared lost in contemplation. "Very well, Albus. I merely hope your successor can effectively halt these attacks." Mr. Malfoy responded, a look of satisfaction upon his face. Had Albus Dumbledore resigned? Undoubtedly, this was not uplifting news. "They are utterly mad," Zacharias Smith remarked. "Professor Dumbledore may be the only one capable of instilling fear in the air of Slytherin. Could the beast from the chamber have been unleashed by the Ministry?" In the Hufflepuff common room, many familiar faces had already departed: Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and Stephen Lucas, among numerous younger students, had all left the school early for various reasons. The common room, once filled with laughter and camaraderie, now felt desolate and cold. Jon sat quietly by the fireplace, lost in contemplation. Undoubtedly, the situation was dire. It was only February 15th, and Professor Dumbledore had already departed from the school. It was difficult to fathom the dreadful events that might ensue. Whether it be the basilisk wreaking havoc within the castle or the complete closure of Hogwarts, both scenarios were exceedingly grim. Therefore, he felt compelled to take action to alter the prevailing circumstances. Jon's gaze shifted towards the inconspicuous portrait of the witch above the fireplace. "Professor, what should I do?" he whispered to the image of Helga Hufflepuff. The kindly witch looked at Jon with gentle eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. She said nothing but nodded slightly. In that moment, Jon felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. "Thank you, Professor." "Zacharias." "What is it, Jon?" Zacharias Smith was intercepted by Jon Hart, just as he was preparing to retire for the night. "I need your help with something," Jon said, his expression serious. "Follow me." All right, Zacharias replied lazily, trailing behind Jon into his dormitory. Upon seeing the piles of books stacked haphazardly on his bedside table and desk, Zacharias couldn't help but smirk. "You're quite the diligent one, Jon." "Diligence is a cherished virtue of Hufflepuff," Jon replied casually, retrieving a tattered black journal from the mound of books. "Do you recognize this?" "What?" Zacharias glanced at the journal, noting its small size, thinness, and worn black cover, which appeared to have been water-damaged. "Where did you find this relic?" "I picked it up," Jon said calmly. "I found it in a washroom a few days ago. I had almost forgotten about it after the dreadful attack the other day, compounded by my own injuries." "Have you asked Ernie and Wayne about it?" "I have, but it's not theirs. I suspect it belongs to a student from another house," Jon stated. "However, you know about the recent monstrous occurrences from Slytherin at the school. Being a Muggleborn, I am quite hesitant to attract too much attention." Understood. Zacharias said boisterously. "Leave it to me. I'll ask the Gryffindor and Slytherin students in the dining hall tomorrow if they've lost it." "All right, thank you. Not a problem." The following morning, as Jon arrived at the dining hall escorted by Filch alongside a group of Hufflepuff students, he heard Zacharias' loud voice. "Has anyone misplaced a black journal?" Zacharias Smith called out in front of the Gryffindor table. "Jon found one a few days ago in a washroom. It's old and tattered, like something from decades ago, with the name of a Muggle bookstore printed on it." "Not mine?" "Okay, then I'll check with Ravenclaw." While Zacharias shouted, Jon nibbled on a small round roll, discreetly observing the other tables. Unfortunately, the hall was rather chaotic and crowded, preventing him from gathering any useful information. After breakfast, they had no classes in the mornings, so they returned to the Hufflepuff common room under Filch's supervision. Watching his classmates dive into the wooden barrel, Jon intentionally lingered at the end. As the last to enter the tunnel, he did not crawl through but remained behind, counting a few seconds until he felt Filch had left. Jon then crawled out of the barrel. However, he did not depart the vicinity. Instead, he headed straight toward a painting depicting a bowl brimming with fruits. He stealthily slipped into the kitchen. Nearby, in the narrow cabin of Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures instructor, several adult wizards crowded inside. Minerva McGonagall, Filius Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, and Severus Snape, the heads of the four houses, quickly gathered there after escorting their students. Along with them was Gilderoy Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts professor. Professor Kettleburn crouched at the center, examining a blood-stained piece of white paper in his hands. "This blood was collected at the scene of Mr. Weasley's demise," he said, his aged voice tinged with weariness. "Professor Dumbledore has entrusted me with its analysis, and I can confirm it belongs to a serpent." "Then, Sylvanus, I should have mentioned." Professor Sprout's voice trembled. "Indeed, it seems correct," Professor Kettleburn stammered. "A terrifying creature roams Europe, filled with dreadful beasts and monsters, the most bizarre and lethal of which is the basilisk, also known as the Serpent King. This serpent is of immense size and possesses a terrifying method of killing. In addition to its deadly fangs, its gaze can also induce death. Any being that meets its eyes will perish instantly. Spiders flee from a basilisk, as it is their mortal enemy, and it only flees in terror at the crowing of a rooster, as that sound is lethal to it. Each time an attack occurs, spiders feel fear, even to the point of dying from fright. Hagrid's roosters have all been slaughtered, as their crowing is fatal," Professor Sprout bitterly retorted. "Potter and his friends seem to be the first to arrive at each crime scene," Snape remarked incredulously. "Is it because he is a Parselmouth? Can he hear the basilisk, thus being drawn to it?" Professor Kettleburn nodded slightly. "No one has died," Professor Flitwick analyzed, "because none of them directly met its gaze. Mr. Creevey saw it through a camera, Mr. Finnegan likely saw it through Sir Nicholas, and Mr. Weasley glimpsed it through a mirror. As for Miss Clearwater, through the reflection of a bronze knocker," Professor McGonagall interjected. "She was attacked. The knocker was consequently damaged." "Unbelievable," Professor Sprout exclaimed angrily. "Such a filthy monster has been roaming our campus for so long. We must find a way to vanquish it." Flitwick drew his wand from his belt. "Indeed, you are correct," Lockhart said lazily, stretching. However, sensing the unfriendly gazes of his colleagues, he quickly retracted his statement. Suddenly, a sharp explosion drew the attention of several professors. "What happened?" Snape raised his wand. "Wait, Severus." Sprout stopped him. "It's a house elf." She turned her gaze toward the ugly little creature that had just operated into the room, gently inquiring, "What is it, Winky?" The house elf named Winky bowed respectfully to Professor Sprout and then saluted the other professors in turn. "An intruder attempted to enter the Hufflepuff common room. We captured her," the house elf piped up. "As per our usual custom, we would have doused her in vinegar and then released her. However, Klein informed me of some recent terrifying events at Hogwarts, and we ought to be cautious. Therefore, esteemed Professor Sprout, I have brought the intruder." As Winky spoke, she snapped her fingers. 6 house elves suddenly appeared beside Professor Kettleburn's cabin, carrying a small, frail girl. "Miss Weasley?" Professor McGonagall could not help but exclaim. Ginny Weasley stood there somewhat flustered, her wand in the hands of a house elf nearby. "What is the meaning of this?" Professor Sprout furrowed her brow and inquired. "Why would a first-year Gryffindor attempt to infiltrate the Hufflepuff common room? I believe you owe us an explanation, Miss Weasley," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Ginny stammered, "Professor McGonagall, I think I might have opened the Chamber of Secrets." "What?" At that moment, the gazes of 6 teachers were fixated upon her. "McGonagall," Ginny suddenly burst into tears. "I feel as though I have lost some memories. Numerous times, my robes were covered in feathers, and I do not know how they got there. I cannot recall what I did on Halloween Eve, but a cat was killed, and my front was splattered with paint. On the day of the Quidditch match, Colin told me he would visit Harry in the hospital that night, and then he was attacked. I do not remember what I was doing at that time. Percy told me my complexion looked poor and that I seemed rather odd. I suspect he might have doubted me, and then that evening, he was also attacked. I cannot recall where I was then. I feel like I am the one who attacked all those people, Professor McGonagall." The expressions of all the teachers became exceedingly grave, even that of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Please, Ginny, take your time and tell us what happened. I believe you." Professor Lockhart approached, his voice soft yet profoundly reassuring. "The diary. I found it in a book my mother gave me. I thought someone had forgotten it there, and I wrote in it. It could communicate with me. And it said its name was Tom Riddle," Ginny sobbed. Upon hearing the name Tom Riddle, Professor McGonagall slightly trembled. I had intended to dispose of it, to flush it down the toilet, but Zacharias found it. I feared my secret would be uncovered and attempted to sneak into the Hufflepuff common room to retrieve it. I had heard Fred and George speak of how to enter the Hufflepuff common room, so What is going on, Minerva? 10 minutes later. Former Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore returned to his old office, holding a letter. A deep crimson bird, resembling a crane, perched on Dumbledore's shoulder, adding a note of whimsy to his appearance. Miss Weasley has provided us with some valuable information regarding the Chamber of Secrets. After discussion, we believe it prudent to ask you to return and address this matter. Professor McGonagall stated with a serious expression. I see. Professor Dumbledore nodded with a smile, then greeted the panic-stricken Ginny Weasley standing behind McGonagall. Good afternoon, Miss Weasley. Dumbledore gazed into her eyes, his soft, pale blue gaze conveying a sense of calm. This exchange lasted several minutes. Finally, Professor Dumbledore turned away. Miss Weasley must go to the hospital wing immediately. He declared her past experiences must have been a torment. The school shall not punish her. Many older, more cunning wizards have been deceived by Voldemort. McGonagall nodded and waved towards the door. Madame Pomfrey had been waiting outside the headmaster's office and hurried in. Come with me to the hospital wing, dear. You will be just fine, she said gently. As for us, we must now uncover the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore smiled as he took out his rather peculiar elder wand and began to carefully wipe it with a handkerchief. Miss Weasley's memory has been altered, Professor McGonagall quickly stated. She can hardly remember anything she has done. A little trick of Tom's, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. Finding the erased memories is indeed a bit troublesome without completely obliterating Miss Weasley's mind, but he must have left some trace. What? However, Dumbledore shifted the topic. What of the diary Miss Weasley mentioned, located in the Hufflepuff common room? Not at all. McGonagall shook her head. Pomona found it with Mr. Smith. Professor Snape examined it closely and insisted it was merely an ordinary muggle item, devoid of any dark enchantments. As she spoke, McGonagall pointed to a diary carefully contained within glass on the headmaster's desk. Would you like to examine it again? No need. I trust Severus. Dumbledore winked and smiled. Moreover, it does not resemble the one Miss Weasley recalls. Perhaps it is merely an amusing coincidence? McGonagall nodded. Let us call Severus, Pomona, and Phileas. We shall investigate the abandoned lavatory between the first floor and the basement of the castle. Dumbledore proposed. What is the issue there? Miss Weasley's memory traversed that area multiple times. It is rather unusual for a first-year Gryffindor to appear there, aside from potions class. She should find it difficult to be present. Professor Dumbledore, over here. Just as they entered the lavatory, Professor Flitwick's sharp voice rang out. What have you discovered, Phileas? Following Flitwick's direction, Dumbledore bent down and saw an inscription beneath a sink. I am Ginny Weasley. I believe I opened the Chamber of Secrets, and something is controlling my thoughts. The entrance to the chamber seems to be beneath a brass serpent on the right side of the sink. It requires Parseltongue to open. Help me. Indeed. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment. Dumbledore paused, then suddenly laughed. What is it? Professor Sprout inquired in confusion. Fascinating. Quite fascinating. Dumbledore stood up, shaking his head with a smile. From Pomona and Sylvanus discovering the spider's transformation, to Miss Weasley being unexpectedly captured, and now this inscription. It is as if someone is guiding us on what to do. Albus, are you suggesting this is a trap? Snape's cold voice interjected from the side. That is impossible. Tom would never devise such a foolish trap. He certainly lacks the audacity to lay a trap for me. Dumbledore replied confidently. Now, to open the chamber. We may require a Parseltongue. Potter Snape murmured. Indeed. Dumbledore commanded, Minerva, perhaps you should bring Mr. Potter here. Very well, Headmaster. Professor McGonagall turned to leave, while Professors Flitwick and Sprout continued to examine the inscription on the sink. Albus, do you not find all of this rather coincidental? Snape whispered. Is it? Dumbledore nodded. Perhaps it is merely a series of coincidences, or perhaps not. Basilisk, such is its name. It was bestowed upon it nearly a millennium ago by its creator, Salazar Slytherin. The serpent monster, referred to as the Serpent King or the Great Python, is known by such titles among wizards. It is well aware of the fear and trepidation it instills in them. Yet, these concerns do not trouble it, for it has a mission to fulfill. Before departing from Hogwarts Castle, Salazar Slytherin left behind a secret chamber, one of its responsibilities being to guard the secrets contained within until the heir of Slytherin returns. For 1,000 years, the basilisk has roamed beneath the castle, surviving on a meager diet of rats, bats, and the occasional bird, often facing hunger, and at times succumbing to hibernation due to starvation. It had never intended to appear within the castle, fully aware that its presence would only incite panic. Moreover, Salazar Slytherin had instilled in it a sense of purpose. There are those who claim that Salazar Slytherin sought to expel all Muggleborns or those lacking sufficient magical prowess from the school. However, the Basilisk understands that this is not the entire truth. No one held a deeper love for this castle or this school than Salazar. Not even his 3 former friends could compare. Even in death, far across the ocean, the Basilisk could still feel its master's unquenchable longing for Hogwarts. Salazar Slytherin opposed the admission of Muggle-born wizards for a simple reason. He deemed them unreliable. In an era rife with witch hunts, amidst the animosity between Muggles and wizards, when any wizard could be reported and subsequently condemned, even the valiant Godric Gryffindor had suffered grievous injuries in battles against Muggles. Thus, Slytherin believed that accepting Muggle-born wizards posed a significant risk, for one could never be certain whether they might divulge the existence of Hogwarts to Muggles. Once the secrecy of Hogwarts was breached, a new war between wizards and Muggles would surely ensue. Unquestionably, Slytherin's perspective was not shared by all. To his 3 friends, Muggle-born wizards represented a symbol of exceptional talent. Furthermore, without the infusion of fresh blood, wizards would only stagnate and ultimately bring about their own demise. They engaged in a fierce argument, and ultimately, Slytherin was defeated. He departed from Hogwarts Castle, leaving the school behind. Nevertheless, even after his departure, Salazar Slytherin never contemplated harming the Muggle-born wizards, for he always considered himself the headmaster of Hogwarts, believing that even Muggle-born wizards remained his students. A headmaster would never harm his students, even those he might despise. This was the mission imparted to the Basilisk. It lay hidden beneath Hogwarts for millennia, tasked not only with protecting Slytherin's chamber, but also safeguarding the castle and its inhabitants. However, 50 years ago, the chamber was opened. The Basilisk was elated, for it sensed that its mission was nearing completion. Yet, it was astonished to discover that the new master was entirely unlike the former Slytherin, Tom Riddle. The heir of Slytherin held far more radical and cruel beliefs than Salazar. He believed in exterminating all mudbloods and squibs at Hogwarts. The Basilisk attempted to communicate with this new master, hoping to persuade him, but it failed. Tom Riddle disregarded its counsel, viewing the Basilisk merely as a brutish beast. Even more perilous was the fact that Tom Riddle was a Parselmouth, for a great serpent. Parseltongue was its nemesis. No snake could resist the commands of a Parselmouth. Not even the king of serpents. The Basilisk was compelled to obey the orders of its new master, leaving the chamber to roam the castle, attacking those solitary Muggle-born wizards. Yet, the Basilisk endeavored to alter its approach. It understood that the direct gaze and venom of its fangs were lethal to wizards, and thus, under the new master's directives, it made subtle adjustments. During its attacks, it sought to avoid direct eye contact with the unfortunate students. It always tried to appear before them in ways that did not allow for direct confrontation, despite the fact that such actions still caused them great harm, at least preserving their lives. Nearly 10 students were attacked, and the Basilisk did its utmost to ensure their survival until an unfortunate incident occurred. Tom Riddle commanded it to attack a girl wearing thick glasses. The Basilisk knew that the glasses would shield her from its deadly gaze. However, during the attack, the girl, in her tears, removed her glasses. She perished. The Basilisk fell into a profound guilt, beginning to rebel against its new master's commands. However, the Parseltongue was far too lethal for serpents, rendering its resistance almost futile. Fortunately, after the girl's death, Tom Riddle never reopened the chamber. The Basilisk believed it was free. Until 6 months ago, the chamber was once again opened, by the very same individual. The Basilisk curled up in a small nest within the chamber, licking its wounds. For half a year, like 50 years prior, it had been compelled to attack Hogwarts students under the commands of Parseltongue. However, 3 days ago, during an attack, it was injured. A burly wizard struck it with a peculiar wand, leaving something within the wound that even the Basilisk's formidable healing ability struggled to mend. The Basilisk sensed its body weakening significantly. Above the chamber, there were sounds. Could it be that Tom Riddle had returned? Intent on orchestrating new attacks at Hogwarts while it was injured, the Basilisk slowly crawled from its nest. However, it was not the frigid voice of Tom Riddle that it heard. This time, the sound of the chamber being opened belonged to a young boy. And it was much gentler. Accompanying the boy were the sounds of many footsteps, several adult wizards. Harry Potter, following Professor McGonagall, arrived between the first floor and the basement. Upon realizing that their destination was the very bathroom where the three of them had secretly brewed Polyjuice potion, Harry's face turned ashen. In that moment, he feared they had been caught stealing Snape's ingredients and concocting illicit potions. Professor McGonagall stammered, "What are you stopping for? You must hurry. Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you." Her urgent tone was interpreted by Harry as sternness. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, he stumbled in his steps. Was it possible that Professor Dumbledore would be furious over this matter and expel him? It was over. In 10 minutes, he would surely be packing his belongings. What would the Dursleys say upon seeing him at the doorstep? Upon entering the lavatory, he was astonished to discover that, apart from Professor Dumbledore, Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and even Snape were present. The door to the cubicle containing cauldrons and leftover materials remained firmly closed, showing no signs of having been opened. "Good afternoon, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "There is a matter I may need your assistance with." Assistance? Harry felt a wave of relief, judging by Dumbledore's demeanor. It seemed unrelated to the Polyjuice potion incident, and he would not be expelled. "Come here for a moment." Dumbledore patted Harry's shoulder, signaling him not to be anxious. Harry nodded and bent down as instructed. Suddenly, the lavatory door swung open with a bang. 2 second-year students burst in. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall frowned. Harry's expression shifted instantly as he desperately gestured to Hermione. Unfortunately, since entering the lavatory, Hermione had focused solely on Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall. "It was my doing, not Harry's," Hermione exclaimed in rapid succession. "The idea to borrow books from the restricted section to brew the Polyjuice potion was mine. I was the one who threw that dung bomb in potions class 2 months ago. I also stole the powdered bicorn and the skin of the African snake from Professor Snape. If anyone deserves punishment, it should be me. Harry and Ron have nothing to do with it." Hermione's logic was straightforward. Harry and Ron had already received a serious warning since the beginning of the term. Any further misstep could lead to expulsion. She felt compelled to shoulder the blame entirely. Believing that at least Professor McGonagall still liked her and wouldn't expel her for one major mistake. Breathing heavily beside her, Ron had not managed to intervene in time. The atmosphere in the lavatory became decidedly awkward. Professor McGonagall's face was pale with anger. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged glances, bewildered. Professor Snape stood frozen, taking several seconds to process the situation. "Very well, Granger," Snape sneered. "Now I understand." Noticing Harry's despondent expression and the professor's reactions, Hermione suddenly realized she had made a grave error. What is going on? An unsuspecting defense against the dark arts teacher entered, breaking the awkward silence. He glanced at the crowded lavatory. "I thought this was an abandoned girls' lavatory." "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, Merlin above, you're back," Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed excitedly. "Good afternoon, Gilderoy." Dumbledore smiled and greeted Professor Lockhart. "We've just discovered the Chamber of Slytherin. Would you care to join us in exploring it?" "The Chamber of Slytherin?" Lockhart's expression shifted dramatically but quickly reverted to a forced smile. "I've known for quite some time that this lavatory is the entrance to the Chamber of Slytherin. I've always intended to eradicate it, but I've been quite busy lately." Dumbledore chose to ignore him and turned his attention to Professor Snape. "Severus, perhaps we shouldn't focus on the minutiae at this moment." "Minutiae?" Snape scoffed. "Very well, if you insist, Dumbledore." "Of course, relatively speaking." Dumbledore's expression became serious again. "Miss Granger, I hope you can visit my office this evening. We shall enjoy a fine cup of Prince of Wales tea together. Near the spiral staircase on the top floor, there is a gargoyle. The password is lemon sherbet." "All right, Professor." Hermione nodded anxiously. "Now, back to the matter at hand." Snape grunted. "Potter, come here and see this copper dragon head. Do you see the small snake engraved on the side? Speak a few words to it." "Speak in Parseltongue." The faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Then, the basin itself began to move. They watched as it slowly vanished from sight, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to crawl through. "How marvelous!" Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. But upon seeing the disapproving glances from his colleagues, he quickly feigned a serious demeanor. "It appears only one person can descend at a time." Dumbledore smiled. "Gilderoy, perhaps you should go first. As our defense against the dark arts instructor, you've always been eager to vanquish the creature of Slytherin. Now is your moment to fulfill your duty." Lockhart's mouth fell open, speechless. Snape gently kicked him from behind, prompting a yelp as Lockhart fell through. The other professors averted their gaze, pretending nothing had occurred. Harry prepared to follow Lockhart into the pipe, but was halted by Snape. Snape merely shot him a cold glare before being the second to leap into the pipe. One by one, the professors and students crawled into the tunnel. Professor McGonagall had initially intended to send Ron and Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room, but Dumbledore intervened, permitting the two second-year students to join the hunt. It felt as though they were swiftly plunging down a dark, sticky, endless slide. The pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending. After several minutes, they emerged from the pipe, landing with a soft thud on the damp ground. They found themselves in a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough to accommodate several people standing side by side. They had likely traveled several miles beneath the castle. Lumos, McGonagall murmured, shaking her wand gently. The tip of her wand emitted a faint glow, illuminating the path ahead. Upon glancing at the grim scene before them, Hermione gasped in horror. Scattered around were the shattered remains of small animals, clearly gnawed upon by some unseen predator. An unsettling sight. If you hear any strange noises, turn around immediately and close your eyes. McGonagall instructed the trio sternly. They nodded earnestly. The tunnel was eerily quiet, akin to a graveyard, as the group cautiously advanced deeper. McGonagall led the way, with Professor Snape bringing up the rear. A soft crunch echoed as Ron looked down, realizing he had stepped on a badass skull. Just as he was about to mutter something, Dumbledore shook his head, signaling for silence. Fawkes has informed me that a giant serpent is not far ahead, approaching us, Dumbledore said calmly. Simultaneously, music floated in from nowhere, resonating through the empty tunnel. The sound grew louder, ethereal, and exhilarating. A magnificent crimson bird, singing, appeared from behind them and swiftly soared deeper into the tunnel. Moments later, the darkness ahead erupted with sounds of fierce struggle and hissing. Fawkes is a phoenix. Dumbledore lowered his head, seemingly to elucidate to Harry, as an extraordinarily powerful magical creature. She is immune to many dreadful dark spells, and the tears of a phoenix possess remarkable healing properties. Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. Let us follow, suggested Dumbledore. She seems eager to escape. Harry and his companions hurried after Professor Dumbledore, traversing the tunnel and turning a corner, at last catching sight of the phoenix, Fawkes. She radiated a fierce, fiery aura, poised majestically against her adversary. Below the phoenix, Harry beheld a terrifying giant serpent, its entire body exhibiting a peculiar shade of green, glistening with the vibrant sheen characteristic of venomous snakes. The serpent was nearly 2 feet thick and approximately 40 feet long. However, its bulbous, yellow eyes appeared exceedingly dull, as black blood gushed forth incessantly. Its eyes were blind. Well done, Fawkes. You have disarmed the basilisk's most formidable weapon, Professor Dumbledore praised. This creature from the Slytherin chamber. Harry stammered. Indeed, Harry, Dumbledore said, patting his shoulder. It is a serpent, which explains the strange sounds you might hear when it attacks. To be precise, it is a basilisk, a terrifying magical beast created by dark wizards. Its fangs are highly venomous, and the gaze of its yellow eyes is lethal. So we must exercise caution. Harry nodded dumbly, puzzled as to why Professor Dumbledore felt the need to elaborate so extensively. Leave the rest to me, Albus, Professor Flitwick shouted, brandishing his wand and rushing forward. His diminutive frame appeared somewhat comical in comparison to the enormous serpent. Yet, mere seconds later, Harry suddenly understood why it was rumored that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. With elegant wand movements, Flitwick levitated massive rocks around him, seemingly exerting complete control over them, and then hurled them one by one at the giant serpent. The serpent was violently smashed against the wall, emitting a horrific scream. You shall not harm my students any longer, monster, Professor Flitwick roared. The basilisk struggled mightily, but it seemed unable to move any further. Vines sprouted from the wall, binding the serpent tightly. Many of these vines bore thorns that pierced its thick hide. Devil snare and wailing willow, Professor Sprout murmured to herself. A powerful binding and paralyzing effect. Even if you were a dragon, you would remain here and not escape. The remains of small animal skeletons suddenly floated into the air, startling Ron. It was Professor McGonagall, transforming the remnants of these small creatures into countless birds with sharp beaks, which began to swirl around them. A puño. Professor McGonagall shouted her incantation. All the birds, resembling heavy golden projectiles, swiftly shot towards the giant serpent. Each bird's sharp beak stabbed into the basilisk's body and exploded, the serpent's wails echoing in agony. Throughout the ordeal, it had scarcely any opportunity to retaliate. Snape, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and raised his wand. A dreadful curse struck the basilisk, causing its skin to split as if cleaved by an invisible sword, black blood splattering everywhere. Chunks of dark green scales were sliced away by Snape's spell, revealing mottled flesh beneath. The scene was grim. Simultaneously, The binding magic of the devil's snare was severed by Snape's incantation. The basilisk regained its freedom once more, despite its evident suffering. It still struggled towards the depths of the chamber, leaving a deep trail of blood in its wake. Professor Flitwick attempted to pursue, but was held back by Dumbledore. "Let me go, Phileas," Dumbledore said calmly. "Perhaps you can search the surroundings to see if you can locate the diary that Miss Weasley mentioned." "Very well, Professor Dumbledore." Flitwick nodded. "Leave it to us." Dumbledore then waved at Harry. "Harry, come with me." Harry hesitated, but Hermione gently urged him from behind, prompting him to follow. "Professor, why do you wish to take me along?" Harry asked quietly, perplexed. "Perhaps you have faced enough danger. However, gaining more combat experience is never a disadvantage." Dumbledore explained with a smile. At that moment, the Phoenix Fox dropped a tattered object into Harry's hands. It was grimy, crumpled, and patched. The worn sorting hat from the school. The following morning, during breakfast, Ron was slathering thick jam on his sausage. At the head table, the acting headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall, suddenly stood up. "I have a few announcements to make," she proclaimed loudly, adding, "Of course, they are good news." The students, still reeling from the terror brought by the creature in the chamber, exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom what good news could possibly arise. "Our headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore, has returned." Professor McGonagall smiled. "He has vanquished the monster of Slytherin." After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Long live Professor Dumbledore!" The Weasley twins sang out. "I knew the monster of Slytherin could never match Professor Dumbledore," Ernie Macmillan proclaimed confidently. "Hannah and Susan should be back soon," Eloise Midgen murmured. "What about Quidditch?" Oliver Wood shouted excitedly. "Will the Quidditch matches be resuming?" "Indeed would." McGonagall nodded. "So I suggest that each house's Quidditch team should hasten their training. As in a week's time, we will have the Quidditch matches between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, as well as Ravenclaw and Slytherin. By the way, where is Harry? Where has he gone?" Dean Thomas, a second-year Gryffindor, asked. "I haven't seen him return to the dormitory since last night." "Mr. Potter played a crucial role in defeating the monster of Slytherin," Professor McGonagall said proudly. "He exhibited the bravery characteristic of Gryffindor, though he sustained a minor injury during the battle and is currently being treated by Madame Pomfrey." All the Gryffindor students erupted into cheers once more, except for Wood, who furrowed his brow, wearing a worried expression, likely pondering whether Harry would recover in time to participate in the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Jon Hart listened intently to Professor McGonagall's words. The demise of the basilisk and the return of Dumbledore were not unexpected for him. After being lured by him, Ginny Weasley would undoubtedly misinterpret that the diary was hidden within the Hufflepuff common room and would attempt to stealthily infiltrate in order to steal it, thereby preventing her secret from being revealed. Although the Hufflepuff common room appeared defenseless, it was, in fact, under the vigilant watch of house elves, whose powerful magic would certainly surpass that of a mere first-year girl. During a previous visit to the kitchen for snacks, John had inadvertently informed Klein that trouble was brewing at school, subtly warning him to be wary of the peculiar individuals within the castle. After Ginny Weasley was captured, the professors would easily unravel the truth of the Chamber of Secrets through the clues she had left behind. Moreover, while the basilisk was indeed terrifying to students, it posed a relatively manageable threat to well-prepared adult wizards, especially considering that most of Hogwarts teachers were anything but ordinary. However, through Professor McGonagall's remarks, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. She consistently referred to the monster that had been vanquished, neglecting to mention the heir of Slytherin. This implied that Tom Riddle's diary had likely not yet been destroyed. The pressing question then arose: who possessed the diary? First, he could dismiss the erroneous assumption that it was in Ginny Weasley's possession. Could it, as in the original plot, be in Harry Potter's hands? If so, who was responsible for the attack on Percy and Penelope? The possibility of it being with Harry seemed rather slim. He could hardly believe that Voldemort could manipulate the Savior to open the Chamber of Secrets and launch an assault in broad daylight. Nevertheless, with the Basilisk defeated and Dumbledore's return, regardless of who held the diary, Tom Riddle would likely find it challenging to exert his influence. Furthermore, Dumbledore, skilled in legilimency, would certainly be aware of the diary's existence, and locating it would merely be a matter of time. Professor McGonagall continued to elaborate on the changes in school regulations, such as the abolition of the curfew and the ban on clubs. She urged everyone to promptly write to the students who had left, encouraging them to return to continue their studies. The requirement for teachers to accompany students during classes and meals had also been revoked. 2 wizards arrived before the gates of Hogwarts, One was a towering giant, while the other was a frail old man. Professor Dumbledore observed Hagrid, who was weeping profusely. Akin to an 800-pound child. So, the monster of Slytherin is indeed a basilisk, its gaze capable of inflicting lethal harm. Dumbledore smiled softly, explaining. It is the natural enemy of spiders, which possess eyes all over their bodies and cannot close them. Hence, your friend dared not even utter its name. It turned out that the heir was Tom. I had always believed he was my best friend during my student days. Hagrid continued to sob. Harry, how is he? Just a minor injury, Dumbledore replied with a smile. You know, my old bones are becoming increasingly unreliable. I could hardly hold my wand steady during the battle. Fortunately, Harry was there, and at the most perilous moment, he drew a sword from the sorting hat and delivered a fatal blow to that creature. The headmaster's words trailed off as a flash of blue light flickered across his crescent-shaped spectacles, and he glanced at the unexpected visitor who had suddenly appeared before him. Good morning, Lucius. Ah. Lucius Malfoy fixed his icy gaze upon Dumbledore, stating, You dare return. The board has suspended your position, yet you have audaciously returned to Hogwarts. Oh, is that so, Lucius? Dumbledore responded with a calm smile. Yesterday afternoon. The other 11 board members contacted me. Owls were incessantly flying in, and they informed me of a peculiar matter. Some of them seemed to believe you had threatened that if they did not agree to suspend my position, they would be utterly at odds with the Malfoy family. And what of the attack? Lucius Malfoy growled. Have you resolved it? Of course. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. It was the same individual as before, Lucius. Voldemort summoned a basilisk using his diary, and we have eradicated it. Humph. Lucius Malfoy frowned and snorted coldly, striding away. Professor McGonagall's discourse infused the school with a jubilant atmosphere after breakfast, to the extent that during the morning's defense against the dark arts class, the majority of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students were whispering amongst themselves, paying no heed to Professor Lockhart demonstrating how to subdue a werewolf with Miss Melinda Bobbin. Like this. The movement to seize the werewolf's right paw is quite elegant, Lockhart proclaimed loudly from the podium. Who would have thought that the monster of Slytherin was a giant serpent? How terrifying. Behind John, Eloise Midgen was quietly conversing with Zacharias Smith. Will such a dreadful occurrence ever happen at Hogwarts again? Absolutely. Zacharias replied confidently. I can hardly imagine any creature more fearsome than a giant serpent appearing in the school. John discreetly stuck out his tongue and redirected his gaze to the textbook on Wandering with Werewolves. After what felt like an eternity, the tedious defense against the dark arts class finally concluded, as Professor Lockhart announced the end of the lesson and students filed out in a steady stream. Jon Hart deliberately slowed his pace, remaining behind to approach the podium. Is something the matter, John? Lockhart's voice was cheerful, suggesting he was in good spirits. Yes, Professor Lockhart. John replied calmly. During class, I encountered some difficulties understanding the magical principles by which silver can subdue werewolves. Oh, is that so? Lockhart blinked. I was hoping to borrow a couple of related books from the library, but unfortunately, they are both located in the restricted section. As he spoke, John handed over a slip of paper. Employing the same tactic as before, Lockhart, however, did not exhibit the same carefree demeanor as on the prior occasion. He actually lowered his gaze to glance at the note. Under the Moonlight, authored by Morca Trevord, how oddly familiar that name sounds. Lockhart mused to himself. And another titled Summoning the Joy Within. Astonishingly, a book concerning Dementors, no wonder it resides in the restricted section. John had long been prepared, unhurriedly stating, Indeed, Mr. Newt Scamander mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that werewolves and Dementors might share a certain familial connection. Therefore, I wish to glean some insights by understanding the characteristics of Dementors. He added, You see, I have been aware of this for some time. Professor Lockhart momentarily appeared taken aback, then quickly cautioned, John, you must not casually disclose that you are studying spells concerning Dementors. It may lead some in the Ministry of Magic to suspect you of ill intentions. John was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. As a teacher, I would certainly not hinder my brightest pupils' thirst for knowledge and exploration. Professor Lockhart produced an oversized peacock feather quill and inscribed boldly on the note, Thank you, Professor. Upon exiting the Defense Against Dark Arts classroom, John promptly made his way to the library. However, this time, Madame Pants was far less accommodating than before. She scrutinized the note, examining it repeatedly from various angles. Bringing the note close to the light, she attempted to detect any signs of forgery. Undoubtedly, she was unsuccessful. 10 minutes later, Madame Pants returned with 2 large, ancient tomes. These are the ones, she stated curtly. Thank you, madam. Jon cautiously returned both books to his satchel before departing nonchalantly. With the basilisk now vanquished, despite there being over 4 months left in the first year, he ought to prepare for the unforeseen occurrences that awaited him in his second year at Hogwarts. The Patronus charm, as he had anticipated, had been classified as a forbidden spell by the Ministry of Magic. After all, Dementors were still agents of the Ministry, and they could not allow rogues to wield spells against these officials with impunity. Books about werewolves were readily available, yet the majority focused on methods of combating and exterminating them. In the case of Remus, a mild-mannered werewolf, Jon deemed it unnecessary to go to great lengths in this regard. After all, Remus would not bite indiscriminately under normal circumstances, and one simply needed to remember to refrain from venturing out on the night of the full moon. Owing to his professional inclinations, he was more interested in the physiological distinctions between werewolves and ordinary humans, as well as the pathogenic mechanisms of wolf-borne diseases. It took considerable effort for him to locate a book in the restricted section that addressed these topics. The second year, the year of the trio's third year, could be considered the most stable year Hogwarts would experience in the coming years. Although Black's notoriety was well known, he was, in truth, far from being a villain and posed no genuine threat. Unlike Harry Potter, who bore a tragic past that would undoubtedly attract the attention of Dementors, Jon had no such history to evoke their interest. Peter, unless pushed to extremes, was merely an innocuous little rat. Moreover, navigating through this year would be quite straightforward. One merely needed to seize an opportunity, transform into Neville Longbottom using the Polyjuice potion, approach the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, and inform others that he had forgotten the password. Once inside, he could swiftly eliminate Peter, and that would be the end of it. There would be no need to play out the subsequent narrative. Without Peter, Voldemort would not need to exhaust himself in resurrecting through the Goblet of Fire. However, this approach did carry certain risks. After all, Peter was a fully fledged wizard who had received genuine training from Voldemort, and his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of a second-year student. Furthermore, when cornered, even a rabbit could become ferocious, let alone a rat. The more pressing question remained: how would the subsequent events unfold? Even if Peter were caught off guard by Neville Longbottom, a bespectacled boy with bushy eyebrows, drawing a gun and shooting him, would Peter's demise truly prevent Voldemort's resurrection? Such a scenario seemed implausible, as Voldemort possessed 6.5 Horcruxes, making his revival an inevitable occurrence. After much contemplation, Jon concluded that rather than await Voldemort's resurrection through some unfathomable means resulting in unpredictable consequences, it would be wiser to observe the unfolding of events as scripted, allowing the savior to vanquish him while he himself bides his time, quietly amassing wealth in the shadows. Thus, he merrily skipped towards the Hufflepuff common room. As he descended the staircase of the castle's first floor, he encountered a young girl with golden curls. "Mr. Hart," the girl paused and spoke softly, "is there something amiss?" Jon retorted coldly, "Miss Greengrass. Professor Snape mentioned he would be waiting for you in his office at 1:15. He has invited you for a cup of afternoon tea," Miss Daphne Greengrass reminded him. The smile on Jon Hart's face froze almost instantaneously. His mind began to race with thoughts. What on earth? Snape invited him for afternoon tea? He could hardly recall Snape possessing the habit of indulging in such a ritual. However, Daphne did not afford him the opportunity to delve deeper into the matter. She almost immediately turned and fled. Jon glanced at his watch. It was now 12:45, leaving less than half an hour until his appointment with Snape. He was acutely aware of the consequences of being late in the presence of Snape, and he could not afford to waste any time. Jon hurried to the dining hall, hastily consuming a few morsels before swiftly making his way towards the basement. By approximately 1:10 p.m., he had arrived in front of Professor Snape's office. Pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and then pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, with shelves on either side filled with hundreds of various glass specimens. Sticky plant and animal samples floated in vividly colored potions. Despite the somewhat unsettling appearance of these specimens, Jon Hart felt no discomfort. Rather, they evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the more repulsive human specimens, diseased tissue samples, and parasites he had encountered in a previous life. The absence of the familiar pungent smell of formaldehyde in the air stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. As he stood before a specimen of a female pig's uterus, observing intently, the office door swung open. "You are early, Mr. Hart," came the cold voice of Severus Snape from the shadows by the entrance. "I apologize, Professor." Jon quickly averted his gaze. "Sit down," with Snape's command. Jon settled into a chair, while Snape emerged into the light and took a seat opposite him. "Are you not afraid of them?" Snape inquired casually, glancing at the specimen shelves. "Not at all. Jon responded earnestly, nodding. I merely find them rather endearing, which is why I lingered. Endearing, you say? Snape's pale lips tightened slightly, and he replied coldly, Very well, Hart. Now, I need you to cut a portion of the heart from the 5-footed beast, 6th row. 4th column on the specimen rack. Of course, Professor. Jon promptly stood up, donning a pair of dragonhide gloves that lay nearby. Climbing onto a stool, he struggled slightly to lift the glass vials filled with dark red liquid. What is this liquid? He inquired curiously. Human blood. Snape replied with a grim expression. The 5-footed beast is a malevolent magical creature known for its voracious appetite for human blood. Even after its heart is extracted, it can intermittently expel copious amounts of blood. Is that so? Jon's face bore no trace of fear or disgust. Instead, it was filled with curiosity as he uncorked the glass vial. No wonder the strong scent of blood is so pervasive. Snape frowned, observing the diminutive first-year student as he plunged a 20-centimeter knife into the vial, calmly grasping the bloody heart and beginning to make incisions. How much do you need, Professor? Jon asked, maintaining his composure as he worked. 10 ounces. 5 minutes later. A piece of heart the size of a wine glass had been excised and placed on an iron tray, which Jon presented to Snape. Despite being merely a severed fragment, the heart continued to writhe and spurt blood, splattering the entire potions classroom, with both Jon and Snape becoming stained in the process. Is this acceptable, Professor? Jon inquired softly. Humph. The old bat scoffed, then waved his wand lightly, vanishing the bloodstains from their clothes and the table, while the severed heart flew into another glass vial. Sit down, Snape commanded once more. Jon rolled his eyes and obediently took a seat. Would you care for something to drink? The old bat inquired coldly. No, thank you, Professor. Jon stammered. Setting aside the recent gruesome scene, the prospect of afternoon tea felt rather nauseating, not to mention, who would dare to sample a beverage offered by a master of potions? What if it contained some peculiar ingredient? Thankfully, Snape did not press the matter further. I rode to the Zig's potion materials shop in Diagon Alley. They informed me that you procured some powdered unicorn horn and African tree snake skin over 3 months ago. Snape asked once more. Yes, Professor. Jon replied, somewhat unsurprised. May I inquire what you intended to brew with these materials? Snape scoffed disdainfully. The powdered unicorn horn is used in the elixir of slow-acting potions, while the African tree snake skin is a crucial component for the nightmare draft. Jon calmly responded. I couldn't find these ingredients in the potions cabinet during class, hence I had to seek assistance from Diagon Alley. Those are only accessible to 4th-year students. Snape bellowed sternly. So, your attempt at brewing was unsuccessful, correct, Hart? Certainly not. A flicker of fear crossed Jon's face, and he shook his head. If my judgment serves me right, I believe I successfully brewed both potions. I placed the completed products in the potions cabinet with my name on it. Snape was momentarily taken aback, pausing before he spoke. I shall verify this. Very well, Professor. Meeting Snape's dark, hollow gaze, Jon held his ground fearlessly. Are you certain you are not lying? I am certain, sir. After several minutes, Severus Snape averted his gaze. I believe you are not lying, he said calmly. Jon felt an involuntary sigh of relief in his heart. All the elaborate concealments and discreet maneuvers had indeed borne fruit. Severus! Severus! A familiar voice interrupted Jon's dialogue with Snape from outside. I hear it is quite rare for you to invite a student for afternoon tea, Severus. I never would have imagined you harbored such a penchant. The cheerful tone was unmistakable. It was Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, to what do I owe the pleasure? Severus Snape coldly inquired as he swung open the office door to greet the unexpected visitor. Oh, nothing of great import, Severus, Lockhart replied, shaking his head with a flourish. A delightful young lady informed me that you seem to be administering a punishment to a student I hold in high regard. So I thought I would drop by to ascertain the situation. A delightful young lady? Snape echoed with sardonic amusement, casting a frosty glare at the girl standing behind Lockhart. Astoria Greengrass stood there, somewhat flustered, unable to meet the headmaster's gaze. You are doing splendidly, Miss Greengrass. Professor Snape's voice was devoid of any warmth. As for the so-called punishment, I merely invited an ordinary student from my potions class to assist me with a minor task and to share a cup of afternoon tea. It is now concluded. You may leave, Lockhart. With that, Severus Snape brusquely pulled Jon to his feet and ushered him out the door. Very well. I shall not impose further, Severus. Lockhart maintained his cheerful demeanor. At the moment Snape closed the office door, Astoria hurriedly approached, her voice trembling as she stammered, Jon. I heard Daphne say you were summoned to Professor Snape's office for punishment. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to find Professor Sprout, but I have no idea where her office is. Professor Lockhart encountered me and said he could assist. Of course, Lockhart chimed in, puffing with pride. I chanced upon the distressed Miss Greengrass, and she shared the circumstances with me. I am more than willing to aid a lovely lady in resolving a minor predicament. Astoria. Thank you, Jon said, gently stroking the girl's golden hair in gratitude. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Forgive my intrusion, Lockhart interjected at an inopportune moment, but Mr. Hart, would you care to join me for another cup of afternoon tea? My time is quite limited. Lockhart's final remark, spoken in a low tone, was a stark contrast to his usual frivolous banter, emanating an air of remarkable seriousness. Once again, afternoon tea beckoned. Jon furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Astoria and then at the stern countenance of the defense against the dark arts professor. He gently patted the shoulder of the golden-haired girl. Before turning to speak, I believe I have time, Professor Lockhart. This was not Jon's first visit to the office of Gilderoy Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom located on the 4th floor. However, this time, the photographs adorning the walls and the desk no longer bore their usual frivolous smiles. Instead, they all appeared to be lost in deep contemplation, wearing rather solemn expressions. Thank you for your assistance, Professor, Jon said calmly as he entered Lockhart's office behind him. It's nothing, Lockhart shrugged. Just this morning, Professor Snape inquired about a matter. He asked me whether I had retrieved 3 books from the restricted section of the library on September 5th of last year. Namely, Close Your Mind, Malicious Disfigurement Curses, and Powerful Potions. Jon furrowed his brow and could not help but take a few steps back. I then informed Severus that it was indeed I who had borrowed the books, eagerly engaging him in a discussion about the contents of the 3 volumes. I was certain he deemed my words to be utter nonsense. Lockhart gave Jon a subtle wink, adding that he would never suspect you. Why assist me, Professor Lockhart? Jon inquired, his left hand already clutching the PSM pistol nestled in his pocket. Lockhart lazily tossed his wand onto the nearby bed and then nodded toward Jon, saying, Jon, I have long maintained that you are my most exceptional student. No teacher would hesitate to aid their finest pupil. Jon tightened his lips and remained silent. Among the multitude of students within the grand Hogwarts castle, there was but one who attentively listened to every lesson I imparted, and that was you. I am no fool, Jon, though I may appear to be so. Professor Lockhart chuckled heartily, as if he had just heard an exceedingly amusing jest. I do not comprehend, Professor. Jon pressed down his curiosity, feigning a look of confusion. There is even more that will astonish you. Professor Lockhart continued. In truth, I am a charlatan. My books and my exploits are all fabrications. It seems you do not exhibit the astonishment I had envisioned, Jon. I suspect you must have already surmised at least a portion of the truth. Indeed, that is correct, Professor, Jon stammered. Your persona differs greatly from the portrayal in your writings. This is rather easy to deduce. I believe nearly all students have recognized this fact. Yet you still attentively listen to each of my classes, which I most admire about you, Jon. Professor Lockhart picked up a nearby suitcase and began to stuff photographs, garments, and various items within it. The hero who liberated a village from the clutches of a werewolf was not I, but rather an unsightly American wizard. The one who vanquished the Banshee was a Scottish hag, and those who cavorted with ghouls, vacationed with the Banshee, or cohabited with the Yeti of Tibet were certainly not me, Gilderoy Lockhart recounted with a flourish. My sole task was to track down and seek out these extraordinary wizards, gain their trust, inquire how they accomplished such feats, and then cast upon them a masterful obliviate charm, so they would forget the entire affair. Why do you reveal this to me, Professor Lockhart? Jon had discreetly disengaged the safety of his PSM handgun. Lockhart closed the suitcase with a clatter and locked it. Then, he sank into the sofa, devoid of any distinction. Child, his expression somewhat despondent. In just a few hours, the Daily Prophet will publish the truth of my once glorious exploits, and the entire world will know that I am merely a fraud who misuses the obliviate charm. The Ministry of Magic may even deem me a criminal and send me to Azkaban. Therefore, Jon, even if I do not disclose this now, you shall soon discover it. Gilderoy Lockhart murmured, Do you think I accepted this wretched position? The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts? Gilderoy Lockhart scoffed, This is a cursed role. For decades, every individual who has taken on this post has been unable to last more than a year. 3 suffered severe injuries, destined to reside in St. Mungo's for life. 6 became disabled. 11, upon leaving this post, could never find work again, and 1 met an untimely demise, Quirinus Quirrell. My prefect during my time at Ravenclaw died under mysterious circumstances, with no explanation from Dumbledore. Even if you offered me 1,000 galleons, I would not apply for this position. Then why did you become our defense against the dark arts teacher? Jon had already begun to piece together some of the truth, though his face still bore an expression of confusion. A truly dreadful accident, nearly a year ago. Lockhart grimaced and then said, I must have been out of my mind to think of writing a book on the history of magic, and then I set my sights on a witch residing in Godric's Hollow, Bahilda Bagshot. You could never have imagined that the disheveled, patch-covered hag would be a friend of Albus Dumbledore. And what's more unfortunate is that just as I prepared to cast the Obliviate charm on Bagshot, Dumbledore happened to come by for a visit. Jon silently mourned for Lockhart in his heart. His experiences mirrored his own speculations. I was caught by Dumbledore, red-handed. Lockhart tossed his suitcase aside and collapsed onto the sofa. I initially thought Dumbledore would turn and send me to Azkaban, but instead, he presented me with a proposition. You to be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts? Jon stifled his amusement. Indeed. Lockhart weakly shook his head. If it were otherwise, who in their right mind would accept such a cursed position? I once contemplated fleeing, but Dumbledore's magic surpassed my imagination. His informants are scattered across Europe, leaving me with no escape. I also informed Dumbledore that aside from the Obliviate charm, my prowess in other spells was rather limited, and I could not impart much knowledge to his students. However, Dumbledore assured me that it mattered not. He instructed me that there was no need to teach the students anything at all, merely to play the role of a jester. In essence, I was to present myself as a mere figurehead, renowned yet utterly inept. At least in the presence of Harry Potter, I needed to elicit his disdain. As he spoke, Lockhart waved his wand, and the portraits on the walls were removed one by one, flying into his suitcase. After all, I achieved 7 OS in my OWLs. How could I possibly be unable to handle a bunch of Cornish pixies? How could I not even conjure a disarming charm? He seemed to be speaking to himself. Jon now fully comprehended why Dumbledore had selected Gilderoy Lockhart, such a charlatan, to teach the defense against the dark arts class. It was evidently a part of his Potter development plan. By presenting a contrary example, Dumbledore aimed to instill a sense of aversion in the young Harry towards Lockhart, preventing him from becoming enamored with the latter's current fame, thereby facilitating his rapid growth. The rationale held some merit, albeit at the expense of students who had yearned to learn about the dark arts during the past year. However, Jon suddenly realized another matter. Professor Lockhart. Did not Professor Dumbledore assert that you would not be sent to Azkaban? Why did I overact so dramatically? Gilderoy Lockhart sighed, admitting that many students and parents had voiced their discontent regarding his teaching. Previously, due to the Chamber of Secrets incident, he had gone unnoticed. But with the Slytherin creature vanquished, an increasing number of dissenting letters, even ones filled with outrage, had been dispatched to the school. The parents of Hogwarts students included many wizards of considerable stature, possessing their own unique channels and connections. It was inevitable that, once exposed to the outcry, his secrets would soon be unearthed. Dumbledore informed him that numerous parents had co-signed a letter to the Daily Prophet, meticulously detailing the truth behind his so-called illustrious exploits. In a few hours, following the publication of the next Daily Prophet, wizards across Britain would learn that he was merely a fraud who had abused the memory charm. The Ministry of Magic had dispatched Dementors to apprehend him, who would soon be en route to Hogwarts. Thus, as Jon observed the former defense against the dark arts professor hastily packing his belongings, it dawned on him. Yes, I must depart. Lockhart nodded in agreement. Before the ministry reacts, where do you intend to go? Jon inquired with curiosity. For now, I suppose I shall journey to France, to romantic Paris. With its Seine river beaches teeming with bikini-clad beauties, quite suitable for me, Lockhart casually remarked. However, if the Dementors continue their pursuit, I must flee further, perhaps to Spain, Gibraltar, or even Algeria, for the Dementors do not favor warm weather. He had already prepared his luggage. So let us bid farewell, Jon, my student. With his belongings in hand, Gilderoy Lockhart approached the door. Yet he paused once more. As a teacher, aside from signing a few autographs for his students, he felt rather ashamed for not imparting anything truly useful. Lockhart rummaged through his pocket and eventually produced a small white booklet. After a moment's hesitation, he tossed the slim volume toward Jon. This may be the only magic I am proficient in, though I am uncertain of its utility for you. As Lockhart exited the office, his frivolous smile reemerged. However, for me, it has become of little consequence, has it not? With that, he did not look back and vanished into the darkness. The following morning, Jon perused the Daily Prophet, discovering a plethora of news regarding Gilderoy Lockhart. Renowned wizard Gilderoy Lockhart. It proclaimed, was revealed to be a fraud who abused memory charms. On the front page, the Daily Prophet stated as such: the International Anti-Dark Arts Alliance announced the revocation of Lockhart's honorary membership, and the Order of Merlin's committee declared the withdrawal of the third-class medal awarded to him. This was reported in the second edition. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, stated that law enforcement officials had been dispatched and would swiftly bring Lockhart to justice. On a small corner of the third edition, Jon spotted an image of the minister. Just as Lockhart had anticipated, news of his misdeeds had spread throughout the campus. As he passed the Gryffindor table, Jon heard Ron Weasley's loud voice. "I always knew Gilderoy Lockhart was a fraud." Indeed, not a word he spoke was true. Harry Potter nodded in agreement. "But he has escaped," Hermione Granger shouted, her voice tinged with both surprise and anger. As if she felt personally deceived. "The Ministry has not managed to capture him." He cannot flee far." Ron scoffed. "My father told me that the Ministry's enforcement officers are quite formidable. Not only Gryffindor students, but also those from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even Slytherin celebrated Lockhart's departure. For the first time in nearly a century, the four houses exhibited remarkable unity over a singular matter. Even the typically stern and humorless Professor Snape donned a festive red coat today. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a crimson bat. Jon did not partake in their celebrations or criticisms. After perusing the newspaper, he nibbled on a few pieces of bread for breakfast before departing from the dining hall. With no classes on Thursday morning, and the serpent creature now vanquished, Jon felt no need to act with the same caution as before. He arrived at the 8th floor's room of requirement, where he retrieved several books he had acquired the previous day. Among them were Under the Moonlight, which elucidated the habits of werewolves, and a tome detailing the Dementors and the Patronus charm, both borrowed from the restricted section. He also had the small white booklet left to him by Professor Lockhart. Jon initially glanced through the small white booklet, discovering that the obliteration spell was far more profound and intricate than he had anticipated. Releasing it without leaving significant traces proved to be exceedingly challenging. A moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. In fact, due to the spell's inherent peril, it was quite difficult to find any text describing it. Even within the restricted section of Hogwarts, Jon perused the pages for merely a few minutes before feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to reluctantly close the book. He then proceeded to skim through another volume. His familiarity with the habits of werewolves rendered this particular book, Under the Moonlight, relatively accessible after approximately an hour. Jon picked up the final tome, summoning the joy within. The subject matter within this book presented a considerable challenge for him. The Patronus charm is a sophisticated defensive spell. When uttering this incantation, the wizard must concentrate intently on their happiest memory. The incantation, Expecto Patronum, when performed correctly, can conjure one's Patronus, allowing it to absorb attacks and retaliate on the caster's behalf. The Patronus has the capacity to repel or even obliterate Dementors and Lethifolds. The latter often referred to as the living shrouds, serving as the sole adversary to these malevolent entities. Many spells hinge upon the caster's emotions, and without a doubt, the Patronus charm is among those most reliant on sentiment. It necessitates a genuinely joyful memory. While he could undoubtedly unearth many pleasant recollections, truly feeling joy from the depths of his heart proved to be a formidable task. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had mentally matured into adulthood, rendering it impossible for him to experience emotions with the unrestrained intensity of a child. Moreover, many of the joyful memories from his past life had faded into obscurity over time. Jon took a deep breath, deciding to give it a try. He drew his wand, squinting slightly as he began to recollect joyful memories, simultaneously murmuring, Expecto Patronum. At that moment, the memory that surfaced in his mind was the sheer elation he felt upon receiving his acceptance letter from Eton College. Regrettably, the tip of his wand showed no signs of change. He had failed. Upon further reflection, he realized that his predominant emotion when he received the acceptance letter was more one of relief than pure joy. Expecto Patronum. He attempted once more, yet again. The tip of his wand remained unchanged. This time, he recalled last summer when he successfully cast the petrification charm on a mouse. It was the first spell he had ever successfully executed. In hindsight, magic did not feel particularly mysterious to him then, and the petrification charm was hardly an advanced incantation. His feelings were more of anticipation than joy. Expecto Patronum. For the third attempt, he summoned the memory of being acknowledged by Ollivander in his shop when he received the recognition of the wand made of greenwood. Still, he met with failure. Reflecting on that moment, he realized his emotion was not true happiness but rather a sense of gratitude. After nearly half a morning of practice, the tip of Jon's wand still failed to emit even a wisp of silver. The casting of the Patronus charm proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Jon sat on the floor of the room of requirement, pursing his lips as he endeavored to unearth memories that bore any semblance to joy. He had traversed nearly all such recollections, yet still failed to garner the approval of his Patronus. As the clock struck noon, Jon reluctantly exited the room of requirement, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with the morning's fruitless attempts. Upon entering the dining hall, Jon overheard Hannah Abbott engaged in conversation with Wayne Hopkins. "It was absolutely fantastic. This is the most exciting defense against the dark arts class I've ever attended," Hannah exclaimed. "I never expected, however." Her words were abruptly interrupted by Zachariah Smith. "Indeed, Lockhart has fled, and we no longer have a defense against the dark arts teacher," he chimed in, leaning eagerly towards Hannah. "Who is it?" Hannah chuckled softly. "I won't tell you. You'll find out soon enough. It's truly remarkable." Her words piqued Jon's interest. Who could possibly be the temporary instructor for defense against the dark arts following Lockhart's departure? With nearly 4 months remaining in the term, it seemed improbable that the entire student body would be deprived of this essential class. It is worth noting that Hogwarts does not employ assistant teachers for defense against the dark arts. Securing a qualified instructor is a formidable challenge, let alone an assistant. Could it be that Dumbledore intends to summon Remus Lupin ahead of schedule? There exists a possibility, yet given Voldemort's curse upon this position, calamity is expected to ensue around this time next year. This thought pulled Jon's attention away from his earlier frustrations regarding the Patronus charm. He made a point to inquire with a few second-year Hufflepuffs, who had just attended a defense against the dark arts lesson that morning. "I'm afraid I can't divulge that information, Jon," Ernie Macmillan replied. "The temporary professor has instructed us not to spread his name around. I can only tell you that it's absolutely extraordinary." Jon curled his lip in resignation. During lunch, he overheard the majority of students throughout the school engaged in animated discussions about the identity of the new defense against the dark arts professor. "I think it might be Alastor Moody." As he passed the Gryffindor table once more, he caught Ron Weasley exclaiming, "That Orv, Mad-Eye Moody. My father once told me that Moody and Dumbledore were very close friends. Coincidentally, he just retired from the Ministry's Auror office 2 months ago. Whoever teaches defense against the dark arts is fine, as long as it's not Snape," Harry Potter murmured. "You know Snape has been eyeing this position for quite some time." Hermione Granger, sporting a discontented expression, remarked, "After all, they just declared our previous defense against the dark arts teacher a wanted criminal a few days ago. Perhaps they will send a deputy minister to alleviate our predicament?" Silently passing their table, Jon refrained from further speculation. After all, he would soon discover the professor's identity after attending the afternoon class. During the lunch break, rather than returning to the Hufflepuff common room, he once again ventured to the room of requirement. He spent over an hour fruitlessly practicing the Patronus charm, with little success in finding a genuinely happy memory. It appeared he would need to invest more time on the Patronus. As the clock approached 2, he hurriedly exited the 8th floor, making his way to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the 4th floor. Fortunately, his pace was brisk and the stairs cooperated. He arrived at the classroom just in time before the lesson commenced. Upon reaching the classroom door, he was suddenly greeted by a wave of cheers emanating from within. What was happening? He stepped inside, bewildered. Zachariah Smith stood atop a stool, whistling. In fact, almost all the students from Hufflepuff and Slytherin had risen, celebrating with exuberance. At the podium stood a white-haired elderly man, smiling and waving his hand to signal the students to take their seats. A familiar face. Jon was taken aback. The temporary defense against the dark arts instructor was none other than Albus Dumbledore. It took a few minutes for Dumbledore to restore order to the classroom. "I suppose I need no introduction," he quipped, winking. Laughter erupted once more from the students below. "Professor Lockhart has departed us for specific reasons. Finding a temporary teacher midterm is quite a challenge," Dumbledore explained calmly. "Thus, I thought I might shoulder this responsibility temporarily." He paused, adding, "To be honest, it has been 50 years since I last taught. My last defense against the dark arts class was in the distant year of 1927. A faint smile graced Dumbledore's face as he continued, "At that time, I had a minor altercation with the Ministry of Magic, which led them to bar me from teaching defense against the dark arts. I was compelled to instruct Transfiguration instead." Observing the class, he noticed nearly all the students were attentively listening to his tale. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, "But those are merely old stories. Let's not dwell on the past. However, I still recall the content of my final defense against the dark arts lesson 66 years ago. Today's lesson will be quite similar." Now, let us begin. Please stow your books back into your bags. In our defense against the dark arts class, we shall prioritize practice, so all you need is your wand. The entire class complied, placing their books away, exchanging looks of astonishment, having spent nearly half a year at Hogwarts. They had yet to experience a practical lesson in defense against the dark arts. Now, follow me, he instructed. The students rose, trailing behind Professor Dumbledore as he led them out of the classroom. He guided them through a deserted corridor, turning a corner, and ultimately arriving at an unfamiliar classroom. The room was sparse, save for one side filled with old benches. At Dumbledore's gesture, the Hufflepuff and Slytherin students took their seats in an orderly fashion. Jon instinctively settled into a seat towards the back. It was an effortless act, as everyone else jostled eagerly to move forward. Professor Dumbledore had produced his remarkably unique wand. Crafted from elder wood, with a gentle wave, an imposing wardrobe, nearly twice the height of two individuals, abruptly materialized in the classroom. Dumbledore approached the wardrobe and came to a halt beside it. Suddenly, the wardrobe began to tremble, as if something was eager to break free. "Fear not," he calmly reassured, noticing several students shrinking back in fright. Inside, there resides merely a boggart. Boggarts thrive in darkness and confined spaces, often seeking refuge beneath beds, within wardrobes, and even in cupboards. Therefore, my first inquiry to you is, what is a boggart? A girl seated in the front row eagerly raised her hand. "Excellent, Miss Selwyn," Dumbledore acknowledged. "No one knows the true form of a boggart. It shapeshifts." The somewhat haughty Slytherin girl, bearing the Selwyn name, rose to her feet. "It transforms into whatever we fear most." "I dare say, I could not articulate it any better." Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. 5 points to Slytherin. Delighted, Selwyn took her seat, garnering envious glances from her peers. "None can ascertain what a boggart looks like when alone, but rest assured, once I release it, it will swiftly metamorphose into each of our deepest fears," Dumbledore continued. "Now, everyone, draw forth your wands. We shall practice a spell. Ridiculous." The entire class chanted in unison. "Ridiculous." "Splendid." Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "However, this alone will not suffice. The incantation to repel a boggart is rather simple, yet it demands the wizard's willpower. What truly banishes a boggart is laughter. You must compel it to transform into a form that you find amusing." "An amusing form?" Following Dumbledore's guidance, the entire class bowed their heads in contemplation. Jon also gently pressed his lips together. What form would the boggart take, embodying his deepest fears? Would it transform into a serpent monster? That seemed implausible. During his sole encounter with such a creature, he had kept his eyes tightly shut, never truly witnessing its appearance. If it were to manifest, it would likely be nothing more than a dark, formless entity. Or perhaps it would materialize as a dismal score on a college entrance examination. Given that so many years had passed since the exam, even the most vivid manifestation would hardly frighten him. Or might it take the shape of an N602 bomb? Already primed for detonation? Such a colossal device, would it even fit within the confines of the classroom? Moreover, the presence of a hydrogen bomb before so many students would surely provoke undesirable repercussions. Jon was lost in thought when Albus Dumbledore took a couple of steps forward and announced, "Excellent, everyone may come forth to try. Miss Selwyn, would you be so kind as to be the first?" The brave first-year Slytherin student, Selwyn, stepped forward with a slight tremor, drawing her wand and pointing it at the wardrobe. "Do not be anxious," Dumbledore reassured her. "Envision something you find amusing." The other students retreated a few steps, allowing Miss Selwyn some space. "I will call the next student in a moment." As they moved to the walls, Selwyn stood alone beside the wardrobe, her face pale with fear. "I will count to 3, Miss Selwyn," Dumbledore gently declared, raising his own wand toward the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, begin." The tip of his elder wand emitted a spark that struck the handle of the wardrobe, flinging the doors wide open. From within emerged a colossal, sleek, golden lion without a mane, its gaze fixed intently on Selwyn, emitting a furious roar. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly before saying, "A Tanzanian char man-eater, Miss Selwyn, quickly. Envision something humorous." Terrified, Selwyn took a few steps back, her wand raised, yet speechless. The lion advanced toward her, growing ever closer. "Ridiculous!" Selwyn screamed. Flames engulfed the lion, swiftly consuming its sparse fur, reducing it to a pile of charred remains within moments. Laughter erupted among the students. "Well done, Miss Selwyn. Next, Mr. Smith." Zachariah Smith stepped forward. The charred remains circled him twice before gradually transforming into a stern-looking woman in her 40s, her face etched with severity and anger. The woman advanced menacingly toward Zacharias, reaching into her robes. "And mother," Zacharias stammered, lowering his gaze. Some Hufflepuff students chuckled softly, amused at the usually bold Zacharias displaying such trepidation before his mother. "No need to be anxious, Mr. Smith. Remember, this is merely a boggart," Dumbledore remarked languidly. Awakening from his daze, Zacharias raised his wand. Ridiculous. The spell caused Mrs. Smith to stagger back, her form now covered in cream pie, flailing helplessly. Zacharias burst into laughter. And soon all the students joined in, even Jon. Dumbledore glanced down at the register. Miss Midgen. The boggart before her morphed into a bandaged, bloodied mummy. However, the wrappings soon fell apart, causing it to tumble to the ground. Next, Mr. Avery. The fallen mummy transformed into a massive Welsh green dragon, its body nearly filling the classroom. Yet, in mere seconds, the dragon morphed into a dangling mouse. The boggart had weakened. Next, Miss Greengrass. Astoria, who had just been laughing with Selwyn at the sight of the dangling mouse, stepped out of the crowd. The suspended mouse continued to squeak, its gaze now fixed on Astoria. It began to transform once more, slowly this time, morphing into a mirror. Jon furrowed his brow, and the students beside him began to whisper among themselves. Before them lay a stunning bronze mirror, its upper sides adorned with elegant patterns, inscribed with numerous inscriptions. Apart from that, no peculiarities were evident as the mirror floated gracefully in the air, slowly drifting towards Astoria. However, the anticipated incantation ridiculous never materialized. As Jon turned his gaze towards Astoria, his expression shifted dramatically. "Wait," he exclaimed loudly. Astoria Greengrass's complexion had never been so pallid. She stood trembling, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, her entire body quaking as if she might collapse at any moment. With a sharp, crisp sound, her willow wand clattered to the ground. Jon could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly broke through the crowd and caught Astoria in his arms. The golden-haired girl collapsed into him, trembling and weeping, her voice a mere whisper of fear and helplessness. She was so overwhelmed that she could scarcely make a sound. Dumbledore approached, having already positioned himself between the boggart and Astoria mere moments earlier. The mirror began to contort once more, transforming into a strange creature of swirling black mist, exuding a chilling aura. Ridiculous. Dumbledore's incantation resonated with an undercurrent of anger, effectively rendering the boggart silent, nearly obliterated by his force. "Professor Dumbledore. She needs to go to the hospital," Jon exclaimed anxiously. "I believe you are correct, Mr. Hart," Dumbledore replied gravely, nodding in acknowledgement. With the professor's consent, Jon hastily lifted the limp Astoria into his arms, stepping out of the classroom with determination. He could hear Dumbledore's voice behind him. "Miss Selwyn, please make your way to the charms classroom and inform Miss Daphne Greengrass to hurry to the hospital wing. Her sister's condition has taken a turn for the worse." Madame Pomfrey briskly approached from within the infirmary, concern etched on her face. "What is the matter?" she inquired, assisting Jon in placing Astoria onto a hospital bed. Even after being covered with a blanket, Astoria remained curled up, trembling helplessly, her small hand clinging tightly to Jon's, unwilling to let go. "It was a boggart," he explained, as heavy footsteps echoed from behind. "Albus Dumbledore." His voice carried a note of guilt. "My oversight. A boggart." Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow. "It seems this girl has merely been startled, yet her reaction appears rather extraordinary. Can you treat her, Madame Pomfrey?" Jon asked, filled with urgency. "Of course," the Hogwarts matron affirmed, nodding. "It is a simple matter, though she may need to stay here for the night." As she spoke, she tossed Jon a warm towel. "Please, help me wipe her forehead." Jon nodded and, with his other hand, gently picked up a towel, carefully beginning to dab Astoria's forehead. The girl's intense reaction gradually waned, and she began to restore her composure. Mrs. Pomfrey approached from behind the curtain, holding a large vial filled with a pale blue liquid. With Jon's assistance, they managed to lift Astoria from her sick bed. "Drink this, dear, and you will soon feel better," Mrs. Pomfrey said tenderly. Upon consuming the potion, the golden-haired girl's gaze seemed to regain its vitality. She lifted her head, first casting an apologetic glance at Jon, then turning to the headmaster, weakly uttering, "I'm so sorry, Professor Dumbledore." "It's my fault, Miss Greengrass." Dumbledore shook his head. "I had forgotten your unique circumstances." Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash, and Daphne Greengrass burst in. "Astoria," she cried out. "No loud noises," Mrs. Pomfrey admonished sternly. "I apologize, madam, she is my sister. And the one lying in the bed is my sister." Mrs. Pomfrey did not further impede her, and Daphne hastened to her sister's side, enveloping the golden-haired girl in her embrace. "Sister," Astoria whispered, sobbing softly. Daphne opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something, but then, casting a wary glance at Jon, she said, "Mr. Hart, thank you for bringing my sister to the hospital. However, could you please step outside for a moment?" Jon furrowed his brow, but nodded nonetheless. He gently touched Astoria's hand, signaling her to let go, and then rose from his seat, departing the infirmary. Not long after stepping out, he encountered a middle-aged woman clad in a black coat, with golden short hair and a monocle, who brushed past him and hurried into Astoria's room. She must be Lady Greengrass, Daphne and Astoria's mother. There seemed to be a hidden secret surrounding Astoria Greengrass. He wasn't naive, having speculated some matters during the train ride to Hogwarts. However, since she had chosen not to disclose anything, Jon respected her reasons and refrained from prying. Furthermore, as a mere first-year wizard, knowing such secrets would serve little purpose. Just as he prepared to leave the hospital, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. "Jon?" A girl with thick brown hair and bright brown eyes looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Good afternoon, Hermione." Jon was equally astonished and quickly explained. "A classmate of mine had a little trouble during defense against the dark arts, so I brought her to the infirmary." To his surprise, it was Miss Hermione Granger, with whom he had crossed paths again after a 6-month interval. "Is that so?" Hermione nodded. "I was also bringing a friend to the hospital. He got injured a few days ago. Although he has been discharged, Madame Pomfrey asked him to return for a checkup today." As if to corroborate Hermione's words, 2 boys entered the infirmary. One had fiery red hair, while the other was thin and wore black-framed glasses. "Am I about to meet the famed trio of saviors?" Jon mused to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. After all, it was inevitable, and serendipity was often better than haste. "Harry, Ron." Hermione waved at the 2 boys, who approached them. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Jon Hart, the son of a friend of my father, a first-year student from Hufflepuff." "Jon. These are Ron Weasley and Harry Potter." "Wait, I believe I've heard that name before," Ron murmured. "Jon Hart. She said you work hard and that your grades seem to be the best among first-year Hufflepuffs." "Compared to Miss Weasley, my grades are slightly lacking," Jon replied modestly. Ignoring Ron's mumble, Jon turned his gaze toward Harry Potter. "Could it be that you are Harry Potter?" Jon asked, astonished. "The hero who recently helped Professor Dumbledore vanquish the monster of Slytherin, the boy who lived?" Yes," Harry replied with a somewhat forced smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry." The 2 shook hands. "Likewise, Jon." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jon parted ways with the trio at the infirmary's entrance. As he stepped outside, a smile broke across Jon's face. Had he just accomplished the feat of befriending the legendary trio? Completing this milestone more than 6 months into the first semester was indeed a remarkable achievement. However, just as he took a few steps, he overheard the 3 debating behind him. "Harry, you must tell Madame Pomfrey that you're perfectly healthy so she allows you to play in tomorrow's Quidditch match against Gryffindor," Ron urged. "Don't be foolish, Ron," Hermione retorted. "Madame Pomfrey stated 3 days ago that the basilisk venom hasn't been entirely cleared from Harry's system. Although he can be discharged, he shouldn't engage in vigorous activity for at least a week." "You don't understand, Hermione. Quidditch is crucial for the House Cup," Ron countered indignantly. "You completely fail to grasp the gravity of the situation." Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, Jon found it bustling with students. Zachariah Smith and Ernie Macmillan were diligently working on the Hufflepuff banner. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones were using their wands to dye their black robes yellow. "Jon, come help us," Zacharias called out enthusiastically upon seeing him. "Tomorrow's Quidditch match against Gryffindor is a fight for survival." "A fight for survival?" Jon approached, blinking in confusion. This afternoon, Slytherin was leading by 140 points but was overturned by Ravenclaw, Zacharias exclaimed. "With their consecutive defeats, they are doomed to finish without a position, giving us a significant advantage when we face them in the final round. Thus, our match against Gryffindor will almost certainly determine the championship. If we win, the Quidditch Cup will be within our grasp." As Zacharias continued his fervent explanation, a group of Quidditch players clad in Hufflepuff robes returned to the common room. "Jimmy, once the match begins, keep a close watch on Potter and aim to disrupt him with the bludgers," Cedric Diggory, leading the players, instructed. "Leave the Seekers to Bob." He also took a moment to reiterate the tactics. "Cedric, good luck." The Hufflepuff students cheered as they welcomed their returning players, chanting, "Hufflepuff forever." Jon stepped forward and approached Cedric Diggory. "Cedric, I have faith in you. You are bound to triumph." "Thank you, Jon." Cedric replied with a smile and a nod. While I cannot guarantee the outcome, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. That is not what I meant. Jon shook his head. I mean, in tomorrow's match. You will hold a significant advantage, for Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, is unlikely to take the field. What? Cedric exclaimed in surprise. Is your source reliable, Jon? Absolutely. Jon nodded without hesitation. While I was in the hospital wing, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between Potter and his friends. Based on my understanding of their personalities, I am certain that Madame Pomfrey would never allow Harry Potter to participate in a Quidditch match until he is fully healed. Moreover, even if Harry and Ron Weasley insist, Hermione will undoubtedly intervene. She might even go so far as to inform Professor McGonagall. Therefore, he was confident that Harry would not play. That is fantastic. Cedric clenched his fists in excitement. Potter is the ace of Gryffindor. Without him, Wood will struggle to find a suitable substitute seeker. He waved his hand, gathering the Hufflepuff players once more. We must alter our strategy, Jim. You needn't focus on Gryffindor's seeker anymore. Target their chaser, Angelina Johnson. She's the core of their offense. Early the next morning, Jon rose with the dawn, leaving just after 6 o'clock. He did not wish to repeat the previous experience of being forcibly dragged to the Quidditch pitch by Zacharias and his companions. With Cedric leading the team against a Gryffindor that lacked Harry Potter, victory seemed assured. It's a done deal. Defeating Gryffindor will be effortless. Thus, he felt no need to watch. Hours later, a resounding victory was inevitable. After leaving the dormitory, Jon first visited the kitchen, as the dining hall had yet to open. Upon opening the kitchen door, the house elves, upon seeing him, excitedly exclaimed, Mr. Jon Hart has arrived. Mr. Jon Hart is here. The house elves quickly surrounded Jon, cheering enthusiastically. Please. There is no need for such a fuss, Jon said with a wry smile. Ever since he had gifted the house elves some presents before Christmas, they had treated him with such fervor. After much persuasion, he managed to disperse them and spotted a familiar house elf's face. Good morning, Klein. Jon waved in greeting. The house elf Klein, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, and hugged Jon's trousers tightly. It was only then that Jon noticed the peculiar bronze circlet adorning its head. This is the reward given to us by Professor Dumbledore. Each participant who helped capture that Gryffindor thief girl as house elf received a token. I chose this one. Klein removed the circlet, caressing it with tenderness. And in a hushed voice, he remarked, Mr. Jon Hart. Klein did not disclose to anyone that it was you who suggested that Logno take the thief attempting to infiltrate the Hufflepuff common room to see the professor. Thank you, Klein. Jon bent down, expressing his gratitude. You actually thanked a wizard, the house elf exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Once again, his pockets were filled with an assortment of snacks. And Jon ascended to the 8th floor once more. This journey had become second nature to him. Although climbing from the basement to the 8th floor in one go could indeed be somewhat exhausting. Once more, he retrieved the book that summoned the joy within one's heart. Jon raised his wand and futilely continued to practice the Patronus charm. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. Jon even drew upon some faintly joyful memories from his past life. Unfortunately, the memories were too distant, and the emotions of joy were neither precise nor vivid enough. Thus, the guardian charm yielded little to no effect. How utterly frustrating. Around noon, as he left the All-Wishes house, Jon lamented helplessly. Upon returning to the dining hall, he discovered it transformed into a sea of yellow and black. Cedric Diggory stood at the center, surrounded by a throng of admirers. We won. Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan spotted Jon and pulled him into the jubilant crowd. Hannah exclaimed, Where have you been? I've been searching for you all day. Jon, we triumphed. A resounding victory of 510-40. We utterly demolished Gryffindor. The celebrations in the Hufflepuff common room continued for an extended period. As Zacharias put it, we are almost within reach of the Quidditch Cup. We can now claim to be the rulers of Hogwarts. After all, Hufflepuff led second place Ravenclaw by a match, boasting a net points advantage of nearly 500, even if Ravenclaw won their final match against Gryffindor by a significant margin. Hufflepuff merely needed to draw, or even lose narrowly to Slytherin to secure the championship. Jon sternly admonished Zacharias for his treacherous remarks. The familiar narrative of merely needing a draw to advance, this insidious curse had been validated countless times in the past. Indeed, we must not be complacent. Cedric Diggory stood firmly beside Jon, emphasizing the necessity of performing well in the final match. Like Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, Slytherin posed a formidable challenge, boasting 7 Nimbus, 2001 brooms. Quite impressive. Nevertheless, despite this, The Hufflepuff common room remained jubilant in the ensuing weeks, akin to festive celebrations. After all, it had been over a decade since they last laid claim to the Quidditch Cup. The final days of February swiftly passed, and March followed suit. Since the defeat of Slytherin's monster, Hogwarts had experienced a serene tranquility over the past month. Astoria returned after only a few days in the hospital, albeit looking somewhat pale, her demeanor appearing more stable. She refrained from explaining the events that transpired during their defense against the dark arts class, and Jon did not press the matter further. Ginny Weasley had also returned to school. Professor McGonagall merely informed everyone that Miss Weasley had taken a few weeks off due to health concerns. However, Ginny seemed notably more reticent than before, her academic performance plummeting. The only troubling matter was the apparent absence of Tom Riddle's diary, which seemed to remain elusive. Professor Sprout had searched the Hufflepuff common room twice and even scoured the student dormitories. This extensive search was not limited to Hufflepuff. The faculty and Filch had thoroughly combed the entire campus, uncovering only some contraband in the Gryffindor and Slytherin dormitories, with nothing else to show for their efforts. That sizable diary appeared to have vanished without a trace. If there was any notable change within the school, it was the immensely popular defense against the dark arts class taught temporarily by Professor Dumbledore. The opportunity to receive instruction from a wizard of his caliber was exceedingly rare. Dumbledore's expertise in the subject was nothing short of extraordinary. Over the course of several classes, he introduced first-year students to various dangerous magical creatures and their countermeasures, while also teaching them simple protective spells such as the Disarming Charm and the Petrification Charm. Even students like Zacharias, who typically showed little interest in class, demonstrated remarkable diligence and commitment during these sessions. Jon remained relatively indifferent to this. Although Albus Dumbledore could be regarded as one of the greatest and most accomplished wizards of the age, he might not be able to impart much knowledge to Jon, who felt his current level was simply too rudimentary. What could an undergraduate possibly learn in just a few months under the tutelage of an academician? The answer is undoubtedly challenging, as the undergraduate's proficiency is insufficient. They exist on entirely different tiers of understanding. Thus, it is imperative for undergraduates to prioritize mastering fundamental courses rather than delving into more esoteric subjects. The relationship between first-year students and Professor Dumbledore mirrors this dynamic. The truly formidable spells that Dumbledore possesses would be nearly impossible for first-year students to grasp, even if he were inclined to teach them. Consequently, Jon Hart's performance in the defense against the dark arts class could be described as unremarkable, especially in light of the diligence exhibited by his classmates, rendering his efforts even more mediocre and failing to attract Professor Dumbledore's attention. During a herbology class in mid-March, Professor Sprout informed them that the Easter holiday would commence the following day. This holiday marked the final extended break of their academic year, lasting from late March to early April, spanning approximately 2 weeks. Jon had no intention of returning to Southampton during the Easter holiday. Firstly, with the summer vacation looming in less than 2 months, there seemed little necessity for the trip. Furthermore, the restriction against using magic at home posed considerable inconvenience for him. Additionally, with final examinations approaching in 10 weeks, nearly every instructor had assigned a plethora of homework. Most students shared Jon's sentiments, as significantly fewer filled out leave forms for the Easter holiday compared to Christmas. Professor Sprout, with a smile, mentioned that several mandrakes were hosting a lively, boisterous ball in the third greenhouse, indicating that they would be fully matured by the end of the holiday. Will Justin be returning soon? A student inquired. Yes, Mr. Creevy. Mr. Weasley, Miss Clearwater, and Justin will all be back with us after the Easter holiday. Will the Horcrux be restored? Asked a concerned first-year Ravenclaw girl with waist length, light golden hair. Certainly, Miss Lovegood. Professor Sprout nodded. With the juice from the mandrake roots, Professor Flitwick will undoubtedly restore it. That's wonderful, exclaimed Luna Lovegood, visibly relieved as she patted her chest. After more than a month without answering its questions, I felt like I was going mad. Laughter erupted among the surrounding students. Upon leaving the greenhouse, they observed students of all years busily engaged in reviewing or preparing for their final examinations. Jon pondered for a moment, realizing that he ought to attempt to locate Tom Riddle's diary. The whereabouts of Tom Riddle's diary had been a persistent question in Jon's mind during this period, especially after the teachers and Filch had scoured nearly the entirety of Hogwarts without yielding any results. Could it have been taken off campus? This seemed unlikely. After learning of the diary's existence from Ginny Weasley, Dumbledore and the other professors would undoubtedly have heightened their vigilance and scrutiny. Allowing such a dark artifact to leave the premises openly was nearly inconceivable. Might it still be hidden in the possession of a new host? This too seemed improbable given the intensity of the recent searches. It was hard to believe it hadn't been discovered. Even a Horcrux could not evade detection by dark magic detection devices. Otherwise, Lucius Malfoy would not have deemed it necessary to hand the diary over to Ginny. Let us consider a different perspective. For instance, envisioning the situation from Voldemort's viewpoint. With the basilisk slain as its controlling Parseltongue, Voldemort would certainly have sensed its demise. Ginny Weasley had also been captured. In light of their soul connection, Voldemort would certainly have perceived this as well. As a fragment of a soul contained in a Horcrux, it would not be a match for Dumbledore, given that the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets and its own existence had been exposed. If it continued to manipulate its host and engage in any mischief, discovery and subsequent destruction would merely be a matter of time. It had only two viable options, the first being to leverage the new host to escape the school, though the likelihood of success was minimal. The second option would involve concealing itself in an obscure location within the castle, erasing the new host's memories, and waiting for the opportune moment to rise again. If Jon were to adopt the diary's perspective, with a modicum of rationality, he would undoubtedly choose the latter approach. The soul residing in the diary comprised Voldemort's memories from when he was 17. It likely retained some degree of reason, not yet succumbing to the fractured state that would later define him. Thus, the answer becomes apparent. Within Hogwarts, where might Voldemort believe only he knows of a hidden, secure location? Indeed, it must be the room of requirement, home to Ravenclaw's diadem. The probability of this being the case stands at over 70%. This implies that each day, within the room of requirement, Jon potentially cohabited with two Horcruxes of Voldemort, albeit not in the same dimension. The thought was undeniably thrilling. Over a week prior, Jon had entertained such speculation but had not acted upon it. In truth, having utilized the room of requirement for over 6 months, he had never ventured into the dimension where the diadem was concealed. After all, a Horcrux is a Horcrux, imbued with formidable dark magic. The diary possessed a certain consciousness and had absorbed a fragment of Ginny's soul. As a naive, romantic first-year wizard, Jon was acutely aware of the risks involved. Though he had devised several strategies to confront a Horcrux, he feared unforeseen consequences. Hence, it was imperative to avoid direct contact with the Horcrux. A wise person does not place themselves in perilous situations. Should he continue with the old approach of entrusting these two Horcruxes to a teacher? Yet, this would mean exposing the clandestine stronghold of the Room of Requirement, a trade-off that seemed rather unwise, especially considering he intended to remain at Hogwarts for several more years. Moreover, there was no urgency in dealing with the Horcruxes. During this period, Voldemort would still be occupied in Albania, gnawing on rats for over a year. After that, he would need to return to Little Hangleton to absorb Ginny's venom for another year. While it was somewhat poignant to contemplate the dismal later years of the Second Dark Lord, it also suggested that Jon had at least 2 years of time at his disposal. However, one task must be addressed first, confirming whether his hypothesis was indeed correct. On the first day of the Easter holiday, the warm sun illuminated the entire Hogwarts castle. For the first time in months, the Scottish Highlands experienced such splendid weather. The sky was clear and bright, a vibrant blue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, and the air carried a hint of the approaching summer. Students remaining at the school ventured out of the castle, basking in the sunlight, engrossed in their books and engaged in lively conversations. Jon found himself alone before the tapestry depicting the great beast on the 8th floor, gazing around to ensure no one was in sight, and gently called out, "Klein?" At that moment, the air was punctuated by a crisp explosion, and several house elves materialized before him. The house elf he was most familiar with, Klein, stood at the forefront. Klein had received Mr. Jon Hart's request the previous day, and had arrived early with friends to await his arrival. With a humble demeanor, the house elf spoke. "Thank you, Klein. Have you had the chance to enter the Room of Requirement?" Jon inquired, bending down with a look of concern. "Indeed, Mr. Jon Hart," Klein whispered as he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Following your instructions, I ventured into the room where items are concealed and located the two things you mentioned, an old, tattered black diary and a golden object adorned with an eagle's crown. Both were hidden together within." Klein continued, "Mr. Jon Hart had instructed me not to disturb them. So I feigned searching for other items while merely passing by those two objects. I have not even mentioned this to my friends. I am truly grateful, Klein," Jon said, clasping the little elf's hand with a smile. "It is an honor to assist Mr. Jon Hart," Klein replied, beaming, as every kitchen house elf aspired to do the same. With the assistance of a few house elves, Jon felt increasingly confident regarding the existence of the Horcruxes. Furthermore, even the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the diary would likely remain undetected, as Voldemort held house elves in disdain. Thus, the subsequent course of action seemed straightforward: to allow these two Horcruxes to rest undisturbed within the Room of Requirement for a few years. After all, destroying them now would serve no purpose. It might be wiser to await a more opportune moment. Jon had long devised a plan to destroy the Horcruxes. Although he could not enter the chamber, acquire the Basilisk's Fong, nor likely retrieve Godric Gryffindor's sword, that did not hinder his ability to employ other tools. After the Triwizard Tournament finals in their third year, or during the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic in their fourth year, he could meticulously calculate the timing, pre-order a barrel of Aqua Regia, and a canister filled with liquid nitrogen. Then, when Voldemort commenced his battle, he could visit the Room of Requirement, retrieve the two Horcruxes, and allow Voldemort to indulge in a unique experience of icy flames. Indeed, that was the plan. With the locations of the Horcruxes now known, the final thread of tension within Jon's heart was finally released. After the Easter holidays, the Mandrakes had fully matured. Under the combined efforts of Professor Sprout and Professor Snape, the petrification potion was brewed and administered to the students who had been attacked by the basilisk, restoring them to their normal state. Upon awakening, Justin Finch-Fletchley sought out Harry Potter from Gryffindor at once, profusely apologizing for his earlier misconceptions. Colin Creevey, on the other hand, became Harry Potter's devoted follower, gazing at him with unwavering admiration. Percy Weasley admitted to having engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Slytherin monster before his petrification, expressing to Professor McGonagall, "I did my best, but that creature was simply too powerful." However, after the celebrations of their revival, they soon learned of an unfortunate piece of news. The final examinations were scheduled for June 1st, merely 7 weeks away. In the last 2 months of their first academic year, all professors ceased to impart new knowledge, and instead provided ample time for review of the material learned over nearly the past year. During these 2 months, Jon spent the majority of his time with Astoria beneath a willow tree near the greenhouses, basking in the sunlight while reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing the wand movements necessary for various spells. At times, when fatigue set in, Jon would close his eyes beneath the willow to rest, simultaneously revisiting the intricacies of the Mind Cloak spell, which he was mastering with increasing proficiency. As the weather grew warmer and June 1st approached, the final examinations officially commenced. The first was a written test, and they utilized the latest anti-cheating quills. These quills were far more challenging to write with than pens or ballpoints, resulting in a less legible script, prompting Jon to inwardly critique the backwardness and stagnation of the wizarding world. The written examination proceeded quite smoothly. With his keen focus and thorough review, he encountered little difficulty. Astoria, however, appeared somewhat anxious after the potions exam, lamenting, "I can't remember the difference between aconite and wolfsbane. I left that entire question blank." In truth, they were both varieties of plants collectively known as aconite. Jon reassured her, "There's no need to worry. You performed exceptionally well in potions class, and Professor Snape surely will not give you a low score." Of course, aside from the written examination, there remained practical assessments. During the charms exam, Professor Flitwick called them in one by one, asking them to attempt to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Jon performed quite well, except at the final moment when he inadvertently caused the pineapple to topple, eliciting a look of regret from Professor Flitwick, who inscribed a line of numbers on his report card before dismissing him. During the transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall instructed them to transform a mouse into a snuff box. Jon has transformed into a snuff box. Although it lacks the exquisite craftsmanship of Ginny Weasley, at the very least, it is devoid of any lingering traces of mouse whiskers. During the potions examination, Professor Snape instructed them to brew a cauldron of forgetfulness potion. Jon completed all the steps in merely 15 minutes. When he finally added the licorice essence, Snape leaned in, scrutinizing for several minutes, yet he was unable to identify any flaws. In herbology class, Jon similarly took around 15 minutes to write down the names of the 30 herbs that Professor Sprout had demonstrated. Full marks. As he exited the greenhouse, Professor Sprout beamed at him while subtly providing a hint. However, the afternoon of the Quidditch exam proved to be perhaps the most dreadful of the entire year. Jon mounted the flying broomstick, but within a mere 10 seconds, he tumbled from the sky. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and cast a levitation charm, thus averting a disastrous outcome. Under the ireful gaze of Madame Hooch, Jon sheepishly departed, fully aware that his performance in this examination was destined for failure. With no practical courses in astronomy and history of magic, The first-year students were left with only one remaining assessment, the practical exam for defense against the dark arts. This practical examination took place in the classroom where they had previously studied. As Dumbledore called out a student's name, that student was to follow him into the classroom, only to emerge a few minutes later. Sean Avery. The order mirrored that of the sorting hat ceremony. Teresa Baker. Colin Creevey. Each student's expression upon exiting varied significantly. For instance, the Ravenclaw girl, Teresa Baker, emerged beaming with joy, while Gryffindor's Colin Creevey exited with his head bowed, face flushed with embarrassment. One by one, the students were called, and soon it was time for Astoria Greengrass. Astoria reappeared shortly, her face also alight with a smile. As she passed Jon, she softly encouraged. "Good luck." "Thank you," Jon whispered in response, just as Professor Dumbledore announced his name. Jon Hart. "Good morning, Jon." Unlike other instructors, Dumbledore's demeanor during the examination was far less austere. Having spent months teaching, he had memorized the names of every first-year student. "Good morning, Professor," Jon replied earnestly. "Let us commence the examination." Dumbledore smiled and waved his wand. Before Jon appeared a moving mannequin with an ever-changing expression. "Try the petrification charm," Dumbledore suggested. "Petrificus totalis." Jon raised his emerald wand and calmly recited the incantation. A soft red light enveloped the mannequin, freezing its expression and rendering it immobile. "Very well done," Dumbledore exclaimed, waving his wand again. The previous mannequin vanished, replaced by another holding a wooden stick. "Now, let us test the disarming charm," Dumbledore prompted once more. Earlier in April, during a defense against the dark arts lesson, Dumbledore had taught this spell to the first-year students. Expelliarmus. Another red light shot forth, sending the wooden stick flying several yards away. "Excellent work, Jon." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "Now you need only complete the final step of the examination, and you shall be free to revel in the summer holiday." As he spoke, the second mannequin disappeared, and 3 wooden boxes materialized before Jon. "Choose one, Jon." Dumbledore gestured with a smile towards the trio of boxes. Jon momentarily paused, then turned back with a look of confusion, inquiring, "I don't quite understand, Professor." The professor replied, "It is as follows. Within the 3 boxes lie the 3 magical creatures we studied last semester. You must choose one of them as the subject of your examination." Jon nodded and extended his index finger. "I shall choose the box in the middle." "Very well." Dumbledore waved his hand, causing the 2 boxes on either side to vanish into thin air. "Now I must inform you that within the central box resides a boggart," he explained. "Reflect carefully upon the methods you have studied in class for confronting a boggart, and once you are prepared, do let me know." "A boggart?" Jon furrowed his brow. In Professor Dumbledore's first defense against the dark arts lesson, they had learned about boggarts. At that time, he had intentionally positioned himself at the back of the crowd to avoid confronting one, as a single boggart could not withstand the entire class taking turns to face it. Who would have anticipated encountering it again during an examination? A boggart has the ability to reveal a person's innermost fears, and what it would manifest into remained an unknown for Jon. What if it transformed into something inappropriate, raising Dumbledore's suspicions? Should he employ a mental blocking technique to provide the boggart with misleading suggestions? He quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that this situation was unlike that of the classroom. He stood alone before the box. This meant the boggart had already transformed into the very object of his fears. Even if he were to block his mind now, it would be of no consequence. After all, if the object of fear does not change, the boggart will not alter its shape either. "Are you ready, Jon?" Professor Dumbledore inquired lazily. "I'm ready, Professor," Jon replied, taking a gentle breath. "Be cautious." Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and the lock on the box slowly opened. He kindly reminded, "There is no need to be overly anxious. Boggarts are rather easy to deal with. Just remember what you have learned in class." Dumbledore's words abruptly halted as he widened his eyes, staring intently at the creature that crawled out of the box. Jon's mouth fell agape, nearly losing his grip on the wand in his hand. How could he have possibly anticipated such a turn of events? Even the boggart, emerging from the box, appeared utterly bewildered, scanning its surroundings in confusion. It had transformed into a figure, a tall, slender elderly man with striking blue eyes. He donned a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles, sported a long, silvery beard, and possessed a hooked nose that seemed to have been broken at some point. Draped in a deep green robe and a floor-length purple cloak, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Professor Dumbledore, dressed exactly as he was that very day. Indeed, the classroom now harbored 2 identical Albus Dumbledores. "I truly wonder which one of us is the real one, Jon." Professor Dumbledore was the first to recover from his astonishment, a smile returning to his face. Though I must admit, I am rather dismayed to find myself so fearsome. I am truly sorry, Professor. There is no need for apologies. For you must remember that you are still in the midst of an examination, Dumbledore reminded him with a hint of amusement. Jon, steeling himself, raised his wand and pointed it at another Dumbledore. Ridiculous. He uttered the incantation softly. A beam of white light struck the bewildered Dumbledore with precision. The elder wizard's elder wand soared into the air, gradually enlarging until it transformed into a staff taller than a man. Simultaneously, a magnificent silver sword, sheathed in an ornate scabbard and adorned with gemstones, inexplicably appeared in his left hand. A suit of mithril armor was forcefully draped across his chest, while his deep green robes and purple cloak were transformed into a pristine white. A silver scarf encircled his neck, complemented by a pointed hat, creating a harmonious ensemble. The boggart, now resembling Dumbledore, stood in bewilderment, captivated by its new attire, completely forgetting its purpose of intimidating Jon. "Aha! A splendid look, Jon." The real Dumbledore chuckled, covering his mouth in amusement. "Quite amusing. I must consider adopting such a guise myself. I can assure you, for your performance in defense against the dark arts, you shall receive full marks." Yet, despite this commendation, Jon felt no joy. He did not believe that transforming the boggart into the headmaster would come without consequences. "Professor Dumbledore, may I take my leave?" he timidly inquired, turning away. "Certainly," Dumbledore replied, still unable to suppress his smile. "Your examination has concluded, Jon. Enjoy your summer break." However, as Jon turned to depart, Dumbledore added, "I must apologize for instilling such fear in you. Might you spare a day during the summer for a home visit?" Jon was acutely aware that Dumbledore would not easily let him off the hook. However, could he dare to voice his dissent? With a woeful expression, he nodded slightly. "Thank you, Professor." "Very well. Next." Dumbledore had already waved him away while announcing the name of the next student, Luna Lovegood. As he brushed past the Ravenclaw girl with her waist-length, light golden hair, Jon returned to the entrance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom where Astoria awaited him. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Astoria inquired with concern, "What happened, Jon? Did you not perform well?" "No, Professor Dumbledore assured me he would award me full marks," Jon replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. "Then why the long face?" Astoria pressed. With a deep sigh, Jon Hart expressed his disillusionment. "I never expected this." Jon could scarcely recall how he spent the days following the final exams of his first year. His countenance was perpetually sorrowful, engulfed in a profound sense of despondency. His mind was besieged by peculiar thoughts. Why has this transpired? Whether it was the serpent creature, the Horcruxes, or the brain closure spell, he had been the one to prepare in advance. Why did such a fearsome being as a boggart exist? Astoria, worried for his well-being, insisted on dragging him to the infirmary. Mr. Hart was merely startled. After a meticulous examination, Madame Pomfrey candidly remarked that, much like Miss Granger, he still had some of the potion from their last preparation left unconsumed. After forcing him to drink half a bottle of the oddly flavored, pale blue potion, she insisted he remain in the hospital for the night before allowing him to depart. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, Jon learned of a piece of news. In the first match of the final round of Quidditch, Gryffindor had narrowly defeated Ravenclaw with a score of 270 to 240. Among the four house teams, only Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had secured 2 victories, with Hufflepuff boasting a net score advantage exceeding 900 points over Gryffindor. This meant that as long as Hufflepuff did not lose to the indifferent Slytherin by 900 points in the final round, they would clinch the Quidditch Cup. Indeed, during the match against Slytherin, Hufflepuff's 7 players, adopting a zen-like attitude, watched as Slytherin scored 16 consecutive goals, before Cedric Diggory finally seized the golden snitch from beneath Draco Malfoy's nose. Ultimately, Hufflepuff lost narrowly to Slytherin with a score of 150 to 160. This outcome spared Slytherin from an embarrassing record of 3 defeats and allowed Hufflepuff to lift the Quidditch Cup once more after 13 years. 3 days after the last examination, Jon accompanied a group of Hufflepuff students to the Great Hall for the end-of-year feast. The hall had been lavishly adorned in the green and silver of Slytherin, celebrating their 7th victory in the House Cup over the past 8 years. A massive banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung behind the podium. Students and faculty alike filled the hall to capacity. As the gathering reached its peak, Professor Albus Dumbledore rose, raising his hands to signal for silence. The hall fell quiet in an instant. "Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you to listen to the ramblings of an old man," Professor Dumbledore gently began. "What a splendid year it has been. Your minds must be considerably richer than before. And a whole summer awaits you to digest all that you have learned, allowing space for new thoughts. Now, as I understand, we must first proceed with the awarding of the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 412 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 423 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 432 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 539 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by the stomping of feet. Jon observed Astoria embracing her sister in celebration. Nearby, the head boy, Gabriel Truman, murmured, "Ever since Snape became the head of Slytherin, they either secure the top or the 2nd position in the House Cup every year." Gabriel's grievances held merit. Snape perpetually found fault with students from other houses during potions class, often deducting points, though Jon himself had never fallen victim to his ire, while Slytherin students, not particularly incompetent, frequently received his favorable points. In contrast to the other 3 headmasters who maintained a semblance of fairness, Slytherin's scores had surged considerably in recent years. Hufflepuff bore the brunt of this disparity, as their larger student body often led to the highest point deductions annually. Thus, despite clinching the Quidditch Cup this semester, they were relegated to a mere 3rd place in the House Cup standings. Do not fret, Cedric Diggory consoled. Professor Dumbledore may have additional remarks to make. Much like last year, Cedric's prediction proved accurate. Indeed, well done, Dumbledore added. However, a few recent occurrences must also be accounted for. He cleared his throat and continued. There are some points to distribute. Let me see. The first is Miss Ginny Weasley. Seated at the far end of the Gryffindor table, Ginny reddened, rising briefly before hastily resuming her seat upon sensing the unusual attention. Confronting the most formidable and ominous presence, she managed to retain her composure and audaciously spoke her mind. For this, I award Gryffindor 40 points. The jubilant roars of the little lions nearly threatened to lift the enchanted ceiling. Percy Weasley could be heard shouting from the head table, "It's my sister. You know, my only sister." The second is Miss Hermione Granger, Dumbledore continued, who may well be the youngest student in Hogwarts history to brew advanced potions. I shall award Gryffindor another 40 points. The Gryffindor students erupted into ecstatic celebration, bouncing up and down at the table. Jon slightly furrowed his brow, astonished by the revelation of his own prowess. The third nominee is Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore declared, and an immediate hush fell over the hall. In the face of the Slytherin monster, he exhibited extraordinary bravery, risking his life, and even earned the recognition of Godric Gryffindor. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. The ensuing uproar was deafening, as all Gryffindor students plunged into a frenzy of jubilation. Gryffindor's current score stood at 542, while Slytherin lagged behind at 539. They had surged ahead of Slytherin in the House Cup for 2 consecutive years. On the very last day of the term, on the platform, Snape and Professor McGonagall exchanged a handshake, forcibly donning awkward smiles. Dumbledore was compelled to raise his voice. Thus, we must make some minor alterations to our decorations. With a wave of his hand, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red, and silver banners shifted to gold. The imposing Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Such a familiar scene, Jon murmured to himself, before lifting a cup of pumpkin juice from the table and indulging in it. Suddenly, Dumbledore raised another hand, and the celebrating Gryffindor students quieted. And of course, the fourth nominee is Mr. Jon Hart, Dumbledore stated calmly. Jon inadvertently sprayed pumpkin juice everywhere, nearly dousing his neighbor, Hannah Abbott. However, Hannah and the other Hufflepuff students seemed utterly oblivious, their gazes fixed on Professor Dumbledore. Goodness, is Dumbledore about to award me points? Jon quickly calculated in his mind. Dumbledore had to grant Hufflepuff 120 points for them to surpass Gryffindor. Could it be that transforming a boggart into the headmaster warranted such a high reward? I have taught at Hogwarts for over 90 years, and this is the first time I've witnessed a student conjure such an amusing boggart. Therefore, I shall award Hufflepuff 10 points. Dumbledore smiled. Only 10 points? Jon sighed, feeling Dumbledore's generosity was somewhat lacking. However, the nearby Hufflepuffs were far from calm. With Dumbledore's addition, Hufflepuff's score reached 433, surpassing Ravenclaw's 432. They were no longer at the bottom of the House Cup but had risen to 3rd place. Cedric Diggory clenched his fist in excitement. Gabrielle Delacour was nearly brought to tears, and Hannah Abbott embraced him from behind. At last, we are not at the bottom. Hufflepuff had languished there for 7 consecutive years. Well done, Jon, you are the hero of Hufflepuff. Even Professor Sprout beamed as she rose from her seat and nodded towards Jon. Suddenly thrust into the role of a hero, Jon found himself engulfed by a sea of Hufflepuff celebrations. Moreover, he suddenly realized one thing. Hannah, please don't wipe pumpkin juice on me. In stark contrast, Ravenclaw's long table was enveloped in silence. Even Professor Flitwick on the platform bowed his head in shame, rendering him invisible from below. Penelope Clearwater, seated among the prefects, wiped her tears, and many Ravenclaw girls were openly weeping, save for the ever-composed Luna Lovegood, who maintained her serene smile. What is happening? Jon cautiously inquired of Cedric, sensing the hostile glares from several Ravenclaw boys directed at him. This is the first time in this century that Ravenclaw has finished last in the House Cup, Cedric explained. Ravenclaw has historically secured the most House Cup victories, and they haven't placed last in over 90 years. Well done, Jon. Gabrielle clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. It's about time Ravenclaw experienced this feeling. Jon let out a wry smile and nodded, casting a glance at Dumbledore on the dais. Dumbledore winked at him before diverting his gaze. Thus, let the banquet and celebrations commence. A myriad of delectable dishes suddenly appeared on the dining table. The day after the year-end feast, the wardrobe was finally empty, and the bookshelves stood bare. All their belongings had been packed into suitcases. The house elves had lifted their luggage onto the train. Summer notices had been distributed to each student, cautioning them against the use of magic during the holiday. Hagrid escorted them aboard the Thestral-drawn carriage, transporting them to Hogsmeade Station. On this journey home, he could no longer share a compartment with Astoria. Several Hufflepuff students, including Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and Zacharias Smith, pulled him into their compartment. It's absolutely splendid. We have finally shattered that previous awkward record, thanks to you, Jon, Susan proclaimed, her face brimming with relief. We cannot rest on our laurels with such a meager achievement, Zacharias added with a sage demeanor, patting Jon's shoulder. Next year, we shall strive harder, aiming for at least second place in the House Cup. Second place seemed a tad challenging, given the presence of two formidable competitors. Jon mused silently, though his face remained adorned with a cheerful smile. They sat aboard the Hogwarts Express, engaging in lively banter. As they gazed out the window, the fields grew increasingly verdant and orderly. The train glided past one quaint village after another, drawing ever closer to London. Jon shed his wizard's robe and donned the short shirt and jeans he felt more comfortable in. Eventually, the train arrived at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. They spent a considerable amount of time making their way through the platform. An emaciated old wizard stood guard at the ticket checkpoint of Platform 9, permitting only 2 or 3 students to pass at a time. This precaution prevented a throng of individuals from suddenly emerging through the solid wall, thereby attracting the attention of the nearby muggles. Upon exiting Platform 9, Jon spotted Mrs. Granger right in front of him, one hand grasping her daughter. Astoria was glancing back discreetly until she caught sight of Jon, her face lighting up with a smile. Waving a silent farewell to Jon, she was led away by her mother. Shortly thereafter, Jon located his parents, Eric and Judy, on the platform. Judy rushed forward with enthusiasm, enveloping her son in a warm embrace and kissing his forehead. Eric stood to the side, maintaining a straight posture as he smiled and asked, "How did you do, son?" "Not bad," Jon exclaimed as he peeked out from his mother's embrace, "at least among the top few in my year." "No need to be modest. You must be first." Eric patted his back. "Am I not aware of you? When have you ever settled for second place? Are we heading home?" "No, wait. We must first make a stop at Charing Cross to visit Diagon Alley." Jon interjected eagerly. "All right, let's set off," Eric replied. The group soon arrived at the station's parking lot and boarded Eric's classic Jaguar XJ6. Half an hour later, Eric's car reached Charing Cross Road in Westminster, London. Navigating with ease, Eric quickly located the dilapidated pub nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop. The Leaky Cauldron, a rather famous establishment, he proclaimed proudly to his wife. Judy cast a somewhat astonished glance at the unassuming pub. In the end, Jon implored his parents to remain at Charing Cross and refrained from having them accompany him into Diagon Alley. After all, Diagon Alley is teeming with a myriad of wizards from all walks of life, not to mention the adjacent Nocturne Alley, which is even more rife with dubious characters. As ordinary individuals, Eric and Judy might become targets of disdain from the dark wizards who harbor prejudices against muggles, which would be quite unfortunate. Meanwhile, Jon, as a legitimate student of Hogwarts, could likely traverse the bustling streets without fear of being cursed in broad daylight. As he entered the Leaky Cauldron alone, the nearly toothless proprietor, Tom, greeted him with a warm nod. Jon quickly smiled at him and then navigated around the bar of the Leaky Cauldron. making his way to his small courtyard surrounded by walls. He drew forth his emerald wand and lightly tapped it against the wall. Diagon Alley materialized before him, and Jon stepped inside with serene composure. First, he reached into his pocket to feel the scant few silver sickles he possessed, and then he proceeded directly to Gringotts. Passing through the gleaming bronze doors, he was greeted by an unfamiliar goblin. The goblin bowed respectfully and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "Indeed," Jon replied, lowering his head. "I am Jon Hart, a second-year student at Hogwarts, and I require the exchange of 500 pounds into galleons." The goblin raised his head, rolling his eyes, and slowly responded, "Mr. Hart, generally speaking, Muggle-born wizards do not come to Gringotts for their galleons until August." Jon furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "I wish to exchange 100 galleons annually, as per the agreement established between Gringotts and Hogwarts." "Of course, Mr. Hart, please do not take offense." The goblin's face contorted into an unseemly grin. After all, withdrawing funds in advance is bound to present some complications, is it not? Its voice suddenly dropped to a near whisper, almost brushing against Jon's ear. "However, if you could provide a modest fee, the process would be considerably simplified, wouldn't it?" "How much do you require?" Jon calmly retorted, "A mere 5 galleons, and the subsequent procedures will be greatly alleviated, Mr. Hart. What do you think?" The goblin's tone resonated with a certain allure. To demand a 5% interest on a mere 100 galleons was audacious. Jon suppressed his rising ire and cast a glance at the nameplate adorning the goblin's chest. Upon recognizing the name ring, a faint smirk crept across his face. "Very well. I accept your terms." An envelope containing 10 50-pound notes was tossed into Rank's hands. The goblin deftly extracted a pouch of gold coins and subsequently pocketed 5 of them. "A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Hart." It once again displayed that same unsightly grin. "Humph. Thank you." Jon departed Gringotts without a backward glance. In June, Diagon Alley was not nearly as bustling as it would be by the end of July. Moreover, as twilight descended, the number of wizards on the streets had dwindled. Jon filled his pocket with a substantial amount of gold coins and nonchalantly surveyed his surroundings. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he stealthily slipped into a narrow alley. He then retrieved a small vial of a meticulously prepared potion from his pocket, closed his eyes, and drank it in one swift motion. Moments later, a gaunt wizard materialized on the streets of Diagon Alley. Draped in a flowing black robe and cloak that obscured his features, only a prominent hooked nose was visible. He soon arrived at his intended destination, the Zig's potion supplies. Removing his hood, he strode boldly inside. The lean wizard unveiled his waxen yellow face and surveyed the shop with his cold, inscrutable eyes. Christian Ziggs, the proprietor of the establishment, appeared to be in his early 20s, with a pallid complexion. "Professor Snape?" he exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he hurried forward. "What a rare visitor. I was just perusing your article on the enhancement of wolfsbane potions in the Extraordinary Potions Monthly, wasn't he?" Severus Snape replied with a curt nod, accepting the magazine from Ziggs, skimming through a few pages before tossing it aside onto the counter. "How may I assist you?" the young shopkeeper inquired with enthusiasm. "I require some potion ingredients of a personal nature," Snape responded, "and I trust you will keep this confidential." "Of course. We highly value the privacy of esteemed clients, such as yourself." Ziggs nodded vigorously. "What do you need?" For a potions master like Severus Snape, who also served as a Hogwarts potions professor, his patronage was undeniably significant for any apothecary. Ziggs was well aware of the importance of cultivating a good relationship with him. Snape had already produced a list from his pocket and read aloud. 15 ounces of bicorn horn powder, 2 chunks of dung, 10 ounces of dragon liver. The young shopkeeper swiftly waved his wand, gathering the requested ingredients into a shopping trunk as per Snape's instructions. Snape remained composed, seated quietly on a nearby chair. "I trust you will not substitute inferior goods. I assure you, I will discern any deception." "Certainly, Professor Snape," Ziggs replied eagerly, "rest assured. Everything I provide will be of the highest quality." The trunk soon brimmed with a variety of potion ingredients, and the young shopkeeper cheerfully handed it over to Snape. "How much do I owe you?" "Originally 90 galleons, but since it's you, I'll offer it at 80% off." "No, 70%. You need only pay 63 galleons," Ziggs declared, his face alight with sycophantic enthusiasm. "Is that so?" Snape responded, appearing slightly taken aback. "Then I almost forgot. Add a pound of rat's tail juice and a strip of African tree snake skin." He promptly added, "Certainly, just a moment." Another vial and a bag were added to the trunk. "That brings the total to 100 galleons, but with the 70% discount, it will be 70 galleons." Snape retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket, methodically counting out 70 galleons and handing them to Ziggs. He then smiled as he hoisted the trunk filled with potion ingredients and exited the shop. The young shopkeeper called out after him, "Professor Snape, we look forward to your next visit." After leaving the apothecary, Professor Severus Snape made his way to Lee's bookstore, where he selected a few tomes on potion making. He subsequently entered a dimly lit shop, purchasing a new cauldron and several silver spoons. Finally, he spent 5 galleons on a spacious backpack, which he stuffed into the trunk. With his arms laden with supplies, he returned to the leaky cauldron. "My goodness," the innkeeper exclaimed, startled, as he hurried over. "This is Professor Snape. What an honor." "Good afternoon." Snape was compelled to set the trunk down to shake his hand. "My mischievous granddaughter is currently studying at Hogwarts and is one of your students," Old Tom remarked, unable to resist patting his nearly bald head. "Indeed, she seems to be doing well," Snape replied tersely, his expression slightly peculiar as he inquired. "May I use your restroom?" "Certainly, it's on the second floor to the left. Would you like me to show you?" "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Snape replied, hastening up to the second floor of the leaky cauldron. Carrying the backpack, Jon Hart cautiously emerged from the restroom of the leaky cauldron. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, he collided with a young girl ascending. "I'm so sorry," Jon repeatedly apologized. "Jon?" the girl with 2 golden braids exclaimed, astonished. "What are you doing here?" "Good afternoon, Hannah," Jon stammered. "I might have gotten lost." "Lost?" Hannah regarded him with skepticism. "It's already dark. It's no longer afternoon." Good evening then." Fortunately, Hannah didn't linger too long. "By the way, the leaky cauldron is owned by my grandfather. Would you like to go down and see him, Mr. Tom?" "I believe I've already met him," Jon chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps another time, Hannah. My parents are waiting outside, and I need to return to Southampton before midnight." "Sorry." Before Hannah Abbott could respond, Jon had already vanished from sight. She shook her head in confusion and returned to the bar downstairs. Old Tom Abbott was waving his wand, concocting a cocktail. "Hannah," he grinned, "your teacher, Professor Snape, just came by. He should still be upstairs. Did you see him?" "Professor Snape?" Hannah gasped, stepping back in fright. I didn't see him. He just complimented you." Old Tom looked up at the stairs, muttering to himself, Why has Professor Snape come down yet? Perhaps he used disapparation. I was hoping to buy him a drink." Returning to Hampshire, at 86 Eastleigh Road in Southampton, Jon Hart's summer vacation commenced. On the very first day back, he relegated his emerald wand to the innermost compartment of his suitcase, swathed in a towel. Due to the presence of the trace, he was unable to perform magic at home. The trace records the magical activities of underage wizards and those in their vicinity, should any magical fluctuations be detected. The Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures would promptly send a warning letter, with serious infractions potentially leading to expulsion from Hogwarts. Given the sparse density of wizards in the British magical community, it was likely that he was the only wizard in all of Southampton, not being the protagonist. He could expect no special privileges. Jon had no desire to accidentally break his wand, have his memory erased, and return to a mundane existence. However, he was not entirely idle. While magic was off the table, potion making remained an option. After all, brewing potions did not necessitate the waving of a wand or incantations. On the very day of his return, leveraging Severus Snape's reputation, Jon procured a plethora of magical ingredients and several advanced texts from a potion shop in Diagon Alley. Additionally, in mid-June, he had rented a small cottage approximately 500 yards from his home on Eastleigh Road. He moved his cauldron, glass vials, and potion ingredients there, as potion making could indeed lead to unforeseen accidents and even dangers, making it unwise to conduct such activities at home. As summer began, Jon commenced his potion-making endeavors with a batch of polyjuice potion. After consuming a considerable quantity during the previous term, he needed to replenish his stock, armed with past experience. He found the process significantly easier this time. He also began experimenting with the warrior potion and the enhancing potion. Both were crucial components of the OWL's exams, typically tackled by Hogwarts students in their 3rd or 4th year. The warrior potion, akin to adrenaline, temporarily enhances a person's reaction time, speed, and strength, making spell casting easier for wizards. However, it does come with side effects, as prolonged use can lead to physical debilitation. The enhancing potion, on the other hand, must be used in conjunction with other potions to amplify their effects. For instance, when combined with the polyjuice potion, it can extend the duration of transformations and allow for continuous use without reverting to one's original form. These two potions represented Jon's foray into the simpler yet practical aspects of potion making. As most potions learned in the first 2 years were of little value beyond basic practice for young wizards. Though he had perused complex potions such as the Felix Felicis, Veritaserum, or Amortentia in a powerful potion book, the intricate and convoluted preparation methods deterred him. As a recent graduate of Hogwarts, despite having some talent in potion making, he understood that he needed to engage in continuous study and practice to qualify for the exploration of more profound potion theories. In addition to potion making, Jon carved out some time to visit Mr. Robert Wilson's hardware store at 21 Winchester Road, adopting the guise of Varian Urian. After providing Mr. Wilson with some funds, Jon requested a custom batch of silver bullets. Silver bullets? Mr. Wilson inquired, perplexed. Silver is quite soft. Bullets made from it would hardly inflict any damage. Why such a peculiar request, Urian? I claimed it was to combat werewolves. Do you believe me? Varian Urian replied with a wry smile. Don't jest. The hardware store owner shook his head. How could there possibly be werewolves in this world needing a specific type of bullet? I'll take 357 Magnum and 5.45mm pistol rounds, please. All right then, I'll have it ready for you within a month. During the academic year of 1993 to 1994, it seemed that Jon had little to prepare. Aside from a few silver bullets, the only other item he could think of was a powerful flashlight, as werewolves feared bright light and silver. However, apart from the room of requirement, electronic devices were rendered inoperative at Hogwarts, making it more practical to bring a few candles instead. Naturally, Jon did not forget to find a calendar, marking all the full moon nights of the coming year based on what he learned in astronomy class. In the end, he also visited Waitrose supermarket to purchase 2 bags of high-quality dog food with a longer shelf life, just in case. He moved these supplies into his newly rented cottage and organized them. When he was not engaged in potion brewing, Jon found himself feeling rather idle and began to peruse the small white booklet left to him by Lockhart. Although the Oblivion Charm was undoubtedly more profound than any spell Jon had previously studied, it was not particularly complex in nature. After all, it was one of the most commonly used spells by many Ministry of Magic employees. However, the version of the Oblivion Charm employed by Gilderoy Lockhart was evidently different from the ordinary one. For the average Ministry worker who needed to use the charm, their spell merely required the Muggles to forget the events of the past few hours. In contrast, Lockhart aimed to erase memories spanning several years, if not decades, from his targets. Not only was this task vastly different in terms of workload, but more importantly, the abrupt removal of such lengthy memories would likely lead even the most oblivious individual to notice something amiss. Once exposed, Lockhart's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, when using the Oblivion Charm, Lockhart typically created a set of false memories to substitute for the memories he intended to erase. By modifying the target's recollections in this manner, he could avoid raising any suspicions. This approach was evidently far more challenging and intricate than the usual method. If he were at school, Jon likely would not have dedicated much time to studying a spell that had little immediate utility. After all, he had no desire to become a charlatan like Lockhart. However, given that he was currently unable to use magic and lacked access to several books, he had no choice but to force himself to memorize the contents of the white booklet. Fortunately, Lockhart had made numerous annotations and markings, which facilitated Jon's understanding. He felt that after a month of effort, he had gained some insight into the Oblivion Charm, although he was uncertain to what extent, having conducted no experiments. The morning sun illuminated the second floor of 86 Easterly Road, in the room facing the sun. Time stood still at 6:59 a.m. As a boy who appeared to be around 12 or 13 lay in bed, covered by a cotton blanket, softly snoring. The boy had a lean physique, short, dark brown hair, and a pair of gray eyes, his features still retaining some childlike innocence. This region on the southern coast of England was arguably the mildest climate in the entire country. Southampton, with the Isle of Wight serving as a natural barrier, was particularly renowned for its pleasant weather. At least, on this mid-July morning, there was no hint of heat. 81 years prior, a ship touted as unsinkable and weighing 46,000 tons chose Southampton for its maiden voyage due to the region's temperate and comfortable weather. However, 4 days into its journey, it collided with an iceberg, splitting in two and sinking to the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. At the corner of the bed where the boy slept, a newspaper lay open to the 3rd page. Dated July 11th. The headline read, Ministry of Magic Employee Wins Grand Prize. Below it was a brief note stating that Arthur Weasley, The head of the ministry's misuse of Muggle artifacts office had received the annual Galleon Award from the Daily Prophet. An elated Mr. Weasley told a reporter, "We plan to spend this money on a summer trip to Egypt, where our eldest son Bill works at Gringotts Bank." More prominently, a moving photograph occupied nearly half the page, depicting the Weasley family standing in front of the pyramids, all smiling and waving enthusiastically at the viewer. Mrs. Weasley appeared somewhat short and plump, while the tall, balding Mr. Weasley towered over his 6 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom sported bright red hair, though this was not discernible in the black and white photograph. Among the 7 children, the only girl was a classmate of the room's occupant. She stood at the far right of the photo, her right hand resting on her youngest brother's shoulder, while he held a mouse. On the floor nearby lay an open copy of the Quibbler, turned to page 24, featuring an illustration of a tall, thin, elderly wizard with a distinctive aura. The headline was striking, shocking, "The Real Reason Hogwarts Headmaster Likes Purple." The author was Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of the Quibbler. Unfortunately, the rest of the magazine was obscured by the bed. Lastly, the nameplate on the door indicated the room's occupant, Jon Hart. With a cheerful chime, the alarm clock rang, prompting Jon Hart to spring out of bed with remarkable agility. He donned a shirt, kicked the Daily Prophet from a few days prior off the bed, and proceeded to the bathroom. After spending a few minutes freshening up, John descended the staircase. The staircase and the hall below were adorned with numerous balloons and streamers, while the walls of the dining room bore a large inscription reading "Happy Birthday." "Happy Birthday," exclaimed Mr. Eric Hart, emerging from the kitchen with a chocolate cake, a smile gracing his face. "Your mother and I have taken the day off for this occasion." It took the boy a few seconds to process this, as he accepted the cake, exclaiming, "Oh, thank you, Dad." Today marked July 15th, 1993, his 12th birthday. In other words, he had spent a full 12 years in this world. Despite encountering some setbacks along the way, he had enjoyed a generally happy life. "Shall we take a look at your gifts? I collected about a dozen from the mailbox for you this morning," Eric inquired. "No need. I'll check them later." John had already caught a glimpse of the mountain of presents piled in the living room, which would require considerable effort to carry upstairs, and he quickly shook his head. Outside, the mailbox clicked open. "Another letter?" Eric smiled and stepped outside. He soon returned, holding an envelope. "Only one, and it's for you." "Is it a card?" John was preparing to have breakfast. "Just put it with the pile of gifts. I'll collect it later." "No." Eric shook his head. "It says right here that it's your report card." "Sending a report card on my birthday? How inconsiderate of Hogwarts." While silently critiquing in his heart, John cast aside thoughts of dining and opened the letter. The first page detailed his grades and rankings across all subjects. He achieved full marks in herbology and defense against the dark arts. What astonished John even more was that he also received full marks in potions, a feat he had not expected, believing Professor Snape would surely find a reason to deduct points. Although his grades in astronomy and history of magic were not perfect, he still secured the top position in the class. He also obtained high scores in charms and transfiguration. However, next to his grade for Quidditch, there was a glaring red D, dreadful. Thankfully, it was not a T-troll, John mused to himself. Nevertheless, despite the setback in Quidditch, his overall score remained the highest in the entire year, a fact of which he felt quite proud. John, feeling quite pleased, tucked his report card into his pocket and then glanced at the second page. "Mr. Hart, it is with regret that I inform you. Due to your unsatisfactory performance in the Quidditch course final examination, you will need to retake this subject alongside the first-year students next semester. Please ensure that the retake form is submitted to the headmaster by September 15th. Roland Hack's smile froze in an instant. What on earth? Why was I not informed that failing Quidditch at Hogwarts necessitates a retake? John couldn't help but curse aloud. In truth, Hogwarts' academic standards are not particularly strict. In other subjects, failing merely results in additional assignments and a few reprimands from the teachers. The issue lies in the fact that Quidditch is only offered in the first year, and failing it requires mandatory retaking, without any room for leniency. Indeed, throughout its millennia-long history, very few students have ever received a failing grade in Quidditch. With a morose expression, John turned his attention to the third letter, which was even more succinct. "Dear John, if it is convenient for you, I will visit your home at 7 p.m. tonight. Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore." "What did you say?" Mr. Eric Hart instinctively exclaimed. "Your school headmaster is coming for a home visit tonight?" "Yes." John nodded earnestly. "Oh my God," Eric exclaimed. "Why didn't you inform us sooner?" "I just received the notification myself," John replied with a wry smile. Eric, unable to restrain himself, rubbed his hands together in a gesture of prayer and pondered aloud. I recall hearing Dr. Granger mention that your headmaster is quite a renowned wizard. Indeed. John nodded again. He is arguably one of the most famous wizards in the British Isles and even in all of Europe this century, comparable to the likes of Tim Berners-Lee, John Lennon, or Winston Churchill in the wizarding world. Quite so. Amen, Eric whispered, lowering his voice. You haven't gotten into any trouble at school, have you? Of course not. John replied somewhat disingenuously. That is good to hear. Eric sighed in relief. Do you think John is like you? Judy emerged from the kitchen, having overheard the father-son exchange. Smiling at John as she said, your father was quite the troublemaker during his school days. Back in Trampleton, he would break curfew at least 5 times a month. Aha. Eric chuckled. Your mother was the model student when she married me. Those old professors from Newnham were utterly astonished at how she ended up with a notorious troublemaker like me. John is just like me, very well behaved. Judy scoffed playfully but continued to inquire about her son. Your headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. John quickly corrected. Yes, Professor Dumbledore will be here at 7. He might join us for dinner. Doesn't he have any particular preferences for food? I think. John pondered for a moment. He probably enjoys fish and chips. On July 15th, time seemed to drag on interminably. After an unmeasurable duration, the sun finally began to set, casting a glance at the shattered remnants of the twilight. John checked his watch. It was now 6:55 p.m. How will Professor Dumbledore arrive? Judy asked nervously. Will he come on a flying carpet? I suppose he will just walk in through the front door, John whispered, glancing at the fireplace that had long since been rendered inoperative. 5 years ago, the family had switched to an electric fireplace, leaving this one abandoned. One could only hope that Professor Dumbledore would not utilize the Floo network. As the minute hand pointed to 12, almost simultaneously, the streetlights outside suddenly extinguished. John leaned closer to the window, squinting as he gazed at the sidewalk outside. He noticed a tall figure clad in a long cloak, making its way towards number 86. John swiftly realized the situation, waving his hand towards his parents while whispering. He is here. Eric and Judy hurriedly began making the final preparations. Moments later, a crisp knock echoed through the air. Good day, who is it? Eric's voice was calm and courteous. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Came a deep voice from outside. Is this the residence of Mr. Jon Hart? Oh, just a moment. Eric quickly approached the door. Professor Dumbledore. Upon opening the door, he eagerly shook the guest's hand, exclaiming, It is an honor to welcome you to our humble abode. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. A dear friend of mine informed me that you are the most accomplished wizard of this century in all of Europe. Oh, is that so, Mr. Hart? Albus Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. My friend, Mr. Wendell Granger, whose daughter is a senior student at your esteemed school. Eric explained with a smile. Their family holds you in the highest regard. As he spoke, Eric gestured invitingly. Please, do come in, Professor Dumbledore. Thank you very much. Dumbledore replied with a gentle bow. However, I must say your praise is somewhat excessive. He walked into the living room, where John promptly greeted him. Good evening, Professor, as he placed a cushion on the sofa where Dumbledore was about to sit. Thank you, Dumbledore said, smiling as he patted John's shoulder. Good evening, John. How has your summer been? Wonderful, Professor, except for the inability to use magic. John grinned in response. To be honest, I also believe that the restrictions placed on underage wizards are rather too stringent in certain aspects. Professor Dumbledore nodded gravely. Nonetheless, such measures are typically essential. Thank you, madam. As he spoke the last sentence, Dumbledore rose to accept a cup of red tea that Judy had brought over. Professor Dumbledore. This is the finest Sri Lankan Yuva black tea. Judy introduced. If you prefer green tea, milk tea, or chamomile, we can arrange that, but it will take a moment. No, that is unnecessary. Dumbledore shook his head. This is delightful. Would you care for some dessert? Judy continued. Perhaps some scones, mousse, or a slice of birthday cake. Of course, Judy had not merely prepared fish and chips for Professor Dumbledore, as John had jested. Birthday cake? Today is my birthday, Professor. John candidly proclaimed. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore appeared genuinely surprised. I apologize for intruding on your birthday celebration and for not bringing you a gift. No. Your presence and guidance are the finest birthday gift I could wish for. Eric quickly affirmed. You are exceedingly gracious, Mrs. Hart. Before Judy could respond to Eric's words, Dumbledore had already noticed her approaching with a large platter of desserts. With a snap of his fingers, the platter gracefully lifted from Judy's hands and settled gently on the coffee table before them. Jon keenly observed an unusual expression on his parents' faces. Although they were well aware of the existence of magic, they had not truly encountered it on many occasions. Nevertheless, they endeavored to maintain an air of calmness. "Well, I sincerely appreciate your warm hospitality." Dumbledore quickly interjected. "However, there is truly no need for such formality." Eric and Judy settled onto the sofa opposite Professor Dumbledore, while Jon took a small stool beside them. "Professor Dumbledore," Eric was the first to speak, "I still find myself somewhat perplexed by your purpose here. Has Jon committed some error at school?" Judy, with a worried expression, added, "Indeed, Jon has always been a well-behaved child and never causes trouble. Could there be some mistake? Error?" Dumbledore paused, then chuckled and shook his head. "Certainly not, Mr. and Mrs. Hart. In fact, Jon has excelled in his studies. He achieved the top score in his final examinations, receiving accolades from nearly all his teachers, including one exceedingly strict head of house, myself included. In truth, it is nearly impossible to find a more diligent student within the halls of Hogwarts. I have witnessed him utilize the Petrificus Totalis in my defense against the Dark Arts class. Such mastery must have been the result of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of practice sessions, an accomplishment that many 6th and 7th year students fail to achieve." Jon was taken aback. He had not anticipated such high praise from Professor Dumbledore, and the absence of any semblance of formalities was striking. Eric and Judy exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. However, a hint of confusion lingered as Eric cautiously inquired, "Is there not a stipulation against visiting the home of an exceptionally gifted student?" Dumbledore gave a slight blink. Yet, his demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "Indeed, Mr. Hart, you may not fully grasp the magnitude of the magical world. It is vast and fraught with temptation. Many genuine prodigies may find themselves led astray by such allurements, ensnared in a web from which they cannot escape. I regret to inform you that I have witnessed several tragedies of this nature, particularly in the case of a truly gifted wizard lacking a knowledgeable elder to guide them." Dumbledore expressed, a note of regret coloring his words. "Though it may seem abrupt, I must apologize. You do not truly understand our world." Upon hearing Dumbledore's remarks, both Eric and Judy's expressions grew more somber. "Jon has always been a sensible child." Judy murmured softly to herself, "There is no need for such concern." Dumbledore chuckled once more. "This is merely the alarmist ramblings of an eccentric old man. Ha ha ha." Eric and Judy managed to force out awkward smiles. They conversed for over an hour. Albus Dumbledore was a most affable individual. Even in the company of the utterly unacquainted Hart couple, he remained thoroughly engaged. As the clock struck 8:15, Dumbledore had just finished recounting a humorous tale about a goat that broke a wizard's nose when he rose to his feet. "Are you leaving, Professor Dumbledore?" Jon's parents hastily stood as well. "My apologies. I must depart shortly. I have another engagement." Dumbledore replied with a look of contrition. Jon let out a sigh of relief. This nerve-wracking home visit was finally coming to an end. "However, I have a rather bold request." Dumbledore suddenly bent down, looking at Jon. "I hope that Jon can accompany me and assist me with a few minor tasks in the coming days." Jon stood frozen, as if he had indirectly gazed into the eyes of a serpent. "I trust you wouldn't mind?" Dumbledore winked at him. Professor Dumbledore urged Jon to dash out of the house. He had merely donned an additional cloak and grasped his wand. "I am ready." Albus Dumbledore awaited him at the threshold. "Very efficient, Jon." Dumbledore retrieved a silver object resembling a lighter from his pocket and flicked it open. With a click, the nearest street lamp flared to life with a soft puff. "The illumination is much improved." Dumbledore inquired, "How did you fare in your flying class?" Jon sensed that Dumbledore might be acting with intention, yet he could only respond candidly, "It's dreadful, Professor." "Oh, is that so?" Dumbledore exclaimed, as a spark of realization dawned upon him. "I recall now, 2 weeks ago, Rolanda and I discussed this matter. Indeed, it is rather unfortunate." As he spoke, he rummaged through the pocket of his cloak and produced a wand that appeared rather unremarkable. Without uttering any incantations, Dumbledore merely waved the wand, and a silvery mist emanated from its tip. Moments later, the mist solidified into a translucent, silvery creature that bore an ethereal quality, more precisely, a phoenix. "Grasp its talons, Jon," Dumbledore instructed as the Phoenix Patronus soared gracefully before Jon. Jon was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a brief moment before extending his hand. Contrary to his expectations, he did not pass through the corporeal form of the Patronus. Instead, it felt as though he had grasped a smooth, icy leg. "Why does a magical Patronus possess a physical form? What kind of magic is this, Professor?" Jon feigned a perplexed expression. "A Patronus," Dumbledore explained calmly, is a manifestation of one's innermost self, a guardian summoned by positive forces. It is a sophisticated form of magic. Do patron uses actually possess physical forms? Jon could not help but inquire. Can they fight alongside us? As soon as he spoke, Jon realized he had overstepped as a first-year student. He ought not to possess such knowledge about patron uses, much less question their corporeal existence while grasping one by the leg. Fortunately, Dumbledore appeared to be oblivious to his faux pas. Indeed, the headmaster nodded. However, conjuring a corporeal Patronus is quite challenging. I do not boast. But few wizards in the world can achieve this. No sooner had he spoken than Jon suddenly felt his feet leave the ground, soaring into the air. Dumbledore followed closely. Soaring as well, without a broomstick, a thestral, or even drawing his wand, as if riding the gentle breeze, ascending effortlessly. Where are we headed, Professor Dumbledore? Jon switched hands and called out. No need to rush. Our appointed time is at 9:30, and we have ample time to explore the vicinity together. The cool breeze brushed against Jon's cheeks, and thankfully, he had donned a jacket, preventing him from feeling the chill. Dumbledore had already flown ahead, moving with such speed that the Phoenix Patronus carrying Jon needed to soar at full throttle to keep pace with him. Chasing the wind in such a manner left little inclination for conversation. Nevertheless, Jon remained observant of the iconic landmarks below, being relatively familiar with Southampton's geography. He noted that Dumbledore was guiding him towards the northeast. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally began to descend gradually. Jon's complexion appeared somewhat pale. It seems you are not particularly fond of this mode of travel? Dumbledore jested. Indeed, Professor, I detest flying. Jon replied candidly, with the exception of being in an airplane. Upon mentioning the word airplane, Jon suddenly noticed a flicker of sadness in the corners of Dumbledore's eyes. Well, we shall switch to a different means of travel shortly. However, I believe you should be well acquainted with the city before us, Jon. Yes, this is Winchester, Jon exclaimed eagerly, once the ancient capital of England. Indeed. It was here that Merlin Ambrosius, the greatest wizard in the history of England and Wales, assisted King Arthur in unifying Britain, establishing a brand new nation from the hands of the Romans and the Germans. Dumbledore stated with a serious demeanor. Jon endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor, however. He found himself somewhat perplexed by the implications of Dumbledore's words. Was it merely a visit to historical sites, or perhaps a form of patriotic indoctrination? Such notions seemed rather absurd. The wizards of Britain had coexisted harmoniously with Muggles for an extended period, until the proliferation of Catholicism across the British Isles began to unveil the underlying tensions. Dumbledore continued, recounting the onset of the war between wizards and the Church, a conflict that endured for nearly a millennium. Consequently, Hogwarts was established, emerging as the epicenter of the wizarding realm. Numerous witches and wizards were imprisoned and sentenced to death for their magical practices, while some, like Lisette de la Pan from 1422, managed to escape through magic. Others, such as Sir Nicholas de Mintzy-Popington in 1492, were not so fortunate, stripped of their wands and cast into dungeons. They were unable to conjure a means of evading their grim fates. By the 17th century, the strife reached its zenith, and as the persecution of wizards intensified, many wizarding families were compelled to lead double lives, employing concealment charms to safeguard themselves and their loved ones. During this era, any wizard who chose to befriend Muggles would be met with suspicion or even ostracism by their peers. Wizards assassinated a Muggle king, Charles I, in 1649, subsequently elevating Oliver Cromwell, the then headmaster of Hogwarts, to the position of Lord Protector, though Cromwell was soon assassinated as well. Wizards found themselves once more compelled to overthrow a Muggle king, Charles II, in 1688. Ultimately, in 1689, Muggles enacted the Bill of Rights, effectively expelling Catholic influence from Britain and ushering in a new era under the moderate Protestant monarchs, William III and Mary II. Concurrently, wizards enacted the Statute of Secrecy, retreating from Muggle sight and transforming wizarding tales into mere legends in the Muggle world. Thus began centuries of peace between the wizarding and Muggle realms. Dumbledore's exposition concluded. Professor, your knowledge is profound. Jon hurriedly complimented. Nay, Dumbledore replied with a grave shake of his head. In truth, my performance in the history of magic was rather poor. Those statements were recounted to me by a dear friend. As Dumbledore spoke the word friend, his eyes seemed to glimmer with nostalgia. Jon stood silently beside him, not uttering a word. They lingered for a considerable time at the edge of the ancient city of Winchester. Jon grasped my arm. Dumbledore suddenly commanded. Jon hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand to grasp Dumbledore's outstretched forearm. Excellent, Dumbledore remarked. Then let us be on our way. Jon firmly grasped Dumbledore's arm, only to find himself enveloped in utter darkness. He was subjected to an overwhelming pressure from all directions, rendering him breathless, as if his chest were constricted by iron bands. After what felt like an eternity, he finally gasped for the cold night air, barely managing to open his tear-filled eyes. For a fleeting moment, he sensed that he had emerged from an exceedingly narrow rubber tube. Apparition. Professor Dumbledore calmly remarked, "It can indeed be somewhat painful, but one must acclimatize." "Thank you, Professor," Jon replied as he rose to his feet, adjusting his clothing. Suddenly, he was struck by an inexplicable chill emanating from all around him. On this midsummer night, clad in 2 garments, this coldness felt utterly unnatural. However, the phoenix summoned by Dumbledore earlier soared down from the heavens, its wings enveloping Jon. And the chilling sensation swiftly dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth. Jon finally gathered his energy and surveyed the area they had just approached to. They found themselves on a small island by the seaside. Before them loomed a colossal and ominous castle, while behind them stretched an endless expanse of ocean. In the sky, countless black dots were visible, appearing to attempt a flight towards them, yet seemingly fleeing in terror. "This is," Jon murmured, "Azkaban." Dumbledore replied with a hint of detachment. "A dreadful wizarding prison." Observing Jon's terrified expression, Dumbledore erupted into laughter. "Fear not, for no one will send you to Azkaban merely for transforming a boggart into the headmaster. It is a place reserved for the most notorious of criminals." Jon chuckled innocently as he ruffled his hair. Dumbledore glanced at his watch. There were still 10 minutes until 9:30, allowing us a brief moment for conversation. He resumed rummaging through his pockets, which took him about a minute, and at last, Albus Dumbledore produced the item he had sought. "Look at this, Jon." Jon cautiously accepted the object from Dumbledore's hands, glancing down to find his heart nearly lodged in his throat, yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of tranquility. He had to employ his mental shielding technique to forcibly quell his emotions. Dumbledore was engrossed in examining a lovely pebble, entirely oblivious to Jon's inner turmoil. Jon calmly ventured, "This should be a shell casing?" "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, childlike delight evident as he playfully clashed 2 pebbles together. "Fascinating. I discovered it at the location where Mr. Percy Weasley was attacked." "That is indeed quite astonishing," Jon murmured, simultaneously returning the few shell casings to Dumbledore. "A curious object, yet perilous." Dumbledore's voice trailed off, growing ever softer. With a casual flick of his wrist, Dumbledore cast the object forward, and with a series of splashes, the shell casings vanished into the vast expanse of the sea. Jon found himself unable to ascertain the true intent behind Professor Dumbledore's words. Was he issuing a warning? Or perhaps conveying goodwill? Or was it merely an unintended remark? It had been 50 years since that dreadful war, which claimed many of my students and friends. Dumbledore's voice grew somber. Joseph Shackle, who served as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts from 1927 to 1941, was an exceptionally gifted teacher, who ultimately perished in July 1941 in Benghazi, Libya. Edward Taft, a seeker for the England national team at the time, set a record for catching the golden snitch while playing for Slytherin, a record that stood until it was broken by Harry Potter just over a year ago. He died in June 1944 in Normandy, France. Alan Ross, the most talented student I had ever seen in Transfiguration, was tragically burned alive by an incendiary bomb dropped by an aircraft in Diagon Alley in December 1940 at the tender age of 15. Albus Dumbledore's countenance bore no resemblance to that of the most powerful wizard in all of Europe. Instead, he appeared as a nostalgic, frail elder reminiscing about the past. Nearly half of Hogwarts faculty and close to a quarter of its graduates perished in that war. Many may have forgotten over the years, yet I recall it vividly. "As if it were but yesterday." "Professor Dumbledore," Jon whispered. "Please forgive an old fool for his reminiscences." Dumbledore sighed, and his expression gradually turned grave. "If there is anything truly terrifying, it is the prospect of wizards waging all-out war against ordinary, non-magical people. Therefore, it is imperative that we prevent such an occurrence." Jon was still deeply contemplating the implications of Dumbledore's words. However, a sudden, crisp explosion resonated in the air, and shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged within 10 yards of Jon and Dumbledore. "Good evening, Cornelius," Dumbledore greeted warmly, adding, "and Amelia." "Oh, Dumbledore, you are always so punctual." The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was a stout little man clad in a deep green coat, his face bearing a troubled expression. Beside Fudge stood a stout witch with a square jaw and short gray hair. "Professor Dumbledore," said the witch, Amelia Bones. nodding towards Dumbledore while casting a puzzled glance at Jon. Just a first-year student. Dumbledore smiled, offering little further explanation. Jon, this is Minister Cornelius Fudge and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. Hello, Minister and Director, Jon hurriedly greeted. Mrs. Bones smiled kindly at him, while Fudge ignored the greeting. What on earth is happening, Cornelius? Dumbledore inquired. You summoned me here. It's dreadful. There's been a prisoner escape from Azkaban, the first in many years. Fudge stammered. Sirius Black. Fudge continued, his words tumbling out in disbelief. I can't believe the Dementors of Azkaban have never encountered such a situation. Sirius Black was a notorious criminal who had, with a single curse, ended the lives of 13 people. Half an hour ago, I informed another minister. Although I'm certain he is equally at a loss. However, Jon harbored doubts about whether Albus Dumbledore was truly paying attention. His gaze remained fixed on the pebbles on the beach, as if they held more allure than Fudge's plump face. Oh, Dumbledore. Fudge lamented. I am listening, Cornelius. Dumbledore replied gently. Do you require the assistance of Hogwarts teachers and students to apprehend this fugitive? Not at all, Professor Dumbledore. Amelia Bones interjected. You must recall that Sirius Black was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Indeed, I remember quite well. 11 years ago. I provided the Ministry with evidence that Black was the Potter's secret keeper, which meant he betrayed them. Dumbledore's tone revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Yes, Black was imprisoned as the primary accomplice of the Dark Lord. Fudge nodded in agreement. The guards at Azkaban have reported that Black has been talking in his sleep for some time, always repeating, "He-s at Hogwarts." "He-s at Hogwarts," Amelia Bones said gravely. Black has lost his sanity, Professor Dumbledore, but he is cunning enough to escape Azkaban, something no one has accomplished before. It is reasonable to assume that his target upon fleeing is Harry Potter at Hogwarts. He believes that by killing Mr. Potter, he can restore the Dark Lord's power. On the night Mr. Potter thwarted the Dark Lord, Black lost everything. Moreover, he has spent 12 long years in solitary confinement at Azkaban, ample time to contemplate these matters. That is a plausible conjecture. However, Amelia, may I infer that your words carry an ulterior motive? Yes, Dumbledore. Fudge stepped forward. We wish to station Dementors at Hogwarts, so they can apprehend Black should he attempt to infiltrate, thereby ensuring the safety of the students and staff. Wait a moment, Cornelius, Dumbledore interjected decisively. Am I to understand that you wish to use one of my students as bait to capture Sirius Black? Fudge awkwardly raised his head. There was a hint of pleading in Fudge's tone. However, I believe I need to consult others. Dumbledore smiled as he turned to Jon, who had been silently observing the scene. Jon, what do you think? Me? Jon was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of the trio's gaze upon him. Do you believe the Dementors should be allowed to dwell at Hogwarts? Dumbledore blinked. I would like to hear your opinion. Well, Professor, I'm not very familiar with Dementors. Nor do I know much about Black, Jon stammered. However, it seems reasonable for the Ministry to request that a fugitive be prevented from entering Hogwarts. Dumbledore readily accepted Fudge's proposal following Jon's suggestion. Subsequently, the two senior Ministry officials invited Dumbledore to inspect the cell where Black was held and to question the guards at Azkaban. Nevertheless, Dumbledore firmly declined. I am sorry, Cornelius. Amelia, but I must meet a friend shortly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jon and Dumbledore set off on their return journey. Another lengthy apparition left Jon feeling even more unsettled than before. Suppressing the nausea, he found himself in a rather sparse woodland. Are you all right? Dumbledore inquired gently. I'm fine, Professor, Jon replied, lifting his head. But I am curious, what exactly are Dementors? He endeavored to present himself as a 12-year-old boy entirely ignorant of the subject. They are creatures that drain your happiness and instill fear, Dumbledore stated with a serious expression. I detest them. However, to be honest, their effect on you should be minimal. Is that so? In Dumbledore's tone, Jon perceived no hint of displeasure. He had initially assumed that his agreement to allow Dementors into the school would displease Dumbledore. They continued deeper into the woods. However, I advise you to learn a bit about how to combat Dementors, Dumbledore remarked as they walked. Your friend, Miss Greengrass, will likely be significantly affected by them. What exactly is going on with Astoria? Jon asked with concern. I am sorry, Jon. Dumbledore shook his head. But this pertains to personal privacy, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. I believe that one day Miss Greengrass will tell you herself. All right, Professor, Jon sighed, anticipating such a response. By the way, Professor, where are we now, and where are we headed? We are now in Devon, Dumbledore explained. I am taking you to meet an old friend of mine, Nicholas Flamel. Nick Flamel? Jon could not help but blink. The alchemist who created the Philosopher's Stone? A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Dumbledore came to a halt, solemnly producing his wand, and a blossom materialized in his left hand. They continued to move forward. As Jon journeyed along, he encountered a multitude of individuals, numbering at least in the hundreds, all of whom were seasoned wizards, akin to Dumbledore in their advanced age. Each one clutched a bouquet of flowers. However, in contrast to Dumbledore, they did not proceed forward but instead paused, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. Ultimately, they arrived at a gravestone, upon which were inscribed several lines. Here lies the greatest alchemist in European history, Nicholas Flamel, 1325 to 1993, and his wife, Perenelle Flamel, 1332 to 1993. Mr. Flamel, with your departure from this world, there remains no master of alchemy. Hector Granger, president of the International Potion Association, July 1993. Jon gazed upon the dark monument, and the elderly man with white hair, standing before it in quiet reverence. Jon was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of melancholy that emanated from his very heart. Flowers had been placed before the gravestone by Dumbledore, and he subsequently stepped back slowly, bowing deeply towards the monument. Jon followed his lead and paid his respects to the gravestone. Dumbledore reminisced. Nick LeMay and I share a bond that transcends generations. At that time, I was merely a young man in my 20s, while he was already a renowned master of alchemy. He was both my mentor and my dear friend. Together we captured a colossal Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon, uncovered 12 distinct uses for dragon blood, and co-authored that groundbreaking paper. Dumbledore reflected quietly. Throughout the years, he has assisted me immensely, despite being a man who relishes solitude. He yearned for a quiet life with his wife in Devon, dedicating their time to the stage plays they cherished. Yet, a myriad of unforeseen circumstances compelled me to seek his counsel. A year ago, he confided in me his desire to depart from this world. You must understand. A master alchemist like him possesses the autonomy to dictate his own fate. At that moment, my emotions were utterly encapsulated by a profound sense of loss. My circle of friends had dwindled significantly, and now another was to leave. Jon did not attempt to interrupt Dumbledore's reminiscence, merely nodding in silence. Jon, in my youth, I too lost myself in the allure of power and dominion, Dumbledore suddenly declared with a grave expression. Yet, in due course, I came to realize that familial bonds, love, and friendship are the most precious treasures in this world. I understand, Professor, Jon murmured. I shall remember your words. They lingered in the cemetery for an extended period. Jon suddenly realized that after several hours, his fear and hostility towards Dumbledore seemed to be gradually dissipating. If a boggart were to manifest before him now, it was likely that it would not take the form of Dumbledore. It must be said that, when not scheming against others, Albus Dumbledore truly appeared to be a kind and even somewhat endearing old man. Professor, where shall we go next? Jon glanced at his watch, suddenly aware that it was nearly 11 o'clock. It then dawned on him that today was his birthday. What a remarkable birthday it had been. He had undergone a lesson in patriotism, visited the most dreadful prison in Britain, and finally attended a funeral. I truly apologize for interrupting your birthday, Jon, Dumbledore said with a smile. I believe I can send you back shortly. Professor Dumbledore. A frail voice suddenly called from a distance. Oh dear. Dumbledore turned around, his face lighting up with delight. Jon observed a somewhat disheveled old man accompanied by two elderly ladies and a child of similar age approaching him. Dumbledore embraced the scruffy old man. Newt, my friend, I presume you have come to pay your respects to Nicholas as well? Indeed. Newt Scamander nodded. Back in Paris, Mr. Flamel extended tremendous assistance to my brother and me. Allow me to introduce, Newt gestured to his companions, my wife Tina, her sister Queenie Goldstein, and my youngest grandson, Rolf. The two elderly ladies appeared quite advanced in years. One bore a kindly expression, while the other seemed to be clouded with sorrow. The boy, who looked to be of similar age to Jon, flashed a friendly smile, which Jon readily returned with a nod. In 2 months, Rolf will also become a new student at Hogwarts. I hope he is sorted into Hufflepuff, Newt remarked, indicating his youngest grandson to Dumbledore. I fear I may not be of much assistance, Jon Hart interjected. Dumbledore patted Jon's shoulder. What a coincidence. He is a little Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff? Newt suddenly appeared intrigued. I attended there myself, but regrettably, I was expelled in my 5th year. Phineas Black later deemed it the greatest mistake of his life. Dumbledore chuckled. Newt joined in the laughter. I still recall that insufferable face of Headmaster Black. The two venerable gentlemen, Dumbledore and Newt Scamander, commenced their amiable conversation. Jon pondered for a moment before finally drawing his wand from his waist. Seizing a lull in the conversation, he inquired, "Mr. Scamander, may I ask you a question?" "Oh." Newt turned to glance at him. "Is it regarding magical creatures?" "Indeed." Jon nodded. "I wonder if you are familiar with the Niffler." "Mr. Ollivander mentioned that the core of my wand is made from Niffler fur, yet I have been unable to find relevant information despite extensive research in the library." In truth, Jon had perused numerous tomes on magical creatures, but the descriptions of the Niffler were scant, merely stating that it is a Chinese magical creature endowed with formidable charm magic. Encountering a master in magical creatures such as Newt, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. Niffler. Newt fell into contemplation. "I recall observing them up close in Sichuan during my travels around the world in 1925. The Niffler is an exceptionally powerful magical creature, which, when classified by magical ability and danger level, would be rated at least 4x. Of course, you may not be familiar with the classifications of magical creatures. Generally, those endowed with potent magic and high aggression are placed in the highest 5x category, such as basilisks, giant griffins, and the most ferocious of dragons, like the Hungarian horntail and the Ukrainian ironbelly. Conversely, creatures with powerful magic but low aggression can only reach a maximum of 4x, such as phoenixes, digging beasts, or thunderbirds. Creatures above the 4x level typically possess magical abilities exceeding those of 95 wizards. Newt continued, however, the Niffler is also a creature of remarkable intelligence, which is quite rare among magical beings. Nifflers are exceptionally friendly towards wizards and muggles alike. They seldom initiate attacks on humans and appear to be quite docile. Yet, their aggression is limited solely to intelligent beings against non-intelligent creatures, be they magical or not, that intrude upon their territory. Nifflers can exhibit their formidable strength. In Lijiang, I witnessed a rhino that ventured into a Niffler's nest being crushed by a single blow to the skull from an adult Niffler. Even in its final moments, the rhino remained under the influence of the charm magic, perceiving its aggressor as its mate, devoid of any hostility. Moreover, the activity range of the Chinese fireball dragon is supposed to be in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, which is quite abnormal. They are better suited to forested areas upstream. However, despite traversing Sichuan and Yunnan, I could not find a single active fire dragon. Conversely, I discovered several fossil sites of Chinese fireball dragons. In fact, below Tibet, there are no surviving formidable beasts or magical creatures in the entire upper Yangtze River region. Many local muggles claim that the Niffler protects them, and I find that notion somewhat credible. Unfortunately, that is all I know about Nifflers. Newt Scamander concluded his exposition. "Thank you, Mr. Scamander," Jon expressed with genuine gratitude. After departing from Devon, it did not take long for Dumbledore to escort him back to 86 Eastleigh Road. By then, it was nearly midnight, and after a hasty farewell to the headmaster, Jon returned home. However, Albus Dumbledore did not return to Hogwarts. Instead, he used apparition to arrive at the Ministry of Magic. In the dead of night, the ministry was sparsely staffed. Dumbledore took the elevator to the 6th floor, the Department of Magical Transportation. Finally, he entered the office of Portkeys. "Professor Dumbledore," exclaimed a surprised young attendant upon seeing the unexpected visitor. "Good evening, Bob." Dumbledore smiled. "I require a portkey to Numenor Tower. You must be aware that apparition and the Flu network are prohibited within 100 miles. As he spoke, Dumbledore produced a document from his pocket. "This is the special permit issued by the Wisengamot for entry into Numenor Tower." "Certainly, Professor Dumbledore, please hold on." That dreadful 12th birthday had finally come to an end. For a time thereafter, the vicinity of 86 Eastleigh Road remained tranquil and uneventful. The tedious and monotonous summer passed day by day. Jon spent the majority of his time exploring potion brewing and memory spells. Until one day in late July, Jon visited Mr. Robert Wilson's hardware store and collected a batch of silver bullets he had previously ordered. There were only 30 silver bullets in total, but given that only one moderate werewolf resided at school, it would suffice. Seizing the opportunity, Jon discreetly gathered some hair samples, deliberately selecting those of out-of-town tourists to expand his transformation database, while effectively avoiding any encounters with their true owners. With the warrior potion and enhancement potion completed, the preparation of the polyjuice potion had also entered its final stage. After adding dried African tree snake skin to the cauldron, Jon observed the noxious black smoke billowing from the mixture, knowing he had succeeded. Moreover, this potion's effects would surely surpass those he had concocted previously. Carefully bottling the prepared potion into glass vials, Jon divided them into 2 sets, placing them into his suitcase. Having exhausted the 100 galleons worth of potion ingredients over the course of a month, there was nothing left for him to do at 86 Eastleigh Road. Fortunately, on the last day of July, a letter from Hogwarts arrived. It was a yellow parchment envelope with green ink. The letter instructed him to board the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station on September 1st and provided a list of new textbooks for the year. Standard Spells, Level 2. By Miranda Goshawk. Basics of Defense Against the Dark Arts, by Quentin Trimble. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Supplement, by Felita Spoor. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Volume 2. By Emmerich Switch. Quidditch Through the Ages, by Kenilworthy Wisp. The textbooks required for second-year students were significantly fewer than those for first years, and the final book, Quidditch Through the Ages, bore handwriting entirely different from the previous, indicating that someone had forcibly added it later. Upon receiving the school's correspondence, Jon resolved not to linger at home any longer. After explaining the situation to Eric and Judy and bidding them farewell, Jon took up his suitcase and boarded the train to London. Charing Cross Road is a bustling thoroughfare in the heart of London, renowned as a book lover's paradise. It is the very setting of the acclaimed novel 84, Charing Cross Road by American author Helene Hanff, often regarded as the Bible for bibliophiles. A grimy and narrow pub stands out conspicuously along this pristine street, though hurried passers-by hardly glance its way, their eyes fixed instead on the surrounding bookstores. Less than 100 yards from this dingy little pub, there exists a Hotel Willow Hill. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows and made his way toward a filthy, cramped tavern. The mysterious traveler, carrying a suitcase, did not linger at the dilapidated establishment, instead avoiding the patrons inside and proceeding straight into the rear courtyard. A few minutes later, he entered Diagon Alley, ultimately finding his way to a clandestine apothecary shop. "Good day, sir." The moment the enigmatic traveler removed his hood, revealing a cascade of silky blonde hair and a youthful visage, the shopkeeper, Miss Julia Spoor, hurried over and inquired, "What may I assist you with today?" "I seek to sell some potions," the golden-haired young man replied, surveying the myriad of colorful vials lining the shelves, his accent thick and American. "You are not from Britain, are you?" Miss Spoor asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Indeed, I hail from America," he declared unapologetically. "My name is Anjuin Urian." "Greetings, Mr. Urian. I am Julia Spoor, the proprietor here," she responded promptly. "What do you wish to purchase?" "Nay," Anjuin shook his head. "I wish to sell some potions." As he spoke, he produced a crystal vial from his pocket, tossing it casually toward her. Miss Spoor swiftly caught it, first inhaling its contents before examining it closely, ultimately concluding, "This appears to be a fine-quality compound tincture." "Certainly," Anjuin replied, confidence radiating from him. "Compound tinctures are regulated substances," Miss Spoor cautioned, lowering her voice. "That is merely the foolish law of your Ministry of Magic. In North America, the creation and sale of potions enjoy absolute freedom," he retorted dismissively. While Miss Spoor was unfamiliar with American law, she felt a stir of interest. As a regulated substance, few in the British magical community possessed the knowledge and skill to concoct compound tinctures. Coupled with the intricate brewing process, such products were scarce in the market. "How much can you provide?" she asked softly. "I can part with 5 pints, Anjuin Urian stated with solemnity. 80 galleons per pint. How does that price strike you?" Ms. Spoor ventured cautiously. "Seems reasonable enough," the blond young man said, appearing uninterested in haggling over price. He opened his suitcase and extracted dozens of crystal vials identical to the one he had thrown, placing them meticulously on the counter. Ms. Spoor promptly handed him a small pouch of coins. 5 minutes later, Anjuin Urian re-emerged onto the bustling street of Diagon Alley, his pouch filled to the brim with coins. Curiosity piqued, he approached a gathering of wizards clustered around the entrance of a Quidditch specialty store. On a newly erected pedestal, he spotted a broomstick, accompanied by a line of text. "The Firebolt, a pinnacle of craftsmanship, features a handle crafted from the finest white wood, sleek and exquisite, treated with a diamond-hard polish and adorned with a handcrafted registration number. Each branch at the broom's tail has been meticulously selected to achieve aerodynamic perfection, ensuring unparalleled balance and precision. The Firebolt can reach speeds of up to 150 miles per hour within 10 seconds, boasting an enchanting braking system. Pre-sale price, 800 galleons. 800 galleons for a mere broomstick? Have they lost their minds?" Anjuin lamented, shaking his head in disbelief before striding away. He made his way to Leaky Cauldron, purchasing several textbooks required for lower-grade wizards amidst the astonished gazes of the staff. He then acquired ink and parchment from a nearby shop before visiting a leather store, where he purchased a dragon hide wand holster. After packing his acquisitions into his suitcase, he proceeded to a shop called the Magical Menagerie. Inside, the space was cramped. Every inch of wall adorned with cages. The air was filled with the cacophony of various creatures' cries. A plethora of peculiar animals occupied the shop, cats of every hue. A noisy raven in a cage, and a pair of enormous-eyed purple toads. A large cage at the counter held sleek black mice, their long, hairless tails swaying. "I need to buy some mice," the blond young man called out. The witch behind the counter rushed over, exclaiming, "Welcome. You might consider these Serbian galleon mice. They are remarkably intelligent and can assist wizards in locating lost items, priced at 10 galleons each." She gestured enthusiastically toward the cage filled with the black mice, which began to hop about excitedly. "That is quite a ripoff. SPF-grade naked mice shouldn't be so costly," he muttered under his breath. "No. Just give me some ordinary house mice or field mice," he insisted. The witch's cheerful demeanor quickly waned. "Do you not have any?" Anduin pressed. "Indeed we do," she replied coolly. "For nuts each. How many would you like?" 20, no, 30, and throw in a bag of mouse food." He tossed her 5 silver sickles. And with 2 large cages of small mice and a bag of food in hand, the golden-haired Anduin strode out of the shop. Returning to the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road, the transformation time was nearly upon him. Just moments after entering his room, Anduin's body began to swiftly morph back into the form of Jon Hart. Reflecting on his past, he had never anticipated that the American English he learned from the 3rd grade onward would serve as a clever disguise in London. It appeared to be quite effective after all. Jon sat on the bed, having resolved to spend the remainder of his summer vacation in this hotel. Here, he had the freedom to wield magic without restraint. According to the underage wizard protection law established by the Ministry of Magic, underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells outside of school. However, this law harbors a loophole. The ministry can only detect the use of magic in a certain area but cannot ascertain the identity of the individual responsible. When underage wizards use magic at home, they are subject to parental supervision. Similarly, in public places teeming with wizards, the same applies. Thus, in this ordinary street adjacent to Diagon Alley, known as Charing Cross Road, where wizards frequently pass by, Jon, as an underage wizard, could safely practice magic without fear of detection. Moreover, compared to the bustling and scrutinizing atmosphere of the Leaky Cauldron, the bar he currently occupied was evidently much safer. After all, the absence of constant wizard presence meant he did not need to consume Polyjuice Potion at every moment. Even if a minor mishap occurred while using magic, it would not be immediately noticed by other wizards. And should he wish to venture to Diagon Alley, it would merely entail a few extra steps. Jon meticulously organized the items he would bring, and then he prepared to relish the remaining half of his summer vacation. Jon Hart swiftly acclimated to his new life on Charing Cross Road. No longer did he need to conceal his wand deep within his suitcase. On his very first day, he attempted various spells. Unsurprisingly, the staff from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures did not send him any correspondence. Nor did any Aurors come knocking at his door. Each day, he would ensure the doors and windows of his room were tightly shut, draw the curtains, and hang a DNDSD sign, "Do Not Disturb," on his door. It was not until dusk that he would consume a potion of polyjuice, stow away his magical items in a spacious backpack he had purchased over a month earlier, and then summon the chambermaid to tidy up the room. Sometimes in the mornings, he would venture to the Leaky Cauldron in the guise of Anduin Urian to partake in breakfast. At the entrance of the pub, a clipping from the Daily Prophet was affixed, announcing, "The Ministry of Magic confirms that Sirius Black remains at large." Among the most notorious prisoners believed to have resided in Azkaban, Black was still uncaptured. "We are striving to recapture Black," said Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge this morning. "We urge the wizarding community to remain calm." Certain members of the International Confederation of Wizards criticized Fudge for informing the Muggle Prime Minister about Black's escape. Beneath this news, a scrawled line read, "The Auror Command has issued a bounty of 3,000 galleons for Sirius Black." The sum of 3,000 galleons was not insignificant, and it stirred a flicker of temptation in Jon. While enjoying breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron, he quietly observed the other wizards, a young witch from the countryside. Here to shop all day, several stout wizards engaged in a heated debate over an article on transfiguration, a mischievous-looking goblin, a comically awkward gnome, and on one occasion, he even spotted a ghost, its right hand raised, dragging its broken left arm as it drifted by. He frequently encountered acquaintances, such as Hannah Abbott, who appeared each morning to clean the pub, and on one occasion, he saw the tall, somewhat clumsy Slytherin girl, Madeline Yaxley, being scolded by her mother as they entered Diagon Alley. Of course, there was also Harry Potter, who had been brought into the leaky cauldron by Minister Fudge one evening in early August, remaining there throughout the month. Undoubtedly, these familiar faces would not recognize Jon. They believed him to be merely an American wizard visiting London, apart from gathering information and purchasing necessities. Jon endeavored to minimize his visits to the leaky cauldron or Diagon Alley. As it was not Hogwarts, too many eyes and too many powerful wizards could potentially see through his disguise, which would be disastrous. Throughout most of August, Jon secluded himself in a hotel on Charing Cross, practicing magic with small mice. Each evening, he would humanely euthanize several ailing mice using the vertebrae dislocation method, then dispose of them in a plastic bag in the trash. Approximately every week, he would return to Diagon Alley to procure a fresh batch of mice. The witch at the magical menagerie had grown somewhat irritated with him. "Do you Americans have a habit of eating a few mice before bed each night?" she quipped sharply. "Indeed, you know," Jon replied earnestly, nodding. "We remove the heads and tails and consume them raw. Tastes like chicken, with a delightful crunch." Observing her expression of disgust, Jon chuckled and departed. After spending over half a month, Jon had previewed the majority of the third-year curriculum and reviewed the disarming charm, the Petrificus Totalis, and the I Spy charm. Both latter spells proved effective against werewolves and large canines. Moreover, due to his recent practice, he could ensure his spells would accurately hit even a fleeing mouse, that this was merely precautionary. The persistent issue remained, despite attempting myriad methods to cast the Patronus charm. No change occurred at the tip of his wand. He had even exhausted every ounce of memory he possessed. Was he destined to be forever devoid of a Patronus? At times, he pondered with a hint of despair. In such circumstances, he had only one recourse left, a solution he had conceived long ago. If he could not find a genuinely happy memory, he would have to fabricate one. Gilderoy Lockhart's manual detailed precisely how to create and erase a memory. However, the risks were considerable. Utilizing the Obliviate charm on oneself could be perilous. Nonetheless, modifying a small fragment of memory was arguably the simplest aspect of the Obliviate charm. With no other options available, having failed every existing memory, he resolved to undertake this risky approach, adding a memory that could be erased should complications arise. The good news was that during his experiments on dozens of mice with Obliviate, he had encountered little issue with the spell misfiring or failing, indicating he had become relatively adept at its use. However, mice would not provide sufficient feedback, thus, further trials were necessary. That afternoon, Jon typically consumed a small vial of polyjuice potion, transforming into the American visage of Anduin Urian. As usual, the hotel maid arrived punctually. "Good afternoon, Mr. Urian," she greeted. "Good day, madam," Jon replied, stepping back to allow her and her trolley passage. "My apologies," he silently muttered, waiting until the maid had her back turned while she tidied the linens to discreetly raise his wand. "Obliviate," he whispered. A delicate silver thread materialized at the tip of his wand, connecting to the maid's mind, yet she exhibited no reaction. Had he succeeded? Once the silver thread vanished, Jon retracted his wand and approached her. He retrieved an old wristwatch from his pocket, the same one he had used before last Christmas, and said, "Madam, I almost forgot. I promised to give you this yesterday." "Ah," the maid exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "I remember, Mr. Urian. You mentioned yesterday afternoon that you had purchased a watch last year and intended to gift me your old one." She received the mechanical watch from Jon's hand with evident delight. Jon let out a sigh, relieved that the spell had succeeded without issue. When the maid had come to clean the room yesterday afternoon, he had barely exchanged a word with her. The fleeting memory he had just conjured was seamlessly implanted into her mind through his forgetfulness spell. Over the next 2 days, Jon attempted the memory spell several more times on ordinary individuals, implanting trivial recollections such as encountering a calico cat with markings reminiscent of glasses that morning, seeing a fierce black dog chasing a mouse at noon the previous day, and nearly colliding with a white-bearded gentleman wearing crescent-shaped glasses the night before. After multiple successful attempts on others, Jon felt confident that he could apply the memory spell to himself. On the last night of mid-August, Jon indulged in several pieces of chocolate to replenish his energy and took a small sip of a warrior potion, which would temporarily ease a wizard's casting but leave him weakened afterward. After careful consideration and confirming that all risks had been mitigated, he pointed his wand at his own head, took a deep breath, and softly uttered, "Obliviate." He mimicked the memory employed by Harry Potter when successfully conjuring his Patronus. Harry Potter, a boy who endured daily torment from his aunt and uncle and bullying from his cousin, was once informed that he was a wizard, a renowned figure in the magical realm, who could escape the Dursleys and attend Hogwarts. The memory simulation proceeded flawlessly, without a hitch. Next, Jon raised his wand once more, directing it toward the vacant space in the room. Expecto Patronum. A stream of silvery wisps erupted from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a nebulous cloud of shimmering silver, swirling before him. A successful attempt, Jon exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Though it did not summon a true Patronus, its effectiveness against Dementors being uncertain, this was indeed his inaugural success. It was noteworthy that more than 6 months had elapsed since he began practicing the Patronus charm. After savoring a few more pieces of chocolate, Jon patiently began to analyze why his Patronus had manifested so weakly. On one hand, he recognized that, unlike Harry Potter, he was fortunate enough to have both parents and a stable home, which prevented him from fully empathizing with Harry's plight. On the other hand, the memory he conjured felt entirely incongruous with the other memories in his mind. While it was joyful, it lacked authenticity. There was little he could do, as the manipulation was rooted in his own recollections. If the memories were too realistic, blurring the line between truth and illusion, it could adversely affect him. Thus, a certain degree of distinction was necessary. After resting for a few minutes, Jon resolved to continue. The next step required him to conjure a truly joyful memory in order to summon a more complete Patronus. Jon took a deep breath once more, then pointed his wand at his own head. Obliviate. Death is like the wind, ever at my side. The journey is long, with only the sword as my companion. Let us advance with the swift breeze, even burdened by the sins of a super ghost, yet I remain true to my essence. In life, there are 3 inevitable pursuits: joy, joy, and yet more joy. The life of a leaf is but a quest for happiness, is it not? In that fleeting moment, Jon felt as though he were deeply ensnared in a canyon reeking of blood. He transformed into an indomitable Ionian warrior, a nimble swordsman wielding a long sword. Gliding with the wind, traversing the bloody tempest atop the canyon, the wind leaves no trace, and the sword strikes without sound. One by one, the tenacious soldiers fell before his graceful slaughter. The recurring gray screens could not halt his advance, though the enemy had already fortified their position. Though his comrades whispered sweet nothings, and though the data at 0200 was glaringly evident, glory resides within the heart, not in appearances. My original intent shall never be forgotten, he murmured. As long as I cast my spells swiftly enough, my teammates' questions shall never catch up to me. Jon Hart opened his eyes, awakening from a realm of both falsehood and reality. In that fleeting moment, a wondrous emotion danced within his mind, a joy born from the depths of his heart. An elation that was uncontainable and immutable. He raised his emerald bamboo wand, directing it towards the vast expanse ahead, expecto patronum. At that instant, his voice resonated with confidence. Devoid of any hesitation or doubt, a dazzling silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, enveloping the entire chamber in its luminous embrace, suffusing the air with a sense of warmth. Subsequently, a colossal silver shadow burst forth from the end of his wand, gradually coalescing into form. Jon felt his legs suddenly grow weak, and his right hand, firmly gripping the wand, began to tremble slightly as silvery light continued to emanate from the wand's tip. The form of his Patronus becoming increasingly distinct. Jon gritted his teeth, refusing to allow his weakness to interrupt the incantation. At last, the wand ceased to emit silver light, and the silvery shadow began to diminish gradually. It shrank until it transformed into a creature nearly the size of Professor McGonagall in her feline form. It resembled a young bear, albeit with a stark contrast in its coloration. Small in stature yet plump and robust. Its round head and short tail gave it an endearing appearance as it sluggishly crawled to Jon's feet, wrapping its arms around his calf and affectionately licking him with its tongue, as if in playful coaxing. In that fleeting moment, Jon could almost feel something gently brushing against his leg, a ticklish sensation, soft and tender, yet undeniably real. The guardian spirit emitted an unusual sound. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jon discerned the identity of his protector, a diminutive creature known as a niffler, or perhaps more accurately, a young panda. "Do not curl up beside me," Jon commanded with effort. The guardian responded with a displeased noise, reluctantly releasing its embrace around his leg. At Jon's behest, it began to meander slowly towards the balcony, as Jon wished to test his control over the guardian spirit. Regrettably, there were neither Dementors nor Boggarts present here. Otherwise, he could have gauged the prowess of this level 4 magical creature. With each step the guardian took, Jon felt as though something within him was dissipating. His leg began to weaken once more, and his arms trembled again. Merely directing his guardian's actions consumed such an immense amount of energy. Jon felt a surge of uncontrollable energy coursing through him, trembling as he attempted to recall his Patronus. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, and his Patronus shattered into countless silvery fragments, returning to Jon's emerald wand. The force of the blast propelled Jon against the wardrobe behind him. Damn it! My magic is spiraling out of control. Struggling to rise from the ground, he realized this was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a phenomenon. Why had no one ever warned me that a Patronus could explode? Casting a glance at the balcony, now a ruin due to the explosion, and the wall that bore a gaping hole, he thought, this is bad, truly bad. The situation had become dire. The thunderous sound of the explosion was audible to anyone except the deaf. As anticipated, chaotic footsteps could be heard outside. Hotel staff and other guests were hastily making their way towards him. What to do? In another setting, perhaps he could concoct a plausible excuse, offer some compensation, and brush it off. Yet here, merely 100 yards from the leaky cauldron, it was evident that the wizards in Diagon Alley must have heard that explosion as well. If a nosy wizard or a ministry employee happened to stop by, he would be caught red-handed. The consequences of a minor wizard using magic, especially in the presence of muggles, could very well land him in Azkaban. Mr. Urian, open the door, called the female attendant from outside. Why is there no response? He couldn't possibly be injured. Someone, break down the door, a middle-aged man shouted. Jon once again became acutely aware of a rather unfortunate predicament. He had always presented himself in this and as Anduin Wren, yet now he found himself in his true form, untransformed. There was no time to consume the potion. The transformation elixir required approximately a minute to take effect, a period during which a wizard was exceedingly vulnerable. Should those outside manage to break in during this interval and discover his transformation, the consequences would be disastrous. The sole piece of good fortune was that, in preparation for the maid to tidy the room, he had stuffed all his belongings into a large-capacity backpack. With only one course of action remaining, Jon hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders, grasped his wand, and sprinted toward the gaping hole in the balcony wall. His diminutive stature made it feasible to squeeze through. However, there was a minor complication. His room was situated on the 14th floor, while the balcony led only to a modest 4-story building below. There was a 10-story disparity between them. Jon inhaled deeply before leaping into the air. As he soared through the sky, he recalled for the final time the words of Professor Flitwick in class. A wand requires a flick and a swish. He aimed towards the ground and uttered softly, Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. With nearly all of his remaining strength, Jon Hart cast the levitation charm. Weightlessly, he descended onto the rooftop of the 4th floor. Yet within his heart, there lingered not a trace of excitement or joy. Following the uncontrolled surge of magic, his body had become exceedingly frail. Having just forced himself to use the levitation charm again, he now felt as if he might disintegrate at any moment. If he were to gaze into a mirror, he would undoubtedly find his complexion more pallid than that of a vampire. The sun in the sky was gradually setting, and night was fast approaching. Jon staggered as he climbed down the stairs and emerged from the small building, teetering as if he might faint. Relying solely on his willpower to persevere, he could not afford to collapse. The nighttime safety in London was far from reassuring. The prospect of a 12-year-old boy fainting in the streets, even in summer, could lead to dire consequences by morning. Moreover, if any Ministry of Magic personnel were to discover an unconscious young wizard in front of a building where a magical incident had just occurred, it would be a boon for their careers. They would merely perform a quick spell to check their wands and would not need to read any further into the matter, preparing instead for a long stay in Azkaban. In any case, he had to muster his last reserves of strength to reach a safe haven. Jon once again retrieved a potion of valor, pouring its contents into his mouth. The robust elixir was accompanied by a detailed description, warning of severe side effects from prolonged use. Yet, in this moment of dire need, he paid little heed to such cautions. Miraculously, he felt some strength return, rejuvenating his spirit. With renewed determination, he made his way towards the leaky cauldron, the only place he could think of that might offer a semblance of safety. Hannah Abbott was seated at the bar, diligently engrossed in her assignments. Upon noticing the new patron, she exclaimed in surprise, "Why do you look so pale?" Jon, attempting to maintain an air of normalcy, replied, "I took a car from Southampton to London and feel a bit carsick. Do you have any vacant rooms?" "There should be." Hannah whispered, "Let me ask my grandfather." A minute later, old Tom Abbott returned to the bar, apologizing. "Sorry, Mr. Hart, I was just in the kitchen." Jon, with his head lowered, requested, I would like a quiet room to rest for a while. I've been feeling a bit carsick on my journey to London and am quite exhausted. Very well. Old Tom waved his wand, and a quill began to inscribe on the ledger. Hannah, please take your friend to room 12 upstairs. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Jon followed Hannah up to the leaky cauldron's upper floor. As they entered the room, Hannah intended to chat a bit longer, only to discover that this Hufflepuff student, a year her junior, had already collapsed onto the bed, snoring soundly. The following morning, Jon awoke to a peculiar ache throughout his body. His entire frame felt limp, and even wielding a wand seemed a Herculean task. The uncontrollable magic coupled with the repercussions of consuming the Valor Potion twice had taken their toll. He could only hope that the aftermath would not linger for too long. The previous day's incident had been nothing short of a nightmare. As he descended the stairs, appearing frail, he encountered Hannah, who was busy tidying up. Jon, what happened to you? She inquired, puzzled by his bedraggled appearance. I suppose I've caught a bit of a cold, Jon replied vaguely. He made his way down the stairs, retrieving some bread and a jar of jam from the cupboard, and seated himself at a table. Hannah set aside her broom, washed her hands, and joined him with her breakfast. You should try Mrs. Scarlet's restorative potion, Hannah said, her mouth full of bread. It's quite effective for colds and other ailments. I have half a bottle left. I'll fetch it for you later. Oh, that would be greatly appreciated. After swallowing a mouthful of bread, Hannah, with a serious expression, declared, Jon, you cannot imagine what transpired last night. What happened yesterday? Jon feigned curiosity. Satisfied, Hannah elaborated. A thief named Anduin Urian attempted to assault some muggles at a nearby Muggle inn. Anduin the thief? Jon nearly choked on his bread. Yes, Hannah nodded. Mrs. Julia Spore, the proprietor of Spore's Potions, reported that this Anduin Urian had stolen a whole 400 galleons. Stolen 400 galleons? Jon echoed weakly. Indeed, poor Mrs. Spore was completely unaware at the time, Hannah said mysteriously. Until yesterday, that thief Anduin, at the Muggle Inn, attempted to attack the Muggles using powerful dark magic. Powerful dark magic? Jon felt the tale growing increasingly absurd. Indeed, he nearly blew up an entire room. Thankfully, there was no one inside at the time. Hannah exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. Jon, you must have arrived after the commotion. The explosion startled me so much that I lost my train of thought for the paper I was writing on the medieval burning of witches. Sorry, but what happened next? Jon quickly interjected. That accursed thief Anduin had breakfast here a few times. Hannah seethed. I thought he was rather handsome. Only to discover he was a thief and a dark wizard. What? Jon, you just asked what happened next. After venting her frustration, Hannah continued, of course, he fled. My grandfather said there must be more to this than meets the eye. Why would an American dark wizard suddenly cross borders to create such chaos in London? There's likely a shadow of the American Ministry of Magic behind this. Those damn Yanks have always had a bone to pick with us. Surely not, Jon murmured. Indeed. It's said that the International Magical Cooperation Department has already sent officials to Washington to lodge a protest. Jon took a somewhat dazed bite of bread. What about the reaction of the American Ministry of Magic? He asked weakly. Humph, they would naturally never admit it, claiming that it's our slander against them. How shameless. Indeed. Jon numbly nodded, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Would his unexpected predicament stir up a conflict between the magical governments of England and America? Would he have to apologize to the entire nation? Seizing the opportunity when he went to the restroom, he secretly disposed of the American blonde's hair and the polyjuice potion down the drain. With such a scandal, this identity was certainly no longer usable. In the following days, Jon languished in the leaky cauldron, his health in a state of decline. The half bottle of Mrs. Weasley's restorative potion that Hannah had given him seemed to have little effect, though his condition was gradually improving. Fearing another loss of control, he dared not use magic again, and his wand was once more cast into the depths of his suitcase. With nothing to occupy his time, he wandered to the nearby leaky cauldron's adjacent bookshop, browsing through various volumes. Over the course of several days, he read through a history of modern magic, important magical events of the 20th century, the rise and fall of dark magic, significant discoveries in modern magic, and the life and social customs of British Muggle families. To be honest, the works published by wizards were generally subpar. Many lacked clarity and frequently contained elementary errors. The last book, in particular, was rife with flaws, giving Jon the impression that he could easily do better himself. In his leisure time, he occasionally visited Florin's ice cream shop for a refreshing treat. Their ice cream was rather delightful. Simultaneously, he would exchange casual greetings with the neighbors of the leaky cauldron. Harry Potter, residing in room 11 of the Leaky Cauldron, happened to be Jon's neighbor. Most of the time, he could be found at the outdoor stall of the ice cream shop, basking in the sun while completing his summer homework. Their encounters were merely superficial. They were not particularly close, exchanging greetings before parting ways. Moreover, due to Mr. Potter's presence, the security at the Leaky Cauldron became notably stringent. Jon had spotted several Aurors searching the vicinity. At first, he had feared they were there to apprehend him, which startled him. However, these ministry employees did not disturb the residents of the Leaky Cauldron. In the last days of August, the Weasley family made a grand entrance into the Leaky Cauldron, nearly occupying a small portion of the establishment. Among the 9 of them, Jon had only a slight acquaintance with Ginny Weasley, thus their interactions were minimal. On the final day of August, Jon received a letter. Among them was a beautifully delivered note by a white owl, sent by Astoria Greengrass. In her letter, Astoria invited Jon to meet the next day at their usual compartment to take the train to Hogwarts together. Jon inscribed a line on a note. "All right. Wait for me tomorrow." He then secured the note to the owl's leg. However, the owl did not take flight, continuing to hover before him until Jon tossed it a small piece of bread, prompting it to seize the morsel and soar out the window. Frankly, Jon felt that the method of communication via owl was somewhat acceptable a century ago, but in the present day, it seemed exceedingly antiquated. When compared not only to telephones, mobile devices, and emails, far more advanced forms of communication, but even to telegrams and faxes, it paled significantly. Subsequently, he adhered to his usual routine and visited the telephone booth on Charing Cross Road to call home. Eric informed him over the phone that he would drive to the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow to take him to King's Cross Station. The following morning, shortly after 8, Jon had just finished breakfast when Eric's vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. "Hope all is well, son," Eric exclaimed as he stepped out to inspect the tires. "I hope I'm not late." "Not at all. It's quite early. I suspect I won't have to wait over an hour at King's Cross," Jon replied with a smile. "Hasn't T-Mum come?" "She truly wished to, but it took quite some time to persuade her," Eric explained. As the car started moving, Jon noticed that they were not heading towards King's Cross Station. "Where are we going?" Jon inquired curiously. "Don't ask. We're off to Rome," Eric jested. The car's sound system began to play the Beatles' famous Let It Be, and Eric hummed along, slightly off-key, as he pressed the accelerator. The vehicle continued northward, and after more than half an hour, Jon recognized from the roadside signs that they had arrived in Camden Town. He was somewhat puzzled as to why Eric had brought him here when he suddenly spotted a grandparent and grandchild standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for them. Eric halted the car and lowered the right window, leaning out to call across half the street. "Good morning, Mrs. Longbottom." "You are quite punctual, Mr. Hart," replied Augusta Longbottom, who promptly took her grandson's hand and approached. "I truly appreciate your kindness." "Not at all, it's on the way." Eric chuckled before exiting the vehicle and opening the door. "Greetings, Mrs. Longbottom." Once Neville Longbottom and his grandmother settled into the car, Jon quickly turned around. "And there's Neville. I presume you must be Jon," Mrs. Longbottom said gracefully as she shook Jon's hand. "Neville often speaks of you at home, stating that you excel academically and are quite bright, even earning praise from Professor Snape, whom he finds rather intimidating. I believe Jon has mentioned Neville several times this summer," Eric added as he drove, a very kind, honest, and innocent boy. Jon could swear that throughout the entire summer, he hardly discussed any classmates with his parents. Indeed, Mrs. Longbottom nodded with a smile, remarking that the boy was quite kind and innocent, albeit a tad slow-witted, just like his father in his youth. As she spoke, Mrs. Longbottom sighed, lamenting his carelessness and lack of acumen. On previous occasions when she had taken him to London using Floo powder, he consistently misread the words, ending up at the wrong fireplace, which caused a considerable delay in finding his way. Fortunately, Mr. Eric was willing to lend a helping hand. "It was on my way," Eric replied. Boys can be rather oblivious at that age, but growth can happen overnight. So rest assured, it won't be long before Neville matures overnight. "Let us hope for that." Mrs. Longbottom sighed once more, then gently patted Neville on the head, saying, "Neville, you should thank Uncle Hart." "Thank you," Neville Longbottom said timidly. Eric continued to drive, engaging in casual conversation with Mrs. Longbottom in the back seat, while Jon occasionally chimed in. Meanwhile, Neville remained silent, huddled in the corner of the car. As the vehicle moved forward, Jon's eyes glistened with moisture. He was acutely aware of his father's intentions. He was striving alone within the magical realm, unable to offer any assistance. Thus, he endeavored to familiarize himself with wizards and cultivate relationships. as those who became his allies would eventually serve as his network. One could only imagine the prejudice and disdain an ordinary person would face while attempting to connect with wizards. The car came to a stop at King's Cross Station, where Mrs. Longbottom and Neville alighted first. John, unfastening his seatbelt, leaned closer to Eric and said, "Thank you, Dad." "It's nothing," Eric replied, winking at him. "Make sure to study well." John solemnly nodded. Eric did not accompany him into the station. John found himself trailing behind the Lombard family alone. As they traversed Platform 9, Mrs. Augusta Lombard continued to admonish, even critique, Neville, and within her words, John seemed to hear his own name mentioned several times. Indeed, Neville could be regarded as a tragically unfortunate child. Having witnessed the torment of his parents descending into madness, he had been subjected to a memory-erasing spell at a tender age, resulting in permanent cognitive impairment. Furthermore, his magical aptitude was notably lacking, often leading to difficulties in casting spells, and for an extended period, he was treated as a mere burden by his family. Most critically, he wielded not his own wand, but rather his father's, which significantly hampered his abilities. Mrs. Lombard's reprimand appeared to come to an end as she adjusted Neville's collar, subsequently casting a look of approval towards John. They boarded the train together. As they passed the compartment of Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley, Neville timidly stepped inside. John, however, declined Ginny's invitation. He pressed on and, 2 minutes later, finally arrived at the compartment where he had arranged to meet Astoria. "Sorry, this compartment is occupied." Upon opening the door, he heard Astoria's languid voice. Yet, it quickly transformed into surprise. "John." "Good morning, Astoria," John replied as he pushed his suitcase onto the platform. John turned around and beheld Astoria, her golden locks elegantly tied in a ponytail, adorned in a stunning white dress. "Isn't she lovely?" Astoria winked at him. "Who is this enchanting maiden or angel?" "I almost failed to recognize you," John remarked with a smile. "Humph." Astoria huffed, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How was your summer vacation?" she inquired. "Not particularly splendid," John replied with a wry smile. "Over 2 months without magic, and the headmaster even paid a visit to my home." "Professor Dumbledore's home visit?" Astoria's interest piqued. "Goodness, how fortunate you are, John." "Perhaps," John forced a smile. "What about you? How was your summer?" "My mother took my sister and me to Alsace for a month. It is her hometown," Astoria recounted. "She introduced us to a nest of moonlit beasts. Their dance was utterly delightful, and the soundless birds, whose feathers are reputed to possess remarkable medicinal properties. A French friend of hers even gifted me a fluffy Appaloosa, though I regrettably could not bring it back to England." Astoria continued to regale John with tales of her summer adventures. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts Express embarked on its journey. The train steadily headed north, the scenery outside becoming increasingly captivating as twilight descended and the clouds above thickened. Outside their compartment, people ambled back and forth. Yet it did not disturb the atmosphere within. Astoria continued to share her experiences from eastern France. "The weather there is far better than in England, with the sun being quite warm, though I suspect I may have gotten a bit sun-kissed. Moreover, the French cuisine is delectable, although they are not particularly fond of fish. Their oysters, foie gras, and mussels are exceptional. Upon returning home, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. This dress I am wearing was purchased while passing through Paris." John listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting a remark. At 1 o'clock, the food truck arrived at their booth. John purchased a tray of large pancakes, while Astoria merely took some dried fruits and pumpkin juice. "I need to shed a few pounds," she lamented, her face etched with concern. "I've gained several pounds over the summer." "I think you're overthinking it a bit," John replied, as he pressed a large pancake into her hand. "Make sure to eat well. Otherwise, you might hinder your growth." By afternoon, the rain began to fall, blurring the outlines of the hills outside. "I detest such dreary weather," Astoria said, her demeanor weary. "No one enjoys this kind of weather," John agreed wholeheartedly, feeling the weight of the moment. He touched the wand concealed within his cloak, pondering that if the original plot had not deviated, the Dementors would soon make their appearance. Astoria then retrieved a 3-sided mirror from her trunk, loosening her newly styled ponytail in front of it. As her golden locks cascaded down, she leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest, murmuring softly, "John, I feel so drowsy." John remained silent, as he sensed the train gradually slowing down. The sound of the wheels diminished, while the roar of the wind and rain outside intensified. Suddenly, the train jolted violently and came to a halt. Distant clattering revealed that luggage had fallen from the overhead racks. Then, all the lights extinguished abruptly, plunging them into complete darkness. "What is happening?" Astoria stood up, somewhat alarmed. "Stay calm," Jon reassured, as a beam of light flickered from his hand, illuminating Astoria's panicked face. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Astoria nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the source of light in Jon's hand. "What kind of magic is this?" "Isn't the Lumos spell supposed to be taught in third-year charms class?" "No," Jon replied, shaking his head. "This is merely a powerful flashlight. While it may not prove effective against werewolves, it serves its purpose well for illumination in this pitch-black train." Jon gestured for Astoria to remain still, then shifted the flashlight aside and opened the compartment door, surveying the conditions of the corridor. In the various compartments along the corridor, curious faces peered out to investigate. Subsequently, a series of sharp, high-pitched squeaks echoed from outside the window. Jon closed the compartment door and then directed the flashlight towards the window. Astoria used a handkerchief to wipe a clean spot on the glass. Peering outside, something was moving out there, seemingly drifting towards the train. Jon hurriedly approached, gazing at the indistinct shadows silhouetted against the window. "Do not be anxious," he said, placing a calming hand on Astoria's shoulder. "Everything is all right." Astoria nodded somewhat dazedly, inching closer to Jon as a shiver ran through her. With a flashlight in his left hand and his wand drawn in his right, he prepared for what lay ahead. Jon could almost sense Astoria trembling beside him, while he himself felt no such unease. Suddenly, the door to the compartment swung open, revealing a cloaked figure, a towering monstrosity that glided into the room. "Jon, I am so cold," Astoria whispered, clinging tightly to him from behind, her body shaking violently. The creature's face was entirely shrouded beneath its hood, and a hand emerged from the cloak, exhibiting a dreadful gray hue, gaunt and even crusted, resembling a corpse's arm that had languished in water for weeks, decaying. A Dementor. Although Jon was well prepared, a wave of chill swept over him. Memories of a few months prior, during the dark arts defense exam, began to resurface in his mind, where two Albus Dumbledores materialized before him. Mind closed. He murmured in a barely audible whisper, a sound only he could hear. Instantly, the images in his mind vanished, and his consciousness returned to the carriage. Within a fleeting second or two, the Dementor had drifted to a mere few yards away from him. Behind him, Astoria had succumbed to unconsciousness, her weakened breaths the only indication of her presence. A bright flashlight illuminated the face beneath the Dementor's cloak. It bore no features, and where a mouth should have been, there was a terrifying, bottomless void. That grotesque visage seemed to glance at Jon for an instant before swiftly averting its gaze, as if in disdain. Then, that abyssal hole turned towards Astoria behind him. It appeared to be drawing something in, a wisp of white mist beginning to flow towards its mouth. "Expecto Patronum," Jon shouted without hesitation. A stream of silvery strands erupted from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a swirling mass of mist. A murky silver essence hovering protectively before Jon and Astoria. Jon refrained from summoning his true Patronus, for he harbored no control over the panda that could potentially re-emerge. Its magic spiraling out of control, likely resulting in an explosion that would render the train in ruins, forcing his companions to traverse on foot to Hogwarts. A silvery aura stood resolutely between the two and the Dementor. However, to Jon's astonishment, the Dementor did not retreat from the compartment. It continued its advance, albeit at a sluggish pace, its ghastly visage fixated on the unconscious Astoria. Despite harboring some trepidation toward this faux Patronus, the girl appeared to be far more enticing. The murky silvery mist began to wane gradually. The terror emanating from the Dementor surpassed Jon's expectations. Drawing a deep breath, he began to recollect his moments of genuine joy. "Death is but the wind, ever at my side." "Expecto Patronum." A commanding voice resounded from outside the compartment. A true Patronus soared into the space, interposing itself between the two and the Dementor. The Dementor recoiled rapidly, drifting further away. The entire train was now graced by the presence of a genuine Patronus, compared to his sluggish and lethargic juvenile Niffler. This entity was immensely larger and exhibited an elegance and agility that was striking. The Patronus took the form of an adult doe. Yet, devoid of the sharp and grand antlers characteristic of a stag, it possessed two triangular ears in their stead. Thus, to be precise, it was a silvery female deer. The very Dementor that had aimed to approach Astoria fled at the sight of it, akin to a sheep spotting a wolf, darting away with remarkable swiftness. Within mere seconds, it had vacated the train, ascending into the sky. Not just this solitary Dementor, but nearly all of them were influenced by the presence of this silvery doe. Commencing their exodus from the train, in the sky, countless shadowy figures could be seen taking flight. Jon swiftly stowed away his wand and flashlight, then supported Astoria. She had completely lost consciousness and succumbed to a deep slumber. Jon helped her to her feet, and then the silver doe had vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Severus Snape, draped in a black cloak, burst in. He merely cast a cursory glance around the compartment before coldly commanding, "Take her and follow me." Jon swiftly shouldered Astoria, her weight being quite light, making it an effortless task. Following Snape's lead, they traversed the corridor. The passage was cluttered with an array of luggage, a disarray resulting from the recent forced halt instigated by the Dementors. Professor Snape deftly waved his wand, returning each suitcase to its designated compartment while simultaneously clearing a path for them. After navigating through several compartments towards the front of the train, it resumed its journey. Momentarily losing her balance, Jon nearly toppled over with Astoria, yet an unseen force seemed to catch them in time. "Be careful," Professor Snape admonished sternly, not glancing back as he continued onward. A few minutes later, they arrived at a compartment located at the front of the train. This compartment was nearly double the size of the others. Similar to Snape's office, it was filled with a myriad of bottles and jars. With a flick of his wand, Snape conjured a hammock that appeared in the spacious area of the compartment. Jon swiftly carried Astoria and placed her upon the hammock. Suddenly, a wisp of silver flame manifested beside them. It was a gentle flame, devoid of any searing heat, only exuding a faint warmth. Jon observed that Astoria's eyelids began to flutter slightly. "Hart, come and assist me," Snape commanded brusquely. "Fetch me the valerian root, peppermint, and daisy root." Subsequently, a cauldron materialized before Snape, into which he poured half a bottle of glycerin. Although Snape's collection of herbs appeared disorderly, they were meticulously organized by type and alphabetical order. Thus, Jon did not take long to locate the required ingredients. "Grind the valerian root into powder and chop the daisy root into fragments," Snape instructed, his hands moving rapidly as he continued to issue commands. Out of the corner of his eye, Jon observed Snape's movements. This was nearly the first occasion on which Jon had witnessed Professor Snape concocting a potion. Previously, he had seldom provided demonstrations during potion classes. At this moment, Jon finally comprehended why Severus Snape was regarded as a somewhat renowned master of potion-making throughout Europe. His technique was extraordinarily adept, with each step executed with precision, causing the notoriously unstable herb, peppermint, to behave remarkably well within his cauldron. Initially, Jon had fancied himself somewhat gifted in the art of potion-making, feeling a sense of pride. However, this experience illuminated the qualitative chasm that lay between him and a true master of the craft. Several ingredients were added to the cauldron in succession. In merely a quarter of an hour, Snape's potion was complete, although Jon remained oblivious to its nature. Astoria gradually regained consciousness, her complexion alarmingly pale. "Make her drink it." The light green potion was contained within a glass vial, which floated into Jon's hands. Jon hastily approached the hammock, traversing the silver flames, and then supported Astoria. "Drink," he whispered gently. Astoria obediently nodded, furrowing her brow as she took small sips of the potion from the vial. A violent fit of coughing ensued, and her pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. "Professor Snape," she murmured. "Mrs. Greengrass informed me," Severus Snape replied coldly, "that there may be Dementors conducting a carriage check today. Hence she requested that I keep an eye on you." He paused momentarily before continuing. "However, I did not anticipate that you would not be in the same compartment as your sister, Miss Greengrass." "I apologize, Professor Snape," Astoria replied, lowering her gaze. "As for you, Hart." Snape disregarded her entirely, his piercing gaze now fixed upon Jon. "Dumbledore informed me over a month ago to take some time to teach you how to wield the Patronus charm. Yet, it is evident that you must have been instructed, though I am uncertain by whom. However, I assure you, the pathetic and feeble Patronus you conjure will undoubtedly bring him disgrace," Snape remarked with unvarnished sarcasm. Jon had no choice but to lower his head submissively. "Listen, Hart," Snape exclaimed. "The headmaster has instructed me to teach you the Patronus charm. So you are to come to my office this Saturday afternoon. Do you understand?" "I understand, Professor." "Then now, you may leave." Astoria had already exited the compartment. As Jon prepared to depart, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back. "Professor, the one who saved us earlier must have been your guardian spirit." "It appeared to be a goat," Snape roared. "Get out." He then forcefully shoved Jon out of the cubicle and slammed the door shut. Soon, they returned to their previous compartment. During the remainder of the journey, neither Jon nor Astoria spoke more about the recent incident. Astoria's expression seemed to revert to her usual innocent and romantic demeanor, as if the Dementor had never appeared. She began to smile and inquire about the visit from Professor Dumbledore. "By the way, Jon, what did Professor Dumbledore ask during his visit to your home?" "Not much. He just chatted with my parents and indulged in nearly a pound of dessert." A pound? Indeed. Who would have thought that Professor Dumbledore, despite his age, still had such a fondness for sweets and such a hearty appetite? It's quite astonishing. Approximately an hour later, the train finally came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station. Disembarking was a chaotic affair, filled with the cacophony of owls hooting, cats meowing, and even toads croaking. In addition to her suitcase, Astoria carried a cage containing a beautiful white owl, the very one that had delivered a letter to Jon the previous day. "This was a gift from my grandmother," Astoria exclaimed, blinking her eyes. "I named it Jorglin." "Really? That's quite a lovely name," Jon responded casually while unfurling his umbrella. The platform at Hogsmeade was briskly cold, with icy rain pouring down. "First-year students, come here," a familiar voice called out. At the far end of the platform stood Hagrid, his towering figure waving to the bewildered new students, ready to lead them on the traditional boat ride across the lake. "Do you remember this time last year?" Astoria whispered. "We were just as bewildered, filled with curiosity about Hogwarts." "Indeed," Jon nodded. "It seems we even had a quarrel last year at this time." They exchanged smiles. The rain poured heavily as they followed the other students along a rough, muddy path, where at least 100 carriages awaited them at the end. Each carriage was drawn by an invisible horse, specifically, an invisible thestral. Jon and Astoria climbed into a carriage on the side, and soon, 2 more individuals squeezed in. "Astoria, I've finally caught up with you," Daphne Greengrass said breathlessly, deliberately ignoring Jon. "Sister," Astoria replied softly, "and hello, Draco." "Jon, this is Draco Malfoy," she quickly introduced. "Good evening." "Astoria." Draco Malfoy straightened his posture, his light blonde hair slightly lifted, casting a sidelong glance at Jon. Jon disregarded Malfoy, calmly seated in his usual spot. The carriage jolted along the bumpy path. Sharing a carriage with 3 Slytherins was, to be frank, somewhat uncomfortable. However, Astoria's hand gently clasped his. The carriage continued its journey over the muddy road. Draco Malfoy boisterously proclaimed, "The Quidditch World Cup is set for next June, hosted in England. My father has procured several tickets for the best boxes through special channels. My favorite team is." Jon could hardly contain himself and interjected, "Why are you incessantly discussing Quidditch?" In the Hufflepuff common room, Zacharias and his friends are perpetually bragging about it. At Diagon Alley and the Leaky Cauldron, every few steps one can hear the voices of those Quidditch enthusiasts, and the Gryffindor side is no different. Jon expressed his bewilderment, questioning whether there were no other meaningful pursuits in the lives of these boys. After all, Quidditch is the most popular sport in the world. Malfoy raised his chin, looking down at Jon with an air of superiority. "Hart, I presume your Quidditch skills must be quite lacking, hence your inability to comprehend the joy of this sport." "Undoubtedly." His gaze was imbued with unmistakable disdain. "Lacking?" Jon replied with a smile, "Perhaps, but it seems I ranked first in my flying class." "First?" Malfoy seemed incredulous. "Indeed." Jon nodded affirmatively. "Madam Hooch even insisted that I enroll in the advanced flying class in my second year." "Advanced class?" Malfoy raised his voice in disbelief. "I've never heard of such a thing in Quidditch lessons." "Of course, you wouldn't know." Jon raised his finger in a dismissive manner. "Only those who have achieved exceptional results in the first-year flying class are eligible for the second-year advanced flying class." "That is impossible," Malfoy exclaimed, his face a mask of shock and incredulity. "What is impossible about it?" Jon retorted confidently. "Headmaster Dumbledore even visited my home on July 15th to present my flying class report card, along with Madam Hooch's letter of invitation to the advanced class." "What?" Malfoy looked utterly defeated. "Well, it's quite normal for you not to know," Jon said casually. "After all, only those who have excelled in the first-year flying class are privy to information about the advanced class. Others are generally kept in the dark." "Potter," Draco Malfoy suddenly growled. "Huh?" Jon was taken aback. "Potter must have participated in the advanced flying class last year." Malfoy gritted his teeth. "That's why I could never best him on my Nimbus 2001. Astoria, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Jon, you're simply delightful." The carriage rolled forward, approaching a magnificent pair of wrought iron gates, upon which the name Hogwarts gleamed in golden letters, clearly visible. They had arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts, and Jon noticed 2 tall, hooded Dementors standing guard on either side of the gate. Astoria began to tremble slightly, prompting Jon to wrap his arms around her reassuringly. "Everything is all right," he whispered soothingly. Fortunately, the chill did not linger long. The carriage picked up speed on the sloped driveway, and soon they arrived at the front of the castle. At long last, Jon could bid farewell to the faint mustiness and scent of straw that lingered within the carriage. He disembarked alongside the Granger sisters. Draco Malfoy, his face clouded with discontent, initially intended to follow, but was halted by his two loyal companions, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Amid their exchange, Jon caught snippets of conversation mentioning Potter, Dementors, and unconsciousness, before the trio from Slytherin hurriedly departed. Jon and his companions joined the throng ascending the steps, traversing the grand oak doors, and entering the magnificent foyer of Hogwarts. The foyer was ablaze with light, and a splendid marble staircase ascended to the upper level. To the right of the marble staircase, a door swung open, revealing Professor Minerva McGonagall, who strode forth in a striking emerald plaid dress. Professor McGonagall's expression was perpetually stern. Her hair meticulously styled in a tight bun and sharp eyes framed by a pair of rectangular spectacles. "Miss Greengrass, come here," she called, casting a glance at Astoria before gesturing for her to approach. "Mr. Hart, you too, please." Jon and Astoria hurried over. "Miss Granger, Professor Snape informed me in advance that you encountered some trouble on the train?" "Indeed," Astoria nodded. "A Dementor. Just in case, Mr. Hart." "Please escort her to the hospital wing," Professor McGonagall advised. "Of course, Professor." The two stepped away from the crowd and made their way to the hospital wing. Not far from the entrance hall, they knocked on the door, and Madame Pomfrey rushed over. "Another Dementor?" she asked, somewhat irritably. "Yes, ma'am," Astoria replied quietly. "Whoever thought it wise to allow such a dangerous creature to linger around the school? Last year it was a basilisk, and this year a Dementor. I wonder if next year we'll have a few dragons." Madame Pomfrey lamented. "Hogwarts is a school, not a refuge for perilous magical creatures. Come with me, dear." However, her tone softened immediately upon addressing Astoria. "Professor Snape has already administered a potion to her," Jon quickly reminded her. "It's the elixir of joy. Professor Snape is quite adept at this." Madame Pomfrey's expression brightened with approval at the mention of Snape. "Then you only need to have some chocolate and, yes, plenty of rest." Several students lay in the hospital wing, some in a state of unconsciousness. Jon spotted Ginny Weasley resting on a bed closer to the interior, with Neville and Luna by her side. After greeting them, Jon noticed Madame Pomfrey hurriedly approaching, tossing a piece of chocolate to him. A loud alarm rang from the counter as she swiftly handed 2 vials of the elixir of joy to Luna and a girl beside the unconscious student. "I must excuse myself for a moment," she said rapidly. "Professor McGonagall has summoned me. If there's any issue, press that alarm, and I'll return immediately." Madame Pomfrey hastily departed, and 10 minutes later, she finally returned. Astoria had finished her piece of chocolate. After a thorough examination, she expressed her concerns. Overall, she should be fine. "So can we return to the Great Hall for the feast?" Jon promptly inquired. "Certainly, but if you encounter any trouble, do come back to find me," Madame Pomfrey nodded. The two left the hospital wing and returned to the entrance hall. "I apologize for the trouble," Astoria murmured. "It's nothing." Jon smiled and shook his head. Upon re-entering the Great Hall, it had transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Professor Flitwick held a pointed wizard's hat, calling out the names of young witches and wizards as the sorting ceremony appeared to be nearing its conclusion. Jon and Astoria hurriedly returned to their respective tables in the dining hall, with Jon seating himself between Stephen Lucas and Susan Barnes. "Ramayavani," Professor Flitwick exclaimed in a sharp voice. A timid girl with dark hair promptly rushed over. The sorting had nearly called out Gryffindor the moment it touched her head. The final 2 first-year students, Natalie Young and Luke Ivet, were assigned to Ravenclaw and Slytherin, respectively. Professor Flitwick, holding the sorting hat and a 3-legged stool, exited the hall. Jon had missed the vast majority of the sorting ceremony. Subsequently, he observed Harry Potter and Hermione Granger rushing back into the Great Hall from outside, drawing the attention of many who pointed and whispered, "Welcome." Professor Dumbledore rose, casting a sweeping glance around the hall, and proclaimed, "Welcome to Hogwarts as you embark on your new academic year. However, before the term commences, I have a few words to share." The previously bustling hall fell into an immediate hush. "You have already undergone a search on the train," he continued. "You are likely aware that our school will be hosting several Dementors from Azkaban, here to carry out a duty for the Ministry of Magic." Though Professor Dumbledore's voice appeared calm, Jon could detect a hint of simmering anger. It was clear that he harbored a profound disdain for these creatures. "The Dementors will be stationed at all entrances and exits of the school," Professor Dumbledore asserted. "Thus, during their stay, no one is permitted to leave the campus. Do not attempt to deceive the Azkaban guards with your little tricks. Dementors are inherently incapable of understanding requests or excuses, and they cannot be misled by any ruse or disguise, invisibility cloaks included." Dumbledore added emphatically, The great hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Indeed, no one held any fondness for Dementors, as anyone encountering them would inevitably be affected to some degree. As anticipated, Professor Dumbledore then introduced two new faculty members at Hogwarts: the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, and following the retirement of Professor Kettleburn, the new care of magical creatures professor, Rubeus Hagrid. With Professor Dumbledore's speech concluded, the golden plates and goblets before them suddenly filled with an abundance of food and drink, and the hall resonated with laughter and the clatter of cutlery. They had safely navigated the first evening of their second year. The following morning, Jon arrived in the great hall for breakfast. On the long tables of the four houses lay an array of food: bowls of porridge, platters of pickled herring, towering stacks of toast, and dishes of eggs and bacon. Jon settled into a spot at the Hufflepuff table, conveniently next to Cedric Diggory. "Good morning," Jon greeted casually, reaching for a piece of bread. "Here's the new second-year schedule," Cedric replied with a smile, handing him a sheet of paper. "Thank you." Jon quickly accepted the schedule, then looked up to notice the silver badge adorning Cedric's chest. "You're the head boy of Hufflepuff now?" "Yes, I received a letter from Professor Dumbledore over the summer," Cedric replied with a hint of modesty in his smile. "Congratulations," Jon exclaimed. "Thank you." It was no surprise that Cedric Diggory had become the head boy of Hufflepuff. Firstly, in the original text of the Goblet of Fire, he introduced Harry to the head boy's bathroom. Secondly, he was one of the rare students at Hogwarts who excelled in both academics and athletics. Jon's gaze fell upon the newly released class schedule. The curriculum for the second year bore little distinction from that of the first, with the exception of one less flying class, although Jon himself was an anomaly in that regard. The first lesson was herbology, attended by students from both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. After finishing breakfast, Jon followed Zachariah Smith and Eloise Midgen out of the castle, hastening towards the greenhouses. Upon entering the greenhouse, they found Professor Pomona Sprout awaiting them, still adorned with her patched hat and covered in soil. "How was your summer?" Professor Sprout inquired gently. "Absolutely splendid, Professor," Zacharias exclaimed. "I hardly wanted to return to school." Professor Sprout, known for her affable demeanor, often found herself the target of playful banter from mischievous Hufflepuff students. "That's simply one to do," Professor Sprout replied, shaking her head. "You still have 6 years of studies ahead of you." As they conversed, the Gryffindor students arrived, and Jon spotted Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey at the forefront. "Today, we venture to the third greenhouse," Professor Sprout announced as the students gathered. The students from both houses began to murmur with keen interest. Last year, they had only explored the first greenhouse, which contained harmless plants like mushrooms. The flora in the third greenhouse was far more intriguing and perilous. Professor Sprout retrieved a large key from her belt and unlocked the greenhouse door. Jon immediately detected the damp aroma of earth and fertilizer, while the surrounding air felt slightly chilly and moist. "Follow me closely and refrain from touching any plants," Professor Sprout cautioned. The students promptly fell in step with their herbology instructor. A minute later, they came to a halt before a cluster of unattractive, black vines. "Can anyone tell me what this is?" Professor Sprout scanned the crowd and inquired. "I believe I introduced it in a herbology class last year." "It's Devil's Snare," whispered Ginny Weasley. "Quite correct, Miss Weasley." Professor Sprout nodded in approval. "Now, could you enlighten us on the characteristics of Devil's Snare?" Devil's Snare thrives in damp and shady environments. Warmth is its greatest adversary, which is why it fears fire, Ginny answered confidently. "Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor." Professor Sprout paused before continuing. "Fire is indeed the Devil's Snare's most formidable foe." "What else?" "It ensnares its prey, and the more they struggle, the tighter its grip becomes." Jon interjected. "Precisely," Professor Sprout regarded Jon with commendation. "Devil's Snare exhibits remarkable resilience. Even creatures of immense strength, such as dragons or basilisks, find it exceedingly difficult to escape its grasp." 5 points to Hufflepuff as well. Then, Professor Sprout's gaze shifted toward the unsightly vines. "Just like this," she exclaimed. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she leaped into the midst of the Devil's Snare. Jon finally understood why Professor Sprout was always covered in dirt. Several girls let out terrified shrieks as the black vines swiftly began to spread, ensnaring the stout witch who was trapped within them. Professor Sprout, somewhat strained, remarked, "The more I attempt to break free from the Devil's Snare, the tighter it binds me." The sinister vines continued to envelop her, nearly constricting her entire form. Jon's expression grew solemn, as he harbored concerns that Professor Sprout might be overwhelmed. It is vital to understand that the Devil's Snare is no ordinary herb. It is exceedingly perilous and potentially lethal. He had already slipped his right hand into his pocket, gripping the handle of his wand as a precaution. A tendril of Devil's Snare had ensnared Professor Sprout's neck, rendering her voiceless. Suddenly, a blaze erupted, enveloping the black vines, which began to contract gradually. Yet, Professor Sprout calmly extricated herself from the grasp of the plant and traversed through the flames. Jon let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been overly concerned. After all, the professor was the head of Hufflepuff House, a wizard of the same caliber as Professors Snape and McGonagall, and had dealt with these dangerous plants for many years. How could she possibly falter over such a trivial matter? Therefore, if you happen to encounter the Devil's Snare in the wild, do not panic. Simply relax your body and summon a ball of flame, Professor Sprout gently remarked. I believe Professor Flitwick must have taught you the Incendio spell in your first year. Subsequently, Professor Sprout turned around. The flame she had conjured silently and without a wand continued to blaze fiercely. Jon observed that the Devil's Snare, having retracted to its original form, continued to diminish gradually under the relentless urge of the flames. Professor Sprout had yet to withdraw the blaze, which lingered a yard or two above the Devil's Snare, scorching it mercilessly. Before long, the once expansive Devil's Snare appeared to vanish entirely. On the ground, over 20 dark green orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized seemingly out of thin air. Does anyone know what these are? Professor Sprout inquired with a smile. This time, a profound silence enveloped the greenhouse. Even Jon furrowed his brow as the dark green orbs before him nearly touched the boundaries of his knowledge. I suspect you may also be unaware, Professor Sprout said as she carefully picked up one of the dark green spheres from the ground. Even Mr. Felia's Spore's extensive compendium of magical herbs and fungi has no mention of it. I refer to them as the spores of the Devil's Snare. They were an unexpected discovery I made last October. Professor Sprout elucidated. When the Devil's Snare is subjected to continuous stimulation by flames or intense light, yet not directly scorched, it ultimately transforms into a spore form. Zacharias, come here for a moment, Professor Sprout abruptly commanded. Huh? Zacharias Smith approached with a hint of curiosity. Professor Sprout handed him the Devil's Snare spore, which Zacharias clumsily accepted. The moment he grasped it, the entire spore began to swell dramatically, enveloping Zacharias's arm entirely, causing him to yelp in fright. Fortunately, Professor Sprout swiftly conjured a flame, liberating Zacharias's arm from its grasp. As the Devil's Snare released its hold, Zacharias dashed away at lightning speed, muttering, "That was terrifying." The other Hufflepuff students could hardly contain their laughter. Indeed, Professor Sprout managed to suppress her amusement. The spores of the Devil's Snare, when subjected to certain stimuli, exhibit similar properties to the plant itself, swiftly ensnaring their prey. Therefore, if we attempt to transfer the spores of the Devil's Snare, our movements must be executed with greater caution. Is there anyone willing to attempt transferring the spores? The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students exchanged glances. I'll do it, Jon volunteered eagerly. Very well, Jon. Come over here, Professor Sprout promptly instructed. Jon approached Professor Sprout, bending down to gaze intently at a spore of the Devil's Snare before him. His movements had to be exceedingly gentle, for the spores were rather temperamental. Even the slightest roughness could provoke a retaliatory strike. Professor Sprout cautioned him in a whisper. Jon nodded, then, with utmost caution, pinched the sides of a spore between his two fingers and delicately placed it in the palm of his hand. Excellent, Professor Sprout continued to advise. Maintain a steady hand as you transfer it into the flower pot on your right. Jon took small, careful steps, and after a brief pause of over 10 seconds, he gently placed the spore into the flower pot. Remarkable! Professor Sprout was the first to applaud. I believe I can award Hufflepuff 10 points. Who else would like to give it a try? I will. Ginny Weasley volunteered. Ginny successfully grasped a spore of Devil's Snare. But unfortunately, a minor mishap occurred during her movement, causing the spore to ensnare her entire body at a rapid pace. Thankfully, Professor Sprout promptly rescued her. Are you all right, dear? She inquired with concern. Ginny nodded, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. You were moving a bit too quickly, Professor Sprout continued her explanation. As the herbology class concluded, the vast majority of second-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs returned to the Great Hall, their faces smeared with dirt. Many bore marks of binding on their arms and legs. What on earth have you been doing? Jon overheard Ron Weasley loudly questioning his sister as he passed by the Gryffindor table. None of your business, Ginny huffed, turning away from him without a glance. Jon was among the few students who had not been besieged by the Devil's Snare, not due to any exceptional talent, but rather because in his previous life he had become accustomed to handling test tubes, droppers, and pipettes ensuring his hands remained steady and unshaken. Thus, he did not provoke the wrath of the sinister plant. He successfully transferred 3 spores of the devil's snare into a pot. Professor Sprout, delighted by his achievement, awarded an additional 5 points to Hufflepuff. At the dining table in the Great Hall, Jon grabbed a slice of corned beef sandwich, nibbling on it while glancing at his schedule. In the afternoon, he had 2 classes, both shared with Slytherin, Professor Snape's potions class, and Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts. Setting aside the schedule, Jon opened the other side of today's Daily Prophet, where the headline read, "Muggle claims to have spotted Sirius Black by Loch Ness." The article was straightforward. It recounted the experience of an ordinary girl who, while enjoying a day by the loch, inadvertently caught sight of Black. Mistaking him for merely an ordinary criminal, she dialed the reporting line. But by the time the Ministry's Orus arrived, all traces of Black had vanished. Jon was somewhat uncertain of Hogwarts' precise coordinates. Yet he was certain it lay within the Highlands of Scotland, suggesting that Black's location was likely not far from the school. Reflecting on the spirit of Harry, his godfather, was quite admirable. From Azkaban, nestled by the North Sea, he journeyed all the way to Surrey in the southeast of England, catching a glimpse of Harry before hastily making his way to Hogwarts in the Highlands. Without a wand and devoid of magic, he survived for several months by scavenging for food and relying on the meager sustenance of rats. Indeed, such a life was rather dismal. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jon arrived punctually at the potions classroom. As in the previous academic year, he sat in the front row alongside Astoria, directly before a group of Slytherin students. Professor Snape introduced them to a potion known as the swelling solution, which caused the body parts that came into contact with it to swell. Although Jon found it difficult to envision the practical applications of such a potion, they diligently proceeded with its preparation. They measured 2 teaspoons of dried nettles and 3 pufferfish eyes into the mortar, carefully grinding them into a fine powder. Meanwhile, Astoria added a bat's spleen to the cauldron, simmering it with water. An hour later, their concoction was nearly complete. After a gentle heating in a water bath for 30 seconds, a pot of pale purple fresh potion emerged. Snape cast a curious glance at Jon's water bath heating technique. Though he chose not to comment, Jon cautiously placed the lid on the cauldron to prevent the potion from splattering. As usual, Snape meticulously inspected their concoctions before class ended, neither finding fault nor offering praise. At 3:50 in the afternoon, Jon, along with Astoria and their classmates, arrived at Professor Lupin's classroom for their first lesson in defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin had not yet arrived, so they settled down, taking out their books, quills, and parchment. A few minutes later, Remus Lupin entered the classroom, carrying a tattered briefcase, his clothes adorned with patches. Due to his appearance, some Slytherin students regarded him with disdain. This was Jon's first close observation of the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Honestly, Lupin was rather handsome, if not for the deep lines of age on his forehead and the scruffy beard that adorned his cheeks. However, for a mild-mannered werewolf struggling to make ends meet, these were indeed luxuries. After all, he could hardly find a job to support himself. The fact that such a capable wizard, subjected to severe discrimination from the traditional wizarding community and barely able to survive, had not succumbed to darkness was quite remarkable. At least Jon felt he could not. "Good afternoon." Lupin smiled as he addressed the class. "Please put your books away. Today is a practical lesson, and all you will need is your wands." The practical lessons had been quite enticing, as Professor Dumbledore had already conducted several during the previous school year. Now, Lupin observed that everyone was prepared. "Follow me, if you will." The students trailed behind Lupin through a corridor and took a turn at an intersection. However, their first sight was of Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, floating upside down and stuffing gum into the nearest keyhole. It wasn't until Lupin was within 2 feet of Peeves that the ghost looked up and sang, "Clumsy and foolish Lupin. Lupin in patched clothes. Lupin, too poor to buy food." Peeves was notoriously rude and loved to cause mischief, yet he usually showed respect to the teachers. This time, however, his behavior seemed particularly excessive, as if someone had encouraged him to act this way. Yet, Lupin displayed no anger or embarrassment, as though Peeves' lyrics did not pertain to him at all. "If I were you, Peeves," he calmly remarked, "I would remove that gum from the keyhole. Otherwise, Mr. Filch will have trouble getting in to retrieve his things." Nevertheless, Peeves continued to ignore him, persisting with his unpleasant, insulting song. Sighing, Lupin retrieved his wand. "Watch closely, everyone," he instructed the class. With that, he raised his wand above his head. Wadawasi. The piece of gum shot out of the keyhole like a bullet, striking Peeves squarely in the face and propelling the troublesome ghost several yards away. "Brilliant, Professor Lupin!" Zacharias exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Thank you, Mr. Smith." Lupin replied with a smile and a nod. "Now, let us proceed. To be honest, I do not wish to provide an explanation. But the multitude of questions compels me to clarify a few points. Perhaps my previous statements were unclear. Firstly, the study of magic in the Harry Potter universe is no easy feat. It is entirely normal for a simple spell to take a considerable amount of time to master, as seen when Harry learns the summoning charm in the 4th book. Thus, unless we enhance the intelligence of the entire world, there must be elements in place to balance the difficulty of spell learning. If knowing a spell allowed one to simply wave a wand and cast magic, young witches and wizards could participate in a 7-day Latin memory camp instead of studying diligently for 7 years at school. Such balancing elements could include mana, spell slots, or levels of spell lasting, intricate spell components, or complex and obscure incantations. However, none of these resonate with the emotional components found in the Harry Potter realm. After all, the very premise of Harry Potter includes spells that require emotional engagement to cast. The protagonist, having undergone decades of materialistic education, has never experienced emotional fluctuations. It is entirely reasonable for him to struggle with the emotional constraints of the magical world. Next, we come to the Patronus Charm. This spell is widely regarded as advanced magic, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary wizards. In the 3rd book, when Remus Lupin mentions this charm, he describes it as exceptionally profound. Hermione, upon hearing that Harry was learning the Patronus Charm in the 3rd book, remarked on its complexity. When Harry Potter revealed in the 5th book that he could conjure a full Patronus as a 5th-year Hogwarts student, Amelia Bones, a powerful witch and the 2nd highest-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic, expressed great admiration. The vast majority of witches and wizards cannot summon any form of Patronus. Even being able to conjure an intangible one is considered a sign of extraordinary magical prowess. Those capable of producing a full Patronus are often nominated for positions in the Wisingamot and the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. This is described in Pottermore. All of the above leads to one conclusion. The Patronus Charm is not simply a matter of waving a wand and recalling any happy memory at will. Dementors are, after all, the enforcement agents of the Ministry of Magic. If one could easily learn a spell to defeat them, Azkaban would have long since become a playground, leading to utter chaos. Returning to the main point, the Patronus Charm requires genuine happy memories. What constitutes a true happy memory is somewhat metaphysical. It cannot simply be any trivial recollection that one finds pleasurable. Moreover, as people age and mature, their capacity for joy tends to diminish. At 5 years old, receiving a lollipop from your mother might bring you 30 minutes of sheer delight. At 10, finding $1 on the street could make your day. Yet by your 30s, encountering the same scenario would likely prompt thoughts of how to promptly turn the money into the authorities, rather than indulging in laughter. I digress. To put it simply, the protagonist does possess happy memories from both of his lives. However, they are either too distant or do not meet the criteria for genuine happiness. With Peeves dealt with, they continued to follow their tattered defense against the dark arts professor. After traversing another corridor, Lupin led them to a classroom. This was the very room where Professor Albus Dumbledore had taught them to face a boggart last semester. "Please enter," Lupin said, holding the door open with one hand while gesturing for them to take their seats with the other. "Everyone, please sit down and refrain from moving about." Approximately 20 students entered the classroom in succession and subsequently took their seats. The atmosphere within the room was somewhat dim, as the curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a few lamps to provide illumination. Aside from the desks and chairs, the remaining area housed a large cage, within which faint traces of blood could be discerned. Near their direction, several sizable stones were positioned. Jon noticed a thick parchment laid upon the table. He then lifted his gaze, for he seemed to hear a sound akin to someone weeping. "Look over there," Zacharias whispered urgently, following the direction pointed out by Zacharias. Jon beheld a small girl at the far end of the cage, her back turned towards them. She appeared to be an endearing little girl, curled up in a ball, clad in a crimson outfit, and wearing a hat atop her head. The girl, with her head bowed, emitted soft sobs. The crowd began to murmur, pondering why such a seemingly innocent child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, would be present in the dark arts defense classroom. Why has Professor Lupin confined her? Sean Avery of Slytherin rose, his discontent evident in his tone. "This is precisely the subject of our lesson today," Professor Lupin replied with a smile. "Perhaps to you, she appears merely as a charming girl. Most students nodded in agreement. Yet, the reality was far more complex. Could she be a vampire? John overheard Stephen Lucas whisper. Impossible. Madeline Jacksley countered softly. Vampires are not easily captured. John furrowed his brow, recalling a mention of such a creature in the tome Defensive Magic, a guide to dark forces. It was a seemingly diminutive yet perilous magical beast. Now, observe closely, Lupin proclaimed, raising his wand. A stone within the cage began to morph gradually, ultimately transforming into a gray wolf. The skillful transfiguration of stone into animal was indeed impressive. As the gray wolf approached the weeping little girl, even those who were aware of the wolf's transfigured nature couldn't help but cover their mouths in astonishment. The gray wolf had crept behind the little girl when an astonishing scene unfolded. The seemingly meek and delicate silhouette of the girl turned to reveal her true, grotesque visage. She was an odd, gnome-like creature, her blood-soaked maw nearly dominating half of her face, brandishing a hefty club in her hand. The gnome ferociously swung the club at the gray wolf, producing a thunderous crash, after which the wolf disintegrated. John raised his hand. Very well, Mr. Hart. This is a red cap, Professor, John calmly stated. Correct answer. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Lupin nodded in satisfaction and gestured for John to sit down. Red cap. Lupin's voice was tranquil yet imbued with a profound seriousness. In the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Mr. Newt Scamander classifies them as a level 4 magical creature, indicating their dangerous nature. They typically wield stout sticks as weapons, possessing immense strength capable of easily shattering the skulls of humans or animals. They resemble fairies, but are far more troublesome and considerably more brutal. Their presence can be detected wherever there is bloodshed. Redcaps primarily sustain themselves by licking the blood of animals or humans. Lupin paused, continuing to elucidate. Despite their great strength, they are rather sluggish, making it difficult for them to pursue prey. However, redcaps have their unique hunting methods. They prefer to conceal themselves in dimly lit areas during dusk or nighttime, often near large trees or rivers, turning their backs to the outside while draping their red fur over themselves to camouflage. Their cries mimic a woman's sobs, creating the illusion of a weeping little girl from a distance. Isolated muggles are particularly vulnerable to red cap attacks during twilight or night, especially muggle hunters. Likewise, unsuspecting beasts with poor olfactory senses and inexperienced wizards are also at risk. Over 50 years ago, the wizarding community in Britain encountered numerous red cap attack incidents each year. However, due to recent efforts by Aurors to hunt them down, the presence of these creatures has significantly dwindled in Britain. Nonetheless, they remain exceedingly common in Northern and Central Europe, even in France. The red cap before you is one I captured a few weeks ago in Stockholm. The classroom fell silent. The previously dismissive Slytherin students now focused intently on his lecture. The red cap in the cage had turned its back, disguising itself as a frail little girl, weeping softly. There are many spells and methods to deal with red caps, provided one is not deceived by their false appearance. Lupin had drawn his wand, aiming it at the creature within the cage. However, the simplest and most effective method is the severing charm. By using it to tear apart their red fur, one can deal a fatal blow, preventing them from continuing their malevolent ways. The incantation is Defendo. With his spell, the red cap's crimson fur seemed to be forcibly ripped away, falling in tatters to the ground, revealing the creature's true form as it emitted a harrowing scream. Each desk was equipped with a piece of parchment for practice. Lupin sheathed his wand, smiling as he spoke. Remus Lupin conquered nearly all the students within a matter of days. His extensive knowledge and engaging teaching style, coupled with his genuine care for each student, set him apart, especially in contrast to former Defense Against the Dark Arts instructors like Lockhart and Quirrell. Professor Lupin is the most exceptional Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher I have encountered, second only to Professor Dumbledore. John heard such sentiments expressed more than once. Yet, he wondered if they would maintain such opinions upon learning that Lupin was a werewolf. It is understandable. Werewolves are perilously dangerous creatures. A bite during a full moon could mean either death or a curse. Few would willingly choose to associate with such beings, no matter how benignly they might present themselves. Long before the summer break, John had already finished reading Under the Moonlight, a book borrowed from the restricted section, which provided him with a certain understanding of the physiological structure of werewolves. He had also conceived some experimental plans, such as extracting the saliva of Lupin during a full moon, inactivating it, and then injecting it into African green monkeys or chimpanzees. subsequently drawing blood from the chimpanzees to see if such a straightforward immunization method could yield antibodies capable of resisting werewolf venom. However, the risks associated with such an experiment were considerable. Given the terrifying potency of werewolf venom, even a slight misstep could result in his own infection. Thus, despite his keen interest, Jon resolved to postpone this exploratory experiment for a few years, until his abilities had grown substantially. The other subjects were largely unchanged from the previous semester. For instance, the lessons in charms and transfiguration seamlessly continued from the last term, with little alteration to the textbooks. Astronomy and history of magic classes were similarly consistent. On Friday noon, Jon made his way to the Great Hall, taking a seat at the Hufflepuff table to begin his lunch. A group of students clad in the yellow and black Hufflepuff Quidditch uniforms entered the dining hall together. "Good afternoon, Jon," called Zacharias Smith, leading the pack with his head held high. "Hello," Jon responded lazily. "Hey, mate, could you at least look at me?" Zacharias rushed up to Jon. Jon turned his head in confusion, surprised as he asked, "Did you make it onto the Hufflepuff Quidditch team?" "Yes, I passed the tryouts." Zacharias exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I'm a chaser." "A chaser?" Jon repeated incredulously. "Substitute." Cedric, along with the other Hufflepuff Quidditch team members, approached with a smile. "Being a substitute still means I'm part of the Quidditch team," Zacharias grinned widely. "Only 226 second-year students have been selected for their respective house teams this century, and I'm honored to be one of them. By the way, Jon," Cedric paused, "do you need to retake your flying class?" Jon was taken aback. "How do you know?" "Draco Malfoy." Cedric cast a glance at the Slytherin table. "He has been telling everyone he encounters that you need to retake your flying lessons. Now nearly all the students in the school are aware of it." Jon rolled his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he had earned his place in the advanced class through sheer merit. After all, there was no shame in such accomplishments. "We have Quidditch practice this afternoon," Cedric earnestly suggested. "Why don't you join us for some practice?" "Indeed," Zacharias quickly added. "A bit of extra practice will surely benefit your performance." Faced with their sincere expressions, Jon found it difficult to decline, especially since he had no classes that afternoon. With only a flying lesson on Saturday and a potions tutoring session in the evening remaining for the week, he nodded. "All right, thank you." At 6 o'clock that evening, Cedric and Zacharias returned to the Hufflepuff common room, carrying a bandaged figure resembling a mummy. "Oh, are you starting the Halloween decorations already?" Hannah Abbott exclaimed in surprise. "No." "Hannah," Cedric shook his head, speaking in a low voice. "This is Jon." "Jon." The naive Hannah was momentarily taken aback. "Jon Hart." Zacharias sighed. "For hits from the quaffle, 6 falls from the broomstick, and even a collision with the goalpost." The two recounted the day's unfortunate events, exchanging words. "Jon, are you all right?" Hannah quickly inquired. "Madame Pomfrey says it's just some superficial wounds. Rest for a night, and you'll recover," Zacharias interjected. "It's my fault," Cedric said, lowering his head in shame. "I shouldn't have brought him to the Quidditch pitch. If I hadn't, this ridiculous sport wouldn't have caused him such trouble." Beneath the bandages, Jon spoke with a trembling voice, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Usually, Zacharias would have argued, but now he merely cast a sympathetic glance at Jon and shook his head. On Saturday morning, Atoria Greengrass arrived early at the library. "You're injured?" She rushed to Jon's side at a table, her expression filled with concern. "I'm all right. I'm mostly recovered." Jon forced a smile. Atoria gently caressed the boy's still healing scar, softly saying, "Let us go see Madame Pomfrey again." "No need," Jon replied seriously, shaking his head. "Atoria, after yesterday, I've come to realize that I will likely never pass the flying class exam in my lifetime." "Don't lose confidence, Jon," Atoria urged. "Believe in yourself. You can do it." "No, it's not a matter of losing confidence," Jon declared, his expression confident. "I found a shortcut." With that, he handed her a piece of parchment. "Look at the section I circled. Hogwarts Rule 67. Atoria read softly. "Students who have made outstanding contributions to the course may be exempt from the final exam." She looked up, puzzled. "Jon, I don't quite understand. Please do me a favor." Jon did not elaborate but had already shifted his gaze to the pile of scrolls on the table. "Help me organize the data from these scrolls." Madame Rolanda Hooch's office was a small room adjacent to the Quidditch pitch. As the instructor for first-year flying lessons, she had one of the lightest workloads among the faculty, allowing her to spend most of her time in her office. On the first Saturday of the school year, after finishing her lunch, Madame Hooch was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in." She set down her plate and waved her wand lightly. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a second-year student she recognized. Generally, the students Madame Hooch could name were the members of the various house Quidditch teams. However, this particular student was an exception, as he was the only one in nearly a decade who needed to retake the flying class in his second year. "What brings you here, Mr. Hart?" she asked, puzzled. "Yes, madam," Jon nodded and placed a large stack of scrolls on a table within the room. The space appeared somewhat chaotic, with dozens of broomsticks neatly arranged on one side of the bed, while the rest of the furniture was haphazardly positioned. Madame Hooch's gaze shifted to the thick pile of scrolls. "What are these?" "These are records of Quidditch matches at Hogwarts over the past 20 years, Jon quickly explained. "Some were written by you, and others compiled by the captains of the various house teams. Did Professor Sprout or Mr. Diggory send you to bring these to me?" Madame Hooch's expression grew more confused. No, madam," Jon quickly clarified. "It's nothing to do with them. I simply collected these out of personal interest and have gained some insights that I hope to discuss with you." "Very well," she replied, her demeanor relaxing as she stepped outside the Quidditch pitch. "Let us talk." Jon produced a parchment inscribed with numerous figures and addressed Madame Hooch, stating, "I have examined the records of the 120 matches of the Quidditch Cup held at Hogwarts between 1973 and 1993. The average score for each team across these matches is 198, 7 points, after subtracting the 75 points awarded for catching the golden snitch. The average score per team is 123, 7 points, indicating that, on average, each team scores fewer than 13 goals per match. Of the 120 matches, the golden snitch was captured by the winning team in 109 instances, the losing team in 5, and there were 6 draws. Notably, among the 109 matches where the winning team caught the snitch, only 13 had a winning margin of 300 points or more, while 96 were below that threshold. This implies that in 102 matches, 96 wins and 6 draws, the outcome was determined by the Seekers. Had the Seekers made an error and allowed the opposing team to capture the snitch, the results could have been drastically altered. In essence, the outcome of 85 matches is entirely contingent upon the performance of the Seekers, Jon asserted with gravity. "I fail to grasp your point, Mr. Hart." Madame Hooch furrowed her brows. "Are you suggesting that the role of the Seeker in Quidditch is excessively pivotal?" Nonetheless, despite her words, she was internally astonished by the statistics Jon had presented. The fact that Seekers could dictate the outcome of 85 matches, equating to 17 out of 20 matches, was indeed alarming. "Perhaps so, madam. The possession of the golden snitch overwhelmingly influences the match's outcome," Jon solemnly nodded. "To be candid, I was quite taken aback upon first learning the rules of Quidditch. Who was the initial Seeker? Was it some foolish prince attempting to play Quidditch without mastering the rules?" Madame Hooch's expression darkened, as if she was contemplating something. "In truth, the impact of the Seekers extends beyond mere scoring. They also dictate the duration of the match." Jon continued, "It is essential to recognize that the discovery of the golden snitch is not a matter of mere chance." Madame Hooch retorted, "The skills displayed by proficient Seekers starkly contrast with those of their less adept counterparts when it comes to capturing the snitch." No, madam, you misconstrue my intent," Jon clarified once more. "I do not imply that capturing the snitch is reliant on luck, but rather that locating the snitch often hinges on it. Although I have not witnessed many Quidditch matches, I can clearly observe that the snitch's flight path is extensive, frequently beyond the sight of the wizards. This suggests that it is challenging to actively seek the snitch. One must wait for it to enter their line of sight. For instance, in the 1992 match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Harry Potter captured the golden snitch in merely 2 minutes and 33 seconds. The snitch appeared within their field of vision shortly after the match commenced. Conversely, in the 1976 match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, James Potter took 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 6 seconds to conclude the game, the longest duration in 2 decades. For the first 4.5 hours, the snitch never graced their sight. I posit that this disparity does not stem from Mr. Potter's superiority over his father, but rather that the length of a Quidditch match is entirely dictated by fortune. This could lead to rather unfortunate scenarios. For example, spectators eagerly arriving at the stadium, hoping for an exhilarating and high-level contest, may find themselves disappointed if the snitch appears and is caught merely minutes into the game, abruptly concluding the match. "I believe you have a point." Madame Hooch nodded slightly. "The Seekers are but one aspect," Jon continued to articulate. "I perceive issues in other areas as well, such as with the beaters and the keepers. Their presence is alarmingly minimal. I have also compiled data regarding the keepers. In the past 120 matches of Quidditch, the average number of saves per keeper is merely 3. 9. As I previously mentioned, the average number of goals scored in a match is 37, which means a typical keeper's contributions in a match are outstripped by those of a chaser. For instance, the existence of 3 goals often overwhelms the keepers during saves, making them susceptible to deception. Moreover, when faced with opposing chasers charging towards them at high speeds, keepers find it challenging to mount effective defenses, often being easily bypassed. Jon Hart continued, stating that batters face a formidable challenge, wielding merely a slender wooden stick devoid of any magic, as they aim at 7 diminutive targets soaring at remarkable speeds across the vast expanse of the Quidditch pitch. According to my statistics, on average, a batter successfully strikes the bludger at an opponent only 3 times per match, and bear in mind, each team comprises 2 batters. Jon shook his head in resignation. Thus, in the majority of matches, the 2 batters find it exceedingly difficult to make a significant impact. And what of the chasers? Madam Hooch now cast an eager glance towards Jon. In comparison to the other 3 positions, chasers indeed enjoy a relatively fair advantage. Jon paused briefly before elaborating. However, there exists a subjective issue I perceive, concerning the lack of spectacle. From my observations of Quidditch matches, they often depict a chaser seizing the quaffle and darting towards the opposing goal, only to be thwarted by the rival chaser, resulting in a loss of possession and a subsequent role reversal. In my opinion, this tactic appears rather brutish, lacking in aesthetic appeal. Consequently, aside from the Gryffindor team, the current chasers of the other 3 houses predominantly consist of robust male students in their 5th year or above. The wizarding world, after all, remains sparsely populated, culturally stunted, and entertainment options have seen little development or evolution. Quidditch, with its myriad flaws, has endured centuries without significant optimization or change. In stark contrast, Muggle sports such as football and basketball have undergone numerous transformations within just over a century of existence. Mr. Hart, Madam Hooch interjected with a grave expression, indeed, Quidditch, a sport with a rich history spanning hundreds of years, harbors many issues. I am curious if you have any suggestions? Now we are touching upon ideas. Jon's demeanor shifted. Indeed, I have some thoughts, albeit rudimentary suggestions. For instance, regarding the keeper, I propose establishing a protective area of approximately 12 yards into which the bludger cannot enter, safeguarding the keeper. Simultaneously, chasers should be prohibited from intruding this zone when attempting to score, necessitating that they shoot from outside this protective area. This would effectively prevent chasers from easily evading keepers due to their speed, thereby enhancing the keeper's role. As for the batters, I suggest equipping them with gloves in addition to their bats. With gloves, they could grasp the bludger and then navigate closer to the opponent before launching their strike. This would render the batters more formidable. Regarding chasers, I believe that holding the quaffle should be subject to a time limit, such as 7 or 5 seconds, with corresponding indicators signifying that exceeding this duration would result in a foul. This would compel chasers to engage in more passing and teamwork, rather than mindlessly charging forward. Madam Hooch attentively withdrew a quill and began to record his insights. And what of the Seekers? She inquired softly. I propose the elimination of the Seekers and the Golden Snitch. Jon replied earnestly. A look of horror crossed Madam Hooch's face. But if we remove the Snitch and Seekers, how will anyone know when the match concludes? Purchase a clock, Jon suggested. Compared to matches that may last 10 minutes or stretch into hours, a fixed duration would provide a far fairer framework. For spectators, it would also greatly diminish uncertainty regarding time. However, the Golden Snitch is integral to Quidditch's esteemed tradition. The original purpose of the game was to capture a flying bird, the precursor to the Golden Snitch, Madam Hooch countered. Then we could enchant the Snitch to fly at a slower pace around the pitch, with a fixed duration of 60 or 90 minutes for a complete circuit. Reaching the endpoint would signify the match's conclusion, thereby preserving the cherished tradition, Jon proposed with a spark of inspiration. That's a reasonable point. Madam Hooch nodded enthusiastically. She carefully gathered her parchment filled with notes. I will consult Professor Dumbledore for his thoughts and suggestions. Indeed, I believe that Quidditch's rules warrant some modifications. Thank you. Madam. Jon paused. However, I have always been a rather modest individual, so if these proposals come to fruition, could we perhaps keep my suggestions private for the time being? Very well, Madam Hooch replied, somewhat taken aback as she regarded him. If you insist. Jon let out a sigh of relief. It was a clear afternoon with a gentle breeze. The first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin stood eagerly on the Quidditch pitch, anticipating their very first flying lesson. Many of them had never touched a broomstick before, while others looked forward to showcasing their skills before their new classmates. A boy, roughly their age, sprinted over from the opposite side of the pitch. He had short, dark brown hair and striking gray eyes, appearing rather charming. "Just to inform you, this flying lesson has been cancelled," the boy exclaimed loudly. "Madam Hooch has encountered a minor situation." "What is going on?" Romilda Vane shouted sharply. "It's been cancelled." Plain and simple, the boy shrugged. "It's been rescheduled for Sunday morning." With that announcement, he began walking towards the castle. Is he joking? Several first-year Gryffindor girls huddled together, whispering, "It can't be true. It's already 2:15. Madam Hooch was supposed to arrive a quarter of an hour ago." As they chatted, the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin began to make their way towards the castle in small groups. Madame Rolanda Hooch appeared on the 8th floor of the castle, standing before a grotesque stone beast, holding a piece of parchment. "Password?" the stone beast asked languidly. "Scone," Madame Hooch replied. A hidden staircase behind the beast began to rotate open. At the end of the staircase was a shining oak door, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Behind that door lay a spacious and beautifully circular room, filled with an array of whimsical sounds. "Good afternoon, Rolanda." Professor Albus Dumbledore shifted his gaze from the Daily Prophet in his hands to this unexpected visitor. "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore. I apologize for the intrusion." After greeting him, Madam Hooch promptly unfolded the parchment. These statistics were compiled by a student who also provided some insights on the rules of Quidditch. "Is that so?" Dumbledore's gaze skimmed through line after line of data, eventually landing at the bottom of the parchment. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, who had been gently snoring in their frames, quickly clustered around Dumbledore's portrait, their heads crowding into a single frame. "He has gone mad," Dexter Fortescue bellowed, resembling an irate donkey. "He wants to eliminate the Golden Snitch and the Seeker. He.S. ruining the game of Quidditch." This wizard, who served as Hogwarts headmaster from 1642 to 1711, had once been an exceptional seeker himself, captaining the English national team to victory in the 1622 Quidditch World Cup, which remains England's only championship title to this day. Indeed, Phineas Black chimed in angrily. A second-year Muggle-born student dares to propose modifying rules that have stood for centuries. He is disregarding the power of tradition. If I were headmaster, I would ensure he experienced the taste of corporal punishment. How do you know he is a Muggle-born second year? Headmistress Delilah Devon inquired gently. Didn't you see the signature at the bottom? Jon Hart. Phineas shot her a glance. Dumbledore has mentioned him several times. He is a second-year Muggleud. Do not use that term. Several other headmasters quickly covered his mouth and banished him into a neighboring frame. Oh, I see. Delilah winked playfully. I remember him. A very talented Hufflepuff first year. I actually support his suggestion. It's quite fascinating and logical. In fact, I had considered altering the Quidditch rules back in September of 1755. Silence, Delilah. Dexter Fortescue roared. Are you trying to destroy Quidditch? Please maintain respect, Dexter. Though a woman, Delilah didn't back down. The two began a heated exchange, while Phineas Black appeared eager to join the fray, though his mouth was stifled by a sock, rendering him speechless. Enough. Dumbledore's thunderous voice interrupted their quarrel. All the headmasters returned to their respective portraits, feigning sleep once more. Yes, there are certainly some thought-provoking suggestions. Dumbledore's gaze returned to the parchment. For instance, providing the beaters with gloves and granting the keeper a protective charm are splendid ideas, correct, Dexter? Dexter Fortescue reluctantly opened his eyes. Yes, if we limit it to those 2 points, then they are acceptable. However, the other 2 are debatable. Dumbledore continued, for instance. Regarding the time limit for the bludgers, Rolanda, I believe you should consult with the captains and chasers of the various Quidditch teams, discuss it, and after a year or 2 of transition, implement it in the Quidditch Cup. Your reasoning is sound, Headmaster. Madam Hooch nodded thoughtfully. And what about the last point concerning the Seekers and the Golden Snitch? The entire headmaster's office fell into silence, all the portraits holding their breath, stealing glances at Dumbledore's expression. Honestly, I find this idea the most intriguing, and it has ample theoretical backing. Smiling, Dumbledore gently waved his finger, striking through the lines concerning the Seekers and the Golden Snitch. However, even as the honorary president of the International Quidditch Association, I cannot express too many opinions on this matter. So, let the one who proposed it await the future to resolve it. Dexter Fortescue exhaled in relief, while Delilah Devant let out a cold huff and closed her eyes completely. Dumbledore returned the parchment to Madam Hooch. By the way, does Mr. Hart have any requests regarding these suggestions? Requests? Madam Hooch paused, then slowly replied. He mentioned that if the proposal were approved, he hoped to receive a special contribution award for it, if possible. Is that so? Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled, and a piece of parchment flew into his hands. No, Albus. Phineas Black finally freed himself from the sock in his mouth, wailing, "You cannot frivolously award a special contribution award. It's the highest honor at Hogwarts, which each student can receive only once in 7 years. Perhaps our standards of judgment differ, Phineas." Dumbledore replied calmly. "In my view, this is more than sufficient." He slowly inscribed on the parchment, "In recognition of outstanding contributions to Quidditch, the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, 1993, is hereby granted to Jon Hart, Hogwarts Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore." The Phoenix Fox flapped its wings and flew over, leaving a footprint beside Dumbledore's signature. "Albus, do you need me to reach out and assist in crafting a medal?" Doris Umbridge inquired with a smile. "No need," Madame Hooch interjected hastily. "Mr. Hart has expressed his desire to avoid excessive publicity regarding this matter." Doris Umbridge appeared somewhat disappointed. Madame Hooch departed the office, clutching the award certificate. Phineas Black's mouth was once again stuffed with a sock, as he had nearly uttered the term "mud-blood" in a fit of rage. Oliver Dumbledore's gaze turned towards the foremost portrait. The figure depicted was a stern-looking middle-aged headmaster clad in military garb. "What is it, Albus?" inquired Headmaster Oliver Cromwell calmly. "I am not well acquainted with the Hogwarts rules you have established," Dumbledore smiled and asked. "However, I am curious, aside from being an honor, what other purpose does the Special Contribution Award serve?" "Hogwarts Rule 67, Oliver Cromwell recited coldly. "A student who has made an outstanding contribution in any course may be exempted from a single whipping punishment from that course's teacher." The whipping punishment had been abolished 50 years ago. It seems this rule has now transformed into an exemption from one exam. "Very well. Thank you, Oliver." "You're welcome, Albus." After leaving the Quidditch pitch and approaching the greenhouse, John spotted Draco Malfoy returning to the castle, flanked by his 2 lackeys, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. "My father is quite displeased with my injury. He has lodged complaints with both the school authorities and the Ministry of Magic. My dad wields considerable influence, as you know," Malfoy boasted. "That foolish oaf actually cares so much for Potter, daring to let his pet harm me. I fear he shall never teach again." Malfoy walked with a noticeable limp, his right arm bandaged and suspended by a sling. "Don't you think it looks rather awkward, Draco?" John heard Goyle muttering ahead. No. This only enhances my appearance as a hero," Malfoy replied confidently. "You simply do not understand." John couldn't help but chuckle as he reminisced about his middle school days, when he would deliberately argue with teachers or engage in conspicuous and outrageous antics, all in the pursuit of attention. "Ah, the adolescent folly is a rite of passage for everyone. It was you." This laughter evidently captured Malfoy's attention, prompting him to turn around and glare fiercely at John. Clearly, Malfoy was reminded of the regrettable memories from the day before the school year commenced, during their time in the carriage. "Good afternoon," John greeted with a smile. "You filthy mudblood, liar, fool," Malfoy spat venomously. John cast a glance around, offering no response as he continued his stride towards the castle. "Crabbe, Goyle, teach him a lesson," commanded Malfoy just as a gentle voice emerged from behind them. Professor Remus Lupin surveyed the tense figures of Crabbe and Goyle, his brow furrowed in mild confusion. The 2 boys instinctively took a step back. They lacked the courage to act out in the presence of a teacher. "It's nothing, Professor Lupin." Malfoy deliberately elongated the silence between his words before swaggering away. As he approached the castle, he audibly remarked to Crabbe, "He dresses worse than my house elf." John had already noticed Lupin trailing behind, so he disregarded Malfoy and his companions, making his way straight into the castle. At 7 o'clock, he was due for supplementary potions lessons with Snape, but for now, he had over 4 hours of free time. John approached the door of the wishful thinking room on the 8th floor, backpack slung over his shoulder. He glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before quietly entering. Inside the sanctuary of the wishful thinking room, he could finally immerse himself in his studies and reading, free from any interruptions. After a year of utilizing this space, he had become quite adept at it. Aside from the hidden dimension for storage, he could effortlessly manipulate the other commonly used dimensions with just a thought, causing the space to transform at will. John diligently perused the standard spellbook, Level 2, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Volume 2, and the Fundamentals of Defense Against the Dark Arts. During the summer, unforeseen circumstances had prevented him from adequately preparing. The curriculum at Hogwarts was not particularly demanding, and the teachers enforced their rules with minimal rigor. Many students could easily devote the majority of their time to Quidditch, merely copying their classmates' assignments to get by. However, Jon was not among them. He was the one being copied from. Zacharias, Stephen, and even Eloise, fellow second-year Hufflepuffs, relied entirely on his work to appease their instructors. By approximately 6 o'clock, Jon finally stowed all his books back into his backpack. He exited the room of requirement, grabbed a quick bite in the Great Hall, and then proceeded to the potions professor's office in the basement. At 6:55 in the evening, Jon arrived punctually at the threshold of Snape's office. He gently rapped on the door. "Enter," came Snape's oily voice from within. As usual, the office was dimly lit, with hundreds of glass jars filled with specimens seemingly untouched, still arranged neatly on the shelves. Severus Snape was there, concocting potions. The cauldron before him simmered with a blend of herbs. Regrettably, Jon could not identify a single one. "Professor, what is this?" Jon inquired, curiosity piqued. "Wolfsbane potion," Snape replied coldly, "a potion with an exceedingly intricate brewing process." Jon furrowed his brows. No wonder the Wolfsbane potion could be deemed one of the most exquisite elixirs. There are likely few wizards in the entire world capable of concocting it. Otherwise, that werewolf would not be so perilous. Jon leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse, but Snape had already slammed the cauldron shut with a brusque motion. The Wolfsbane potion, when consumed a week prior to the full moon, allowed werewolves to retain their sanity during the transformation, rendering these perilous creatures somewhat safer. Its inventor was Damocles Belby, Snape remarked as he removed his dragonhide gloves. Jon was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not inquired about the properties of the Wolfsbane potion. Moreover, it seemed that the process of its preparation had already been completed. Snape appeared to have deliberately opened the cauldron's lid to pique his interest. However, he soon found solace in the situation. "Professor, do you perhaps have a friend who is a werewolf?" "That would be quite unfortunate," Jon murmured. "Silence." Snape glared at him menacingly. "Hart, think before you speak." Fortunately, Snape did not dwell excessively on the Wolfsbane potion, and he quickly led Jon out of his office. They traversed several corridors until they arrived at a familiar classroom, the practical classroom for defense against the dark arts. Snape took a few steps forward before turning back to say, "I fail to comprehend why Professor Dumbledore has assigned me to instruct you in the Patronus charm. It ought to be the responsibility of that defense against the dark arts teacher." A look of disdain crossed Snape's face. "However, since you are here, I merely hope you will display a modicum of intelligence and not bring me embarrassment. The Patronus charm is a reflection of your most positive emotions, so before casting it, you must conjure in your mind your happiest memories." At the mention of the happiest memories, Snape paused for a moment. Ultimately, it can evoke a semi-corporeal positive force, capable of driving away some loathsome creatures, such as the Dementors that hover around our school. "Professor, do you also despise Dementors?" Jon asked innocently. "Be silent, and do not pose questions." Snape shot him a fierce glare, which served as a tacit acknowledgement. Jon chuckled softly to himself. "Now, Hart, demonstrate for me." Snape's expression suddenly shifted, and he commanded. Jon curled his lip and then drew forth his wand, earnestly directing it towards the vacant space. With Snape by his side, he felt no fear of losing control over his magic, allowing him to summon his Patronus with confidence and discern the underlying issues. "Expecto Patronum," he declared with fervor. A dazzling silver light erupted from the tip of his wand, enveloping the entire room in its luminous embrace, suffusing the atmosphere with warmth. Subsequently, a colossal silver shadow burst forth from the end of his wand, gradually coalescing into shape. A peculiar sensation washed over him once more. Jon felt his legs turn to jelly, and his right hand, which gripped the wand, began to tremble uncontrollably. "Fool!" Snape's voice rang out in ire. "You are the one controlling the Patronus, not the other way around. Master your wand. Do not allow the Patronus to drain your magic." Jon's expression shifted in an instant, and he quickly inhaled deeply, striving to contain the radiance emanating from him. Unfortunately, mere minutes later, he faltered. With a sharp explosion, the Guardian of the Iron Eater was not yet fully formed before it disintegrated into silver dust. Snape furrowed his brow, remaining silent as if deep in contemplation. "Professor?" Jon inquired softly. "Do not disturb me, Hart," Snape retorted coldly. A vial of deep crimson potion flew toward Jon. "Revitalization potion, consume it, and await my return here." With that, Snape exited the classroom. Jon hastily seized the vial containing the revival potion, a remarkably advanced elixir that could only be studied by sixth-year students who had successfully passed the OWL's examination in potions class. This potion possessed the remarkable ability to restore a significant amount of strength to a wizard. Had he possessed such a potion during the summer in Charing Cross, he would have found himself in a far less precarious situation. Upon consuming the entire vial, he felt a marked improvement in his physical condition. Snape soon returned, his cold voice commanding, "Continue. Expecto Patronum." Jon once again began to summon his Patronus. "Relax." Snape's voice echoed from behind him. "Do not attempt to control your Patronus." He continued, "Imagine that your wand is not in your hand, and allow your body to completely relax." Jon was taken aback. This command was almost the complete opposite of the previous one. As the silver light flickered, the Patronus of the Iron Eater once again manifested before him, appearing slightly larger than before. An unsightly bear. Snape curled his lip, evidently failing to recognize the Patronus, and continued to command, "Communicate with your Patronus, Hart." "Do not command it. Communicate?" Jon was once again taken aback. The book borrowed from the restricted section, "Summon the Joy Within You," had never mentioned anything about communicating with a Patronus. Nevertheless, he complied, lowering his wand and gazing intently into the eyes of the Patronus, striving to calm his emotions. The Patronus seemed to sense something, gracefully bounding to Jon's side, gently touching his face with its furry paw, before it dropped to all fours and began to circle around him in a joyful sprint. Without the intent to command the Patronus, Jon no longer felt the pressure emanating from it. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of ease. After what felt like an eternity, Jon finally retracted his Patronus. He had succeeded. This time, he had summoned a true Patronus rather than a mere explosive bundle. Looking back, Severus Snape had long since departed, leaving no trace. The supplementary potions class had concluded after just one evening. At least Professor Severus Snape had not mentioned the timing for the next session. With the spontaneous manifestations of uncontrolled magic no longer a concern, Jon could boldly practice summoning his Patronus in the room of requirement. Of course, practicing in isolation was merely theoretical. Jon was quite curious about how his rather unassuming Patronus would perform against Dementors, especially now that they lurked around the school. He had long since devised a plan in his mind. The initial weeks of the term passed in this manner. Defense against the dark arts swiftly became a favorite subject among most students, with only Draco Malfoy and a few of his Slytherin companions indulging in disparaging remarks about Professor Lupin. Under Lupin's guidance, they had come to know and study the Kappa and the Grindylow, the former being a scaly, monkey-like reptile, and the latter a green water creature adorned with horns. However, the care of magical creatures instructor, Rubeus Hagrid, was not so fortunate. It was said that after encountering a spot of trouble in the first lesson, he had become as if possessed. It was reported that for over a month, his lessons revolved around nurturing a creature known as the flobberworm. "I've never encountered such a ridiculous teacher. We are here to learn, not to assist him in raising maggots." Jon had overheard senior students making such remarks more than once. "I thought Professor Grapeland was dreadful enough. Indeed, I have never longed for Professor Kettleburn as much as I do now." The other subjects remained unchanged from the previous year. In herbology, they increasingly engaged with hazardous plants. Aside from Devil's Snare, there were also Blackroot, Mandrakes, and Ghost Vines. Jon demonstrated exceptional practical skills, rarely faltering in tasks such as propagation, grafting, or spore collection. Professor Sprout highly valued him, often inviting Jon to assist her in the greenhouse, after which she would reward him with small gifts, such as rare plant specimens, uncommon herbs, or a bag of moldy Birdie Bots every flavor beans. In potions class, they studied shrinking solution, vomiting potion, and the love potion counteragent. However, the potions required of these second-year students were significantly beneath Jon's capabilities. He faced no difficulties during the lessons. In transfiguration and charms, Jon outperformed his peers compared to the previous academic year. In transfiguration, he was the first student to successfully transform a beetle into a button, earning praise from Professor McGonagall. In charms, his command of the unlocking charm and the freezing charm placed him among the top of the class. As for flying lessons, after receiving a special contribution certificate from Madame Hooch, Jon seemed to have somewhat liberated himself. On a Saturday afternoon in late October, Jon entered the Great Hall to find a throng of students gathered around a notice, buzzing with excitement. At the forefront were several key players from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "It's the new Quidditch rules." Katie Bell, the Gryffindor chaser, was kindly explaining to those unable to see the announcement. "The new rules provide a protected zone for the keeper." "It's fantastic," Oliver Wood exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. "The beaters also have a new piece of equipment to catch the snitch. It's incredibly cool." One of the Weasley twins, Fred or George, Jon couldn't tell which, grinned widely. The changes for the Chasers will be implemented in the next Quidditch Cup, Angelina Johnson nervously added. It's a complicated set of rules. We can only hold onto the quaffle for a few seconds before we must pass it. Harry, what's wrong? Another Weasley twin noticed Harry Potter frowning. Nothing. Harry forced a smile. I'm just a bit disappointed that there are no changes for the Seekers. Perhaps next time. Wood patted Harry on the shoulder in consolation. All right, everyone head back to your dormitories. Practice is over. Go pack up. We're heading to Hogsmeade this afternoon. Those with free time can meet at the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Wood concluded. Watching the excited crowd disperse, Harry silently lingered at the back of the group. Hogsmeade was a pure wizarding village located near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the only entirely wizarding village in all of Britain. According to school regulations, only third-year students and above could visit on designated Saturdays. As a second-year student, Jon naturally lacked the privilege to go to Hogsmeade. However, he suddenly remembered something and hurried toward the Hufflepuff common room. Inside the Hufflepuff common room, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, and Justin Finch-Fletchley were already preparing to set off. Jon hurriedly entered his dormitory, retrieved a bag of items, and rushed over to Hannah Abbott. Hannah, could you do me a favor? He said, slightly out of breath, as he handed her the bag. Wow, are these cookies? Hannah exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Before her expression shifted to confusion as she glanced at the label on the bag of Muggle treats, reading aloud. What? Dog biscuits? Yes, Jon quickly clarified. These are snacks specifically for dogs. I heard there are many unfortunate stray dogs in Hogsmeade. I'm not entirely sure, as my grandfather never took me to Hogsmeade before. Hannah whispered. Wait, Jon, do you want me to take this bag of dog biscuits and feed them to the strays in Hogsmeade? Yes, they are so pitiable, Jon said, assuming a sympathetic expression, and I'm not yet qualified to go to Hogsmeade. Just leave it to me. Hannah patted her chest and picked up the bag of dog food. Well, thank you. Jon stifled a laugh as he departed the common room, returning to the dormitory. During dinner, he encountered Hannah once more, though the bag of dog food she had been holding was now absent. I encountered a large black dog, a rather fierce one. Hannah pouted, lamenting, I had intended to feed it dog biscuits, but to my surprise, it snatched the bag away in one swift motion, and I nearly lost a finger. Are you all right? Jon quickly reassured her, breathing a sigh of relief. The endeavor to provide dog food to Sirius Black was not a frivolous decision. As a notorious fugitive, hiding in a wizarding village like Hogsmeade, he would undoubtedly be maintaining his animagus form. Otherwise, his appearance could easily attract the attention of Dementors. However, canines possess a notably short digestive tract, rendering their digestive capabilities rather poor. This was particularly true for a stray dog, accustomed to sporadic meals. Dog food is rich in essential trace elements, and its nutritional content is easily digestible for canines, making it undoubtedly the safest sustenance for them. Jon's true intention was to deliver some dog food to Sirius Black, ensuring he had a better diet and improved health. After all, if he were to become so ravenous that he resorted to consuming a dead rat and fell ill with gastroenteritis, Jon would be left utterly bewildered. A few days later, the eve of Halloween arrived. Accompanied by his fellow Hufflepuff classmates, Jon made his way to the Great Hall. The hall was adorned with hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns, accompanied by a flurry of fluttering bats and numerous fiery orange streamers dancing from the ceiling. The feast was as lavish as ever, leaving everyone with full bellies. The evening concluded with a performance provided by the ghosts of Hogwarts. One by one, the specters emerged from walls and tables, gliding in a line. Nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor even reenacted his own beheading, much to the dismay of many who turned away at the sight of the flowing silver blood. Upon returning to the common room with the Hufflepuff students, a weary Zacharias Smith approached Jon, saying, Remember, on Saturday, it's Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. He yawned. Make sure to cheer us on. I might get to play. I know. Jon chuckled. If Cedric gets injured, you'll have your chance. Indeed, that's quite a possibility. Zacharias replied earnestly. Jon felt a twinge of regret that Zacharias was not studying at Gryffindor, for had he been, there would have been numerous opportunities for him to step in as a substitute seeker. Just as he was about to return to his room for some rest, a ghost floated in. The Fat Friar? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Although the Fat Friar was the ghost of Hufflepuff, he rarely made appearances in the Hufflepuff common room. All students, gather in the Great Hall. The expression of kindness on the Fat Friar's face was replaced by a rare seriousness and urgency. This is Professor Dumbledore's command. What is happening, Friar? Asked Cedric Diggory, the head boy. Sirius Black has appeared at the school. The Fat Friar replied gravely. He attempted to breach the Gryffindor common room and vandalize the portrait of the Fat Lady. Professor Dumbledore suspects that Black may still be on campus. The teachers and ghosts will search every corner of the school. Everyone must proceed to the Great Hall, where the professors will ensure your safety. What? The Hufflepuff students, who had moments ago been filled with laughter, now wore expressions of panic. Fortunately, Professor Sprout arrived just in time, issuing a stern command. Everyone, leave this place immediately and head to the Great Hall. The head students will lead the way. Mr. Filch will be waiting for you at the entrance to the basement. One by one, the students exited the Hufflepuff common room. Do not panic. Cedric reassured the younger students at the front, with the teachers to protect us. Black wouldn't dare attack. Jon walked alongside a group of 2nd and 3rd grade students. How on earth did Black manage this? Zacharias whispered in astonishment. First he escaped from Azkaban, and now he has infiltrated Hogwarts. Perhaps the Dark Lord imparted some formidable dark magic to him, Ernie Macmillan asserted confidently. After all, Black was once the foremost lieutenant of the Dark Lord. Could it be that he transformed into something else and sneaked in? Hannah Abbott murmured. Don't be foolish, Hannah. Ernie Macmillan replied with conviction, shaking his head. The entrances to Hogwarts are fortified with powerful protective enchantments. Mere transfiguration could never deceive them. Only potent dark magic could achieve such a feat. Jon listened calmly to their speculations. In truth, Hannah's guess was correct. As an animagus familiar with all the secret passages of Hogwarts, Black had been entering and exiting the school through transformation. Moreover, Black's intrusion into Hogwarts was not intended to harm anyone, but rather to eliminate the animagus wizard Peter Pettigrew, who had transformed into Ron's pet rat. 12 years prior, Peter had betrayed the Potters and framed Black by faking his own death, forcing Black to endure 12 years in Azkaban. However, a newspaper article revealed to Black that Peter was still alive, prompting him to escape from Azkaban in an effort to kill his former friend and protect the son of James Potter. Yet, Jon had no intention of aiding Black in capturing and eliminating that rat, while Peter played a pivotal role in Voldemort's resurrection. The presence of 6 Horcruxes almost assured Voldemort's return. Rather than waiting for his revival in an unknown manner, it would be wiser to observe his resurrection unfold as expected. In fact, Dumbledore had been skillfully orchestrating events, using Harry's blood for Voldemort's revival, which, in a sense, was part of his grand design. Jon harbored considerable doubt that, had it not been for the unforeseen encounter with the Resurrection Stone leading to Dumbledore's limited time remaining, Voldemort's intellect would have been manipulated to his demise by Dumbledore. Thus, the plan was simply to prevent that unfortunate incident from occurring, ensuring Dumbledore did not don the Resurrection Stone ring. Then, one could merely remain on the sidelines, observing the intricate web Dumbledore had woven to confront Voldemort. As for Jon, his most pressing need was to engage in continuous learning. The road ahead was still long, and his own strength was the true power. It has been over a week since Black attempted to infiltrate Gryffindor Tower. Students were rife with speculation and rumors. Yet the only confirmed fact was that the school had not apprehended the intruder. The fugitive from Azkaban, Sirius Black, remained at large. The first Quidditch match was rapidly approaching, but the weather was deteriorating. Originally, the first match was supposed to feature Slytherin against Gryffindor. However, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, claimed that their seeker was still recuperating from an injury, necessitating Hufflepuff to step in and participate in the match. Gryffindor, having lost to them a few months prior, would undoubtedly seek retribution. The day before the match, upon returning to the common room, Jon overheard Cedric advising the team. We must be exceptionally cautious. We cannot afford to be careless. Outside, the wind howled and the rain lashed down, more violently than before, although it was not yet dark. The corridors outside were already enshrouded in darkness. We will surely win. The members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team shouted in unison, with Jon hearing Zacharias' voice ringing the loudest. The following morning, Jon awoke to an impenetrable darkness outside. He could faintly hear the rumbling of thunder, the fierce wind battering against the castle walls, and the sound of trees being uprooted in the forbidden forest. It was now 6:30 in the morning, and in a few hours, the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor was set to commence. Arriving in the common room, he was surprised to find it already bustling with people at such an early hour. Despite the storm outside, their enthusiasm for Quidditch remained undiminished. Many had donned their yellow and black cheerleading uniforms, while others discussed strategies on how to amplify their cheers amidst the tempest to support Hufflepuff. Jon did not linger in the Hufflepuff common room. Instead, he proceeded directly to the dining hall, sipping his porridge while contemplating the day's plans. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, the multitude of spectators at the Quidditch match would serve as a significant temptation for the Dementors, compelling them to breach the agreement established with the Ministry of Magic and flock to the Quidditch pitch to revel in the spectacle. This presented an excellent opportunity for his Patronus to engage in a practical exercise. However, Jon had no intention of heading to the Quidditch field to lie in wait. After all, the crowd in the stadium was vast and varied, making it rather conspicuous for a second-year student to conjure a fully formed Patronus. Furthermore, with the presence of Dumbledore and the other professors, the moment the Dementors appeared, they would likely be swiftly expelled, leaving no chance for him to intervene. Jon's plan was to ascend a secluded high point, waiting for the Dementors to invade the school from all directions, so that he could confront them as they passed by his position. He was inherently less susceptible to the effects of the Dementors. And with the presence of the mind-closing spell, any unforeseen circumstances would likely bear no disastrous consequences. Hogwarts boasted two prominent vantage points, the Gryffindor Tower and the Ravenclaw Tower. Given the tempestuous weather, it was certain that the rooftops of these towers would be devoid of visitors. The former was immediately dismissed by Jon, as entry required a password, and security had been notably heightened following the recent incident involving Black. The latter, however, presented a commendable option. The Ravenclaw common room was arguably the most accessible among the four houses, requiring only the answer to the riddle posed by the eagle door knocker for unimpeded passage. As Jon spoke, he retrieved a bottle of pitch-black potion from his pocket, with just a strand of hair or some other essence. This concoction would enable him to maintain his transformation for approximately an hour. At 8:50 in the morning, there remained merely 10 minutes until the commencement of the Quidditch match. In stark contrast to the currently deserted Hufflepuff common room, Ravenclaw's tower was evidently much more lively. Although the inclement weather deterred many Ravenclaw students from attending the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, a mere quarter of an hour ago, Jon observed a diligent Ravenclaw student immersed in his studies at the library. Seizing the opportunity, he plucked a strand of the student's hair and deposited it into the polyjuice potion. Now, he is transformed into the likeness of that Ravenclaw student. Seemingly in his third year, named Michael Corner, or something akin to that, his memory falters. Following the path taken by Percy Weasley a few months prior, he first entered the Ravenclaw Tower and subsequently traversed a spiraling staircase. Jon finally arrived before a door devoid of a handle or keyhole, an aged wooden portal adorned with a bronze eagle-shaped knocker. He approached and gently tapped the knocker. Suddenly, the eagle's beak opened, emitting not the call of a bird but a soft and melodious voice. It consumes all worms, fish, birds, beasts, flowers, and trees. It devours wrought iron and pure steel. It turns rock to dust, slays kings, raises towns, transforms oceans into fields, and mountains into plains. To be frank, Jon had little affection for such riddles, which was precisely why he had chosen Hufflepuff over Ravenclaw. Of course, even had he selected Ravenclaw, they might not have desired him. Nevertheless, this particular inquiry posed no challenge for him. Time, he replied in a husky voice reminiscent of Michael Caine. Correct, the gentle voice responded, and the door began to rotate open. The Ravenclaw common room was a spacious, circular chamber, with arched windows draped in silk curtains of blue and bronze. On a pleasant day, one might behold the surrounding picturesque hills. Alas, the outside world was currently shrouded in darkness. Jon also beheld the marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, adorned with the inscription proclaiming that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. However, he could not afford to linger on such matters. He needed to swiftly discover the route to the rooftop. A celestial voice interrupted Jon's reverie. Michael, a girl with tousled, waist-length, pale golden hair appeared before him. Good morning. Luna, Jon replied, forcing himself to respond. Luna Lovegood curiously circled Jon a few times, lifting her nose to sniff the air. You are not Michael, are you? She asked softly. Jon had discreetly grasped the wand at his waist, preparing to cast a memory charm on Luna. But the throng of Ravenclaw students around them complicated his intentions. To be precise, you should not belong to Ravenclaw. Luna blinked. You lack the essence of a Ravenclaw. You are a Slytherin, aren't you? Jon was momentarily taken aback. With Gryffindor and Hufflepuff engaged in a Quidditch match, the only other boys who could have intruded here must be Slytherins. Luna inquired softly. Did you use a doxy to assist in your transformation? Jon nodded somewhat ambiguously. Do not worry, I won't tell anyone. Luna replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Even if I did, they would merely dismiss it as madness. Can you take me to the top of the tower, Luna? Jon inquired tentatively. Of course, follow me. The girl beamed. her smile wide as she danced ahead with an airy grace, her necklace of butterbeer corks bouncing along with her. Moments later, they arrived at the rooftop of Ravenclaw Tower. Luna had already unfurled a tattered black umbrella, which appeared precarious against the raging storm. Jon then produced his wand and cast the impervious charm. An invisible barrier of water enveloped them, shielding them from the rain above and keeping their clothes dry. After meticulously planning for today in the preceding days, Jon had taken the time to learn this standard third-level spell on a whim. Luna set aside her large black umbrella and inquired softly, "What brings you here? Are you hoping to capture a bowtruckle amidst the storm?" Jon made a shushing gesture, then turned his serious expression towards the distant Quidditch pitch. The jubilant sounds emanating from the field were impervious even to the tempest. Concurrently, a multitude of dark figures began to soar towards the stadium. "I loathe them." Luna suddenly clasped her ears. "Those Dementors. Whenever they appear near me, I am reminded of the moment my mother passed away," she whimpered. Speaking almost unconsciously, she crouched down, bowing her head, curling into herself. Jon was no longer able to attend to her. A dozen Dementors were drawn to the two, soaring towards the Ravenclaw Tower. The memories of every individual burdened by a tragic past served as exquisite sustenance for the Dementors. Luna Lovegood, who had witnessed her mother's demise, was no exception. Jon employed the art of mental fortification, liberating himself entirely from the faint influence of the Dementors. They were now a mere 10 paces away. "Expecto Patronum," Jon proclaimed without hesitation, his voice ringing out. A dazzling silver light manifested once more, enveloping them in a warm aura. Confronted by a dozen Dementors, Jon successfully conjured his Patronus, a kitten-sized pygmy puff, swirling above his head. It bared its teeth and roared at the Dementors, seemingly attempting to intimidate them. However, this youthful Patronus appeared to exert little formidable influence over the Dementors, who continued their advance toward the bubble of warmth. In Jon's mind, the sudden surge of his guardian's wrath was palpable. "Attack them," he silently commanded within himself. The guardian soared towards a Dementor at the forefront, its furry claws seizing the ethereal form of the wraith. In an instant, the glimmer of silver flashed, and the Dementor's body was rent asunder. As the creature emitted a helpless wail, the guardian swiftly identified its next target. It sank its fangs into the neck of another Dementor, releasing a torrent of dark mist from the wound. In the distance, the Quidditch pitch suddenly radiated a warm and powerful light. The Dementors that had just invaded the campus and the pitch were cowed by this intense illumination, scattering in panic. Among them were those surrounding Jon, who hastily gathered their injured companions and fled in terror. It was the Phoenix Patronus of Albus Dumbledore, and having experienced such intimacy before, Jon was well aware of this sensation. The Niffler, eager to pursue, was called back by Jon. It cast a discontented glance at him, and simultaneously, it let out a feeble yet youthful roar towards the distant light. Jon suddenly perceived that his Patronus seemed to have grown larger than just moments ago. A few minutes prior, it was merely the size of a calico cat, yet now it was at least comparable to that of a husky. The Dementor had departed, and Jon summoned his Patronus back to him. The tempest had abated, and the distant sounds of the Quidditch pitch gradually faded, signaling the conclusion of the match. The transformation time of the draft of living death was dwindling, prompting Jon to prepare for his departure from the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna Lovegood, still under the lingering influence of the Dementor, had yet to fully regain her consciousness. Jon supported her while aiming his wand at her forehead, furrowing his brow as he softly murmured, "Obliviate." Ultimately, he chose to lower his wand. The memory charm could be employed, but it is hardly necessary, he muttered to himself. He entrusted Luna to second-year Ravenclaw student Melinda Bobbin, instructing Miss Bobbin to escort her back to the dormitory. As the transformation dwindled to its final moments, Jon departed from the Ravenclaw Tower. "Make way, I have urgent business with Dumbledore," exclaimed Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, his expression fraught with impatience before the imposing, grotesque stone beast on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Regrettably, the stone creature did not yield simply because this stout man was the minister. It languidly inquired, "Password?" Fudge, now seething with frustration, found himself utterly powerless. "Red wine chocolate." A familiar and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from behind Fudge. The beast promptly stepped aside, as the wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase. "Cornelius?" Albus Dumbledore approached, his pale blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, gazing calmly at Fudge. The minister's bravado faltered under Dumbledore's steady scrutiny. "I believe an explanation is in order." Dumbledore's gaze flickered with a hint of ire. "Why did the Dementors breach the school grounds? I was under the impression that such occurrences were not included in our prior agreement." They nearly caused the demise of a student. It was an accident, Fudge stammered. It won't happen again. I hope this time you can uphold your promises. Dumbledore retorted, turning away and entering his office. Wait, Dumbledore. The minister seemed to recollect the purpose of his visit, calling out, Hogwarts must be held accountable for the casualties among the Dementors. Casualties among the Dementors? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. 2 Dementors were brutally slain, and 3 sustained severe injuries. Fudge endeavored to infuse his tone with indignation. They are the guardians of Azkaban, the enforcement officers of the ministry. Even if they intruded upon Hogwarts, you cannot so casually demean them. Is that so? Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered ever so slightly. A motion so subtle that even Fudge, standing close, failed to notice. I regret to inform you, Cornelius, but this was also an unforeseen incident. It shall not occur again. With that, Dumbledore retreated into his office. Fudge attempted to pursue him, yet was once more obstructed by the grotesque stone beast. Password? The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, gritted his teeth in frustration. He lowered his head, his tone shifting to one of calm resolution. Then farewell, Professor Dumbledore. As soon as Ron climbed into the 2 wooden barrels at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, he was met with a thunderous cheer from within. Nearly all the Hufflepuff students were fervently celebrating their victory, despite the inclement weather. Only Cedric Diggory, the captain of the Quidditch team, appeared somewhat sullen as he sat there. What is the matter with Cedric? Ron inquired of Susan Bones, who was beside him. Towards the end of the match, Dementors suddenly invaded the Quidditch pitch. Susan replied. Gryffindor's seeker, Potter, was attacked by a Dementor and fell from his broom. Cedric didn't notice this as he was just about to catch the golden snitch at that moment. I have never seen Professor Dumbledore so furious. He rushed onto the field, brandishing his wand, to rescue Potter and then expelled the Dementors with a burst of silver light. Cedric intended to call off the match and reschedule it. However, Madame Hooch disagreed, declaring us the winners with a score of 180 to 80. Regardless, our victory was legitimate. And even the Gryffindor players conceded that. Is that so? Ron nodded thoughtfully. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ron casually flipped open the calendar and noticed that next Monday had been circled in red by him. This indicated that the evening of that day would coincide with the full moon. Furthermore, there was a defense against the dark arts class scheduled for that Monday afternoon. The incident involving the Dementor attack during the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor did not stir much commotion. On Monday afternoon, Ron arrived punctually at the defense against the dark arts classroom. Do you suppose Professor Lupin will cover today? Astoria whispered as she sat next to him. I still remember last week he taught us how to counter Grindylow claws. It was utterly fascinating. I have no idea, Ron replied, flipping through the table of contents of his textbook. If we follow the syllabus, it should be about the Boggart, but there might be some surprises. If it's dealing with a pixie or a yeti, that would be splendid too. Astoria began perusing her book as well. Almost all the Hufflepuff and Slytherin students were eagerly discussing the defense against the dark arts class, which was undoubtedly their most beloved subject. However, as heavy footsteps approached, the chatter in the classroom abruptly ceased. Professor Snape? Astoria could not help but exclaim softly. Why isn't at Professor Lupin? Zacharias Smith shouted. Lupin informed me he is too ill to attend class today, Severus Snape said with a cold smirk as he ascended the podium. Thus, I will be substituting for this defense against the dark arts lesson. What has happened to Professor Lupin? Zacharias persisted stubbornly. There is no danger to life. Snape's dark eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Hufflepuff loses 5 points. Zacharias wisely fell silent. Snape began to leaf through a textbook on the fundamentals of defense against the dark arts, starting from the back and turning a few pages. John opened his textbook and turned to the final chapter, which, as expected, was dedicated to werewolves. Werewolves? Sneered Snape. However, sir, we have just studied red caps. Selwyn from Slytherin mustered the courage to stand up and interject. So we have not yet reached the study of werewolves. According to the syllabus, it should be Hinkapunk next. Silence, Miss Selwyn. Snape's tone was as lifeless as a corpse. I do not wish to comment on Professor Lupin's disorganized teaching. Now, turn to page 394. Reluctantly, everyone opened their books, though it was evident that most students were quite disappointed. Hart. Upon hearing Snape call his name, John sprang to his feet. Professor, could you please tell me how to distinguish a werewolf from a true wolf? Snape commanded. John gathered his thoughts. There are numerous differences between werewolves and true wolves. For instance, the snout and jaws of a werewolf. Snape's insinuations left John feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, considering his past grievances with the Marauders, such excess was not entirely unexpected. In fact, Snape's insinuations were not without effect. For instance, at the end of the lesson, Astoria curiously inquired of Jon, "How strange. Why is Professor Snape suddenly teaching us to identify and kill werewolves?" Yet, no one seemed inclined to entertain the worst possibilities. Jon had no choice but to feign ignorance, pretending that Snape's insinuations had no effect on him, completely oblivious to the wolf-like pause revealed by Lupin. 2 weeks prior to the conclusion of the term, the prolonged inclement weather that had persisted for months finally took a turn for the better. The sky suddenly cleared, and an unexpected chill descended, while the muddy grounds were adorned with a glistening layer of frost after a single morning. Unlike the previous academic year, the recent months presented no real threats to personal safety. The 1993 to 1994 academic year was, in fact, one of the most peaceful years Hogwarts had experienced in recent times. Despite the presence of Dementors in the looming shadow of black, neither posed any genuine danger. Jon wholeheartedly devoted himself to his studies. He had already mastered the foundational knowledge from the first and second years of Transfiguration and Charms classes. He had also become quite proficient in the simple defensive dark magic spells taught by Professor Lupin. However, his primary focus was on herbology and potions. After several months serving as Professor Sprout's assistant, Jon became well acquainted with all the herbs in greenhouses 1, 2, and 3, regardless of their danger or medicinal value. Professor Sprout even entrusted him with a key to the greenhouse, allowing him to come and go freely. He could even take some herbs privately, provided he submitted a list to Professor Sprout afterward. In potions, after extensive experimentation, practice, and theoretical study, Jon felt confident in his ability to brew all the potions required for the OWL's examination. It must be noted that Professor Snape had been quite helpful. Whenever Jon encountered challenges during his practice, he would seek Snape's guidance. Although Snape always wore a scowl and offered sardonic remarks, he would nonetheless point out the causes of Jon's difficulties. The only regret Jon harbored was not having access to a time turner. The time turner could be considered a remarkably powerful magical artifact, capable of traversing timelines, granting additional time, or even altering the past. Even a few extra hours could allow one to rectify past mistakes and engage in meaningful endeavors. According to the original text, Hermione Granger had secured one from the Ministry of Magic at the beginning of the term after writing numerous guarantees to Professor McGonagall and swearing not to disclose it to anyone. If Hermione could obtain one, Jon felt he had every reason to apply for one as well. With Voldemort poised to return as a Muggle-born wizard facing persecution, he needed to grow, particularly in terms of time. If used judiciously, a time turner could potentially double his learning time within a year. Jon had devised a plan regarding this. Hermione Granger had kept the existence of her time turner a closely guarded secret, not even confiding in her two closest friends, Harry and Ron. While he and Hermione were somewhat familiar, their acquaintance was merely cordial, and he had no means of learning such a secret through conventional channels. Thus, Jon intended to wait for a suitable opportunity to accidentally discover the presence of two Hermiones. He would then mistakenly assume that one of them was Sirius Black disguised and infiltrating the school. Jon would confront her, disarm her, and insist on taking her to see Professor Dumbledore. Given the strict limitations of the time turner, Hermione obviously could not afford to waste time meeting Dumbledore. Otherwise, she risked missing her return point, which could result in dire consequences. In that scenario, to convince himself, she would have no choice but to reveal the existence of the time turner to him. Of course, he would not press her further and would allow her to leave, ensuring she did not meet an untimely end. Thus, he would have gained legitimate knowledge of the time turner's existence. Should the opportunity arise, he could approach Hermione to extend his time in the room of requirement or to rectify mistakes made hours earlier. Additionally, after the end of the second year, he could reasonably apply to Professor Sprout for a time turner. Though the plan was sound, he encountered some minor difficulties. Jon escorted her onto the Hogwarts Express and then returned to the nearly deserted campus. The following morning, he awoke from his slumber. After a brief morning routine, he instinctively made his way to the Hufflepuff common room. To his mild surprise, he found it remarkably empty. It soon dawned on him that with the arrival of the Christmas holidays, the remaining Hufflepuff students at the school, apart from himself, seemed to consist solely of a first-year girl whose name escaped him. This was indeed good news. With no one to disturb him in the common room, he could immerse himself in his books and studies, thus rendering the trek to the 8th floor's room of requirement unnecessary in such frigid weather. Jon promptly transported several hefty tomes and a roll of parchment into the common room. He spent his days ensconced in the warmth of the common area, venturing into the adjacent kitchen whenever hunger beckoned, where the house elves had recently provided a sumptuous array of delicacies. Meanwhile, in other corners of the castle, the customary Christmas decorations had been meticulously arranged. Despite the sparse presence of students remaining at school, the corridors were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe. And the great hall was graced with 12 splendid Christmas trees, each twinkling with golden stars. The festive spirit of Christmas permeated the campus. On the eve of Christmas, Jon prepared an abundance of gifts and transported them to the Overachiever. A few days prior, he had dispatched owls to Diagon Alley in London to procure these treasures. He sent his parents a pair of gloves and a scarf imbued with warmth-enhancing magic, ensuring they would remain snug even in the harshest of winters. To the house elves in the kitchen, he gifted numerous pairs of children's shoes. Although gifting clothing to house elves was considered taboo, shoes were deemed acceptable. As for Astoria, he sent a modest set of Icarus cosmetics. On the morning of Christmas Day, Jon was roused from slumber by the persistent chime of his alarm clock. At the foot of his bed lay a small mound of parcels. He lazily rose, donned a sweater, and shifted his gaze to the enticingly wrapped gifts. It was once again the cherished time of year to unwrap presents. Jon mused to himself as he began to open the topmost gift, revealing a black wool sweater, unmistakably sent by Judy. Eric's gift, on the other hand, was a photo album chronicling his growth from the tender age of 1 to 13. Showcasing a year-by-year progression of memories. Jon cautiously placed the 2 gifts into the cupboard and opened the next one, which was a Christmas tree-shaped chocolate cake sent by Astoria. It was adorned with cream that whimsically proclaimed, "Merry Christmas, Jon." This was likely handcrafted by Astoria herself. After tasting a bite, Jon found it rather mediocre, lacking the exquisite touch of a house elf's culinary skills. He set the cake aside in the cupboard and turned to the next gift, which was quite small. Inside lay a long, delicate golden chain, featuring a spinning golden roulette in the center. This golden pendant was wrapped in a lengthy piece of parchment. The parchment was densely inscribed with heartfelt blessings, nearly 100 in total, each penned in a different handwriting. At the very top, one particular blessing was signed by Klein. Gifts from the house elves. Jon was unexpectedly touched as he carefully placed the parchment into the innermost compartment of his leather trunk, subsequently adorning his neck with the pendant. There were still numerous gifts to behold: Professor Sprout's present, Zacharias' offering, and Hannah's token. After perusing each one, Jon meticulously stored them away. Suddenly, a series of thuds from outside caught his attention. Jon approached and opened the window, which was thickly coated with frost. A dark brown owl flapped in, panting heavily. Attached to the owl's right leg was a letter, which Jon promptly removed and unfolded. "My dear student, it has been a long time since we last met. How have you been? How well have you mastered the lessons I imparted? I am currently on the island of Corsica, enjoying the warmest Christmas of my life. The relatives of those werewolves have recently shifted their focus, and the headmaster's acquaintance has provided me with substantial assistance. My life has finally settled down a bit. Wishing you all the best as well. Merry Christmas. G. K. L." Upon reading the brief yet somewhat messy note, Jon couldn't help but smile. Undoubtedly, this was a letter from Gilderoy Lockhart, marking nearly a year since he had last heard from him. Despite Lockhart's deceitful nature, he had been of considerable help to Jon, teaching him the charm of forgetting, for which Jon remained grateful. Learning that the Dementors pursuing Lockhart had relaxed their efforts due to Black's escape, Jon felt relieved for him. He took out a pen and a piece of parchment to reply, "Dear Professor, thank you for your concern. I have mastered the spells you taught me quite well. I was overjoyed to receive your message and to learn that you are out of danger. Wishing you a swift return. Merry Christmas. J. A. H." He then placed the letter into the metal cylinder attached to the owl's leg. "Deliver this to the cinder," Jon whispered to the owl. After feeding it a few breadcrumbs, the owl soared back into the cold, wintry sky. Having organized all his gifts, Jon stepped out of the Hufflepuff common room for the first time during the Christmas holiday. On Christmas Day, a lavish feast awaited in the Great Hall. As he reached the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Hermione Granger. The trio of saviors had chosen to remain at Hogwarts for the festive season. "Merry Christmas, Hermione." Jon greeted her with a smile. "Hello," Hermione replied somewhat distractedly, hurrying past him. "Professor McGonagall." Jon heard her exclaim loudly. Soon after, Hermione and Professor McGonagall were engaged in a serious discussion in a corner of the hall. Jon caught snippets of words like Christmas gifts, black, and crossbow. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall hurriedly followed Hermione out of the hall towards Gryffindor Tower. After a moment of silent reflection for Harry's crossbow, Jon entered the Great Hall. Inside, the 4 long tables had been moved against the walls, leaving only a single table in the center for a dozen or so guests. Professor Dumbledore had replaced his pointed wizard hat with a rather comical flower-adorned Lady S hat. John occupied one of the seats. "Would you care for some of this sausage?" "It is absolutely delightful," exclaimed Dumbledore, adorned with a lady's hat, as he enthusiastically pushed a plate towards John. "Thank you, Professor," John replied, eagerly accepting the offering. The tranquil and comforting Christmas holiday gradually drew to a close. Shortly after New Year's Day, students returned to school in succession, and the Hufflepuff common room grew increasingly lively. With the influx of returning students, John found it increasingly difficult to continue his studies and magical practice in that space. He was compelled to shift his focus once again to the room of requirement, just as he had done before. A week after New Year's, the new term officially commenced. Simultaneously, a piece of news began to circulate widely among the students. It was said that Gryffindor's Harry Potter had received a firebolt as a Christmas gift. One evening, Zacharias Smith mysteriously announced this in the common room. "What is a firebolt?" Hannah Abbott inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The name sounds familiar." "The firebolt is the most exquisite racing broom to date, representing the pinnacle of craftsmanship," Zacharias expounded, as if he were a paid spokesperson. "Every twig at the tail end has been meticulously selected, and its aerodynamic design is unparalleled in balance and precision. It can accelerate to 150 miles per hour within 10 seconds, making it the ultimate choice for any Quidditch player." Cedric Diggory's voice revealed a tinge of envy as he remarked, "I suppose he has turned misfortune into fortune. After all, the broom I use is merely a clean sweep 7. Who on earth would present him with such an extravagant gift?" Ernie Macmillan exclaimed incredulously, "A firebolt is no trivial expense." "Perhaps it is from one of his admirers. Harry has quite a few fans," Hannah speculated. "Or maybe it is a diversion orchestrated by Gryffindor," Jimmy the Hufflepuff beater tentatively suggested. "Regardless, our match against Gryffindor is already concluded." All speculation came to a climax one afternoon at the end of January. That day, as the faculty and students gathered for breakfast, Professor McGonagall and Madame Hooch appeared in the Great Hall, holding a broom wrapped in protective covering. "I just went to the Gryffindor common room to find you." Professor McGonagall's voice, though not loud, was sufficient for many to hear. "Here it is. We have examined it thoroughly, and there is nothing amiss with this broom. You seem to have a very good friend, Potter." As the two professors departed, the Great Hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "My goodness, is it truly a firebolt? That is the official broom of the England national team. Harry, may I touch it?" Not only Gryffindor students but many from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw crowded around, creating a scene of bustling anticipation, including Ernie Macmillan and Zacharias Smith, who had just been seated beside John. Everyone clamored to catch a glimpse of the firebolt. John naturally preferred solitude. As he munched on a ham hock, he nonchalantly surveyed his surroundings. Soon, his gaze fell upon Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table. The poor Malfoy wore a grim expression, his eyes fixated on the throng of Gryffindors, his countenance betraying a mix of jealousy and ire. John could empathetically envision Malfoy's current predicament. Were he to assume Malfoy's identity, he would undoubtedly send an owl to his father, Lucius Malfoy, requesting the purchase of a firebolt. Or perhaps even 7 firebolts, one for each member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. However, it is evident that John lacks the financial means for such a request. Yet, it appears that the Malfoy family is similarly constrained. Lucius Malfoy might afford to procure 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms to bolster his son's standing in Slytherin Quidditch, challenging Harry Potter. Yet, he finds himself unable to acquire a single firebolt. In truth, the Nimbus 2001 is already the pinnacle of broom technology, and the collective price of 7 would rival that of a single firebolt. It seems that Lucius Malfoy's budget for flying brooms would be entirely consumed by these 7 Nimbus 2001s. Based on John's own conjectures and insights gleaned from Astoria, it is apparent that most ostentatiously affluent pureblood families are, in fact, living on borrowed time. They may appear resplendent, yet they possess scant sources of income. A quintessential pureblood family boasts an opulent estate, a trove of heirloom antiques, and a vault overflowing with gold from Greengrass. However, the estate serves merely as a residence, and the antiques are for display. Their apparent worth diminishes drastically should one attempt to liquidate these treasures for galleons. The gold within the vault, consumed over generations, dwindles significantly for most families. Many have resorted to borrowing from Gringotts to sustain their livelihoods. This wealth was amassed over countless generations by the ancestors of pureblood families, who either stumbled upon mysterious treasures, thrived through potion-making and alchemy, or accrued riches by exorcising muggles. Yet, As time progresses, the accumulation of such wealth becomes increasingly arduous. Few wizarding families possess sustainable industries, and in a wizarding world abundant in material production, the output of such industries is negligible. Thanks to the existence of magic, essential resources like food, fabric, and water are exceedingly inexpensive. While the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration prohibits the conjuration of food, one can multiply a small amount or cultivate ordinary pumpkins to heights surpassing that of a grown adult, thereby yielding unprecedented harvests from barren fields. Even a wizarding family like the Weasleys, often considered impoverished, finds their concerns stem from the challenge of providing for 4 or 5 children's education, making it difficult to afford new spellbooks or wands. Despite their financial constraints, they reside in a spacious home with an expansive yard, managing to enjoy a life of relative comfort and abundance. In contrast, a pureblood family must expend considerable wealth annually to maintain their social standing and connections across various social strata. The depletion of such wealth cannot be compensated for by mere positions within the Ministry of Magic or the Hogwarts Board of Governors, leading to an inevitable decline and deterioration. This is precisely why Voldemort's ideology of pureblood supremacy resonates with these families. Through the oppression, enslavement, and plunder of Muggle-born wizards and Muggles alike, they envision a resurgence of wealth and resources, replenishing the coffers of Gringotts, and allowing subsequent generations to indulge in the same lavish lifestyle they once enjoyed. Jon lowered his head and calmly took another bite of ham. His heart remained untroubled, and he even felt a smile creeping in. The emergence of the firebolt had significantly uplifted the spirits of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. They seemed to rekindle their ambition in the race for the Quidditch Cup championship. After all, there were still 2 rounds left, and everything remained uncertain. As long as we triumph over Slytherin and Ravenclaw, the championship will undoubtedly be ours. There is no need for concern, Cedric Diggory advised his teammates. In a match held in mid-February, Hufflepuff narrowly triumphed over Slytherin. However, just 1 day later, Gryffindor overwhelmingly defeated Ravenclaw, with Harry Potter and his firebolt playing a crucial role. He practically crushed Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang, capturing the Golden Snitch. The outcome of the match suddenly became shrouded in ambiguity. The upcoming clash between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw in 3 months would determine the final victory if Hufflepuff were to lose. Gryffindor, having reclaimed a significant point differential, would still be in contention for the Quidditch Cup. At this moment, the entire Quidditch Stadium was almost engulfed in a sea of crimson. 6 indistinct scarlet figures surrounded Harry Potter. Aaliyah, Angelina, and Katie, the 3 chasers from Gryffindor, kissed him, while Fred and George Weasley tightly grasped his hands, almost pulling him apart. Wood, meanwhile, pounded his fist on the ground, roaring in excitement. It was said that 2 amusing incidents occurred during the match. One involved the commentator Lee Jordan, who, in his exuberance, excessively mentioned and promoted the firebolt, leading Professor McGonagall to mistakenly believe he was receiving advertising fees, resulting in a stern reprimand and a deduction of 20 points from Gryffindor. The second incident involved 4 Slytherin students attempting to disguise themselves as Dementors to intimidate Gryffindor's seeker, only to be caught by Professor Lupin. Rumor has it that Slytherin was penalized 100 points, and those 4 students would be confined as punishment. To be honest, none of this had much bearing on Hufflepuff, save for the raucous celebrations of Gryffindor students that echoed through the castle, disrupting their rest. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jon exited the room of requirement. He lazily stretched, preparing to head to the kitchen for a snack before returning. However, as he passed by the charms classroom on the 4th floor, he suddenly heard peculiar sounds emanating from within. Could it be Moaning Myrtle? But how could she have entered the charms classroom? Curiosity piqued, Jon gently pushed the door open. Contrary to his expectations of encountering a specter, he was greeted by a girl with chestnut hair. It was a Gryffindor student he recognized well, Hermione Granger. Her hair appeared as disheveled and chaotic as a birdcage, and her brown eyes lacked luster, swollen and surrounded by thick dark circles. It was evident that she had recently shed tears. Jon? Hermione looked up in a startled manner, locking eyes with him. Good afternoon, Hermione, Jon said, awkwardly raising his right hand in greeting. It was likely that no one would wish for others to witness them in such a state, particularly not a woman. Jon attempted to exit the classroom, but upon reflection, he realized that such an action would be more awkward and impolite. Reluctantly, he stepped forward and stammered, "What's wrong? You don't seem to have rested well." He anticipated that Hermione would offer a few perfunctory words, allowing him to take his leave. However, to his surprise, She suddenly burst into tears, her hands covering her eyes, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. The atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable, and Jon felt compelled to intervene. He feared that if someone happened to pass by, they might misconstrue the situation as him abandoning her. "Please don't cry, Hermione. If something is troubling you, feel free to share it with us." Jon's words were abruptly interrupted. "Oh, what do I see?" A mischievous voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Indeed. One fears what may come. The poltergeist has made its unexpected appearance in the charms classroom. Hart has brought Granger to tears, and there she is, sobbing. The prankster Hart, the weeping Granger, and the poltergeist have taken to a raucous song, reveling in their chaotic antics." Jon, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, raised his wand and pointed it at a feather lying on the ground. Wadawasi. The delicate feather shot into the air like a bullet, piercing directly into Peeves' nose. The mischievous poltergeist emitted a peculiar noise and fled in a panic. As Peeves departed, the awkward atmosphere in the classroom gradually dissipated. Jon observed Hermione's desk, cluttered with volumes on the protection of magical creatures and the laws governing them, indicating her unwavering efforts to safeguard the life of Buckbeak, the hippogriff. "Thank you, Jon." Hermione had already wiped her tears, revealing a smile that was more unappealing than her weeping visage. "What's the matter?" Jon inquired. He was, of course, aware of the underlying cause. Due to the incidents involving the Firebolt and Scabbers, Ron Weasley had completely severed ties with her, subjecting her to a barrage of mockery and even verbal abuse. Although Harry Potter maintained a facade of neutrality, he was, in reality, significantly biased towards Ron. Otherwise, it would not explain why, while the entire Gryffindor house celebrated wildly in their common room, she found herself sequestered here, reading and weeping alone. However, Hermione would certainly refrain from disclosing such matters. She lowered her gaze and handed Jon a note. The parchment was damp, large teardrops having blurred the ink, rendering parts of it nearly illegible. "Dear Hermione, we have lost. I have been permitted to bring it back to Hogwarts, and the date for the execution is yet to be determined. Buckbeak enjoys London, and I shall not forget all the assistance you have provided us." Haggard Jon's gaze lingered several times on the line indicating the date for the execution. "That creature, the hippogriff that had harmed Draco Malfoy?" he tentatively inquired. "What a fool. He brought this upon himself. Buckbeak is innocent." Hermione retorted bitterly. She then briefly recounted the truth of that care of magical creatures lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Jon finally spoke. "If I find the time, I shall also look into the relevant information. After all, there is still a chance for an appeal, is there not? Of course, it would only be a small assistance. You need not even inform Hagrid," Jon added. "However, regardless of the final verdict, even if it results in a death sentence, I hope you will let me know, Hermione." "Thank you, Jon." Hermione cast a grateful glance at him. At the same time, she took out a tissue to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Jon discreetly glanced at Hermione's chest. If memory served him right, the time-turner Jon spent several hours poring over various tomes in the library, such as the Psychological Handbook of the Hippogriff, Are They Poultry or Beasts?, and studies on the savagery of the hippogriff, among others. The vast majority of these texts were authored by Madame Eulalie Scamander, the mother of Newt Scamander, who was one of the few experts on hippogriffs in the last few centuries. However, Jon understood that this collection of materials was merely symbolic, as he was acutely aware that Buckbeak could not escape the grim fate of a death sentence. Although Lucius Malfoy's influence had waned significantly, and even a half-blood giant could not be easily manipulated, Professor Dumbledore would not engage in a theoretical dispute over the life of a mere magical creature. Moreover, there was no need to intervene in the execution of the hippogriff, for it would ultimately be rescued by the Savior. Jon returned to the dormitory around 10 o'clock in the evening, still able to hear the sounds emanating from the Gryffindor Tower. To his surprise, the celebration had not yet concluded after such a lengthy period. He collapsed onto his bed, perused a book for a brief moment, and soon succumbed to slumber. However, it seemed that he had barely enjoyed a few hours of rest when he suddenly felt someone calling his name. With some effort, he opened his eyes to find Cedric Diggory sitting at the foot of his bed, gazing at him. "What do you want?" Jon managed to utter with difficulty. Cedric shook him vigorously, rousing him further. "Hurry up. Black has reappeared in the castle. All students and faculty are to gather in the Great Hall." His words were rapid and succinct. "All right," Jon replied, somewhat dazed, and only after ensuring Jon was fully awake did Cedric leave the dormitory to head to the next room, where Zacharias Smith resided. Before long, Jon heard the sound of wailing from Zacharias's quarters. Nevertheless, he had already dressed. Nearly 100 Hufflepuff students had congregated in the common room at such an ungodly hour. Professor Sprout arrived shortly thereafter, accompanied by the rarely seen Muggle Studies teacher, Professor Charity Burbage. "Follow me," Professor Sprout instructed. Under the escort of the two teachers, they made their way to the Great Hall. "What is going on, Cedric?" someone quietly inquired along the way. "Percy Weasley from Gryffindor just woke me up." Cedric's expression had grown somewhat grave. He said his youngest brother saw Sirius Black break into the Gryffindor common room and was attacked. Professor McGonagall instructed him to notify all the students to gather in the Great Hall. "Oh my, it's Black again. How on earth is he managing this?" Headmaster Albus Dumbledore had been waiting there. "I have received Professor McGonagall's notification. We will conduct a thorough search of the campus." Professor Dumbledore addressed the students. Meanwhile, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had closed all the doors to the hall. "For your safety, it seems you may have to spend the night here," Dumbledore explained. "I have instructed the prefects to stand guard at the entrance to the hall, while the heads of the boys and girls student councils will remain to oversee matters. Report any incidents to me immediately, and send a ghost if necessary." Just as Professor Dumbledore was about to leave the hall, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, you will need this." With a flick of his wand, 4 long tables flew to the side of the hall, standing against the wall, with another wave. The ground was covered with hundreds of purple sleeping bags. "Rest well." As Dumbledore departed, a buzz of curiosity filled the hall. Ron Weasley from Gryffindor undoubtedly became the center of attention, surrounded by several older girls from various houses. Through the crowd, John could intermittently hear Ron's voice. "I was asleep when I heard something being torn. I thought I was dreaming, you know, but then a chill wind woke me. And I discovered that one side of the curtain by my bed had been ripped down." Ron Weasley exclaimed triumphantly. "Of course, I rolled over, and guess what? I saw Sirius Black standing right in front of me. He looked like a skeleton, with a mass of filthy hair and a long knife in his hand. At least 12 inches long. He stared at me, I stared at him, then I screamed, and he fled. Everyone, into your sleeping bags." Percy Weasley called out as he approached, raising his voice. "Quick, no one say a word. Lights out in 10 minutes. He dispersed the group of girls and forcefully shoved his youngest brother into a sleeping bag. John swiftly returned to his sleeping bag. The 2 assaults by Blake had indeed disrupted his slumber on both occasions, which was quite unfortunate. However, according to the original storyline, there would be no third attack. Consequently, he would not be forcibly roused from his bed a third time. Moreover, with only a few months remaining in the semester, the sole concern now was the timing of Buckbeak's execution. John closed his eyes and swiftly fell into slumber. The faint echoes of Hannah and Susan's discussion lingered in his ears, pondering why Blake chose to flee rather than mercilessly slay those young boys. John's conjecture proved to be accurate. Since the assault on Ron Weasley by Black, the security measures at Hogwarts have become increasingly stringent, and at least the anticipated third attack did not materialize. The ensuing months at Hogwarts were remarkably tranquil. Apart from spending his days in the room of requirement to further his knowledge, John would periodically, approximately every fortnight, deliver a portion of materials concerning animal protection to Hermione Granger. Incidentally, he would also check for the existence of 2 Hermiones, but to his dismay, he failed. For nearly a year, he had been unable to uncover Hermione's secret. It seemed he could only await the day when Pettigrew would escape, to ambush him at the hospital wing's entrance. Soon, the Easter holiday approached, yet it did little to alleviate the tension, after all. It also signified that the final examinations were looming. A mountain of assignments awaited them, and many Hufflepuff students were on the brink of collapse under the immense pressure. Cedric Diggory, who was currently preparing for the OWL's examination, an assessment in the 5th year that would determine the future trajectory of wizards, found his training considerably slackened as the Quidditch finals drew near. Those Hogwarts students, who had previously spent their days idly, began to review the courses they had undertaken over the past year, striving to achieve commendable results in the impending final examinations. John felt no pressure regarding this matter, particularly due to the Special Contribution Award certificate, which allowed him to pass his flying course without the necessity of an examination. As for the exams and other subjects, they were of little concern to him. The final round of the Quidditch matches concluded on the first Saturday following Easter. John did not attend the match. Upon noticing the pallor of the Hufflepuff students who had witnessed the game, he wisely refrained from inquiring about the outcome. In any case, for reasons unknown, it appeared that Hufflepuff had not successfully defended their title in the Quidditch Cup. Prior to lunch, John made his way alone to the Owlery at the West Tower, a place he had recently frequented. As he approached, a pure white owl swiftly descended before him, affectionately fluttering its wings against his shoulder. "Good morning, Jorglin," Jon greeted with a smile, carefully placing a note into the small tube attached to the owl's right leg, softly adding, "Now, if you could kindly make another trip to London." Hooting joyfully, Jorglin took flight, soaring towards London. Jon glanced at his watch before departing from the location. During dinner, he awaited the return of Jorglin, who arrived bearing a small box. "Thank you," Jon remarked, casting another glance at his watch before offering a few morsels of fish to his companion. Inside the box lay the latest model of a brass telescope, which had cost him 3 galleons. It was likely intended for the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, but as the event had yet to commence, the price remained relatively modest. "Telescope?" Stephen Lucas observed it briefly. "Are you preparing for an astronomy exam?" "Sort of," Jon replied ambiguously. After finishing dinner, he was about to exit the hall when he was suddenly called back. Hermione Granger approached, clutching a hefty stack of books and running towards him. "Thank you for your help during this time, Jon," she said, wiping away her tears. "But Bubbeek, he is dying." As she spoke, she handed him a piece of parchment. The content on the parchment was inscribed in standard New Roman font, the handwriting impeccably neat. "Dear Professor Hagrid, we have carefully examined your defense of the dangerous magical creature, the Hippogriff, and have conducted a thorough inquiry into the relevant background. Following extensive and rigorous discussions, we regret to inform you that we still believe the Hippogriff poses too great a danger to wizards and presents a potential risk of attack. Consequently, we have ultimately decided to impose the death penalty." Jon was not ignorant of the events that would transpire that afternoon. It was inconceivable for him to wade into such murky waters. Should he inadvertently fall victim to an injury inflicted by Black or Peter, or worse, be bitten by a werewolf, he would be at a loss for recourse. However, aware of the date and time of the execution, he still possessed a measure of maneuverability. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Jon made his way to the greenhouse. In recent days, Professor Sprout had traveled to Warsaw for an international herbalism conference, leaving him to attend to all matters within the greenhouse. Jon successively provided soil for the ghostly vine, exchanged the nutrient solution for the rootless grass, and pruned the errant branches of the demon's net. However, while he was trimming the demon's net, over a dozen spores detached from the main stem and fell to the ground. Perhaps it was due to the exceptionally favorable breeding conditions provided by Professor Sprout that these demon nets thrived at a remarkable pace, necessitating the removal of a portion every few months. The process of dealing with the demon nets involves separating them and thoroughly obliterating them with intense light or flame. Just as Jon was about to incinerate these few spores of the demon net with a fire spell, he suddenly paused. It seemed too wasteful. What if there was a chance to utilize them in the future? Jon retrieved a sealed pouch of herbs and delicately placed the devil's snare spores, which were meant to be discarded, inside. He then added a touch of Brookshire grass juice, ensuring that the spores would not grow uncontrollably. After completing this task, Jon stowed the herb pouch into his significantly enlarged internal space within his backpack. He then returned to the Hufflepuff common room. With the arrival of June, the weather had turned sultry and clear, devoid of clouds. Every day, Jon would venture into the kitchen to procure a few pints of chilled pumpkin juice from the house elf. And then, alongside Astoria, they would relish the gentle summer breeze by the lakeside or beneath the trees, while revisiting the intricate details of the medieval witch-hunting plans and the 5 exceptions to the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. However, such idyllic days were fleeting, as examinations loomed on the horizon, casting an unusual silence over the castle. During Monday's lunch, second-year students emerged from the Transfiguration classroom, their faces smudged with dust and weariness, their spirits visibly diminished. They murmured amongst themselves, lamenting the difficulty of the exam, which included the transformation of a book into a tortoise. "I feel as if I've become a snapping turtle," Astoria quietly confided to Jon as she exited the classroom. "Fear not. We all resemble one another in some way," Jon reassured her. In other subjects, Jon encountered no significant challenges. The examination in charms encompassed the unlocking charm and the cheerful charm, both of which posed no difficulty for him. The following morning, during the potions exam, Snape prowled menacingly among the cauldrons, scrutinizing the progress of their swelling potions. Yet, as before, he found no faults in the potion Jon had brewed. Upon departing, he inscribed 3 digits on Jon's paper. The defense against the dark arts exam required them to undertake a minor adventure, as they had to wade through a pond inhabited by Grindylows, navigate a dip concealed by a red-capped creature, and finally traverse a marsh to vanquish a boggart. The challenges were manageable, all drawn from their lessons. and as Jon completed the exam, Lupin bestowed upon him an approving glance. The herbology exam proved unexpectedly arduous, as they were tasked with relocating and replanting a devil's snare. Many students faced considerable difficulties during the test. However, Professor Sprout kindly assured them that none would receive a failing grade. The final examination in History of Magic took place on the morning of June 6th at 11:15, marking the conclusion of their scholarly endeavors for the term. As Jon departed from the examination hall, he encountered Minister Cornelius Fudge of the Ministry of Magic, who was adorned in a finely striped cloak, engaged in conversation with several wizards, one of whom wielded an axe nearly 2 meters in length. However, Fudge seemed oblivious to Jon's presence, his gaze fixed intently on Hagrid's hut in the distance. Continuing his ascent, Jon ultimately arrived at a window on the 8th floor of the castle, where he retrieved a brass telescope. Peering through it, he first directed his attention towards Hagrid's abode, spotting Buckbeak, the hippogriff, languidly feasting on roasted fish. Utterly unaware of the impending judgment that loomed ahead, Jon's gaze shifted once more to the Whomping Willow, situated a few hundred yards from Hagrid's hut. He observed a yellow cat and a large black dog, both creatures seated beside the tree, as if engaged in a clandestine discussion. A faint smile graced the corners of Jon's mouth. He leisurely stowed the telescope back into his bag and proceeded to the dining hall, where he partook in a modest meal. He politely declined several classmates' invitations to join them for an afternoon of Quidditch. After finishing his lunch, he made his way alone to the Owlery. The white owl once again soared onto Jon's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against him. "Dear Jon," whispered Jorglin, "you must make another trip to London. This is the final time." The owl nodded knowingly, indicating its understanding. Jon found a spot free of bird droppings and settled down, meticulously checking the time once more. Firstly, today is the 6th of June, based on the formula for calculating sunset. He had already determined that sunset would occur at precisely 1900 hours, 38. Sunset signifies the appearance of the moon, as tonight marks the full moon. It is also the time for Remus Lupin's transformation. After Lupin transforms into a werewolf, Sirius Black, in a bid to protect his godson Harry, will take on his animagus form to engage in a struggle with the werewolf. Severely injured, he loses consciousness by the lake, reverts to his original form, thus attracting Dementors, and ultimately falls into the hands of Snape. This entire sequence will not take an excessive amount of time, estimated to be around 10 to 20 minutes. Previously, Jon had instructed Jorglin to make numerous trips to London, approximately 10 times, in order to ascertain the duration required for an owl to deliver a message to the city. Based on his calculations and experiences, on a clear and windless day such as today, Jorglin would take about 5 hours and 10 minutes to convey the letter to London. Therefore, all Jon needed to do was dispatch a letter of accusation to the Ministry of Magic in London by 1410, and by around 1920, the ministry would be informed of Black's appearance at Hogwarts. They would promptly contact Minister Fudge, who was staying overnight at Hogwarts. Fudge would arrive at the scene with great enthusiasm, accompanied by Dementors, to take custody of Black. Rather than in the original narrative where Snape awakens arresting Fudge to hand over Black and the Dementors, the subsequent events would be beyond Jon's concern, with Dumbledore's assistance. Harry and Hermione would employ a time-turner to rescue Black, allowing him to evade capture. While the outcome would remain unchanged, Jon would acquire the identity of an informant. The bounty for Sirius Black was a staggering 3,000 galleons. In just a few days prior, it had escalated to 5,000 galleons. Furthermore, they would reward half of the bounty to those who provided detailed information about Black's whereabouts. The Ministry of Magic, being an official organization, could not possibly disregard a bounty notice documented in black and white. Jon took out a piece of parchment and a quill, and began to write fervently. "Dear Madam Amelia Bones, I hope this letter finds you well. I am an ordinary second-year student at Hogwarts, Jon Hart. We crossed paths once at Azkaban, when I was in the company of Professor Dumbledore. You may recall me. I must urgently bring to your attention a grave matter. Just a few moments ago, I encountered the fugitive Sirius Black, right here at the school, by the shores of the Black Lake, beside a Whomping Willow. I was filled with fear and fled the scene, as Black appeared oblivious to my presence. I intended to reach out to Professor Dumbledore, but I am unaware of his office's location and could not find him. Therefore, I am compelled to seek assistance from the Ministry of Magic, hoping they can promptly dispatch enforcement personnel to apprehend Black. P.S. I kindly request that my report remains confidential until Black is securely returned to Azkaban. As a Muggle-born student at Hogwarts, I am deeply apprehensive about potential retribution from Black. Thank you." At last, Jon Hart inscribed a striking line on the envelope, reporting the whereabouts of Sirius Black. He secured the entire letter to the foot of an owl and instructed Jordan, deliver this letter to Madame Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. Madame Bones is regarded as a relatively amiable and responsible senior official within the ministry, holding a rank just below that of the Minister of Magic. Jon believed that addressing the letter to her would be a more prudent choice. As he released his grip, the white owl vanished into the sky. Jon emerged from the owl house, only to be abruptly collided with by a diminutive owl. As he shielded himself, Jon noticed a piece of parchment gracefully descending to his feet. Jon picked up the note, which contained a brief message. Jon, if there are no further matters, please visit my office around 4 o'clock. The password is chilled lemonade. Albus Dumbledore. The book will be released around noon tomorrow. At that time, there will be a direct upload of 5 chapters, with additional chapters sporadically released in the afternoon and evening, depending on how much I can write. As a novice author embarking on my first literary endeavor, I am quite pleased with the performance of this book. Nearly 2 months since its release, the recommendations have been continuous, with over 1 million clicks, 20,000 collections, and 23,000 recommendation votes. The feedback in the comments section is predominantly positive, and the rating on Longkong exceeds 6 points. All of this has far surpassed my expectations. However, it is important to note that these achievements are mere illusions. The true measure of a book's success lies in its subscription figures. Therefore, I sincerely ask for your support in subscribing, at least for the initial launch. As a diligent researcher working from 8 to 9, maintaining daily updates can be quite exhausting. I can't help but feel a bit sorry for myself. I can only promise to exert my utmost effort to craft this novel well. Lastly, I extend my gratitude for your support and recognition. I hope you will continue to support me once the book is officially launched. Chilled lemonade. As Jon uttered the password, the enormous, grotesque statue lazily stepped aside, clearing a path. Jon took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. This was his inaugural visit to the headmaster's office. He ascended the spiral staircase and opened the grand door adorned with a lion and eagle door knocker, revealing a spacious circular chamber. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom seemed to have their eyes closed, feigning a peaceful slumber. However, Jon felt that many of them were secretly observing him. Good afternoon. Albus Dumbledore looked up, his pale blue eyes twinkling as they momentarily met Jon's. Good afternoon, Professor, Jon managed to say, forcing himself to approach. He had no alternative, due to the contents of his earlier letter to Mrs. Amelia Bones. He now had to divulge information regarding Sirius Black to Dumbledore. Professor, I have something of utmost importance to discuss. Jon summoned his courage, striving to infuse his tone with fear and urgency. Sirius Black. Just hours ago, I spotted him by the lake at Hogsmeade, next to that willow tree. Dumbledore raised a finger, halting Jon's speech. Jon, perhaps you ought to take a moment to compose yourself and allow me to speak. Dumbledore said gently, chewing on a string of chocolate-covered insects. Would you care for some? They are quite delightful. Without waiting for an answer, he tossed a piece in Jon's direction. It appeared somewhat repulsive, yet was indeed crafted from chocolate, laden with sweetness, to the point of almost being cloying. This, however, dispelled one possibility from Jon's mind. After all, consuming truth serum with sugar would render it ineffective. That's a bit too sweet, he murmured. On the contrary, I find it to be just right, Dumbledore retorted, popping the last piece into his mouth. Then, Dumbledore glanced at a portrait on the wall and remarked, from the information I currently possess, Sirius Black may not be as malevolent and cruel as the Ministry suggests. Jon endeavored to feign an expression of utmost surprise. I possess certain privileged channels of information, Jon. Dumbledore calmly introduced. For instance, on a day in late July last year, I received a tip-off from an informant on Privet Drive regarding the appearance of Sirius Black. And coincidentally, on that very day, young Harry, due to an unforeseen incident, left his aunt and uncle's home and also found himself on the same road. I confess I was rather alarmed. Dumbledore paused before continuing. I hastily contacted Kingsley and requested that he dispatch a night bus to escort Harry to safety. Yet, to my astonishment, Harry awaited the arrival of the night bus completely unharmed, while Black had not materialized before him. Does this conclusively prove his innocence? Jon whispered. What if it was merely a matter of chance? That alone casts doubt. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, elaborating, in recent years, I have prided myself on my ability to discern character, and I do not believe Black to be a man devoid of sanity. Indeed, I can attest to that. A shrill cry emanated from the wall, startling Jon. Though my great-grandson has betrayed the family and his lineage, and is a scoundrel of the worst kind, he would never betray a friend or commit indiscriminate murder. The portrait from which the voice emerged depicted a middle-aged wizard with curly hair and a balding crown. His demeanor evidently agitated. "Calm yourself, Phineas." At Dumbledore's command, a wizard feigning slumber hastily approached, brandishing his wand to subdue Phineas Black, silencing his outburst. "Thus, I have deliberately invited a childhood friend of Black, Remus Lupin, to teach at Hogwarts," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, convincing Minerva, Filius, and Severus to accept a werewolf as a colleague was no trivial endeavor. "A werewolf," Jon exclaimed, raising his voice. "I trust Severus has provided you with ample hints. You ought not to struggle with discerning Remus's true identity," Dumbledore remarked with a significant glance at Jon. "Indeed, Professor," Jon replied, lowering his gaze. "I simply had not contemplated the most dire of possibilities." "Come, let us depart," Dumbledore proposed. "I may require your assistance." "Where are we headed?" "Hagrid's hut." Just as they exited the office, Jon felt Dumbledore gently pat his shoulder. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped him entirely. Jon lowered his head and suddenly realized that his body and arms had become ethereal, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. "The disillusionment charm," Dumbledore explained with a smile, "allows us to remain unseen. Our mission is rather clandestine." Following Dumbledore out of the castle, Jon brushed past several acquaintances, none of whom noticed his presence. Clearly, the disillusionment charm cast by Dumbledore was not easily discernible. They traversed the greenhouse, strolled along the shores of the Black Lake, and finally circumvented the Whomping Willow, arriving at the rear door of Hagrid's hut, concealed behind a robust oak tree. In front of them, Buckbeak, the hippogriff, was confined within the pumpkin patch. Jon furrowed his brow. If memory served him right, this should be the very location where Harry and Hermione sought refuge after employing the Time Turner. He cast a glance at his own invisible form, shielded by the disillusionment charm, and concluded that even if Harry and Hermione were to arrive, they would likely remain oblivious to his presence. It appeared that Hagrid already had company, Dumbledore mused to himself. Jon pricked up his ears, recognizing the familiar voices emanating from the cottage. Hermione, Harry, and Ron. It was Harry and his friends. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. "Cornelius, over here," came a voice from afar, strikingly familiar. Jon's expression suddenly shifted as he gazed into the distance at the Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge, clad in a checkered cloak, accompanied by the executioner, McNair, wielding a hefty axe, along with 2 witnesses from the Ministry of Magic and another, Albus Dumbledore. The 5 of them approached Hagrid's modest abode with measured steps. Jon looked fearfully at the distant figure of Dumbledore and then at the one before him. "What is happening, Professor?" He trembled as he inquired. "It is a rather intricate transfiguration spell," Dumbledore gently elucidated. "It transforms a magical creature into your own likeness, provided you are capable of establishing a soulful connection with that creature. Only then can the transformed being communicate as you do. Fortunately, I possess considerable skill in transfiguration, and I am also the proud owner of a phoenix with which I can communicate on a spiritual level." As Dumbledore spoke, the distant Dumbledore suddenly winked in Jon's direction. "So, Professor, are you simultaneously controlling 2 bodies?" Jon asked in astonishment. He suddenly recalled that he had not seen the phoenix, Fawkes, in Dumbledore's office earlier. "Indeed, the form that Fawkes has taken is but temporary," Dumbledore replied calmly. "A skilled wizard would easily discern the flaws exhibited by that form. Unfortunately, Cornelius has yet to reach such proficiency." In the nearby pumpkin patch of Hagrid, the bound hippogriff, Buckbeak, emitted a loud cry. Simultaneously, Dumbledore bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. "We must alert those 3 little rascals inside." Before Jon could intervene, Dumbledore hurled the stone towards Hagrid's hut. Moments later, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the air. Ron was momentarily taken aback as he observed 4 members of the Ministry of Magic along with another figure, Dumbledore, arriving at Hagrid's hut. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stealthily made their escape through the back door. The trio of third-year students cautiously approached their position. Ron instinctively stepped back to avoid a collision, but in doing so, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, causing Hermione to glance back at him several times. Unfortunately, due to the disillusionment charm, she saw nothing amiss. "Now, Ron, I require your assistance," Dumbledore exclaimed. "Help me rescue this hippogriff. Undoubtedly, Buckbeak is an innocent creature. Regrettably, Madame Granger does not share this view, possibly due to pressure exerted by Lucius Malfoy." Thus, I am compelled to resort to this method to save him. Huh? Ron could not help but exclaim softly. Cornelius and his subordinates witnessed Buckbeak right in Hagrid's yard, and both Hagrid and I have been by his side, providing ample evidence. Therefore, this constitutes a perfectly reasonable means of escape. Jon was momentarily taken aback. Wait, wasn't Buckbeak supposed to be rescued by Harry and Hermione using the time turner? Had his intervention not directly altered the course of events? Yet, just moments ago, Jon's peripheral vision had scanned the surroundings, revealing no sign of Harry or Hermione. According to the original narrative, they should have appeared here by now. Could it be that the plot had indeed shifted, leading Harry and Hermione to travel forward a few hours instead, that they had merely saved Sirius, while Buckbeak was rescued by Dumbledore and himself? Newt had informed me that the Hippogriff, a creature of regal bearing, does not take kindly to strangers like me, preferring the company of vibrant young souls like yours. Dumbledore added, moreover, a significant portion of my energy must be devoted to stalling Cornelius and his subordinates, leaving it to you to rescue it. You must act swiftly, Jon. Just as Jon hesitated, Dumbledore urged him on. Cornelius and his men will emerge shortly. Jon inhaled deeply, finding no reason to oppose Dumbledore's request. As he stepped forward, the disillusionment charm gradually faded from his form, revealing his true self. The Hippogriff raised its head, casting a cautious glance in his direction. In that moment, Jon began to recall the details of the creature and its native habitat. The Hippogriff was a proud being, and to approach it, one must first bow politely in greeting. Jon approached within 5 paces of Buckbeak, bowing deeply before the majestic creature. In response, Buckbeak raised its body and gestured with a claw towards Jon. A bow followed by a courteous salute from the winged beast signifies that one may draw near. Jon let out a sigh as he approached Buckbeak slowly. It was evident that Buckbeak exhibited no signs of distress. To convey affection, one ought to gently pat their beak, for this is their preferred mode of greeting. Jon slowly extended his hand, gently patting the creature's beak several times. The beast lazily closed its eyes, seemingly enjoying his gentle touch. This gesture signified that he had earned the favor of the Griffin. If one refrains from attacking them, they too will not show aggression. Jon brandished his wand, directing it at the lock on the chain that bound Buckbeak. Alohomora. With a crisp sound, Buckbeak regained its freedom, curiously surveying its surroundings. It was already 5 o'clock. The execution could commence. The voice of Cornelius Fudge resonated within the room. Wait a moment, Cornelius, spoke Dumbledore from within. I believe that McNeil and I must also sign the execution order. Jon swiftly retrieved a pickled herring from a nearby shelf, enticing Buckbeak with its aroma. Clearly captivated by the delicacy, Buckbeak nibbled on the fish while following Jon into the forbidden forest. Jon vowed that he and Buckbeak had made quite a bit of noise during their journey, which surely could be heard from within the house. However, neither Fudge nor his subordinates exhibited any response. Clearly, Dumbledore had employed some form of magical protection over him. At last, they arrived in the forbidden forest, where the sounds emanating from Hagrid's hut faded into silence. Jon located a sturdy oak tree and secured Buckbeak to it. He then hurriedly made his way to Hagrid's hut. Professor. Upon reaching Dumbledore's side, Jon realized that the disillusionment charm had once again enveloped him, allowing him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. Have you resolved it? Dumbledore inquired softly. Yes. Jon quickly nodded in affirmation. In the pumpkin patch ahead, Fudge and McNair appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument, evidently due to Buckbeak's escape. Jon quickly shut his mouth, awaiting the return of several individuals from the Ministry of Magic, along with another Dumbledore to the castle. Hagrid hummed a little tune as he made his way back to the hut. Should we head back, Professor? Jon inquired softly. No, Dumbledore replied, lifting his head with keen interest. Something peculiar just transpired beneath the branches of that distant whomping willow. A large black dog dragged Mr. Weasley away, and Harry and Miss Granger followed closely behind. It was quite a distance, so neither Cornelius, McNeil, nor I noticed, however, Fawkes did. As he strolled towards the whomping willow, Dumbledore murmured, almost to himself, so that is how it is. An animagus, Sirius Black transformed into one, enabling his escape from Azkaban. Likewise, he infiltrated Hogwarts through the Shrieking Shack using this very method. How could I, having taught Transfiguration for over a decade, have forgotten such a simple approach? Dumbledore sighed. What a shame. Jon was aware that under normal circumstances, he ought to inquire further with Dumbledore about the intricacies of animagi. However, given the impending chaos of the narrative, he felt utterly devoid of such inclination. The situation was dire. Dumbledore knew that Black was innocent, and soon Peter would undoubtedly be apprehended by him. leaving Voldemort incapable of reviving through Peter, thus throwing everything into disarray. They had traversed to the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. Suddenly, Dumbledore extended his hand, halting John's advance. A figure emerged from the castle, heading towards the Whomping Willow. It was Remus Lupin. He picked up a broken branch from the ground, prodding the gnarled trunk with it before disappearing into the tree's hollow. It seemed my plans have borne some fruit. A faint smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. Perhaps we should follow him to discover what transpires. Dumbledore's words trailed off as the castle doors swung open once more, revealing Severus Snape, who hurriedly made his way towards the Whomping Willow. They observed as Snape paused beside the tree, scanning his surroundings, then retrieved an invisibility cloak, which Harry had forgotten, from the ground, draping it over himself before vanishing into the hollow. It appeared quite lively within. Dumbledore jested. "It is our turn, John. I assure you, no one else will follow. We are surely the final two canaries." They stealthily descended beneath the Whomping Willow, entering the Shrieking Shack where Black and Lupin were situated, finding an optimal vantage point to observe closely. Since Dumbledore had no intention of interrupting them, John naturally held no objections. The unfolding events mirrored those of the original narrative. Lupin first returned the wands to the trio, then began recounting the tales of James, Sirius, and Peter, the three animagi, as well as the truth behind the Fidelius charm. Dumbledore occasionally whispered explanations into John's ear, elucidating details about the Fidelius charm, his voice audible only to John himself. Out of the corner of his eye, John discreetly observed Dumbledore, who appeared genuinely astonished, clearly unaware of the entire truth and oblivious to Peter's continued existence. Once Lupin had fully gained Harry and Hermione's trust, Snape descended upon them, first ensnaring Lupin before cornering Black into a dire situation. Just as Snape prepared to revel in the delight of revenge, Harry, Ron, and Hermione struck simultaneously, 3 disarming spells converging upon Snape, rendering him unconscious. John's gaze swiftly shifted towards Dumbledore. Under no circumstances could 3 third-year students hope to overpower a wizard of Snape's caliber, particularly with him on high alert. Moreover, a simple disarming spell would scarcely inflict such harm as to render an adult wizard unconscious. Dumbledore subtly winked at John as he stowed his elder wand away in his pocket, signaling John to continue observing. Fortunately, amidst the throng in the room, none noticed this exchange. Finally, Lupin managed to gain Ron's trust and procured Scabbers from him. With the incantation he uttered, Scabbers transformed back into Peter Pettigrew. Peter's face turned pale as he faced the accusations from Lupin and Black. He attempted to argue, but found himself unable to utter a sound. As Black aimed his wand at Peter's chest, poised to end his life, he was halted by Harry Potter. Harry ultimately made a decision. He resolved to spare Peter's life, believing that allowing him to languish in Azkaban would clear Black's name. Lupin and Black acquiesced to Harry's choice. To prevent Peter from fleeing, they produced handcuffs, binding Lupin, Ron, and Peter together. Subsequently, Black levitated him with Snape's wand, and the 7 individuals, along with 1 cat, formed a line as they departed from the Shrieking Shack, making their way toward the exit by the Whomping Willow. What a remarkable tale! As the Shrieking Shack stood empty, Dumbledore's disillusionment charm faded. Indeed, John nodded on the surface, yet his inner turmoil remained undisturbed. Furthermore, if memory served him correctly, the small group would encounter an unforeseen event shortly after emerging from the Whomping Willow. Almost simultaneously, a wolf's howl echoed from outside. "Oh, Remus." Dumbledore's expression shifted, and he grasped John's hand, who felt himself swiftly traversing through the underground passage. In mere seconds, they emerged on the surface, beside the Whomping Willow. John observed as Lupin had freed himself from the handcuffs and was engaged in a fierce struggle with the black dog form of Black. Peter, meanwhile, seized Lupin's wand and swiftly incapacitated both Ron and Crookshanks. He then transformed back into his animagus form, reverting to a mouse, and scurried off towards the Forbidden Forest. "I must capture Peter," Dumbledore declared with a grave expression. "You must protect them." Before John could respond, Dumbledore, who had just been at his side, vanished without a trace. The great black dog, Black, could not sustain his form for long, likely due to prolonged malnutrition, once a creature of formidable size. He was soon toppled by the werewolf to the lakeside, battered and unconscious. The werewolf's attention began to shift towards Harry and Hermione as it bared its bloodied maw. John had been observing his surroundings intently. According to the original narrative, at this juncture, Harry and Hermione should have appeared, utilizing the time turner to divert the werewolf's attention, thus saving their own lives. However, Now, there was no trace of them to be found. Time was of the essence, if he delayed even for a few more seconds. Harry and Hermione would become the unfortunate prey of Lupin, or, with a stroke of luck, they might transform into two newly minted werewolves. In either case, chaos would surely ensue. Jon retrieved his PSM pistol, already loaded with silver bullets, and aimed it towards Lupin's position. Bang! The sound of the PSM was subtle, nearly indistinguishable amidst the howls of the werewolf. The silver bullet grazed Lupin's shoulder. At such a distance, even a direct hit would scarcely inflict damage. However, Jon succeeded in diverting the werewolf's attention. Lupin shifted targets, charging towards him with a ferocious roar. The diminutive rat, missing a finger, desperately sprinted through the forbidden forest. Unfortunately, it did not venture far before a fierce wind swept over its head. Peter Pettigrew was forcibly transformed back into his original form. His wand sent flying a considerable distance away. A tall, gaunt man appeared before Peter. "Professor Dumbledore," Peter stammered. "Good evening, Pettigrew." Albus Dumbledore's voice was remarkably calm, as if he were conversing with a student from many years past. "Just a short while ago, I heard a most intriguing tale." Dumbledore smiled, saying, "This story informs me that the true traitor of James Potter is not Black, but rather you?" I, Peter seemed to muster courage, cried out, "I did not betray James." "Oh," Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that you are not James Potter's secret keeper?" "No, I am James's secret keeper. And it was I who disclosed his address to the Dark Lord." Peter trembled as he spoke. If Black were here to hear such a ludicrous defense, he would likely reduce Peter to ashes in a fit of rage. However, Dumbledore appeared unfazed. "Is that so? It seems I am about to hear a new tale. James trusted me. We once made an unbreakable vow." Peter's voice dropped to a whisper. "There are certain things I vowed never to reveal to anyone, especially to Lupin and Black. 12 years ago, James and his wife uncovered an ancient spell." Peter's voice subconsciously calming. If a wizard is willing to sacrifice his life for another, he can cast a protection that reflects evil spells. Yet, this spell is not particularly powerful, even feeble against a dark wizard like the Dark Lord. Peter's voice suddenly rose. "But there is Trelawney's prophecy, the boy born at the end of July, whose parents have thrice escaped the Dark Lord's clutches. Possesses a power the Dark Lord knows not. One must die at the hands of the other. Under the weight of this prophecy, the ancient spell would wield terrifying power. This was James's devised method, the means to vanquish Voldemort. He exerted considerable effort to utter the name Voldemort." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "James was incredibly brave." Peter's tone softened. "He conceived this strategy against the Dark Lord through Harry. Thus, he sought me out. I was the only one who could assist him. The sole friend who mastered the art of mind closing. Black, that fool, could never keep such a secret, and Lupin, that werewolf, was utterly untrustworthy. We set our plan into motion," Peter's voice trembling. "I arranged to be captured by Death Eaters. My animagus form is a rat. Professor Dumbledore, you know I am quite adept at escape. If I had not acted, the Death Eaters would never have caught me. I feigned allegiance to the Dark Lord. Becoming a Death Eater, I betrayed the McKinnon couple and Edgar Bones, fully earning the Dark Lord's trust." Peter sighed. "Ultimately, James suggested I replace the secret keeper with myself. That fool Black readily agreed, utterly oblivious to our scheme. Before James, I revealed the secret address to the Dark Lord." Peter continued. "Then, in those final moments, James disclosed our secrets and plans to his wife, and instructed me to bind her with a spell, to take her away and hide her." Peter's tone turned furious. "But Evans, that woman, ruined everything. That idiot, that harlot, she was supposed to be with Snape, yet she entangled herself with James. She broke free from my spell, knocked me unconscious, and returned to her husband. When I regained consciousness, it was all over. She was dead, murdered by the Dark Lord." Peter collapsed to the ground, despairing. Although our plan succeeded, and the Dark Lord was defeated by the ancient spell, she perished. She was the only one who could prove my innocence. Up to this point, it is a seemingly flawless tale." Dumbledore remarked calmly. "So, Pettigrew, what comes next?" Peter covered his mouth, attempting to suppress his words, but ultimately forced himself to let go. "There is another secret, Professor Dumbledore." He quivered. "James committed a grave error in his youth, one that Evans, Black, and Lupin are unaware of, known only to me. This is our only hope. Black knows I'm the true secret keeper. He sought me out." Peter cried out in a near frenzy. "But I cannot go to Azkaban. I must pursue that final hope. I can only frame him. Black remains as foolish as he was in youth, easily deceived by me. And thus he has languished in Azkaban for 12 years. What error? Dumbledore asked sternly. I am sorry, Professor Dumbledore. I vowed I cannot reveal it. Peter rasped. Clutching his throat, James entrusted a vital object to his aura mentor, Gideon Pruitt. That object is hope. Peter gasped for breath, but Pruitt died the day after James. Alongside his brother, ambushed by enraged Death Eaters following the Dark Lord's fall. James's object was lost among their belongings, passed down to Gideon Pruitt's only surviving relative, his sister, Molly Pruitt, who is now Molly Weasley. I must find that object, so I infiltrated the Weasley household, successfully becoming a member of their family. The Weasley boys treated me like a pet, taking me to Hogwarts each year. Only during the summer could I seek that object. I dug numerous tunnels in the Weasley basement, and at last, I found it, buried beneath a pile of refuse. I did my utmost to carve a path. Peter whimpered, one more summer, and I could possess it. But that fool Black escaped from prison. I knew he was looking for me, yet I remained hidden, waiting for summer, hoping to evade Black's pursuit. But now, Ron knows my true nature, my last hope is shattered. A rather touching story. Dumbledore rose. At least the logic is coherent throughout. Professor Dumbledore, Peter stammered. I believe I can grant you a reprieve, Pettigrew. Dumbledore spoke with a grave expression. However, you must promise me one condition. The werewolf raced through the night, while Jon sprinted ahead, heading towards the other side of the Forbidden Forest. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood, yet there was no alternative. He could not simply stand by and watch as Harry and Hermione were devoured by Lupin. At the very least, he had long prepared some measures to confront the werewolf. Jon did not venture too far into the Forbidden Forest, for there were many terrifying creatures lurking deep within its shadows. The werewolf was not far behind him, as its speed surpassed his by a considerable margin. Jon raised his PSM pistol, unleashing a barrage of silver bullets that accurately struck the werewolf's form, slightly impeding its advance. Regrettably, the silver bullets did not inflict the fatal damage as legend suggested. After firing his last round, Jon stowed the pistol back into his pocket. There remained approximately 40 yards between him and Lupin. Simultaneously, Jon retrieved a pouch of herbs from his backpack. These are the incantations you taught me, Professor. Jon murmured to himself. He aimed his wand at the herb pouch, exclaiming, Wadawasi. The pouch shot forth like a cannonball, soaring towards Lupin's direction. Jon then raised his wand again, declaring, Defendo. The once sturdy pouch seemed to be forcibly torn apart before colliding with Lupin, its contents scattering onto the ground. The essence of Boggotsbane from within the pouch seeped into the soil, while the spores of the devil's snare violently struck the earth, rapidly beginning to thrive in the night. Transformed into a werewolf and devoid of consciousness, Lupin unwittingly stepped into the trap of the devil's snare. The plant swiftly ensnared him, quickly spreading its tendrils. The werewolf struggled desperately, attempting to free itself from the accursed vegetation. However, the more it fought, the tighter the bindings became. Observing Lupin firmly ensnared, Jon let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with such a mindless magical creature proved to be rather simple. Just as he was about to depart, Jon paused, turning back to glance at the struggling werewolf. The devil's snare continued its relentless expansion, thriving in the dark, forbidden forest, its ideal habitat. The devil's snare would not relinquish its prey, binding it tightly until it succumbed to its demise. Jon had noticed several vines creeping around Lupin's neck, tightening dangerously. The werewolf let out a harrowing scream of agony. He couldn't leave. Jon suddenly realized that if he departed, Lupin would undoubtedly be strangled to death by the devilish tendrils. This simply would not do. After all, Lupin was a kind-hearted werewolf, and it was unthinkable to let him perish in such a manner. However, releasing him posed its own peril. He would certainly continue to attack. Ordinary spells would prove ineffective against a werewolf in its Lupin form. Just as Jon was caught in this turmoil, he felt something pressing against him from behind. Buckbeak? Jon exclaimed in astonishment. The hippogriff, Buckbeak, had broken free from the chains Jon had previously bound him with, and had soared over to this side. Jon suddenly had an idea. He gently tapped Buckbeak's beak and tentatively inquired, May I ride you? Buckbeak raised his head with a proud demeanor, signifying his acquiescence. Jon swiftly retrieved the large bag of dog food he had purchased a year ago from his backpack. He tore it open and scattered the contents upon the ground. Buckbeak approached, sniffed the offerings, and then disdainfully took his leave. Jon gently caressed Buckbeak's head while striving to ascend onto its back from the position of its wings. Suddenly, Buckbeak spread its wings wide, startling Jon. Not too high, Jon quickly cautioned, just a little above the ground. Buckbeak remained quite docile, soaring up to the treetops. Seizing the opportunity, Jon raised his wand and aimed it at the entangled mass of the werewolf within the devil's snare. Incendio. A fierce blaze of crimson flames surged forth. The devil's snare, most fearful of fire and bright light, began to wither under the onslaught of the fiery spell. Within moments, the werewolf, Lupin, extricated himself from the grasp of the devil's snare. With a ferocious roar, he initially directed his wrath towards the griffins soaring in the sky. Fortunately, Jon swiftly intervened to prevent Buckbeak from alighting and engaging in a physical confrontation with the werewolf. Yet soon, the werewolf's attention was diverted by a scattered bag of dog food on the ground, prompting him to dash over and begin to feast upon it. It appeared that Jon had succeeded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Having satisfied his hunger, Lupin was unlikely to roam aimlessly through the campus, thus allowing for a peaceful resolution to the matter. Suddenly, the griffin beneath him surged with vigor, soaring towards the direction of the Black Lake, catching Jon off guard and nearly causing him to tumble from its back. Fortunately, he managed to grasp Buckbeak's neck just in time. Truth be told, the sensation of soaring on his mount was far more pleasurable than riding a broomstick. There was no need for meticulous steering, no fear of falling from that slender rod, nor concern about the errant bludgers. Minutes later, Jon returned to the vicinity of the Whomping Willow and descended gracefully. Dumbledore soon appeared by his side, exclaiming, "It seems you have dealt with that werewolf adeptly. Well done." "Thank you, Professor. Were you able to apprehend Peter?" Jon inquired eagerly. "I regret to inform you, Jon, that I do not wish to deceive you," Dumbledore replied calmly. "I ultimately chose to let Peter Pettigrew go free." "Let him go?" Jon exclaimed in astonishment. "Is he not the true culprit?" However, Dumbledore seemed disinclined to linger on the subject. His expression turned grave as he gazed toward the lakeshore, raising his wand with purpose. It was only then that Jon noticed the Dementors, at least 100 of them, a dark mass gliding towards the lake's edge. Lying by the lakeshore were Sirius Black, who had succumbed to unconsciousness and reverted to his human form, along with Harry and Hermione, both on the verge of collapse, futilely brandishing their wands. It appeared that my intervention was unnecessary. Dumbledore lowered his wand once more, exhaling a weary sigh. A Patronus had already manifested. A fully grown stag, to be precise. A silver doe, yet, due to the distance, its pointed ears seemed somewhat blurred. Under the influence of the Patronus, the multitude of Dementors frantically fled. Severus must have made the most agonizing decision of his life. Dumbledore shook his head with a hint of sympathy. He had just saved the two individuals he had despised most throughout his existence. Severus Snape struggled to rise from the ground, binding Sirius Black with ropes and dragging him behind. He then secured the unconscious Harry and Hermione together on his back. And finally, near the Whomping Willow, he discovered Ron, who had lost consciousness entirely with a broken leg. Jon and Dumbledore stood quietly at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, observing the unfolding events. It appeared that Severus would manage well, Dumbledore murmured. "Isn't Black innocent?" Jon inquired tentatively. "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "It seems we may save more than one innocent life tonight." Snape struggled to escort the three students toward the castle when he encountered a hurried Cornelius Fudge accompanied by a group of Dementors. After a brief exchange, he surrendered Black to Fudge and carried the three students to the hospital wing. "What should we do, Professor?" Jon asked urgently, feeling lost regarding the direction of the unfolding drama, as Harry and Hermione, utilizing the time turner, had yet to appear. Dumbledore calmly retrieved his wand, conjuring silvery strands that gradually formed into his Phoenix Patronus. He whispered a few words to the shimmering creature, which then soared toward the castle. "I have sent word to Minerva and Filius," Dumbledore explained, "to inform them of Black's innocence. Once Cornelius temporarily detains Black, they will subdue the guards and rescue him." "Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick?" Jon exclaimed, realizing that if the two professors were involved, they could easily liberate Black from Ravenclaw Tower. "Yes. They have great faith in me and Buckbeak," Dumbledore remarked, casting a glance at the winged creature. "It is time for him to accompany Black. Lastly, we must attend to some aftermath," Dumbledore murmured. "Peter has provided me with crucial information. Thus, someone must take responsibility to avoid complications. If I am present, Peter cannot escape suspicion." "Are you suggesting I turn myself into the ministry?" Jon stammered. "I would not oppose such an action," Dumbledore replied, winking. "If you are willing to spend a few years in Azkaban, I shall personally retrieve you upon your release." "Professor, you cannot be serious," Jon managed a strained smile. "Of course," Dumbledore continued to ponder, "not everyone needs to be informed." Dumbledore's pale blue eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. "I shall instruct Filius and Minerva to transform into Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, accompanied by Buckbeak. to rescue Black. Professor, do you mean? Jon began, but Dumbledore interjected. The Department of Mysteries possesses a magical device known as the Time Turner, which allows witches and wizards to return to the past several hours. While such a journey is, in a sense, a fleeting dream and cannot alter events, Tom is evidently unaware of this, as he has always struggled with such matters. Dumbledore took a few steps forward, then turned back to Jon with a knowing look. Months ago, while corresponding with a friend exiled on Corsica, he mentioned your adeptness with memory magic. With that, Dumbledore strode purposefully toward the castle. Jon had come to a complete understanding, a faint smile gracing his face. It was he who had rescued Buckbeak, Snape who had banished the 100 Dementors, and it was McGonagall and Flitwick who had liberated Black from his cell. He inquired, Professor, may I visit Miss Granger in the hospital wing in an hour? Of course. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Jon Hart arrived at the Hogwarts hospital wing. I have heard that my friend, Miss Hermione Granger, has been injured. May I pay her a visit? Jon asked calmly. You may, but do not linger for too long. Madame Pomfrey replied sternly, before leading Jon to the ward where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were situated. Both Harry and Hermione were in a state of complete unconsciousness, while Ron seemed to be slightly more aware, though his sheets were stained with blood, and he occasionally groaned in pain. The Order of Merlin, 2nd class, no problem. 1st class, if I could somehow manage it. Indeed, thank you. The minister's voice could be heard from outside, engaged in conversation with Snape. Shortly after, Albus Dumbledore entered the room. For heaven's sake, they need rest. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, approaching in a state of hysteria. Is this not a hospital wing? Indeed it is, replied Dumbledore with a smile. Doris just informed me of a method for treating broken limbs, which I believe might be beneficial for both you and Mr. Weasley. Headmistress Delacour? Madame Pomfrey responded with a hint of excitement. Professor Dumbledore, you must teach me. Of course. The two of them wheeled Ron's bed into a room within the hospital wing. You must leave immediately. Madame Pomfrey cast a glance at Jon before departing. Certainly, madam, Jon nodded. I will bid her farewell. Quickly, Pomfrey, Dumbledore urged from inside the room. With Madame Pomfrey's exit, only Jon remained in the ward, alongside the unconscious Harry and Hermione. Jon took a few steps forward, drew his wand, and pointed it at Harry Potter's forehead. Obliviate. As several silver threads faded away, he moved to Hermione Granger's bedside. Obliviate. Harry's memory required only a slight alteration. However, Hermione's memories needed to be rewritten for an entire year. Strands of silver were drawn from Hermione's temple, retreating back into her mind. Jon held his wand steadily, not trembling in the slightest. I need to fetch some potions. Madame Pomfrey's voice echoed from within the infirmary. Allow me to assist. You continue to care for Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore responded. After what felt like an eternity, Jon finally lowered his wand. He retrieved a pendant gifted by the house elves from his chest, gently pulled down Hermione's collar, and placed the pendant around her neck. He then adjusted her clothing and covered her with a blanket. From this day forth, you shall be called the Time Turner. The performance metrics were decent, with a pre-order of 600 copies approximately 12 hours before the launch. Considering the mere 21,000 collections, the subscription ratio was nearly 8:1, which could be deemed respectable among authors on the platform. Originally, he had planned to take the day off to write extensively, but an unexpected meeting in the afternoon delayed him, and upon returning home after dinner, it was already 10 o'clock. Fortunately, he had prepared 6 chapters in advance. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Updates for 2 chapters would follow shortly, so please be patient. Meanwhile, he kindly requested subscriptions and continued support, aspiring for early recognition as a premium work. Additionally, the monthly votes had been disappointing, with merely 100 votes on the first day of release. He implored the esteemed readers for their monthly votes, proposing a rule where an additional chapter would be added for every 200 votes received. The 5 great nations held a hostile stance towards the newly established Soviet government, their policies revolving around political and economic blockades, further supplemented by military intervention, leaving little room for innovation. Following the conclusion of the conference, China's policy towards Russia may undergo changes, though what those changes might entail remained uncertain to Kifyuk. In the Tang dynasty, the market price for an ordinary plow ox was approximately 2 guan. However, the cattle from the grasslands were not considered plow oxen. They required training by farmers, thus their value was slightly diminished. Nonetheless, these beasts were taller and sturdier than those from the Central Plains, suggesting their worth might be comparable. The shrieks heightened Luo Kei's excitement, his breath quickening as his sprint intensified. Hee-hee, yee-hoo, Does it truly matter whether the 16-year-old boy is responsible for these actions? What is crucial is what that mysterious army is doing now, Mr. Liu remarked, steering the conversation back to the earlier topic. Suppressing his inner fury, Zhu Ganglai stepped into the center of the hall, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Ziyue, as if fearing he might flee. Thus, in the current streets, no one doubted who the eventual elected official would be. Yaya is doing well, but she often mentions you. It's quite late. What brings you here? Li Yulan inquired. Astonished. A year later, Lin Tianyong, after numerous detours, finally arrived at the Hall of Black Mist. Upon emerging from the teleportation chamber, he exhaled a sigh of relief. When Lin Tianyong encountered Su Yu, she too spotted him, holding two gigantic shells in her hands. At that moment, she disregarded the shells and rushed towards Lin Tianyong. Leaping into his embrace, Wang Wei intended to clarify, but was interrupted by Cheng Yaojin, who awkwardly stated something that caused immense embarrassment. Just 2 days prior, he had pinned something that this fellow was now aware of, which was humorously employed against him, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Naturally, others were pleased to witness this. Dan Feng's willingness to sacrifice his time for the benefit of other disciples from Dan Ding's sect was a gesture that no one would dare to obstruct. The crowd praised him, with the Kinder souls merely expressing their gratitude. Since the latter half of the year, business at their tavern had been declining each day. In the past, even by mid-afternoon, nearly 1/5 of the tables would be occupied. Now, even on weekends, only 2/3 remained filled. Thus, they dared not offend a single customer. Upon catching sight of that figure, the 8th prince felt as though his heart had been seized by a colossal hand. Unbeknownst to him, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, falling onto the bright yellow quilt. Just as Plotty was about to be bitten, a sharp cross-shaped sword pierced the head of the lizard-like beast. However, a glance at the calendar revealed the date, causing him to startle once more. The hands had indeed stopped, yet the calendar remained fixed on a date in 2035, leading him to ponder whether this was due to the different space-time across star domains and how it could coincidentally align with the present year. The modified minigang no longer relied solely on physical attacks. It now possessed formidable piercing power endowed with gold-based magical energy. The sharp, pointed projectiles soared through the air, their metallic whistling resounding deafeningly. Where the martial artist's fingertip landed, the names Long Xin, Demutu, and Nie Yuan were conspicuously inscribed. In June, sunlight streamed through the greenhouse windows, illuminating a clean student dormitory within the catacombs. Undoubtedly, this room belonged to a Hufflepuff. The contents appeared to have been meticulously organized. A stack of old books rested neatly on the shelf. The trash bin contained peculiar remnants of cookies, and several fragments of herb bags lay atop the surface. All signs indicated that the occupant was preparing to leave for an extended period. A gray owl flew in through an open window, dropping a copy of the Daily Prophet onto the desk while snatching up a 5-nut coin before departing. The front page of the Daily Prophet displayed a bold headline. Hilarity ensues as Sirius Black once again turns the ministry into a laughingstock. Beneath the headline was a menacing image of the wanted criminal, Sirius Black. The pursuit of Black, which had persisted for nearly a year, was expected to conclude yesterday. At 7 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement received a tip-off from an anonymous well-wisher, providing detailed information about Black's whereabouts. With the assistance of a Hogwarts teacher, Minister Cornelius Fudge successfully apprehended Black on the Hogwarts campus. However, the foolish Fudge did not promptly send Black to Azkaban or execute him humanely. He foolishly opted to confine Black temporarily within Azkaban. Given that Black had acquired a wealth of dark magic from the Dark Lord and was adept at wandless magic, he easily incapacitated the guards and made his escape once more. This incident marked the second time Sirius Black had turned the ministry into a source of great ridicule since the jailbreak last July. Furthermore, a senior deputy minister hinted during an interview that Hogwarts played an ignoble role following Black's second escape. The latter half of this article was obscured, while the second page of the Daily Prophet bore the headline, "The 422nd Quidditch World Cup is set to commence." Mr. Ludo Bagman, the director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, reminds everyone that the 422nd Quidditch World Cup will commence on July 20th in England, with matches continuing for a month. The opening match will feature the England team against the team from Transylvania, culminating in the final on August 22nd. We extend our best wishes to the 4 British teams for a commendable performance in this World Cup. In a separate article below, a shocking headline reads, "A Hogwarts teacher is a werewolf." Mr. Lucius Malfoy, a parent of a regular Hogwarts student, has provided this information to our publication. The true identity of Remus Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts, is that of a werewolf. This information has also been corroborated by a potions teacher who wishes to remain anonymous. Mr. Malfoy emphasizes that Headmaster Dumbledore should prioritize the safety of Hogwarts students over other matters. Additionally, in a small corner of the newspaper, there is a brief note: an extremely dangerous hippogriff is on the loose. Madam Diana Granger, director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, has issued a warning. Yesterday at 5 o'clock, a hippogriff exhibiting severe aggressive tendencies escaped execution. It may be lurking in Aberdeen, Glasgow, or Loch Ness. The hippogriff is entirely white with a tuft of gray hair atop its head. Any sightings should be promptly reported to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Jon Hart rose from his bed, cast a fleeting glance at the Daily Prophet, and promptly discarded it into the waste bin, where it landed among remnants of dog biscuits. Stretching languidly, he reflected that today marked his final day at Hogwarts. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., he would board the Hogwarts Express bound for London, subsequently returning to his home in Southampton. Yet, before his departure, he had one crucial task to complete: selecting his third-year courses, a matter that, in Professor Sprout's words, required due deliberation. In addition to mandatory classes such as potions, history of magic, astronomy, herbology, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, he was required to choose at least 2 elective subjects from a selection that included divination, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, and Muggle studies. Among these, he was compelled to select at least one from divination or arithmancy. Muggle studies was undoubtedly dismissed, as Jon harbored doubts regarding the instructor's competence and had no desire to squander his time. Ancient runes, with its focus on translation and the deciphering of Nordic scripts, alongside the practical application of ancient magic and mental prowess, appeared to hold significant value. Care of magical creatures piqued Jon's interest as well. Although Rubeus Hagrid was not particularly distinguished as a teacher, his extensive knowledge of magical creatures promised valuable insights. Initially, Jon wished to forego both divination and arithmancy. The nebulous nature of divination, even as portrayed in the original text, rendered it exceedingly difficult to master, and as a time traveler with an understanding of the unfolding narrative, he felt no need for its assistance. However, faced with the necessity of choosing one, he reluctantly opted for Professor Trelawney's divination, as he had a modicum of familiarity with her. Upon completing his course selection form, Jon submitted it to Professor Sprout. Divination, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures, then? Professor Sprout jested. I half expected you to select a full slate and aim for 12 OWLs in your 5th year. I believe OWLs hold little significance. What matters more is the knowledge gained, Jon replied softly. To be candid, Jon was indifferent to his future OWL results, according to the original narrative. It was highly probable that he would not endure to see the end of his 5th year, as he was almost certain to leave Hogwarts, and even England, before then. What he truly required was to enrich himself further. Having spent nearly 2 years at Hogwarts, he had acquired considerable knowledge, yet it remained insufficient. In comparison to the Death Eaters and even Voldemort, he recognized a distinct gap in his abilities and understood the necessity of continued learning. Jon was hastily making his way back to the Hufflepuff common room when someone called out his name. Are you Mr. Jon Hart? It was a stern-looking middle-aged woman, her voice sounding somewhat familiar. Hello, are you Jon? Jon furrowed his brow. Mrs. Bones? After a few seconds, he recognized the woman before him. She was Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Yes, Mr. Hart, hello. We met briefly at the entrance to Azkaban. Mrs. Bones nodded gently. You were with Professor Dumbledore at the time. Additionally, I received your report yesterday. But Mrs. Bones, Black escaped in the end, didn't he? Jon allowed a hint of panic, even fear, to show on his face. Mrs. Bones clearly sensed the young man's apprehensions. Do not worry. The Ministry will keep the identity of any informant strictly confidential. Until Black is apprehended, no one will know you are the informant mentioned in the Daily Prophet. Thank you, ma'am. Jon breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. As for the bounty, Mrs. Bones finally addressed the matter that concerned Jon. I must say, Mr. Hart, the information you provided has been immensely useful. It even directly aided Fudge in capturing Black. Although regrettably, Black proved too cunning. However, the Ministry will duly reward you for your efforts. Mrs. Bones paused before continuing. Moreover, we will report this in the Daily Prophet to encourage more wizards to report Black as whereabouts. You must be aware of the adverse impact the black situation has had on the ministry. Will my name and identity be kept confidential? Jon asked eagerly. Of course. That is a prerequisite, Mrs. Bones nodded. Then I am very grateful for the ministry's generosity, ma'am. Jon bowed slightly in appreciation. This is what you deserve, Mr. Hart. Mrs. Bones smiled. If you happen to acquire more information about Black in the future, you may write to the Deputy Director of the Auror Office, Kingsley Shacklebolt. He is the new head of the Black Capture Initiative. I will, ma'am. Wishing you success in apprehending him soon. Jon nodded. Thank you. The next day, as he prepared to board the Hogwarts Express, Jon discovered an unexpected 500 galleons in his suitcase. A single galleon weighed 20 grams, meaning 500 amounted to 100 pounds. Fortunately, the presence of the extinction charm rendered the heavy galleons as light as a feather. Otherwise, Jon would have been unable to lift the suitcase. As he passed the Hogsmeade platform, he spotted Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger engaged in conversation. Hermione sighed, saying, I can't take another year like this. That time turner nearly drove me mad, and I've returned it to Professor McGonagall. I still can't believe you didn't tell Harry and me about the time turner. A whole year. Ron complained. I'm sorry, but I promised not to tell anyone. Hermione replied with a serious expression. Harry, what's the matter? I'm fine, Harry said, a faint smile betraying his feelings. I was just thinking about the Patronus. I tried a few times today. While I can summon my stag, it lacks the strength and brilliance it had that night. Perhaps it's because you aren't being pressured by 100 Dementors. Ron surmised. If you face a situation like that night again, you'll succeed once more, Harry. That should be the case, Harry nodded thoughtfully. Good morning. Jon greeted the trio as he passed by. Hello. They replied in unison. By the way, as Jon stepped onto the train, Ron seemed to recall something and asked Hermione seriously, Do you have a good relationship with Hart? He's all right, I suppose. Hermione frowned slightly. We only know each other because our fathers are friends. Why? Perhaps he doesn't think so. Ron scoffed. That night we were injured. He made a special trip to the hospital wing to see you. Did he? Hermione said softly. Once aboard the train, Jon made his way to their familiar compartment. Astoria was already waiting for him, and the pygmy puff squeaked excitedly upon seeing him. It seems the pygmy puff is more affectionate towards you than me. Astoria pouted in complaint. Sorry, Jon chuckled. I've been using it a lot recently. It no longer knows who its true owner is. Astoria huffed, pulling out a small comb to groom the pygmy puff as fur. There is going to be a Quidditch World Cup this summer. She suddenly exclaimed. Jon, will you come with us to watch the match? My mother can definitely get tickets. Jon pondered for a moment before inquiring. Will your sister and your parents welcome me? Astoria was taken aback. She lowered her gaze, her voice softening. I will do my utmost to persuade them. Indeed, I appreciate your invitation, but I regret to say. Jon shrugged, however. I must accompany my parents to America this summer. America? Why travel there? Astoria asked with curiosity. It is another quadrennial sporting extravaganza, Jon replied calmly. We are going to witness another World Cup. Jon spent over 10 minutes elucidating the essence of football to Astoria. It appears to be an intriguing sport. Astoria blinked in response. At the very least, it is a fair game, Jon remarked with a smile. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the window. Jon turned to gaze outside, and he noticed a small gray figure leaping intermittently above the window pane. It was an owl, Astoria exclaimed. Jon opened the window and allowed the owl to enter. Hoot, hoot. Jordan emitted an unpleasant sound. The owl dropped a small box at Jon's feet before soaring back into the sky. Jon cautiously opened the box, revealing a familiar string of golden pendants within. It was indeed the pendant gifted to him by the house elves during Christmas. Accompanying the pendant was a note, bearing a mere succinct line of text. I believe this is your AB. Jon let out a sigh of relief, fortunate that the note bore no additional content. He tucked the golden pendant into his pocket, then tore the note into shreds and cast it out the window.